Chapter 1, Rebirth, the start of the God's Great Mode. Shi Fan has been sitting on the bed like a statue for half an hour now. Looking at the unfamiliar and familiar surroundings, Shi Fan is still a little bit unable to regain his senses. This seems to be the place he rented when he just graduated, but he was obviously dead. How did he suddenly appear here? Ding! The host's vital signs are detected to be normal. Start binding. Shi Fan, who couldn't figure out the situation, was startled by the electronic voice that suddenly rang out. He looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. The voice seemed to come from all directions, causing him to feel a chill surging through his heart. Who's talking? Shi Fan asked nervously, his voice slightly trembling. However, the mysterious electronic voice did not respond to his question, but continued. Ding! The life winner system has been bound successfully. The godly mode has been opened for you. Little Win will be at your service throughout the entire process. Shi Fan's heart beat faster and faster. He did not know what this so-called life winner system was, nor did he understand what the divine hero mode meant, but he had already experienced life and death, and after panicking, his emotions gradually stabilized. After all, he had already died once. What could be more terrifying than death? He took a deep breath and told himself to calmly deal with the situation in front of him. In fact, when he thought about it, this was really too much like the scenarios in those Rebirth novels he had read before he was born. Could it be that he was also like the protagonist of the novels? Was reborn? And by the looks of it, he was also bound to a system. Is this true or not? It can't be that I'm hallucinating, right? But I've never heard of anyone having hallucinations after death. Although he already had some guesses in his mind, Shi Fan still did not dare to make a conclusion easily. He hesitated again and again, and finally summoned up the courage to tentatively open his mouth and ask, Little Win, is it? Am I going back to the past now? There was a hint of uncertainty and nervousness in his voice. That's right, host. The main system has selected you and sent you back to the past time and space to mold a different life for you. As expected, even though Shi Fan had guessed before, yet after receiving a clear reply, there was still a feeling of unreality in his heart. Shi Fan's heart was in turmoil, but his thoughts were still clear, and he immediately asked, Why did you choose me? What is your purpose? The host doesn't have to worry. Before selecting you as the master, the main system has already reviewed your whole life. Your happiness index is extremely low, and the main task of our life-winning system is to travel through the universe to find human creatures with low happiness indexes, help them raise their happiness indexes, and copy your happy emotions back to the main planet. Hearing Little Win say that his happiness value was low, Shi Fan couldn't help but laugh softly as if he was laughing to himself. His heart was like a bottle of 5 flavors had been overturned. But it wasn't just low. His father was addicted to gambling, and his mother died of illness when he was 15. After that, he could only work to earn money while studying, and it was not easy to graduate. But before he entered society, he learned that his father ran away, leaving him with a huge gambling debt. He fought hard to finally pay off the money, and then he got cancer. If he hadn't met her in the last hours of his life, I guess his happiness value would be a big 0 egg. When Shi Fan remembered all the past events of his last life, a trace of bitterness could not help but rise in his heart, and he shook his head with a bitter smile, as if he wanted to shake off those painful memories. His eyes were a bit confused, as if he was randomly asking in order to escape reality. Why? Do you want to replicate the happiness value emotion? Back to the host. Due to the longer lifespan of the main star's inhabitants, with the postponement of time, the lack of emotions is more serious. So the main system constructed us to transmit the happiness emotions to the main star through our replica, so as to share in the healing of the main star's inhabitants. After some exchanges, like a deflated ball of leather, Shi Fan collapsed straight onto the bed after breathing a sigh of relief. He reached out and picked up his cell phone from the nightstand and looked up the time. He still didn't know what year he had been taken back to by the system. July 25, 2019. Shi Fan stared at the time displayed on the screen of his phone and couldn't help but let out a long sigh in his heart. It felt like he was being weighed down by a huge mountain. Today was the day before he was told that he owed a debt. In his last life, the debtor had searched for that person for a few days but could not find him, and only then did he call him, counting the time. Now that person is afraid that he has long run out of sight. Really unexpected. Once again, he still has to pay the debt. Is this fate? Ding! Host, please don't worry. Life Winner system has been automatically matched for you to bind the Divine Hero system. Please ask whether to open the newbie gift package? Shi Fan eyes lit up. How to forget that in this life he has a system. God magnificent system. Listen to this name. You can know that he is certainly not bad in the future. Immediately, like grabbing a life-saving straw, shouted in a row. Open. Immediately open. Okay, host, have opened the newbie gift pack for you. Ding, the novice gift pack has been opened. You have gained face attribute plus 20, physique attribute plus 20, intelligence attribute plus 10, random attribute plus 10, and balance plus 5 million. Shi Fan listened to this long series of broadcasts in his head and raised his eyebrows. Little win. Are these attributes that can transform me? Yes, host. You can see all your information in your mind. The transformation will also be completed within 24 hours. Shi Fan lay on the big bed. His eyes revealed a hint of doubt and anticipation, took a deep breath, then continued to ask the other party. So this balance increase of $5 million will be directly credited to my designated bank account? Yes, host, because of the first payment, so it will take a longer time. It is expected to arrive within 2 hours. The subsequent payments will arrive in real time after you sign in. Getting it by signing in. So will the money be checked? Is the source compliant? After all, the amount of money coming into the account was large, and Shi Fan as a law-abiding citizen was still afraid of being invited to tea by the police uncle. It requires the host to sign in daily, thus gaining wealth, including but not only including money. Of course the sources are all in line with the rules of this world, legally compliant. The host, please rest assured. After hearing the reply, Shi Fan's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. He slowly closed his eyes. In the past hour, he had walked through the gates of hell, experienced death and then experienced resurrection to bind the system. After the great sorrow and joy, Shi Fan's spirit was as if drained, coupled with the transformation of the system, like a tidal wave of fatigue. Sleepiness instantly submerged him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Ding! Has recognized that the host is in deep sleep. Small one automatically opens today's sign-in. Has stored today's reward in the system warehouse. Chapter 2, The House and the Car. The next morning, the sunlight like broken gold sprinkled on the earth. Wake up when the sail cannot help but sigh. This sleep is really like entering the fairyland. Refreshing. Now his body seems to have become as light as a feather. Not at all as heavy and painful as before when he was sick. And he feels full of strength. If he were to go out and run a marathon now, he felt that he could easily take the title. Ding! Host, it is detected that you are fully awake. Little Win has turned on the automatic check-in mode for you yesterday. The rewards for checking in have been collected. You can check in the system warehouse. Ding! Detected that your body attributes have been transformed. Warm reminder, you still have random attributes. 10 can be added to any one of the attributes by yourself. As soon as Shi Fan heard that the remodeling had been completed, he numbly climbed up from the bed and came to the mirror. Then he was so shocked that his eyes were almost glazed over. Which super invincible handsome guy is this? The mirror of oneself is both familiar and strange. The five senses, or that five senses. But a closer look, the eyes are bigger than before. A circle. Look more deep. A little gaze will give a person a sense of oppression. The nose is more upright. The lip shape has become perfect. And even the face of the pimple marks are gone. And then lift the clothes a look. Ooh. Before that also a little flabby stomach actually disappeared. Replaced by 8-pack abs and mermaid line. Not exaggerated at all. The line is super smooth. And there is a full sense of power. This is simply the perfect body to wear clothes show thin and take off clothes have meat. Shi Fan heart that called a beautiful ah. This attribute transformation is also too invincible it. Before he can only be considered a little handsome. Now he simply can be directly out of the ground law. Little Win. Check yesterday's sign-in rewards. Shi Fan said to Little Win while admiring his handsome face in the mirror. Okay host, yesterday's check-in rewards have been opened for you. Ding! You have successfully received the Riverside Cloud Lodge No. 1 Villa. You can stay at any time. Shi Fan stopped his stinky movements, fixed in place, and couldn't help but be a little jaw-dropped. Not such a large sum of money? Riverside Cloud Lodge, yeah. The Sea City famous rich people villa area. The Sea City no one knows. It is said that inside the building and garden are from all over the world to invite the famous architect's design. Each villa is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Known as the Sea City's first mansion. I didn't expect that I would be able to live there one day. Which is something he didn't even dare to dream of before. Host has not signed in today. Please ask if you want to open the sign-in. Little Win's voice sounded once again. Sign in, Shi Fan said excitedly. At this moment, his anticipation was drawn out and he wondered what he would be rewarded with today. Ding! Have signed in successfully. Have successfully received a Koenigsegg Agera RS Super Sports Car? You can choose the delivery time at will. Woohoo! How come Little Win's voice always sounds so pleasant? Little car yeah. And a super small car. It's so easy to get your hands on it. But happy as he was, Shi Fan was a bit surprised by today's reward. He actually does not know much about cars. In his last life he was either working or on the way to work. Even friends do not have a, let alone study the car. Driving is to drive. But he only drove a delivery van. Think the operation should be different from the sports car, right? Probably? As if sensing Shi Fan's concerns, the thoughtful Little Win on the line. Don't worry, host, when you sign for the car, the system will automatically come with advanced driving skills and a driver's license for this world for your convenience. This system is really considerate Shi Fan once again lamented. This thoughtful service, comparable to the Xia, grasping the time to wash up Shi Fan. Pick up the cell phone, look at the time is only more than 10 o'clock. He remembered that in his last life is about 12 o'clock at noon. The debt collector called him. The gambling debt owed was more than $2 million, which used to be an astronomical figure for him in his last life. However, just now, he glanced at the SMS reminder that the $5 million rewarded by the system yesterday had arrived, and after paying back the money today, he would still have more than $2 million left. Seriously, this balance made Shi Fan feel a bit unreal. TSK, this is something he, before, did not dare to dream of, but now it is really happening. He sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the balance in the cell phone screen. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and inhaled deeply as if he wanted to inhale this joy into his lungs. Successfully realizing his riches, Shi Fan rubbed his rumbling stomach, and without further hesitation, he clicked on that familiar yellow software, slid his finger on the screen, and ordered a deluxe extra spicy version of risotto. This is his favorite, the last life of his own in order to pay off the debt. Can only eat once in a while, eat or the cheapest set meal, and later checked out the stomach cancer, but also do not even dare to touch. In the second life, now his body is twice as good, no disease or money troubles. Of course, he must enjoy a good time. Chapter 3: A New Beginning. When the debt collection call came, Shi Fan was eating and sweating. It was so refreshing. There was a bowl full of risotto on the table, with various colored vegetables, sliced meat, tofu skin, and other side dishes dipped in red oil. I've never had risotto with so many sides myself. After tapping answer and putting it on speakerphone, Shi Fan threw his phone on the table next to him and continued to dry his rice with his head down. Hey, are you Shi Hongda's son? Your father owes us a gambling debt of $2 million, and now the person has run away. You kid, hurry to pay back the money for your father. On the other side of the phone, a rough voice said in a vicious voice. Wow, that's so spicy. How'd he give you? Shi Fan stuffed a mouthful of fish roe packets and replied vaguely. At this point he was already immersed in the world of food. This fish roe packet is really good. Take another bite. Don't say you don't have money. Tell you that the father's debt is paid by the son's amount. What did you say? The voice on the other end visibly froze, then asked uncertainly. Shi Fan took the time to blow his nose and stuffed another mouthful of risotto into his mouth before slowly saying, I mean, how do I pay you? The person on the other end of the phone seemed to be choked for a moment, not expecting it to go so smoothly. Suddenly learning that he was liable for a huge amount of money owed to him. Not only did this person not pursue the matter, he still had the leisure time to eat and drink. One can't help but wonder if this son of Shi Hongda has a big heart, or he didn't hear what he said. Not 2,000, not 20,000, is 2 million, with interest totaling 2,470,000. Are you sure you can return? I don't accept installments. Okay, a one-time pay you back, but I'm in the sea city. I do not have time to go elsewhere in the near future. You take the time to come in the next 2 days, right? I'll pay for your traveling expenses, and transfer them to you when we meet. Oh, yes, remember to take the note with you. Call me when you arrive. Shi Fan's words were brief and concise, and he hung up the phone directly. Was hung up the phone debtor, that is, Wang Hu, froze in place. Their debt collection so long has never met this situation. Not only promised to pay back the money, but also said that he went to find him, to reimburse the travel expenses? Wang Hu's younger brother Wang Yang, saw frozen in place, not bullet brother. Doubtful touched him. Brother, how? What does his son say? Wang Hu back to God. The tone of uncertainty back. Brother, our brother and sister seem to have to travel. Wang Yang, the sea city side. Eat and drink enough when the sale put down the chopsticks. Comfortable fall on the bed, touching the support of the bulging stomach. Cannot help but sigh. What you want to eat, immediately can eat. This feeling can be too powerful. After lying down and digesting for a while, Shi Fan turned out his cell phone and called the owner to immediately check out. Now there is a large villa. Hurry to change the place. The sound insulation of this place is really bad. Just for a moment. He heard the next door hostess shouted 3 times for the male host to help her move the cabinet. Stained. This male host can be really lazy. Light promise also not action. Do not know the heartache of his wife. The owner is in this neighborhood. Received a call to come very quickly. After checking the house is not damaged to give back the rent. But because there is no advance greeting, so the deposit is given back half. Now the time sale also do not care about this money. So quickly agreed. The boys had fewer things, plus they now have money. So they took some belongings and important things. The rest did not clean up themselves. Transferred $500 of cleaning fee to the landlord. Let the landlord find someone to help throw away. A light Shi Fan carried the suitcase and waited for the elevator to go downstairs. At the same time called Xiao Ying to bring up the car that was just signed in today. Okay host, the car is parked downstairs. the key can be picked up at the delivery guy. Good. Shi Fan had just come out of the door of the unit, and at a glance, he saw his incredibly cool car. It was quietly parked there, as if it was a sleeping beast. The body of the car was pitch black, exuding a mysterious and noble atmosphere. Unique design style, smooth lines outline a very dynamic silhouette, as if every detail was born for speed and passion. There is no doubt that the design of this car is inspired by the racing field. In the face of such a world-class luxury car, Shi Fan appeared unusually calm. However, the surrounding onlookers could not hold back their inner excitement and let out exclamations. Holy! Surprisingly, I saw a Koenigsegg in our neighborhood. My God! There are only 25 of these cars in the world. Who on earth is the big shot who drove such an awesome car here? A fashionably dressed and excited boy stared at the car with wide eyes, his mouth almost watering. He mumbled as he took out his cell phone and frantically took pictures, as if he wanted to freeze the shock in the camera forever. The others were no exception, some with their mouths wide open and unable to close, while others murmured. They were full of curiosity and envy towards this luxury car, and at the same time, they were also speculating about what kind of god the owner was. After all, to be able to own such a rare car, one's identity must be extraordinary. Only 25 units worldwide? My God, look at this appearance. This shall not be millions of awe? His companion asked in surprise, seeing that, like Shi Fan, he had not studied much about cars. Millions? Brothers, pattern is too small. This car is a super sports car, the price of 26.5 million. It is said that those rich people have bought back to the collection. Shi Fan was not clear about how much this car was actually sold for, but when he heard the young man say that this car even cost more than $2 million, he still couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He couldn't help but smile, remembering that the huge debt of up to $2 million in his previous life used to make him almost unable to catch his breath, and now, he could get a luxury car worth more than $2 million just by casually signing in. Just then, the driver's door slowly opened, and a young man with an ordinary and unimpressive appearance walked towards him. Hello, Mr. Sure, please sign here. This is the car key that belongs to you. The young man wore a smile and handed a document and a delicate car key to Shi Fan. Shi Fan took the car key and signed it. Then the driving skills of various cars automatically appeared in his mind. As expected from the system, it was reliable. Mr. Shi Fan, the driver's license is in the car. The license plate has been put on. You can go on the road directly, so I won't bother you. See you next time. Shi Fan nodded his head slightly in a gesture, and that delivery person yawned respectfully before turning around and leaving. Will he be responsible for delivering all the prizes belonging to me in the future? Shi Fan asked thoughtfully as he watched the deliveryman's figure walk away. That's right. This deliveryman will become your exclusive service staff. Little Win's voice resounded in Shi Fan's mind, giving an affirmative answer. After getting the answer, Shi Fan no longer dwelled on this question. He ignored the curious gazes from the people around him, pulled open the car door and sat in the driver's seat with a sharp movement, accompanied by a low roar of the engine. The luxury sports car sped away like a stringed arrow, quickly disappearing from the crowd's field of vision, leaving behind only the dust that had been raised and the envious, jealous and hateful onlookers. At this moment, Shi Fan is driving the sports car toward his brand new life rode bravely forward. Chapter 4 Riverside Yunlu No. 1 Villa. Super sports car is not just a name. Just have advanced driving skills when the sale ran into this according to the racing car as the inspiration for the design of the sports car. Excited. The city cannot play. When the sale also deliberately on the highway to run a circle. Have to say, this car is really expensive. Have expensive reason. Racing performance, sports car appearance, plus the top configuration. Run a circle of the time sale is still a little bit not yet finished. Think of the day to go to the track or open place to slip a circle down the highway when the sale is completely unaware of the car's appearance has made 5G surfing netizens crazy. Have been discussed online, which is the new seat of the son of the family. A smooth, other cars do not dare to get too close to the Riverside Cloud Hut. Out of the time sales unexpectedly, there is no use for him to get off the communication. The security guards directly bent over and bowed to release. Driving into the face of the time sales puzzled, or small win out to answer transfer to your name of the car. Will be automatically recorded in your real estate, to protect you unimpeded. Woohoo! Little Win. I have to say your system is really thoughtful. Shi Fan was once again amazed by the system. Shi Fan, who was still marveling at the system's thoughtfulness, didn't know that the system wasn't the only one who was thoughtful. As soon as his car drove into the villa area, the management team in charge of Villa No. 1 had already gotten the news, and had now rushed to the entrance of the villa, waiting for Shi Fan's arrival. The first villa, located in the center of the villa area. It is said that when the developer set the location of the first building, invited several feng shui gentlemen to look at, and together with the design of the layout, and even the villa's architectural color scheme, all have to pay attention to. From the point of view of the cost and symbolism, it is the whole piece of villa in the well-deserved NO. 1. Arriving at the door of the house according to the route instructions, Shi Fan slowly walked down from the car. A middle-aged man dressed in an exquisite suit with a steady and strong pace was walking quickly towards himself. Shi Fan sized up the man's attire and the group of people following the man, and roughly guessed the identity of these people in his heart. As expected, the middle-aged man walked to about a meter away from Shi Fan and stopped, and bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Sure, I am the configured butler of Villa No. 1, Yang Ning, and these people standing behind me are my team members. We will be responsible for maintaining and taking care of your residence in the future, so please take care of us." Shi Fan gave a slight nod of his head to indicate that he understood. Afterwards, he reached out and gently handed the key in his hand to Yang Ning, and spoke, "Butler Yang, since this is the case, then in the future, you will be the one to make all the relevant arrangements regarding the villa. However, it should be noted that I don't really like the overly noisy or crowded environment in my home. I wonder if you have any other places to live?" Butler Yang handed the key to a young man at the side, signaling him to go park the car, and then respectfully returned. "Yes, do you think I'll bring 2 nannies to stay in case of emergency? And the rest of the others will come to maintain and clean the house every day, and then leave after cleaning?" "Yes, the rooms will be arranged as you see fit." Shi Fan walked into the house and casually strolled around. "Butler Yang, you guys do what you need to do. You don't need to follow me. By the way, I didn't bring any clothes when I came back. You arrange it. Have someone send me some clothes," Shi Fan ordered. This is still he learned from the TV series. Those rich people don't like to let the brand stores provide door-to-door service. This time it is finally our turn to enjoy. Butler Yang respectfully replied, and then went to contact the relevant personnel. At this moment, Shi Fan started to visit his new home with excitement. "Wow, this is fantastic. Look at this low-key yet luxurious hall. Step on the soft carpet, and then look through the window to admire the amazingly beautiful garden with a four-season swimming pool next to it. Not only that, there is also a movie theater, gym, karaoke room and other facilities. Simply everything." Shi Fan was so excited to look around the villa that it took him more than half an hour. The size of this villa was truly amazing. He called a maid and brought himself a pair of cool sunglasses, then picked up the cold and refreshing fruit drink that had already been prepared in the kitchen and leisurely walked towards the lounge chair in the center of the garden. Putting the fruit drink gently on a table, Shi Fan lay down comfortably, stretched his waist, and could not help but sigh in his heart. This little life is really beautiful. Chapter 5. Human grief is not connected. The sunlight sprinkled lazily, warming one's body as if gently enveloped by a soft veil. Shi Fan quietly gazed at the butterflies dancing in the flowers, an unspeakable emotion welling up in his heart. These beautiful creatures, after going through a long and lonely dark cocooning period in their previous life, they had now finally transformed into such gorgeous and colorful butterflies. Shi Fan couldn't help but think of his own life. He felt like one of these butterflies. Once in his last life, he faced endless darkness and challenges alone, and thought that he would just dissipate into thin air. But he never thought that he would have such an opportunity to not only start all over again, but also to transform into a brand new self, ready to spread his wings and fly towards the vast sky. He firmly believes that he is destined to fly to the flower that belongs to him in this life. That flower might represent love, dreams or something else precious, and only by finding it could he truly realize inner satisfaction and happiness. "Oops, I can't," Shi Fan suddenly murmured softly, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising. When he thought of that special her, his mood was as bright as a flower blooming in spring. At this moment, he was simply a complete sunflower. He was overflowing with joy, immersing himself in a sweet atmosphere. Butler Yang came once in the middle, asking for dinner ideas and informing the brand store of the time to come, and for the rest of the time, Shi Fan indulged in the relaxing and cozy atmosphere and gradually drifted off to sleep. Finally, near dusk, Yang housekeeper came to say that the kitchen had already prepared the dishes. In addition to the brand store's door-to-door service personnel also arrived, touching the stomach that had already been digested almost to the point of being too much. Shi Fan immediately made a decision to move the hot pot to the garden so that he could enjoy the food while picking out his clothes. Without the slightest look of surprise on his face, Butler Yang agreed without hesitation and quickly set about arranging everything. In just less than 10 minutes, Shi Fan was already firmly seated at the table, happily shabu-shabuing high-grade Wagyu beef while watching the displays and introductions of the various brand salesmen. These door-to-door brand salesmen had obviously all seen the world and possessed good professionalism. Even when faced with an unconventional customer like Shi Fan, they still wore smiles and carried out their introductions in an organized manner. The first to show is Armani brand store. As the world's top 10 men's clothing brands ranked first in the existence of the first, they have the courage and confidence of the first for the guests to carry out the service. Although Shi Fan did not have much research on luxury goods, he had heard of this brand before, and remembered that it was still because of the famous quote from the Hollywood celebrity circle that broke out on the internet. When you don't know what to wear, you can't go wrong by wearing Armani. At that time, because of this quote, Shi Fan also deliberately looked up this brand of clothing. The results of the price column, that string of zeros, simply let him drop his jaw in shock. But this time is different. He is now also rich, but a small Armani. Take it. In the sales of professional and humorous explanation, Shi Fan directly wrapped up all the goods they brought. Of course, these clothes and accessories are all suitable for Shi Fan's age. As a professional luxury goods sales, before going to the door to inquire about the guest's age and outward appearance as a basic service, is to better serve these rich people. Shi Fan's atmosphere obviously inspired the remaining several brand sales staff. The next have with the chicken blood general introduction. Of course, Shi Fan also, as they wished, left most of the goods they brought. At this moment, Butler Yang, who was standing by the side, had a more intuitive and deeper feeling about the financial power of this new employer. He secretly made up his mind that he must manage Shi Fan's residence and daily living affairs more attentively. Shi Fan, who had already eaten almost as much as he wanted, slowly put down the chopsticks in his hands and then took out his cell phone to ask Butler Yang for his card number. Immediately afterward, he clicked on the banking software and without hesitation directly transferred an entire $2 million to housekeeper Yang. This money would be used to pay for the major brands, while the remaining portion would be kept as the villa's daily living expenses. In addition to Armani, Shi Fan had also purchased numerous other well-known brands, such as Versace, Burberry, Zegna, and Gucci, among others. These brands included not only clothing and accessories, but also umbrellas, perfumes, cufflinks, socks and bags, among other things. However, after all the payments were settled, the $2 million that had just been in the hands of Butler Yang and had not yet been warmed up drastically shrunk to only $500,000 in the blink of an eye. Although he still wore a smile on his face and politely bid those people farewell, Butler Yang turned around and began to think about how to politely remind his employer that the remaining funds were no longer enough to support this month's expenses. And at the same time, he also had to think about how to solve the problem of his own team's salary payment this month. Human grief is not connected. Full of various brand sales back to the first thing is to inform the time sales this heavyweight customer down. Each store saw can have to clear special services. This one person's consumption is worth the store's sales for a month. It is a not bad money lord. Time sale obviously do not know the sadness of the young housekeeper. After all, in his last life as a poor man, not much concept of luxury. Think 2 million how to spend for a while. So now in a happy mood time sale. Just experienced a jacuzzi. Now wrapped in a bathrobe. Nestled in the family movie theater with a serious face in the watch. Comedy film. Chapter 6, Remembering the Past / Kong Sung Tong. If someone was here, he would be very puzzled, because this movie was commented by netizens as the funniest and most successful comedy movie in the recent years. No matter how high the laughing point was, people who watched this movie would be amused by the plot and the characters in it, and those who watched this movie would definitely not be as serious as Shi Fan. In fact, this movie was not unfamiliar to him, because in his previous life, he had once specially watched it. At that time, he was in the diagnosis stage of terminal cancer, and his life was full of despair and helplessness. However, the reason that prompted him to choose to watch this movie was not to pass the time or to get rid of his boredom, but because of a special person, her. She was told that the movie was her debut in acting, and even though she had only a few lines in the movie and mostly played a background role, she always said later that the movie had a profound impact on her. It was due to this curiosity that he decided to see for himself what the movie was all about. Just a moment ago, when he was casually flipping through his cell phone while soaking in the bath, it suddenly occurred to him that at this moment in time, she had yet to become a first-tier actress like she was in her previous life, and this time period happened to be the moment when she was first starting out, participating in the performance of this movie and officially releasing it. So, he couldn't wait to hastily end his bubble bath and hurriedly came to relive this meaningful movie, just watching it over and over again. In fact, a closer look reveals that no matter whether she is the more youthful one now or the one who will become a top-tier big shot in a few years' time, she is so serious that even without lines and as a backdrop, she will still follow the conversations of the other people and react to them. Looking at it, the figure in the screen gradually overlapped with her a few years later. In his last life, after paying off his debts, he fainted from exhaustion on the main road, and was sent to the hospital by a good Samaritan, and when he woke up, he was told by the doctor that due to long-term exhaustion and irregular diets, he was now in the late stages of stomach cancer, and only had a life expectancy of 3 months. At that time, when he learned the news, his heart did not set off a ripple, as if this matter has nothing to do with him. Not only that, he even secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, as if this news was a kind of relief for him instead. Thinking back to his childhood, he had been living in an extremely unhappy family environment. His father was addicted to gambling all day long, ignoring all the affairs of the family. and even the most basic living expenses had to be earned by his mother's hard work. However, whenever his father lost all his money, he would not hesitate to raid his mother's hard-earned living expenses. His mother tried to file for divorce many times, but gave up for fear of retaliation from his father. Since he was a child, he knew his mother's hardship and difficulty, so he took the initiative to take on household chores, and did his best to help his mother share the pressure. But after all, his power is too small, cannot really change the family's plight, and cannot relieve his mother of too much burden. In the end, he could only watch as his mother passed away at the age of 15 due to overwork. Since then, it was as if he had lost his soul, living like a walking corpse, becoming indifferent and insensitive to everything around him, because there was no one to call him Fan tenderly anymore. The last light that warmed him went out. Since then, with his hatred for his father, he left home before he was a teenager and never went back, working and studying until he graduated from college. Before he had time to plan his own life, he suddenly learned of his father's running away and the huge gambling debts that fell on him, and had no choice but to work hard to make money to pay off the debts, and then later diagnosed with cancer. Shi Fan's whole life was depressingly sad, and he felt that way until he met her. Jiang Xingtong, that's her name, was the kind-hearted person who brought him to the hospital after seeing him fainting on the main road. I still remember the first time I met her. The most impressive thing was not her handsome and a hint of familiarity of her face, but a nurse's clothes on her. The first thought that came to mind was that the one who saved himself was still a white angel. Because I don't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, I didn't really recognize the kind person who saved me as Jiang Xingtong, a popular first-tier actress. Later, after listening to other people chatting, I realized her identity, and now she is helping out in the hospital, in order to play the role of a nurse in the next TV drama. So she came to the hospital in advance to experience the daily life of a nurse. Because of this seriousness, Shi Fan has a touch of goodwill and curiosity towards her, and it just so happens that his bed is the area she is in charge of. And also because of the relationship between rescuing and being rescued, the two of them quickly become acquainted. The kind and energetic Jiang Xingtong brightened up his last life, and after privately learning about the hardships of this popular star all the way from her debut, Shi Fan felt both heartbroken and admired. I remember thinking at the time, if I were rich and powerful, it would have been nice to protect her when she first made her debut, and I didn't think that an idea I happened to have before would actually have a chance to come true. Shi Fan thought that in this life, he would not only compensate himself, but also protect his good Samaritan, Jiang Xingtong. Chapter 7, a crash course for your young man / bank. From the shadow room out of the night has been late. The servants have long left. The living room also did not see the figure of Yang butler and live-in servants. Presumably all have rested. Shi Fan stretched a bit, slowly walking towards his own bedroom. During the day his own bedroom just roughly swept a glance and left, did not look carefully, at this time carefully surveyed a bit. Well, give a person a low-key luxury feeling. The bedroom is a minimalist style, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Next to the attached is a huge check room. At this time has been hung with clothes, Shi Fan casually looked at, have been in accordance with the color. Thin, thick, long and short hung. Underwear and accessories have been put into the cabinet and accessories on the table. It's really cool. The life of a rich man, Shi Fan once again lamented. Ding, detected an increase in the host's happiness value, rewarding the host with a balance of +5,000,000, temperament of +10, and a crash course in gentle and elegant noble young man, until learned. The small win that hadn't moved for a night came out and brought a generous reward. Originally after removing the money to pay off the debt, there was still 530,000 left. Shi Fan thought that he would have to wait until tomorrow to plump up his wallet. I didn't expect the happiness value to increase, and there were additional monetary rewards. However, when he heard his temperament +10, Shi Fan remembered that he had asked Little Win before, saying that he could view his information in his mind, and he had never come to view it. Little Win, check the host's information. Okay, host, it has been displayed for you. Name, Shi Fan. Age, 23. Height, 186. Weight, 70 kilograms. Intelligence, 85. Physical value, 80. Face value, 90. Temperament, 75. Random attributes, 10, can be added to any of them. Assets, balance of $8 million. Riverside Cloud Lodge No. 1 villa, and a Koenigsegg Agera RS supercar. Note, debt of $2,470,000. Shi Fan didn't expect that the looks that he felt were handsome as hell would only score 90 points. Little Win, is there a time limit for random attributes? Also, what's the one when and noble young man crash course that was just rewarded? Back to the host. Random attributes have no time limit. You can use them at any time. The other 1-1 area noble young man crash course refers to the real cultivation and learning of noble young masters 1-1 area temperament and etiquette and so on in your sleep, which is convenient for you to socialize with the upper class people afterward. Friendly reminder, there will be a test after finishing the course. If the score is high there will be rewards. Oh, Shi Fan suddenly realized. Also right, he also remembered that he had already added 20 to his temperament value before, and as a result, it was only 75 now, which was the lowest score in this. He was going to be Jiang Zhang's backer in the future, so he couldn't disgrace her. Thinking of this, Shi Fan also no longer delayed, hurriedly lying on the bed. Little win. Open the study. Received. Host. Study mode has been turned on. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Shi Fan rolled over with blurred consciousness, then his eyes were shaken by the bright sunlight outside. His consciousness gradually woke up. Remembered. Yesterday he was too anxious to go to class. He forgot to pull the curtains before going to bed. Thinking about yesterday's class in his sleep, it really seemed as if he had been studying in it for years. It was very rewarding. Not only did he have more knowledge in his mind, he felt that his mindset and values were different at this time. Ding! It is detected that your course has been completed. Upon inspection your score is 95 points, out of 100 points, rewarding you with temperament value plus 9. Ding! It's a new day. Please host complete today's check-in. Temperament value plus 9. Yeah, that is to say that now their own temperament value is 84 points. Think here. Shi Fan hurriedly get out of bed, came to the bathroom. Sure enough in the mirror of their own physique, demeanor, as well as give people a different feeling. Now it is estimated that walking on the street, just look at the back can be seen as a temperament-type handsome man. Has nothing to do with looks. With a pleasant expression, Shi Fan took off his bathrobe and stepped into the shower to start taking a shower, while signing in his mind. Little win. Signing in for today. Ding. Have started today's signing in. Today's signing in reward, balance plus 100 million. 65% shares of Huaxia Bank. Even with mental preparation, Shi Fan was still surprised by the system's reward. Huaxia Bank, the most influential bank in China. In the eyes of the people, Huaxia Bank is the only bank they trust and do not worry about the risk of storage. So it is the most influential bank, but also because of the good reputation. So most of the Chinese people's storage and investment will give priority to choose Huaxia Bank, which led to the Huaxia Bank every day to handle the amount of business is huge. If it wasn't for the fact that there were always people who couldn't get in line to do business, other banks would probably have gone bankrupt long ago. Chapter 8 The Apprehensive Housekeeper Yang. Little win. Can you replace my current bank card with the Huaxia Bank's? 65% of the shares. Yeah, that is to say that he is now the chairman of the Huaxia Bank. This bank card is definitely to use his own family's well. Can. Host. Has changed your bank card. Huaxia Bank Black Gold card has been replaced. Completed. Shi Fan washed up. In the check room randomly selected a casual suit and with the appropriate accessories. Looking at the handsome man in the mirror, cannot help but whistle in the heart. Really different. Not only appearance. Now their every move is exuding a noble atmosphere. This kind of nobility is very marvelous. Even if you wear a piece of ground floor goods to go out now, you will make people think that it is some kind of big brand. This is the physique and temperament that comes out of affluence. Narcissistically posing in front of the mirror, Shi Fan opened the door and went downstairs. There is no way. The grumbling stomach is protesting to him. Housekeeper Yang, who was arranging work in the lobby, heard the elevator ringing and knew that his employer had come down. He let out a light breath and smiled as he went to the elevator entrance to greet Shi Fan. Good morning, Mr. Sure, did you sleep well last night? The oncoming Shi Fan made housekeeper Yang slightly stunned, feeling not quite the same as yesterday, but still quickly came back to greet Shi Fan. Perhaps it was because he had a good rest yesterday, so today Shi Fan's entire body looked full of energy. Good morning, housekeeper Yang. You slept well. What do you want to eat in the morning? Shi Fan returned in a light tone. Western-style breakfast has bacon sandwiches and fried eggs. Coffee. Chinese-style has shrimp dumplings, crab roasting wheat, etc. Do you think you'll eat Chinese or Western style? Chinese style. I'm not used to eating Western style. Shi Fan felt that her Chinese stomach still preferred Chinese food. Western food was okay to eat once or twice in a while. If she had a choice she would still have to choose Chinese food. After carefully savoring a delicious breakfast, Shi Fan was now beginning to adapt to this high quality of life and was no longer moving in surprise. So understanding that the shrimp dumplings and the shrimp are all fresh and live shrimp just flown in this morning, as well as the crabs are also caught in the morning and flown in, Shi Fan has completely accepted well. Raising his hand to look at the time, he found that it was only 9 o'clock. It was too early to go out now. Walking to the living room and sitting on the sofa, picking up the remote control and casually flipping through it, looking for a movie of interest. Housekeeper Yang observed all morning. Mr. Shi's mood seems to be very good. After secretly cheering himself up, he stepped towards the sofa ready to talk about the salary and expenses. It was no wonder that butler Yang acted so carefully. Riverside Cloud Lodge was recognized by the outside world as a rich villa area, and all the people living inside were pivotal bigwigs in various industries. and taking care of the residents for these bigwigs was a very difficult thing to do. If you run into a good employer, it's a well-paid and easy job, but if you're unlucky enough to run into a difficult employer, you'll have to put forth 200% of your spirit to work. Since yesterday, when he learned that the owner of apartment No. 1 was coming back, housekeeper Yang's heart had been beating in his chest, wondering how his employer was going to be. Although after getting along with him yesterday, Butler Yang had slightly let go of his heart, but it was not enough for him to be completely at ease, because the employer is obviously not clear about the daily maintenance costs of the villa and the wages of their team. It was also unclear whether the employer would be back today, so this matter was something that Butler Yang felt that he had to communicate with Mr. Sure immediately. Mr. Sure, excuse me, there is something I need to discuss with you. Butler Yang walked forward. Despite his inner apprehension, he still maintained a decent smile on his face. Oh, you say? Shi Fan put down the remote control and looked at Butler Yang. Mr. Sure, it's like this. About the cost of ingredients and the villa's daily purchases as well as the team's salary treatment would like to discuss with you. Hearing this, Shi Fan suddenly realized, after last night's crash course training, the concept of rich people's life Shi Fan can guess. Yang Butler is now looking for him. It is estimated that the 2 million given yesterday is not much left in the estimation. Although Yang Butler did not say it explicitly, but want to know, there is no money, how to pick and buy and maintain. Sorry, yesterday too late, did not think of this. Give you a vice card of mine, as daily consumption and your team's salary expenditure, do not need to report to me daily, keep a good account on it. The follow-up will have a person to dock with you. The sub-card was still something he asked Little Win for. He was not worried at all that Butler Yang would be greedy, because he was thinking of finding an assistant to help him keep a check on his assets. Then again, he still had Little Win as a hangover. If something was wrong, he would directly let Little Win check it out. Things are going well. This young Butler has a hunch, but for Shi Fan device card to him to keep this matter, indeed let him very surprised. After the reaction was very touched by the trust and gentle attitude of Shi Fan. After accepting the vice card, Yang housekeeper did not leave immediately, but saw that Shi Fan will not leave for the time being. So the action of the spicy pot of tea, to Shi Fan digestion, the two of them had a chat, and through Mr. Yang, he indirectly understood the situation of other families in the villa area. Chapter 9, First time at the Bank of China. As a prosperous new first-tier city in China, the traffic in the center of High City has always been congested, the kind that can drive road rage to death in minutes. But today is just the opposite. Shi Fan today all the way except waiting for the red light. The rest of the journey can be said to be unimpeded. The cars on the road are very polite, have to humbly give way. In such a congested road, the Koenigsegg before and after the hard to empty a parking space, and waiting for the red light, the surrounding people even took out their cell phones to take pictures of him. In a short time, his car photo will soon appear in many people's circle of friends or Douyin vibe. Surprisingly, Shi Fan didn't feel complacent or show off about this kind of publicity, as if it was a very common thing. In the final analysis, this is also attributed to last night's crash course. Should show off in it to show off. Now these for him are small scenes. The car drove to the downstairs of the Huaxia Bank, and saw a group of people in suits standing at the entrance. When I came here, I already contacted the senior management, and the other side said that they wanted to meet, and Shi Fan thought that it was just him, but I didn't expect that there would be so many people, and it looks like all of the senior management have come. These executives have been waiting outside for a while. This morning suddenly came to the notice, the new chairman of the board of directors to come today. Each department urgent action to organize, to meet the new chairman of the board of directors in the most energetic state, to leave a good first impression, and these executives are responsible for the downstairs to meet. See Koenigsegg parked downstairs, standing in the center of the crowd. Mr. Zhang hastened to tidy up his clothes, with a decent smile and stepped towards the car. So when the sail out of the car is also slightly stunned. Just when the call can be heard when the new chairman of the age of not much, but I did not expect such a young, handsome and star-like look. Hello, Mr. Sure, I just talked to you on the phone. The executive president of the Huaxia Bank, Zhang Guodong, first time I see you. Although he was surprised in his heart, Zhang Guodong did not show it on his face. Shaking hands with Shi Fan with a smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I've heard a lot about you. Shi Fan also replied with a smile on his face. Before he came, he let Little Win check the basic information of Huaxia Bank and the information of the senior staff. To be honest, a little shocked. Did not think that the back of the Huaxia Bank is quite complex. Above the relationship is also very close. No wonder it can become recognized as China's first bank. And this general manager is the helmsman of this huge ship, stabilizing the whole situation. It can be seen that this person is not simple. Where? The several people exchanged pleasantries at the entrance and headed towards the hall. Once in the hall, Shi Fan realized that the headquarters of Huaxia Bank was not handling business. Just like any other enterprise, the first floor was the reception room, security room and the reception desk reception directly opposite the entrance. Everywhere you go, there is a sound of greeting. Surprisingly, will also greet themselves, calling themselves as Shi Dong, as if he could see Shi Fan's surprise. Mr. Jiang explained that he had synchronized the news of the new chairman with the whole company early in the morning. Shi Fan nodded understandingly. To the top floor, Shi Fan indicated that Mr. Jiang stayed behind while the others went to work, and at the same time notified everyone that the meeting room would meet at 1 p.m. While he was accompanied by Mr. Jiang, he came to the chairman's office. As the chairman's office, the configuration is definitely the best. No matter from the lighting or layout point of view is very good. Shi Fan took a rough sweep and found that there was another door at the back, presumably a temporary bedroom. The whole building has more than 30 floors in total. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling windows can overlook the whole business circle. Shi Fan stood in front of the window at this time. Suddenly a little understand why the overbearing president in the TV series always liked to stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. This kind of ability to stand at the highest point of the feeling is too inflated. Looking down from here, there is a kind of ambitious impulse to take down the entire business circle. Chapter 10 Company Cafeteria. Mr. Jiang, please have a seat. Shi Fan sat on the sofa, raised his hand and picked up the teacup in front of him, poured a cup of tea and handed it to Zhang Guodong. Thank you Mr. Shi. Mr. Shi deserves to be a member of the Shi family, young and promising. While saying this, Mr. Jiang was also observing Shi Fan to see if he could pry into the internal situation about the Shi family from Shi Fan. From the beginning of his tenure until today, although Mr. Jiang was appointed as the executive president, he had not seen the Shi family once. Every communication was through email. Although he was always curious, Mr. Jiang did not dare to underestimate the Shi family in the slightest. This is still because after being the executive president, Mr. Jiang only understood the real power and influence of the Huaxia Bank, and these are the results of the Time family to fight down. After seeing the Shi family's energy, even if he was given 8 guts, he wouldn't dare to have second thoughts. Mr. Jiang is flattering. I am just a young bird who has just entered the society. Before I came here, the elders in my family have instructed me. After that, I still need Mr. Jiang to take care of me. When the sale is also from the small win there to understand. These enterprise class rewards are all to inherit the class issued. So listen out Jiang's temptation. When the sale also to him appropriate due point of mouth. Euphemistically good to inform him that he came to what is not a big action. And after that how to do still how to do. Ha ha ha. When the director is modest. See you this body style is also certainly some insight. After what things still have to you to guide. Hearing the meaning of the time sales. Mr. Jiang put down his heart. No big action on the line, but still take the opportunity to show his position. He is not dare to underestimate any of the Time family. The two then briefly communicated the company's situation. After communicating the more in-depth, when the sales insights and analysis of the work of the general manager of the Jiang have a kind of admiration and really so feeling, but also very grateful that he did not because of the sales young and belittled him. The more they talked, the more they got along with each other. And Shi Fan also learned from Mr. Jiang what he didn't know in the company. As for Mr. Jiang, there is no need to say. Now look at Shi Fan's eyes are like looking at a forgotten friend. The new chairman just came, also notified a meeting at 1 p.m. Cannot understand the intentions of the chairman of the senior management, are grasping the preparation of all aspects of the material, in order to deal with the new chairman of the surprise inspection. And Mr. Jiang's secretary didn't dare to interrupt the conversation between the two men, afraid that he would be caught in the crossfire. As for the chairman's assistant has not been recruited, so just like that, because of various reasons, no one reminded the two people that it was time to eat lunch, or wait for the two people to feel hungry, only to realize that it was already noon. Because of a meeting at 1 p.m., the two did not go out to eat. Mr. Jiang proposed to go to the company cafeteria to eat, and then invite Shi Fan to go out to eat in the evening. Shi Fan had long heard of the delicious food in the Huaxia Bank cafeteria, so of course he would not refuse, and readily agreed. There was no delay, and the two decided to take the exclusive elevator to the cafeteria. This time period is no longer the peak of the cafeteria, but there are also many people. After all, the environment here is good. After eating a meal to sit here to drink a cup of coffee, chatting is also very cozy. Of course, the center of the staff's conversation today is centered around their new chairman. In the morning when Shi Fan had just shown up, he had instantly triggered a sensation throughout the company. The whole company's employees did not expect that the new chairman will be so handsome and young. There are people secretly took a picture of Shi Fan sent to the company's small group. The company's girls are going crazy, have shouted in the group that they are too happy. Their big boss is a super handsome, and even there are male colleagues in the inside shouting that they want to bend. In short, the group has not been stopped this morning. Shi Yuan, the company's front desk lady, ushered in a heart-racing experience this morning, facing the divine face of the new chairman directly. God knows that in that instant, it was as if she was attracted by an invisible magic, directly transformed into a face dog, immersed in marveling at the chairman's charm. At this moment, Shi Yuan was sitting excitedly on the chair next to the elevator, discussing the new chairman's stunningly handsome face enthusiastically with her little sisters beside her. She even excitedly said that the stolen photos could not even show half of the real person's handsomeness. However, just as they were chatting passionately, a situation that made them unexpected happened. Since Shi Yuan was sitting with her back to the elevator entrance, she didn't notice anyone approaching. Just as she was enthusiastically expressing her praise for the new chairman, she suddenly saw her little sister across the street rubbing and stood up, and gave her a wink. This sudden action made Shi Yuan feel very confused, but when she heard her little sister call out the two titles Mr. Sherdong, Mr. Zhang, she instantly froze, and an ominous premonition welled up in her heart. Her face, which was originally flushed with excitement, instantly turned pale at this moment. She hurriedly stood up and turned around, and sure enough, Sherdong, the new male god that she had been discussing enthusiastically just now, as well as their president, Mr. Zhang, were standing behind her at this moment. Chapter 11 Taking down the top / Mr. Zhang's admiration. The male god. From time to time Dong is good. Mr. Zhang good. Shi Yuan, whose mind was blank, didn't know what happened to her. She shouted out her nickname for Shi Fan, and after realizing that it was wrong she couldn't wait to slap herself. Today herself is really stupid. At this moment she can already imagine the scene of her being fired and leaving the company miserably. Shi Fan walked out of the elevator and was immediately attracted by the entire floor of the cafeteria in front of him. His eyes swept over. Not only were there all kinds of Chinese and Western food, there was even a dining bar set up specifically for ethnic minorities. Listening to Mr. Zhang's introduction, there was even a cafe here. Therefore, at first, Shi Fan did not notice at all that someone was talking about him. However, when he heard someone mention the name Sherdong, he followed the voice and realized that the person who spoke was a little girl not far away. He had some impression of her because he had seen her at the reception desk when he first came to the company in the morning. Shi Fan ignored the flirtatious looks thrown by Mr. Zhang, and originally planned to pretend that he hadn't heard anything and go straight to dinner. But before he could turn around and leave, the people at this table had already spotted him and greeted him, especially the little girl who was still full of vigor just now. But when she saw him at this moment, she looked like an eggplant that had been beaten by frost, listless and with a bitter melon color on her face. Seeing this, Shi Fan could not help but shake his head and laugh lightly. It was a pity that at this moment, Shi Yuan was already completely immersed in her own thoughts. If not, when she witnessed the helpless and incomparably tolerant smile on the face of this newly minted male god, I'm afraid that she couldn't help but scream in place. Hello guys, have you all finished eating? Shi Fan's tone was extraordinarily cordial and refreshing, making people feel like spring breeze. Eaten. Several people hurriedly replied in unison. Shi Fan nodded slightly in response, then said softly, then it's good that you guys continue to rest. The company's employees are really good. They all look full of vigor and energy. As he walked, he said to the general manager Zhang beside him at just the right volume. In reality, he did this intentionally, aiming to make those little girls hear him, especially that little girl who called him a male god. Just now she had the terrified look as if she was afraid that she would be miserably fired for criticizing the senior leaders behind their backs. However, the facts proved that Shi Fan's guess was indeed correct. After Shi Yuan realized that Shi Fan did not mean to blame them, her state instantly recovered and became lively. Looking at Shi Fan's back as he walked away, her eyes glittered with starlight. She secretly sighed in her heart, my male god is really both gentle and considerate. In this way, won't he become more and more charming? How can this be good? It was getting late, so Shi Fan and Mr. Zhang simply ate some before heading straight to the conference room for a meeting. At the meeting, mainly to recognize the various senior management, although in the information have understood, but did not face to face, after recognizing each other, when the sale for the current stage of the Huaxia Bank's situation for a simple review and subsequent stages of the development of the discussion. After an afternoon meeting, these executives also recognize that Shi Fan is a real talent, and not parachuted down the sun, which allows them to hang a day's heart finally fell to the ground. The first time I saw this, I realized that I had to go to the hospital, but I didn't want to go to the hospital. 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 After the meeting, a group of people shifted positions to head to the famous Fuyun Hotel in High City for dinner. This place was chosen by Mr. Zhang, and as the focus of the day, It was naturally difficult for Shi Fan to avoid the drinking session. Therefore, after learning of the location, Shi Fan immediately called Butler Yang and asked him to come and wait at the hotel, as he would definitely not be able to drive tonight. At the drinking table, these executives once again realized another side of Shi Fan's high level of emotional intelligence. Compared with the gentle and dignified image in the company, Shi Fan at this moment was more like a son of a family, both courteous and just the right amount of easygoing, which touched the hearts of the people present and made them feel that their hard work had been recognized and respected. When the meal dispersed, everyone was a little reluctant to part. This scene made the side of Mr. Zhang deeply admired, but at the same time he was also very happy, because the more outstanding performance of Shi Fan, the future development of Huaxia Road will be more and more broad. Chapter 12 Paying Off a Debt/Time Fan Solicitation. The early morning sunlight wasn't too strong, spilling onto the bed through the half-covered curtains. Knock, 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 knock. The ringing of the heckling bell woke up the sleeping Shi Fan. With his eyes still open, he reached out from under the covers and fumbled to find the cell phone that was buzzing from the nightstand, and answered the call by feel. Hey, we've arrived at the Sea City. Where to find you? After the call was connected, a rough voice rang out. It was Toki Honda's debtor, who had asked him to come to High City to find him before. Well, arrived where I find a car to pick you up. Shi Fan woke up and made a sound to arrange it. These two brothers don't look and feel quite mixed. Sounds like unreasonable, but in his last life, a fresh graduate, no money to pay off the debt for a while. These two brothers didn't make it difficult for him, and even introduce him to a part-time job to earn money. Shi Fan thanked them from the bottom of his heart. You kid is not trying to play tricks. Hearing to come to the car to pick up, the phone at once vigilant asked. They are in this line but have seen a lot of black eating black. Don't need you to pick up. This way, I find a hotel, and then the address sent you. You come over. Hear this. When the sale was a little laughable, but also very understandable, their brother and sister mixed gray, usually want to account for the situation more, which is afraid of their own tricks. Okay, you find a place. The time sale indifference back. He is not trying to eat black. Where to meet can. His brother and sister's character he can trust. After hanging up the phone, Shi Fan's consciousness has also completely woken up. Yesterday's hangover has no effect on him at all, and it is not clear whether it is because of the sober soup or the reason why the physique has become better. He washed up quickly and put on a casual outfit in the check room, and when he went downstairs and saw the sunlight outside, he returned and took a pair of sunglasses and hung them on his chest. In the table clamped 2 small dumplings, and drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge pad, grabbed the car keys and set off in a hurry toward the positioning in the phone, in a home cooking restaurant near the station. At this point in time there are not many people in the store. Wang Hu brothers asked for a box, and ordered a few dishes, and when the waiter left, the two talked about Shi Fan. Big brother, how do I feel so unreliable this kid will not cheat us. This more than 2 million said to pay back? Wang Yang thought more and more heart bottomless, really is too good to talk to each other so that his heart straight drums. After a while you are smart, I have no idea, but also cannot not ask for money. Alright, this place is crowded. If the situation is not right, you run out and shouting people. I stopped him. Wang Hu pondered for a moment and instructed. Wang Yang obediently nodded. His own big brother's hands he is still confident. If there is any situation, he stayed behind absolutely will give big brother dragged back. The two waited for another half an hour, although the dishes have been served, but now the situation has not been mapped out. The two do not have the appetite to eat. When the two were waiting impatiently to call Shi Fan again, the door of the box was knocked, and the one who came in was the waiter of the store, only to see the waiter smiling profusely and saying behind him, "This way, it's this compartment." Wang Hu and Wang Yang looked behind the waiter, who was followed by a handsome man wearing sunglasses. At this moment, a thought coincidentally surfaced in the two men's minds, which male son is this? Wang Hu Wang Yang two brothers just stared blankly at Shi Fan, politely thanked the waiter, then closed the door, unceremoniously drew a pair of chopsticks in the chopstick tube, sat on the stool, sunglasses once removed began to eat the dishes on the table. Which one are you? Going to the wrong place, right? The two brothers looked at each other. Wang Hu took the lead and asked, No, wasn't it you who sent me the location? I'm here to return the money. Shi Fan returned without lifting his head, and his hand kept stuffing food into his mouth. Well, I didn't eat enough in the morning, and I'm hungry again after driving all this way. You are Shi Hongda's son? Wang Yang shouted in surprise. This is also too unlike. In front of this how to look like a noble gentleman. How can be when Hongda that old gambler's son it? Although I don't want to admit it, but biologically speaking, it is indeed my father. As soon as he talked about Shi Hongda, Shi Fan instantly lost his appetite, put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Straight to the point. Give me the card number. 2,470,000 gambling debt. I'll give you 2.5 million. That extra 30,000 is for you to reimburse the traveling expenses and the hard work of finding him. Wang Hu will be skeptical to tell him the card number, only to see him lowered his head and clicked a few times on the phone. He himself came to the text message reminder. Really to the account of 2.5 million. Next to Wang Yang is also a face of dream. Not. More than 2 million said to turn on the transfer? Now this rich people so bold? This is the note written by Shi Hongda at the beginning. Here you go. Wang Hu repeatedly counted the balance, to make sure that there is no problem. From the pocket took out the note, handed it to Shi Fan. After looking at the IOU, Shi Fan made sure it was okay, then threw it into the small bowl next to him and picked up the lighter on the table and gave it to be burned to ashes. I know you too, Wang Hu. Wang Yang usually collect debts for a living. This time called you two to come. Pay back the debt is one. The other is that I fancy you Wang Hu's hands. Get me as a bodyguard to drive the car. The salary of 1 month 100,000. How about it? Shi Fan stared at the ashes in the bowl and said in a casual tone. Check me? What exactly do you do? Wang Hu asked probingly. I'm just a decent businessman. Checking on you guys is just incidental. It was only supposed to be checking on Shi Hongda. Shi Fan is really want to thank these two brothers. Wang Hu's hands are really good. His character is okay. Righteousness. He is relieved to have him as a bodyguard. And you don't want your brother to continue to college? A good high school student. A pity. Give me as a bodyguard. A month of 100,000 is enough for your brother to go to school, but also for food and housing. Good performance can also increase the salary. Oh, think about it. I still have something to do. I'll leave first. Call me when you've thought about it. Shi Fan looked at the time. It's time to go to the bank. Dropped the words and left without looking back. He was not worried that Wang Hu did not agree. His brother's education was a knot in his heart. Now there are conditions and opportunities to untie this knot. He will definitely agree. Getting into the car, he went straight to the company. The next few days, Shi Fan is mainly in the bank and home 2.1 line. After a few days of bonding, Shi Fan on the bank's business has been completely up to speed. It is worth mentioning that these days of signing in made Shi Fan's body assets skyrocket a lot more. Chapter 13 New Assistant Times. Name Shi Fan. Age, 23. Height, 186. Weight, 70 kilograms. Intelligence value, 88. Physical value, 90. Face value, 90. Temperament, 84. Accompanying attributes, 0. Assets, balance of 1 billion. Riverside Cloud Lodge 1 Villa. 1 Koenigsegg Agera RS Supercar. 65% of the shares of Huaxia Bank. Maybach Accelero, valued at 52.798 million yuan. Bugatti Veyron 16. 4, valued at 45.5 million yuan. Koenigsegg 11, valued at 100 million yuan. And the Food Duke restaurant. Waking up early in the morning, Shi Fan called up the basic information of the system and took an inventory of his assets. This is a habit that Shi Fan has developed since he was reborn. Every time he sees these assets, it will keep him in a good mood throughout the day. Little win. Open today's sign-in. Received O. Today's sign-in successful. Reward host all-round assistant A. Host can be extracted in the system warehouse. Before extraction can be deployed on their own assistant gender, appearance and other basic information. After extraction cannot be changed. Hearing today's reward, the eyes of Shi Fan, who was washing up, lit up, really dozed off and came to the pillow. From the warehouse to find the omnipotent assistant, the mind automatically floats a shrinking version of the villain. Like a game character, you can drag and drop to rotate, but also self-selected age, appearance and so on. The default now was a beautiful looking woman with a proud body. Ahem, how can I say this? This system is also quite considerate. Shi Fan is indeed very heartwarming, but only for a moment heartwarming. Remembering that person who lived in his heart in his past life, Shi Fan instantly calmed down. Resolutely choose male. Cannot let her misunderstanding. Looks to choose 80 points. Their own side of the people cannot be too ugly. Too handsome also cannot. In case Jiang look on their own assistant how to do. The age of the selection of 29 years old. It. Not big not small, just good. The physical selection of the full score of 100 points. After all, there is the possibility of overtime and overtime. There is no good physical cannot be. After selecting and repeatedly confirming that there is no problem, click on the extraction. The above villain instantly gray. The middle tip is expected to arrive in 1 hour. Little win. Can I communicate directly with the assistant in my head? Shi Fan had a sudden thought. No host. Because the assistant rewarded by the system is the latest model of bionic robot, there is no difference with normal people. You can communicate normally, but if you want to communicate abnormally, you have not connected with the assistant's brain, so you can't communicate with your consciousness, but you can relay instructions to him through me. Little Win explained. Okay, fine. Although he couldn't communicate directly, it was quite convenient to have Little Win relaying it, and he was now pulling in his expectations for this system-produced bionic robot, because he had to wait for his assistant, Shi Fan, who had gone downstairs to finish his meal, didn't set off directly to the company as usual, but instead sat in the living room drinking the tea brewed by young Butler and watched the TV. It was just about an hour before Butler Yang came in from outside and said that there was a man outside who claimed to be his assistant. Shi Fan hurriedly asked Butler Yang to lead him in. Not long after, a man walked in. The appearance is really the same as the one he set up in his mind, only enlarged several times, and it can't be seen that it is a bionic man at all. The system product is really kawa. Shi Dong, my name is Shi Si. The new assistant introduced himself nonchalantly. Shi Fan nodded slightly and did not say too much. Then he talked to Butler Yang about his assistant status. After the two briefly exchanged pleasantries and contact information, Shi Fan took Shi Si to the company, striving to give him all the company's business today, so that he can also relax and unwind. The chairman of the board of directors is not so good. Good thing that now there is CC. On the way to the company, Shi Fan briefly explained to his new assistant about the work after. First of all, work. He now has a restaurant and a bank under his name. After that he needs to replace him to deal with the work of these two companies. In addition, these 2 days back to the villa, Shi Fan also found out the family servants in and out of the villa area golf carts. Now the summer is okay. The winter will be too aggravating. The need to dock in time to the housekeeper, to order a few cars, to the family servants in and out of the grocery shopping with. In addition to this, buy a yacht. After the work is handed over to Timothy, he is idle. The sea city as a coastal city. He can go out to sea when he is not doing anything. The whole sea fishing and so on. He has brushed up to the sea fishing video before, and it feels very good. After listening to what Shi Fan commanded, Timothy nodded with a faint smile. As the latest model of bionic robot, he also has his own personality. Except for his own master Shi Fan, to others, he is serious and rigorous, because when choosing his personality, he had statistics that such an image was more helpful for efficient work. Chapter 14. Buy a cell phone to buy a color system. Worthy of the system produced by the all-round assistant, Shi Fan with Shi Si in the company for a day. Shi Si already on the company's business grasp of a clear, and even in the afternoon without the introduction of Shi Fan, Shi Si can accurately docking project leader. If it wasn't for Little Win's repeated assurances that system-produced assistants are 100% loyal, Shi Fan was afraid that he would be pried out of this chairmanship by Shi Si in less than a week. However, Shi Si's sudden appearance, so that other people in the company have concerns. For this reason, Mr. Zhang also deliberately came to his office to inquire about the identity of the Shi Si, learned that it is only a chairman of the board of assistants, and there is no other inside information. Mr. Zhang was relieved to go away. Shi Fan looked at Mr. Zhang's back with an amused expression, guessing that this person had brainstormed some kind of luxury family drama again. After learning that this new assistant was also surnamed Shi, he also inquired with him if he was a brother or cousin, and after learning that it was just a coincidence, he felt that this Mr. Zhang was relieved and at the same time a little disappointed. I really did not expect that the Hall of China Bank executive president, actually so gossip, really people cannot look like After dinner, Shi Fan also did not immediately go home. Now the company is managed by someone. He tensed a few days of nerves all of a sudden relaxed, directly let Shi Si about a high-level SPA, set out to massage these days sitting a little stiff body. Times about this massage hall is in a high-end shopping mall on the top floor. Under the leadership of the Times, came to the top floor only to find that the entire top floor belongs to this massage hall. Listen to the introduction of the Times only to understand, because this massage hall walks in the high-end route, contains a lot of types of experience. I heard that it is still the red star of the entertainment circle opened. Earning money is secondary. The main purpose is to accumulate contacts. Shi Fan smiled with understanding. Had to say that there are still a lot of smart people. This means of accumulating contacts is really different and novel. However, listening to the meaning of Shi Si, the reaction is quite successful. This popular star really got acquainted with several capitalists because of this. Sprawled on the massage bed when the sale, listening to their new today's assistant at this time outside the phone to communicate business. Suddenly comfortable exhale a breath of cloudy air. This all-round assistant if you can evaluate their own absolutely full-star evaluation. Work life in one hand. After having him out of the house cannot bring the brain. What things directly call the time C to do? Cool. After the massage of a relaxed Shi Fan, stood in the hall waiting for Shi Si the small assistant check out, casually took out his cell phone habitually opened Vibo, clicked on the only attention to the person, to see what new developments have not today. This is his own habit since his rebirth, have time to pay attention to the news about her, although the release is very little, but he just look at his inexplicable peace of mind. pull down to refresh 2 times, to determine that there is no new dynamic. Shi Fan disappointed to close the phone. This cell phone is still used before that. Has not been in a hurry to change. Really, the more you look at the more bad eyes. Just downstairs on the cell phone store. Immediately changed. Called on the just finished checkout. Finished the membership of the Times C. Straight to the downstairs cell phone store. When the sale is selected recently very hot a national brand. Into the door directly let the shopping guide brother took a color system of the latest models of the largest memory business machine. Silver white, starry black, orange, sky blue, red, dark green. A total of 6 colors all take. There are headphones, in-ear and the recent very hot bone conduction. All to a copy of these is not enough. The laptop should be highly configured, but also the latest models of a color to one. When sale this situation directly to all the store, including customers are dumbfounded. Rather a kind of goods into the situation. Or reception of his shopper was the first to react to the joyful note down when sale to the goods. To go to the warehouse to get goods. In the future, who said that girls buy lipstick to buy a color is very exaggerated. He will definitely laugh at his ignorance. Have seen to buy a cell phone also buy a color? Today got no rest. This splash of riches finally his turn. Leave a dark green cell phone. The rest of the goods. Fill in the address. Directly let the store to home. At this time, the shopping desire of Shi Fan inserted the cell phone card into the new cell phone, and in passing, threw the old cell phone to Shi for destruction, and then hoofed the steps towards the other stores. Chapter 15, Shopping Frenzy. Shi Fan. As a shopping mall that took the high-end route, the stores inside had a very complete variety and good quality. And of course the prices were beautiful. Shi Fan strolled through a few more clothing stores after successfully consuming a small goal. Was about to call it a day when he suddenly saw a billboard with a male star in a suit, holding a glass of wine in his hand and smiling as he looked ahead. And the most striking thing was the dark green watch on his wrist. They say poor play car, rich play watch. Come to think of it, he really do not have the top of the watch. Yeah. With a turn of the foot that was going to step towards the elevator turned straight towards the watch store. Richard Mille, a top luxury brand from Switzerland. It was said that his creator once said that his goal was to produce the Formula 1 of the watch world. So his family's wristwatches were also known as the Formula 1 on the wrist. What caught Shi Fan's eye most was the fact that his watches were said to be ergonomically designed to be comfortable without losing their subtlety. Once in the store, the shopkeeper's enthusiasm, professionalism is on the one hand. On the other hand, they have long known that there is a man in the mall today, in order to protect the customer's privacy. So there is no one to take a picture, but according to the description of a handsome young man with an assistant. So when Shi Fan came in the door, the shopkeeper knew that it was the god of fortune came. After politely greeting him, a female sales clerk with a handsome face and a beautiful figure came forward. She is the store manager of this store. This kind of big customers, as long as there is no designated store clerk, are by the store manager to carry on the reception. So this scene although let the other shopkeeper envy, but the rules they also understand. Envy is useless. Who let her is the store manager it. But this female clerk can be a store manager is also a strength. From the level of reception and reception of the words can feel, she is different from the other family clerk. The woman is also not nonsense. Directly let the shopkeeper's sister to take out the store's best table. The shopkeeper's sister smiled and brought 2 people to the parlor. Serve tea and then take people to get. Did not let Shi Fan wait too long. It was retrieved. The first to bring over the Richard Mille RM031. The shopkeeper miss put on gloves for Shi Fan to wear on the wrist. 50 mm diameter rubber belt and tourbillon movement collocation. More suitable for men's daily life with the price of more than 7 million yuan. Shi Fan nodded. Did not say anything, signaling the shopkeeper Miss Sister to remove a watch. The shopkeeper was not disappointed to see this, and moved cleanly to remove the watch, put it on the red cloth, and then turned around to bring over another watch, and put it on for Shi Fan. Richard Mille RM008, the classic rectangular dial. Transparent body can be seen behind each clock. Tourbillon technology. The circumference of the body is made of white gold. Wear and add to the hard wind. Priced at more than 600,000 yuan. Shi Fan raised his hand to look at. The same nod did not say. The store manager suddenly a little indecisive. This is their store's 2 most expensive watches. If not satisfied, maybe today this quality customer she cannot keep. Just when she thought that Shi Fan was not satisfied with these 2 models, and was ready to show the other items, Shi Fan took off the RM008 on his wrist, said that he wanted both models, and signaled Shi to swipe his card. The shopkeeper was still a bit unresponsive for a moment, and when she saw Shi leaving his address and pulling out his card and preparing to swipe it, she snapped back to her senses and hurriedly got up to settle the merchandise. After respectfully sending off Shi Fan, the store manager lady in a good mood turned back and announced with a wave of her hand that tonight the whole store will have a dinner party. Her treat. At once the whole store staff cheered. When the sale on these 2 watches feel okay, not very like, By the reason is that they say that this brand of table is the billionaire's admission ticket. Then he this future billionaire, this must be the whole tour. The next time the sale went to the Rolex, Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Each store bought 2 watches, but also bought a few watches for Shi, but also customized a few sets of suits. Successfully cut his balance from 10 small goals to just 3 small goals. The sale is still a little bit too much to be persuaded to return to the car. The 2 people hit the road back to the home. And this night completely not lose the purchasing power of the girl Shi Fan, but also by this mall shopkeepers branded the title of shopping maniacs. Shi Fan probably did not expect his own spur of the moment shopping desire to bring him such a title. I don't know how Shi Fan will feel when he hears the title of shopaholic. Back home, all the things bought at the mall had already been delivered. Housekeeper Yang was bringing the 2 live-in maids to return these items, and Shi had gone to the study to deal with the company's business. It was said that Tokes was able to stay awake, only needing to hibernate for 2 hours a day, and the food he usually ate would be converted into energy. It had to be said that this aspect of Timothy was very robotic. The whole villa instantly left him alone, raised his hand to look at the time, 9 o'clock in the evening, too early to sleep, turned his head and saw the outdoor heated pool, went upstairs to change into swim trunks, jumped into the pool and swam for half an hour. Swimming finished also did not go upstairs, directly let Yang butler to send a fruit plate. Lying on the chaise lounge, casually pick up the phone to see the latest developments of the sweetheart. Surprisingly, really let him squat to. 2 minutes ago, Jiang uploaded the latest news. However, after reading the content Shi Fan couldn't help but frown. Was this aggrieved? The road of traveling alone is hard with a picture of a setting sun. Just now also scattered and rambling Shi Fan fruit also do not eat. Instantly sit up and open the private message. Sent her a private message. The road of solo traveling is very hard, but there is always a light for you to shine. After waiting for a while with no reply, Shi Fan put down his cell phone and stared at the water out of his mind. It seems that his plans will have to be accelerated. Chapter 16 Star Han Entertainment Company. The next day, today Shi Fan did not go to the company. After eating breakfast, he went to the study, and briefly learned about the company that just signed up for rewards this morning, an entertainment company. Speaking of which, Shi Fan is really quite surprised. Originally last night was still trying to find a chance to contact the entertainment industry, to find a way to create opportunities to contact their sweethearts. Did not expect to just doze off the system to hand over the pillow. Sitting on the chair, Shi Fan opened the information of this company that Shi had organized. He really didn't know much about entertainment companies and didn't understand how to determine the status of an entertainment company. Fortunately, the information that Tim's had organized was very comprehensive, and it turned out that the determination of an entertainment company's status could not be ranked in terms of its influence and the market value of its revenues. Just like the Huaxia Bank, Star Han Entertainment, the name of the entertainment company that rewarded him today, mainly includes film and television production, music production, acting and artist agency, etc. It is a comprehensive entertainment company. If according to the aspect of the integration of media and entertainment in China, Star Han Entertainment's position in the circle can hold up to the entertainment giant, and it is also one of the best in all aspects of television programs. The most satisfactory thing for Shi Fan is his humanization. The artists under Star Han Company have been famous for a long time. There are also popular stars whose careers are on the rise. There are also newcomers who have just signed without popularity, and there are also some well-known artists with strength. But no matter whether it is famous or not famous artists, the company will never engage in subterfuge, will not let the artists use some means to compete for resources. Our fair competition, the company's atmosphere is also very good, and there is no hook and corner. The company's atmosphere is also very good, and there is no collusion. The fact that these artists do not have the person they are longing for makes Shi Fan a little disappointed, but he immediately pulled himself together again. As the saying goes, you have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to do things one by one. It doesn't matter. One day he is going to pull Jiang into this company, and only a company with this kind of atmosphere will not let her suffer. After turning over the information, Shi Fan decided to go to Star Han Company in the afternoon, because also after turning over the information, Shi Fan realized that he is not the first major shareholder. This morning rewarded himself with 30% of the shares of Star Han Entertainment Company, and the first shareholder of Star Han Entertainment Company's shares is 35%. He is the second shareholder. The first shareholder's information he also read, is a young and promising rich second generation, is really capable of the kind. Situ more. His family is a famous tourism tycoon. As a rich second generation did not inherit the not afraid of the second generation of the family, afraid of the second generation of entrepreneurship curse. Young graduated from the Department of Financial Management of a famous foreign university. After returning to the United States, due to disagreements with the family and the cause, ran out of the home alone. Their own business, with less than 5 years, the Star Han Entertainment Company into the entertainment industry new nobility, to the family to prove their own strength, and their own 30% of the shares or because steward more in the initial startup, to the Huaxia Bank loan to enable funds, the shares mortgaged, and now that the Huaxia Bank itself is the first shareholder, the system allocated this share to himself. The source is also very reasonable. This system really is the source of these assets to get very rationalization to avoid the risk of their own by the police uncle invited to drink tea. In this regard, Shi Fan respectfully gave the system a thumbs up. In the afternoon, today Shi Fan's new favorite is the Koenigsegg 11. There is no doubt that driving it on the road Shi Fan has once again become a scenic spot in the city of Hai. Although the city's roads do not have the opportunity to show its advantages in terms of speed, and even a little bit of aggravation of its 341 oversized horsepower, but the all-black cool appearance, the extraordinary appearance of the road ruthlessly captured the eyes of the rest of the people on the road. Even know how to car people recognize as Koenigsegg 11, cannot help but open mouth a nationalist? This is a walking small goal and this car global production of 6, can open up this car people? Is not just have money can achieve, the more I think the more people envy. Have this car? Then this car owner is definitely a winner in life. What's more, there are people chasing the car. On the one hand, they want to shoot the car. On the other hand, they want to see the real face of the car owner, to satisfy their curiosity. Sensing that there were people following the car, Shi Fan raised his eyebrows, and his bad taste went online. Since he couldn't experience the speed of this car, then let them feel his superior skills. Next, follow the car a few people found. This Koenigsegg no longer regular driving, but like a black fox general, in between the various cars interspersed driving, in a short while disappeared in front of the traffic. A few people do not die forward jam, trying to keep up with the results of the almost cuts, had no choice but to give up. Subsequently also took pictures and their own experience with the lost car uploaded vibe. The title is The City of the Sea appeared ghost sports car Koenigsegg 11, so that when the sales in the online fire a hand, and know nothing about this when the sale has arrived at the destination, because this time to not greet, so no one to pick up, parked the car, he walked into the hall slowly and leisurely. Star Han Entertainment is also located in a separate building, although it is not as large as the headquarters of the Huaxia Bank, but it is also a building of more than 20 floors. As soon as you enter the hall, it can be seen that there is a clear difference between the two companies. Different from Huaxia Bank's formal, Star Han Entertainment gives people a feeling of fashion. The overall decoration of the hall and the front desk lady's dress, let a person feel the impact of fashion and trend. Not worthy of being an entertainment company, even the reception of the two ladies are so good looking. The value of the showbiz is not at all lost to the female stars. Seeing Shi Fan come in, the front desk ladies also got up and greeted with a smile. One of them then asked, "Sir, may I help you?" Shi Fan nodded his head and said back, "Is your general manager in today?" The young lady who asked was stunned, then smiled and returned, "Do you see what you have to do? I'll ask the assistant for you and make an appointment." Shi Fan secretly nodded his head. This young lady played Tai Chi well, answering and seemingly not answering. This is the art of speaking. My last name is Shi. You can call and ask if there is time. The front desk young lady answered and called the assistant general manager, while the other young lady didn't let Shi Fan wait foolishly, but led Shi Fan to the waiting room to wait. On the other hand, the assistant general manager who received the call from the front desk was also stunned. There is not a client surname Shi's appointment today, but for insurance purposes, he still got up and knocked on the door of the general manager's office, and when he heard the answer inside, he pushed the door in and said to Sito Moore that there is a Mr. Shi's visit. Sito Moore is reviewing the document is also a stunned. Thought a circle also do not recognize the surname of the person after the time. Intends to let the person sent away. Not yet said suddenly remembered this morning received the mail. The second shareholder of the company changes in the mail. He remembers that it is written in the transfer of shares as the surname of the time, called the time sales. Thinking about it should be him. Hurriedly let the assistant downstairs to bring people up. The assistant answered and turned around to go downstairs, and before going to the waiting room, he also confirmed with the receptionist that he hadn't slowed down the people, and then knocked on the door and went in with peace of mind. When the door opened, Shi Fan was sipping tea while swiping his cell phone, and when he saw the person coming, he stood up, ready to follow the assistant up the stairs to meet this outstanding entrepreneur. Chapter 17 Visiting the company. Only after leaving the waiting room did he realize that the originally empty hall had now become very lively and crowded, as if it had turned into a busy bazaar. Shi Fan couldn't help but be a little puzzled, but soon saw Wang Yang, Sito Moore's assistant. Looking back, Wang Yang seemed to have read Shi Fan's mind and explained with a smile, "Today the company has a casting audition for a theater group. Originally, the scheduled place wasn't here, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, the venue over there couldn't be used. so it was temporarily decided to change the venue to the performance hall on the 8th floor of our company, which is why there are so many people at this moment. Shi Fan realized after hearing this and nodded his head to show that he understood. Afterwards, he followed Wang Yang and took the exclusive elevator to the top floor. On the top floor of this high-rise building, the view was extremely wide, as if one could overlook the bustling scene of the entire city. When the elevator doors slowly opened, directly opposite was an open pantry and recreational area. The place is warmly and comfortably furnished, making people feel relaxed and at ease. Walking inside, one could see the offices of various top management personnel arranged neatly. Shi Fan walked towards the inside under the guidance of Assistant Wang. Walking to the door of the innermost office, Assistant Wang stopped and turned around and said softly to Shi Fan, "Please wait for a moment." Then, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. After waiting for a few moments and hearing a response from inside, Assistant Wang carefully pushed open the door and sidestepped to signal Shi Fan to go in. Shi Fan, who had taken in a series of Wang assistant's behavior, had the corners of his mouth rise slightly, revealing an amused smile. Since entering this company, he had remained silent, mainly because he wanted to understand the actual operation and acting style of this company through observation. After some observation, he found that everything here was basically in line with the information he had previously grasped, which made the stone hanging in his heart finally fall to the ground. And when he came to the company today, he didn't greet in advance. In fact, he intentionally wanted to give everyone a surprise attack to see if the real situation was as seen on the surface. Whether it was the mannerisms displayed by Assistant Wang, or the receptionist's attitude that was just right, all of them indirectly showed the importance that Situmor, the leader, placed on the rules. This kind of quality is really rare in the entertainment industry. Before the formal meeting, Shi Fan already had a good impression of Situmor, and when he really saw him, he was even more surprised to find that Situmor was a perfect match for the image he had imagined: a handsome face without a smile, exuding a cold temperament, simply a realistic version of the hegemonic president, overbearing president. Situmor saw Shi Fan was also obviously stunned, did not think that he was so young. The heart could not help but be a little surprised, but then immediately reacted, hurriedly got up, a faint smile on his face, and took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Shi Fan. Said, "Hello, Mr. Shi Fan, I am Situmor. I am very happy to be able to meet you. First time meeting, I didn't expect you to come so quickly." Seeing this, Shi Fan also hurriedly smiled and responded, "Haha, Mr. Situ, hello. I just happened to be doing some errands in this neighborhood today. Things ended earlier, thinking that it's not far from your company anyway, so I just came over to take a look, and I didn't greet you beforehand, so I'm really sorry." When Situmor heard this, he gently waved his hand and smiled. Where, Mr. Sure is polite. Apologizing is not necessary, mainly because our side did not know that you want to come, so we didn't arrange for someone to pick you up, causing you to wait here for so long. Please forgive me. After saying that, Situmor enthusiastically led Shi Fan towards the sofa and gestured for him to sit down and rest for a while. Shi Fan repeatedly said that it was fine, and reached out to receive the tea made by Assistant Wang. Then the two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while. After learning that Shi Fan had a strong interest in the entertainment industry, Situmor enthusiastically said that he wanted to take him on a tour. As a matter of fact, not only was Situmor very much in love with Shi Fan, but the impression that Shi Fan gave Situmor was also very good. Despite his young age, he did not have any fickleness at all, but instead, he gave people a feeling of warmth and moistness like jade. His speech and behavior were even more decent and courteous, which made Situmor couldn't help but sigh. I really don't know how much he longed to have such a well-behaved person since he was young. I really don't know how much I've longed for such a well-behaved and obedient younger brother since I was a child. It's a pity that he's the only one in his family. Under Situmor's warm greeting, Shi Fan followed him step by step to visit the whole company. I have to admit, this company's decoration is really very tasteful. Above the 10th floor was a spacious and bright office area with a simple and generous layout, while below the 10th floor were various rehearsal rooms and small studios with complete and professional facilities. Whenever he arrived at a department, Situmor would personally introduce Shi Fan to the staff inside. At first, when everyone saw Shi Fan's outstanding appearance and temperament, their first thought was, this must be another newcomer that the boss is planning to promote. However, when they learned that this handsome young man was actually the company's top executive, the second largest shareholder and the veritable second boss, everyone couldn't help but stare in awe, secretly sighing in their hearts. You can't tell the difference between a person and his appearance. You can't tell the face from the face, especially the two front desk ladies. After knowing Shi Fan's true identity, they were secretly glad that they had not been rude to him before. After all, if they offended an important person in the company because of their negligence, the consequences would be unimaginable. Originally, Shi Fan did not want to go to the 8th floor. After all, With the large number of people coming to the audition today, the scene would surely be quite chaotic. However, Assistant Wang relayed the news that the director had just called, stating that there were some things that needed to be discussed with Sitamore, and asked when he would be free. When Shi Fan heard about this, he secretly thought in his heart, a sudden situation during the audition and the director asking for a discussion. I'm afraid this matter is not trivial. Thus, he did not hesitate to express his desire to go to the audition site to take a look. When Sitamore heard Shi Fan's words, he couldn't help but feel a warm current welling up inside. He felt that Shi Fan was as kind and considerate as his long-lost brother. After arriving at the 8th floor, as soon as Shi Fan exited the elevator, he was attracted by the scene in front of him, only to see the corridor is full of a group of youthful and beautiful body and face of men and women. They are either laughing and joking, or bowed their heads in deep thought, or to organize the makeup, each person exudes a unique charm. Shi Fan carefully observed these people and found that many of them had déjà vu faces, which should be stars or artists that he had seen on TV before. Obviously these people did not recognize Shi Fan, but when they saw Sitamore and Assistant Wang, their faces immediately revealed warm smiles and they all sidestepped out of the way to greet the two. However, in stark contrast to the relaxed and smiling look he had when he was with Shi Fan in the elevator, Sitamore's expression instantly turned cold when he got off the elevator. He faced the greetings of the crowd with an expressionless face, only nodding his head slightly in greeting, and without even stopping for more, he walked straight towards the audition room. Seeing this, Shi Fan also hurriedly followed behind him and entered the room together. What was very different from the way they treated Sitamore and the others was that these people looked at Shi Fan with a gaze full of probing and contempt, and it could be clearly seen that they regarded Shi Fan as a related person to look at. Chapter 18 Sudden Meeting. Shi Fan, who had already entered the room, did not see that at the same time he entered the room, the elevator door slowly opened once again, and out walked the very person he had longed for, Jiang Xingtong. Jiang Xingtong came here with great trepidation. Before that, she had long heard the news of this drama, a harem drama prepared by director Gongping at great expense, because she had the honor of participating in another of director Gongping's works and had learned many valuable lessons. She wanted to do her best to get a role in this drama. However, her agent didn't think highly of her, and the company had no intention of promoting her, so she hadn't gotten any prior notice of today's audition. It wasn't until this morning in the pantry, when she overheard people in the company talking about the temporary change of the audition venue for this movie, that she realized today was the day of the audition, so she hurried over, afraid of missing this opportunity. After getting off the elevator, Jiang Xingtong couldn't wait to take a closer look at her surroundings and hurriedly found a staff member to ask about it. And after learning that the application list had already been handed in, the disappointment in Jiang Xingtong's heart surged like a tidal wave, and completely unaware of the fact that he and his sweetheart are only one wall away, Shi Fan and the director and other people know each other, then sat on a side chair to listen to them discuss things. It turned out that what director Gong wanted to discuss with Sitamore wasn't a big deal. It was that there was a star from another company, and this actress had found director Gong through her connections, hoping to get a role in the drama, and preferably the kind that had more scenes. Director Gong was no stranger to this actress. He knew that the internet was abuzz with rumors about her recently. As an old man in the circle, he could tell at a glance that something would happen to this actress sooner or later. If he let her act in this movie, if something went wrong, then his own movie would be in vain. However, director Gong owed his friend another favor, so it was not good to refuse directly. So he thought of asking Sitamore to sit in on the scene, claiming outside that the casting was handled by the company's president, so he could also give his friend an explanation. After listening to Gong Ping's words, Sitamore couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. He blankly glanced at director Gong, thinking that it was because the two were on good terms. Otherwise, who would dare to let him take the blame for this? He would have to show people why the flower was so red. Shi Fan also understood that these two people have a good relationship in private. Otherwise, how would a director dare to let his boss take the blame for him? Originally, Sitamore and Shi Fan had arranged to go out for a drink after visiting the company, but director Gong's sudden invitation disrupted their plans. Facing Sitamore's apologetic look, Shi Fan was not the least bit upset. He just shrugged his shoulders and said it was fine. He could just wait. At this time, director Gong also realized that he seemed to have disrupted the plans of the two of them. His heart could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He looked towards this young and handsome teenager, and only then did he suddenly remember that this person's identity was not ordinary. Just now, Sitamore seemed to have introduced that he was the second shareholder of the company, and also his own boss to come. Thinking of this, director Gong was even more embarrassed. I'm really sorry, Mr. Sure, this way, when the audition is over, me and Sito old brother we three go out for a good drink. My treat. Director Gong hurriedly apologized to Shi Fan, hoping to make up for his image in this small boss's mind. Shi Fan readily accepted Guy Gong's offer. He originally had the intention to befriend this great director and responded with a smile. It's fine. I've heard of Director Gong's great name for a long time, so I've come to spectate today and experience our Director Gong style up close. Seeing this, Situmor also smiled and said, Alright, you two are not outsiders. Don't praise each other here. Hurry up. We still have to transfer after the audition. His words were light-hearted and humorous, easing the slightly awkward atmosphere of the scene. Soon, under the methodical organization of the staff, the audition started right away. As the staff called out the numbers one by one, the auditioners entered the audition room one after another, and performed without physical interpretation according to the clips given by the director. It must be said that as audition directors, they must be very strong inside. They needed to calmly observe the performance of each auditioner and select the most suitable candidate from them. Shi Fan watched from the side, sighing from time to time as some of the stars' embarrassing performances made him feel like his toes were scratching the ground for them. However, Director Gong and Situmor and the others did not change their faces. Their mental strength was admirable. Of course, there were also auditioners who acted very well. Their performances were so infectious that even Shi Fan, a layman, was impressed by their acting skills. Director Gong's brows visibly stretched, obviously very satisfied with the performance of these auditioners. However, since the results of the audition needed to take into account a number of factors, the results would not be given on the spot. Due to the temporary change of venue, the audition was delayed quite a bit. The audition that was originally planned to be completed in one day had to be changed to a half-day audition, and the remaining auditioners who had not finished the audition could only wait until tomorrow morning to continue. Despite some regrets, everyone understood and accepted this arrangement. When the last star to audition today walked out of the audition room, Situmor leaned back wearily and complained to Director Gong. You have to treat me and Fan D and Ida some good food today. Director Gong hurriedly replied, casually handing the materials in his hand to the assistant director next to him and notifying the staff to disperse. Then he greeted Shi Fan and Situmor and walked outside. At this moment, all the interviewers outside had already left, and the entire venue looked empty. Director Gong pushed open the door while turning back to Shi Fan and asked, Where are you planning to eat? Shi Fan, who was walking behind Director Gong, had just taken a step and was about to answer Director Gong's question when he suddenly saw the person standing behind Director Gong. That person who made himself think day and night, just appeared in front of him without any warning. Shi Fan was a bit unable to react for a moment, and his entire body froze in place. His heartbeat instantly accelerated, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. He couldn't believe his eyes, and even more so, he couldn't believe that this person would appear here. He stood there, staring blankly at that person, as if the entire world had stood still. Chapter 19, Shi Fan who turned into a movie fan. And Director Gong and Steward Moore also noticed an eye-catching little girl outside. From her appearance and temperament, it was obvious that she was not an ordinary employee. She should be the star who came to audition today. That's right, that little girl standing outside the door was none other than Jiang Xingtong. Originally, after learning the news that the audition registration was closed, she should have left, but she was unwilling that she would lose such a rare opportunity like this, unwilling that her dreams would be dashed for other reasons. After much hesitation, she still decided to stay and do her best to fight for it. At this moment, Jiang Xingtong was so nervous that she could barely breathe, and when she saw Director Gong come out, she summoned up the courage to walk forward and said with a trembling voice, Hello, Director Gong, I'm really sorry to bother you. My name is Jiang Xingtong. I'm an artist of cheer entertainment. Because of some special reasons, I didn't hand in the application form in time. Can you give me a chance to audition? I very much want to act in this movie directed by you. Please. After saying that, she bowed deeply, with full sincerity. Director Gong was a person who was extremely serious and responsible about his work. In his opinion, missing the time to enroll would have to bear the consequences. Therefore, he opened his mouth with the intention of directly rebuffing Jiang Xingtong's request. At this time, Shi Fan had also come back to his senses. He noticed Director Gong's expression and immediately understood his intentions. How could this be done? The little girl had already requested so sincerely. How could she bear to let her down? So, he patted Director Gong's shoulder and said to Jiang Xingtong, Why do I see you looking so familiar? Lift up your head and let me take a look. Although this sentence sounded like a classic opening line for a pickup line, Shi Fan's purpose was to ease the tense atmosphere. After Director Gong was stopped by Shi Fan, he thought he was going to say something, but when he came up with such a sentence, he couldn't help but frown. But after all, it was his own boss who was talking, so he didn't say anything. Hearing Shi Fan's voice, Jiang Xingtong hurriedly straightened up. When she raised her head and saw Shi Fan, she was also stunned by this handsome boy. Then she reacted to the fact that those who could walk with Director Gong must have an unusual status, which made her even more nervous and she couldn't help but pinch the corner of her shirt. Ah, it's you, I told you it looked familiar. Aren't you the rosebud from the movie Spy in the Dish? I've always liked you. I'm a fan of your movie. Shi Fan deliberately pretended to be surprised and said, he knew that this movie was also directed by director Gong, so he deliberately mentioned it to bring her relationship with director Gong closer, and to get an audition opportunity for her. Sure enough, hearing Shi Fan's words, director Gong also took a closer look at Jiang Xingtong, and suddenly realized that, as it turned out, she was exactly the actress he had worked with before, the one who always put her heart and soul into her roles, and who had a deep understanding of her characters. Director Gong had always had a good impression of her, and had once exclaimed on other occasions that there weren't many serious and dedicated actresses like her in the showbiz industry nowadays. Now that he remembered that there was indeed such a person, director Gong's impression of Jiang Xingtong was much better. Although her heart was uneasy, Jiang Xingtong still tried to maintain her composure. Hearing Shi Fan talk about the name of the character she had played, Jiang Xingtong could not help but be a bit surprised and a bit happy, not expecting that someone would even notice the character she had played, and also this man who seemed to have an uncomplicated identity. Under Shi Fan's guidance, Jiang Xingtong was not so nervous. She once again expressed her determination to participate in the audition to director Gong. Director Gong looked at her eyes full of desire. His heart could not help but be a little moved. He believed that this little girl really wants to participate in the play, and the external conditions are really good. Plus Shi Fan on the sidelines to plead for her. Director Gong will go along with it. Agreed to Jiang Xingtong's request to come to the audition tomorrow. Seeing this, Shi Fan immediately took out a script from the house and handed it to Jiang Xingtong, telling her to go back and prepare properly. Receiving the script, Jiang Xingtong was ecstatic. Her face blossomed with a bright smile. She hurriedly thanked director Gong and Shi Fan and the others, not even ignoring Situmor who had been silent on the side, and then left with light steps. Shi Fan couldn't help but reveal a doting smile as he watched her back as she left, not expecting her to be so lively and well-behaved when she first started out. When Situmor and director Gong saw his expression, they glanced at each other and coincidentally revealed a look that was just like that. In the end, they really couldn't stand his appearance like a wife-watching stone, and directly dragged him down to the garage in the elevator, got into the car and went straight to the restaurant. The time sale was dragged away, a face of confusion. What is the situation? How come he was dragged away at the drop of a hat? Situmor/Gong guide, do not talk to you this love brain, hurry to dry rice, starving to be. Chapter 20 Love at First Sight or Love at First Sight. Shu Lu Xiang. Listening to the name, it was as if one could smell a strong Sichuan cuisine aroma coming to the face, which was mouth-watering. It was a Sichuan cuisine restaurant that was loved by diners. Every dish was filled with a strong Sichuan flavor and was favored by those who loved Sichuan cuisine. When the three of them, Situmor, Guide Gong and Shi Fan, walked into the store, a waitress wearing an elegant cheongsam immediately greeted them. She smiled and bowed slightly, greeting the three of them with a sweet voice. When her gaze landed on Situmor and Guide Gong, her smile became even brighter and she asked enthusiastically, Mr. Situ, Mr. Gong, welcome to Shu Lu Xiang. Are you still going to the cloud character room today? As soon as Shi Fan heard this, his heart instantly came to a realization. So these two people in front of him were actually regular customers here. No wonder on the way here, when he said it was alright, Guide Gong answered, but came here directly without discussing with Situmor. Director Gong smiled and nodded to the waitress as a response. After the waitress received the response, she hurriedly led the way in front, directing the three to the cloud character room box located on the second floor. After entering the box, the three of them took their seats. Situmor smiled and handed the menu to Shi Fan, saying, Fan D, today we, Gong Gue, will pay the bill. Don't be polite, pick the expensive orders. Shi Fan took the menu and started flipping through it nonchalantly. He smiled and said to Mr. Gong, then I can let go of my order. Let's get this straight. I have a big appetite. Mr. Gong, don't feel sorry for me. Hearing the two men's flirting, Director Gong also went along with the situation and said, don't worry about the two bosses. The big deal is that I'll go to the company cafeteria to dabble in food starting tomorrow. Saying that, he also matched with an expression of going out of his way, causing the two to laugh. In the relaxed and happy atmosphere, the three quickly became acquainted. After ordering the food, Situmor asked with a gossipy face, Fan D, what's the situation? Are you really a fan of that little girl just now? Shi Fan really was Situmor's contrast to the whole helpless loss he had previously thought that this person is a domineering president. Together with all the persona which domineering president so gossip? Gong director before that comedy movie I watched when she was impressed. Just saw myself. I fell in love at first sight. Shi Fan laughed with a worthless face, very chilling to Situmor. You can pull down. I know love at first sight is mostly to see color. Really can't stand to see Shi Fan's look of love brain. Situmor can't help but open his mouth to dislike. Shi Fan blankly glanced at Situmor and defended. You don't understand. I just like this energy in her. Director Gong has worked with her before. Ask Director Gong if Jiang Xingtong is a good person? Saying this, he also threw a look at Director Gong. Director Gong was holding a cup of tea and happily watching the bustle of it. Heard Shi Fan asked him, smiled and nodded. This girl is indeed good. Before I also told others that. Now the circle like so spiritual and hard-working young actress is not much At that time there is also the heart to cultivate cultivation, to see if it can become the next film and television industry bright new star. Later, when I found out that her company was not doing well, I stopped thinking about it. If it wasn't for Mr. Shi's reminder, I wouldn't have recognized her when I saw her today. Hearing Director Gong praise Jiang Xingtong, a proud look appeared on Shi Fan's face as he nodded his head proudly in response, as if he was the one being praised. However, when he heard that Jiang Xingtong's company was not doing well, Shi Fan's brows slightly furrowed. He originally wanted to ask Director Gong about the situation in detail, but just then, the door of the box was suddenly knocked. It turned out to be the waiter who came in with the dishes. Looking at Director Gong, who had already picked up his chopsticks and was ready to enjoy the food, Shi Fan realized that this was not a good time to ask, so he decided to put down the doubts in his mind for the time being and fill up his stomach first. After all, he had stayed in the audition room for a whole afternoon, and although he did not feel hungry just now, his appetite was aroused by the aroma of the food that came to his nose at this moment, and he did feel a bit hungry. Seeing that the food was almost ready, Shi Fan then put down his chopsticks and turned his head to Director Gong and asked, just now, I heard you mention that Jiang Xingtong's company is not very presentable. Specifically, which aspect do you mean? When Director Gong heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He did not expect that Shi Fan would be so interested in this actress that he took the initiative to ask about the relevant matters again. However, since the other party asked, he couldn't afford not to answer. So he answered after weighing his words. The company she works for is called Happiness Entertainment, and on the surface it looks quite glamorous, claiming that it has favorable treatment and strong assets. But in reality, this company's internal management is chaotic and extremely lacking in resources. Their real means of making money is to earn the newcomers liquidated damages. For newly signed artists, the company would hardly provide them with any substantial resource support, and would even arrange for them to come into contact with some unscrupulous capitalists. If anyone can't stand this situation and wants to terminate their contract, then they need to pay a huge amount of liquidated damages. Speaking of this, Director Gong could not help but reveal a look of disgust and slightly skimmed his lips. Shi Fan did not expect the little girl to stay in a company so chaotic. The last life only know that after she became famous agency is not this. Do not know the last life she in order to escape this company and how much suffering. Remembered yesterday she sent that microblogging. Now her situation must be very difficult, right? Think of this, Shi Fan heart is difficult. When Situmor saw Shi Fan's sad face, he couldn't help but feel very surprised, and asked in shock, Fan D, are you really here? Hearing this, Shi Fan rolled his eyes in dismay, then asked back in a bad mood, Brother Moore, do you think I'm joking with you? Or do you think I am that kind of playboy? Facing Shi Fan's slightly annoyed question, Situmor didn't get angry, but continued to say with a big smile, no, of course not. Ha ha, if you really have your eyes on someone else's girl, then hurry up and start taking action. A man is a man. You can't do things in a wriggly way. As for the company she works for, just terminate the contract directly. Anyway, with your wealth, it's just a piece of cake to pay the liquidated damages. The liquidated damages are not a problem. Shi Fan's tone appeared to be a little hesitant, but I'm worried that this will give her a psychological burden. After a moment of silence, he then put forward his own idea. How about this, Brother Moore? I'll also go to that audition tomorrow. After she finishes the audition, I'll officially send her an invitation in the company's name. What do you think? Okay, look at the company. Besides me, you're the biggest one, right? You still need to report to me for such a small matter. I'll wait for your good news, Situmor said casually, not even raising his eyelids. However, Director Gong, who was standing by the side, was secretly playing a small game. In his heart, he was silently calculating the arrangements for the roles that had yet to be finalized. For this little girl to be so highly regarded by Shi Fan, he should also reserve a role for her in the drama. After all, it was someone that his boss had taken a liking to, and he thought that the road to stardom would be bright afterward. After having a full meal, the three people did not move on to other places, but instead said goodbye to each other and went back to their respective homes. Chapter 21 in Encounter. The next morning, the sky was still covered with a thin layer of fog, transmitting a weak light. Shi Fan had woken up a long time ago, tossing and turning without sleep. The thought of being able to see Jiang Xingtong again today brought a happy smile to his face and his entire being became excited. He couldn't wait to see her, and was motivated by the thought of her. Seeing that it was still early, he went to the spacious and bright gym and threw himself into the workout. Sweat slid down his forehead and soaked his sweatshirt, but he didn't care and remained energized for a full half hour or so. After leaving the gym, Shi Fan didn't take a break and took out a mask and gently put it on his face. Walking into the bathroom, he enjoyed the comfort of the hot water shower, letting the warm water wash over every inch of his body. After the shower, Shi Fan came to the checkroom to select clothes. He tried on one after another, scrutinizing the details of each outfit in the mirror, but always felt that each outfit was not perfect. After repeated comparisons and deliberation, he finally chose the one he initially put on. After everything was ready, Shi Fan leisurely enjoyed a delicious breakfast. After eating at just the right time, he immediately left for Star Han. Arriving at his destination, the staff was busy setting up the venue in the audition room. Seeing the people in the room coming and going, busy and organized, Shi Fan suddenly felt that he was a bit out of place with the atmosphere here. After thinking for a moment, he decided that it would be better to go to the step room and wait for a little while to avoid disturbing the work of the others. Pushing open the door of the stairwell, Shi Fan keenly caught a deliberately lowered voice echoing in the stairwell. Hearing that familiar voice, Shi Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Originally, he thought that he would have to wait until the interview to see her, but he did not expect to meet her in advance. So, Shi Fan deliberately increased his footsteps, slowly walking towards the direction of the voice. Perhaps sensing the sound of approaching footsteps, Jiang Xingtong also stopped reciting her lines. She raised her head, and with a glance, she saw the man who had helped her win the audition yesterday, and a trace of surprise instantly flashed across her eyes. "Ah, it's you! I'm really very grateful to you for yesterday. Without your help, I definitely wouldn't have been able to participate in this audition." Jiang Xingtong expressed her gratitude to Shi Fan with a smile on her face. "There's no need to thank me. Didn't I say yesterday? I'm your fan. I'm happy to help my idol." Shi Fan suppressed the excitement in his heart and replied, "No matter what." Jiang Xingtong was very grateful for the help that the other party had provided to her. Her already flushed little face became even redder. After all, Shi Fan was a super handsome guy, and also personally said that she was his idol. This made her feel extra happy. "Can I know your name?" "Of course I can. My name is Shi Fan. If you really want to thank me, can you add a Wikipedia? This will also give me a chance to get in touch with my idol." Shi Fan immediately seized this great opportunity and took the chance to make his request to Kong Xingtong. "Ah, okay, no problem. Let me add you." Hearing Shi Fan's words, Jiang Xingtong somewhat fidgetily clipped the script in her hand to the side, then quickly took out her cell phone and began to add her friends. Shi Fan stared closely at that add success prompt displayed on his cell phone screen and smiled happily. At this moment, he suddenly heard Director Gong's voice from outside. "If there is anything you need help with or communication, you can contact me through WeChat. The next audition to cheer up. Oh, I am very optimistic about you, yo." After Shi Fan smiled and encouraged Jiang Xingtong, he turned around and gently pushed the door open and left. Jiang Xingtong was still mesmerized by Shi Fan's smile that was as warm as the spring breeze, as if her whole body was going to melt in it. Although he claimed that he was just a fan of hers, this man in front of her was simply too handsome, and was not even inferior to those high-profile male celebrities in the entertainment industry. At this moment, Jiang Xingtong was already completely immersed in Shi Fan's charm. So much so that she didn't even notice when Shi Fan left. It wasn't until the sound of the door closing that she came back to her senses as if she had woken up from a dream. She couldn't help but gently pat her somewhat hot cheeks in an attempt to wake herself up a bit, then quickly put away her cell phone, secretly spitting on her own face control attributes. Immediately afterward, Jiang Xingtong took a deep breath, fixed her mind, and began to seize the time to revise the script in her hands. After all, there was an important audition waiting for her next, and she had to give it her all to show her best form and acting skills. However, a wry smile spread across Shi Fan's face after closing the door to his room. He secretly thought in triumph, "This little girl is really cute. She was actually charmed by me. So she's also a face value controller. Looks like I've found the trick to attract her." Thinking of this, Shi Fan couldn't help but laugh out happily. Director Gong saw Shi Fan coming out of the stairwell from afar, and originally wanted to say hello, but when he saw the familiar, worthless expression on Shi Fan's face, he immediately understood, no need to ask. This guy must have just bumped into Jiang Xingtong again. Alas, he really couldn't figure out how such a handsome, gold-colored guy could change into a love brain once he met Jiang Xingtong. Director Gong really couldn't understand this phenomenon, and even began to deeply suspect that Jiang Xingtong had given Shi Fan some kind of ecstasy, or else how could she have made him become like this? At this moment, Shi Fan, who was in such a good mood that he was about to fly, didn't even notice Director Gong's strange gaze. He walked towards Director Gong with a smile on his face and greeted him warmly. "Good morning, Director Gong." Director Gong tried to restrain his urge to roll his eyes, trying not to care about the silly aura emanating from Shi Fan's body, and responded with the same smile. Good morning, Mr. Sure. Then, they walked into the audition room together. This place had already been carefully decorated, and everything was ready, just waiting for today's audition to begin. Chapter 22 Temporary Change of Audition Role. Time came, and as the staff's call sounded, today's audition officially kicked off. Shi Fan, like yesterday, did not appear on the audition judges' table, but chose to sit quietly on the side. In fact, Director Gong invited Shi Fan to sit in the middle of the jury, but for the art of acting, he was really a rolling pin blowing fire. He knew nothing about it. After all, the main purpose of his visit today was not to critique other people's performances, but merely to meet Jiang Xingtong and extend a sincere invitation to her to jump to Star Han Company. Thus, in order to avoid affecting the normal communication between the judges, he still decided not to take a seat in the judges' table. The actors and actresses who came to audition were no different from yesterday, with both outstanding performers and those who tried too hard. Interestingly, Shi Fan even saw several people who had threatened on the internet that they were acting talents. However, after witnessing their real performance, Shi Fan can only be embarrassed for them to dig out 3 rooms with their toes. Does being happy mean shaking one's head? Does being surprised mean staring wide-eyed? It was really difficult for Shi Fan, a layman, to understand. He sat there, sometimes lost in thought, sometimes playing with his cell phone for a while, sometimes standing up to move his body, seemingly extraordinarily leisurely. Occasionally when he saw a contestant with excellent acting skills, he would pay attention for a while, but most of the time he was still careless. Director Gong, who was sitting in the middle of the judging panel, watched all of this, and in his heart, he couldn't help but envy Shi Fan's relaxed attitude. Finally, it was the turn of the last contestant, Jiang Xingtong. Shi Fan's originally loose sitting posture instantly became straight, his eyes staring tightly at the doorway. When that petite figure appeared in the doorway, his eyes instantly lit up, but he didn't dare to make any noise for fear of disturbing the little girl's play. Jiang Xingtong was so nervous that her heart was racing, but she still tried to maintain a calm and collected appearance. The moment she walked into the room, she caught a glimpse of Shi Fan, who was watching her with a smile. Somehow, a sense of relief suddenly surged in her heart, as if her nervousness had been reduced all of a sudden. Standing in the center of the stage, Jiang Xingtong steadily reported the role she wanted to audition for in the corresponding clip, and then immediately plunged into the performance. Director Gong had originally spoken highly of Jiang Xingtong's acting skills, and coupled with sometimes fans' favor, there was basically no doubt that she would be able to act in this play. However, when he heard that she had chosen to try out for a relatively small role, Director Gong could not help but show a hint of surprise. Nonetheless, he still gave his full attention to Jiang Xingtong's wonderful performance. Good acting was always able to touch the hearts of people, and one could not help but be moved by it. From Director Gong's and their expressions, it was clear that they highly recognized Jiang Xingtong's acting skills. When the performance was over, Jiang Xingtong stabilized herself and returned to the center of the stage once again, quietly waiting for Director Gong's comments. Have you read through the entire script carefully? Although Director Gong's tone was inquisitive, the certainty in it was very obvious. Yes, Director. Jiang Xingtong was a little bewildered, but still answered honestly. Then, for the role of Shui Qing, are you interested in trying it out? Director Gong dropped a very weighty bomb on Jiang Xingtong. Ah, really? Of course I'm interested, Director Gong. Jiang Xingtong was first stunned, then she was overwhelmed by ecstasy. One must know that Shui Qing's position in the drama was significant. Not only was she the close companion of the female lead since childhood, but she was also an indispensable key character in the entire drama. Unlike the role she had just attempted, Shui Qing's roles were numerous and much loved, so it could be said that this opportunity was extremely rare. A role as vital and important as this one was bound to attract fierce competition from many actors and actresses with excellent acting skills and deep backgrounds. Despite her love for the role, Jiang Xingtong was aware of her own limitations and didn't take the risk of running for the role. However, to her surprise, Director Gong offered her a chance to try out for the role. This sudden surprise made Jiang Xingtong a bit shocked, but since the opportunity was in front of her, how could she not grab it? I'll give you 10 minutes to memorize your lines. Just try out for the part where you just entered the palace. Director Gong picked up the thermos cup and said after taking a sip. Director Gong, no need to wait for 10 minutes. I can start now. The script is something I already know by heart. Jiang Xingtong responded with confidence. She had an innate sensitivity to words, even to the extent that she could not forget them. Hearing these words, Director Gong was slightly stunned, subconsciously thinking that Jiang Xingtong was boasting and talking big. After all, she only got the script yesterday. How could she memorize all the lines in just one night? But looking at Jiang Xingtong's confident and self-assured look, he finally chose to believe her. That's a good sentiment. Come, start. Director Gong put down the thermos cup in his hand with a smile on his face, leaning his body slightly forward and assuming a waiting posture. Jiang Xingtong nodded lightly, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and stayed still for 2 seconds. When she opened her eyes again, her entire aura changed radically. The eyes of Director Gong and the rest of the judges lit up slightly, and even the screenwriters were so surprised that their mouths opened wide. At this moment, it was as if the one standing in front of them was Xueqing herself. Since Shi Fan hadn't read the script, he wasn't sure exactly how Xueqing's character should be portrayed. However, looking at Jiang Xingtong's wonderful performance and the expressions on the judges' faces, he knew in his heart Jiang Xingtong's performance was a great success. His heart was filled with joy, a joy that even surpassed the feeling he had when he received the system reward. Because this was the little girl that belonged to him, the pride of his heart. When the performance was over, everyone was overwhelmed by her superb acting skills. Director Gong revealed a satisfied smile and nodded frequently. Although he did not announce the result on the spot, there was no doubt that the role of Xueqing was Jiang Xingtong's. Smiling, he made a gesture to Jiang Xingtong to go back and wait for the news. And after Jiang Xingtong left, Director Gong announced to the crowd that the audition was successfully concluded. For a moment, everyone present cheered happily. While the staff began to methodically pack up the various items at the scene, Director Gong raised his eyes to look at the time and realized that it was nearing noon. He remembered Shi Fan and was about to call him to join him for lunch when he suddenly realized that Shi Fan, who was originally sitting on a chair, had disappeared without a trace at some point. He turned his head to look at the door, and as expected, the door had just closed. Alas, there's no need to guess that this guy definitely couldn't wait to go after that little girl again. Director Gong couldn't help but secretly spit on Shi Fan's love brain in his heart. He shook his head helplessly, not realizing that his little boss was still infatuated. Chapter 23 Lunch Together. Shi Fan, who went out the door after Jiang Xingtong, stopped her at the elevator entrance. When Jiang Xingtong looked back and saw that it was him, she couldn't help but be stunned in her heart, but her face then revealed a small smile as she asked softly, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong?" Shi Fan nodded slightly and said in a sincere tone, "There is indeed something. I wonder if it is convenient to have lunch with you. We can talk about it in detail." A trace of surprise flashed through Jiang Xingtong's eyes. She did not expect that Shi Fan would take the initiative to invite herself to lunch. However, she didn't have much resistance to this man who had left a good impression on her. What's more, Shi Fan had helped herself yesterday, and just having a meal together, she really couldn't find a reason to refuse. Thus, she readily nodded her head and agreed. "Fine, then let me treat you to a meal, as a way of thanking you for your help yesterday." Hearing that Jiang Xingtong had agreed to his invitation so readily, Shi Fan was secretly delighted in his heart and a look of delight spread across his face. He smiled and made a gesture to Jiang Xingtong, signaling her to follow him. Afterwards, the two of them walked into the high-rise special elevator together and directly pressed the button that led to the garage on the negative floor. After seeing that Shi Fan's car was a luxury sports car that looked like it was worth a lot of money, Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but vaguely feel a hint of apprehension. She muttered in her heart, "This car looks so expensive. I'm afraid I won't be able to afford to treat him to a meal." However, Shi Fan, who hadn't intended for her to treat her, didn't go far as he was worried about her starving. He drove the car straight to a highly praised private restaurant near the company and stopped in front of the door. When Jiang Xingtong got out of the car and saw the decoration of the restaurant, she realized that her wallet might have to take a hard hit today. After stepping into the restaurant, Shi Fan swept his gaze around the store before leading Jiang Xingtong to choose a seat in a more secluded corner. Immediately afterward, he reached out and picked up the menu on the table, gently handing it to Jiang Xingtong beside him, and smilingly signaled to her to order. Jiang Xingtong received the menu, and the moment she flipped it open, her eyes glazed over. The prices of the dishes here were unexpectedly so high. In her heart, she secretly pondered, "I'm afraid that the cost of this meal will consume half a year's worth of her food expenses." She cried without tears, and silently handed the menu back to Shi Fan, saying softly, "It's better if you order. I don't have any special preference." At this moment, Shi Fan keenly captured the subtle change in her expression after reading the menu. At first, he mistakenly thought that she was not satisfied with the dishes in this restaurant, but soon realized that this was not the case. It turned out that she was showing this look because she was still thinking about treating herself to dinner, and seeing the expensive prices made her feel heartbroken. Right? Shi Fan couldn't help but be impressed by her innocence and cuteness. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a doting smile, mischievously unexplained. He smoothly took the menu and directly communicated with the waiter and started ordering. Jiang Xingtong was so focused on listening to Shi Fan's heartache as he ordered one dish after another, that she didn't notice that every dish Shi Fan ordered happened to be her favorite. Finally, Shi Fan closed the menu. This restaurant's online reviews said that the amount of food was relatively small, so he ordered 8 dishes and 1 soup before handing the menu to the waiter. However, he still couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Jiang Xingtong's expression that looked as if she was heartbroken from having a piece of meat cut off. The reason I asked you to come over today is actually to talk to you about work-related matters. I wonder if Ms. Jiang has ever considered changing an agency? Shi Fan asked single-handedly. Jiang Xingtong obviously did not expect Shi Fan to suddenly mention this topic at all and could not help but be a little surprised. Let me formally introduce myself first. My name is Shi Fan, and I am the second in command of Starhan Company. I'm very honored to be able to appreciate your outstanding acting skills today, so I've decided to personally extend an invitation to you, hoping that you'll be able to jump ship and develop in our company. As for the specific treatment, it can all be discussed again. Hearing this, Jiang Xingtong secretly marveled in her heart, even though she had guessed before that Shi Fan's identity might not be ordinary, but after all, he looked so young, like a big sunny boy. But she had never expected that he would be a high-ranking leader of such a well-known company as Starhan Company. This was really out of her expectation. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Sure, but I need to pay a large amount of liquidated damages if I jump ship. Although Jiang Xingtong was very moved, her face fell as she remembered the huge sum of money for breach of contract. Don't worry about the liquidated damages, as long as you agree, leave the termination issue to us. Seeing her concerns, Shi Fan offered her a guarantee. Jiang Xingtong completely did not expect Shi Fan to be so sincere. She couldn't help but feel suspicious and alert. After all, she had chosen to sign with Huan Entertainment because of her youthful ignorance, coupled with her eagerness to make money in order to alleviate her family's burden. She had inadvertently fallen into this bottomless pit, now facing Shi Fan's unconditional offer. Jiang Xingtong is afraid that this is another elaborate scam. Although she feels that Shi Fan is not a bad person, she still has doubts about what if it's a trap. Seemingly sensing Jiang Xingtong's hesitation, Shi Fan smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, if you are still skeptical about me, then you should be able to trust Mr. Gong, right? Take your time. You can go and ask Director Gong about the situation of Starhan Company first. It's not too late to give me a reply after you've thought it over. Also, when I say I'm your fan, I'm not just saying it casually. After Jiang Xingtong heard what Shi Fan said, an imperceptible blush gradually rose on her originally fair and pink cheeks. For Director Gong's character, she had actually been full of trust deep down, but at this moment, facing the situation in front of her, she was indeed somewhat hesitant. Perhaps, she should really find a suitable time to ask Director Gong's opinion. Just at this moment, the waiter walked in with fragrant dishes. Jiang Xingtong was pleasantly surprised to find that not only did these dishes look very tempting, more importantly, they were actually all her favorites. This instantly made her feel incredibly excited and satisfied. After the conversation was over, Jiang Xingtong looked at the table full of delicious food with a happy mood, and her appetite increased greatly. Under Shi Fan's eye gesture, she didn't hesitate to pick up her chopsticks and began to enjoy the sumptuous food feast to her heart's content. Seeing Jiang Xingtong eating so happily, Shi Fan's heart couldn't help but surge with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The flavors she liked were still the same ones he had learned about in his previous life, and fortunately, her preferences had never changed. After finishing their meal, Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong walked together towards the entrance of the restaurant. When they passed by the cashier, Jiang Xingtong was still thinking of checking out, but she was pulled by Shi Fan and walked straight out the door. At this moment, she was still a little confused, not reacting to what had happened for a moment. How could the waiter let them out without checking out? Shi Fan was always amused by her cute little expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. I've already settled the bill. How can I let the lady pay? Hearing these words, Jiang Xingtong's face instantly turned red and her mind went blank. It wasn't until she was sitting in the passenger seat that she came back to her senses, originally wanting to say goodbye to Shi Fan, but she was pulled into the car before she could say anything. Surprisingly, Shi Fan did not let her out of the car, but asked her about her next trip, and when she learned that she was planning to go straight home, she directly asked for the address and sent her straight home without refusal. Chapter 24, The Eve of the Dinner Party. After watching Shi Fan go away until he disappeared from view, Jiang Xingtong slowly withdrew her gaze and walked in a trance in the direction of her home. Along the way, her mind constantly echoed the conversation she had just had with Shi Fan. The other party's offer was too tempting. Not only could it help her get rid of the quagmire that was cheerful entertainment, but she could even get out of it without having to pay for the breach of contract herself. However, it was precisely because the offer was too good that Jiang Xingtong felt uneasy. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Is there some kind of risk or price behind such a generous offer? The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. Sister, why are you back so early today? Just as Jiang Xingtong was deep in thought, a shout came from behind, interrupting her thoughts. She looked back and saw that a teenager was standing not far away with a few moments of doubt and concern on his face. Jiang Xingtong fixed her eyes on it, and it turned out to be her younger brother, Jiang Xingyan, who had just started his first year of high school. She couldn't help but frown and asked suspiciously, "Why are you running home at this moment if you're not attending classes properly at school?" Facing his sister's question, Jiang Xingyin's face changed slightly, revealing a trace of an unnatural look. He stammered out an explanation. Well, the school organized us to go to a nursing home to participate in a love activity, and it ended rather early, so I came back first. As he spoke, his eyes flickered, as if he was hiding something. Jiang Xingtong was a bit distracted, and when she heard her brother's explanation, she simply nodded her head in understanding, but did not pursue the matter further. Afterward, they walked upstairs together to go home. As soon as they opened the door to their home, a strong aroma of rice and vegetables came over them. Through the glass door of the kitchen, a slender figure could be seen busily cooking. Hearing the sound of the door to the room, the figure poked her head out. A beautiful woman with fair skin, a slim figure, and a decent hairstyle appeared in front of her. She had 6 or 7 similar looks to Jiang Xingtong and appeared to be no more than in her 30s. This beautiful woman was none other than Jiang Xingtong's mother. Her actual age was already in her early 40s, but the years had not left too many traces on her. At this moment, she was holding a spatula with a gentle smile on her face. You guys are back. It's just right. Let's come over for lunch together. Wait a bit, the dishes will be ready soon. After the siblings washed their hands, Jiang Xingtong told her brother to set up the dishes and told him that he didn't need to prepare his own portion, then turned around and walked into the kitchen to help serve the dishes. In a short while, all the dishes were brought to the table, and the 3 of them took their seats. Jiang Xingtong took advantage of her mother's lull in the meal to talk enthusiastically about her experience of auditioning for a big theater group today. She skillfully skipped over the episode where she nearly missed the audition yesterday, instead focusing on the fact that the director appreciated her greatly and gave her the opportunity to try out for an important role. If there were no surprises, this role could be considered a sure thing for her. Hearing this, Kang Sung-yun didn't mince words in praising her sister. Witnessing this warm and harmonious scene, Jiang Qingdai's heart was filled with joy. She was well aware that when her husband was killed in the line of duty 2 years ago, she had fallen into a deep grief that was difficult to extricate herself from for months on end. However, when she gradually came out of the haze, she was surprised to find that her eldest daughter, who was still in college at the time, seemed to have matured overnight. Although she could sense that her eldest daughter could not easily accept her father's sudden departure, she endured the pain and took care of her younger sister and brother, a strength and commitment that made her mother, Jiang Qingdai, feel inferior. Since graduation, the eldest daughter is to reduce the burden on the family, tirelessly looking for part-time jobs outside to earn income. It was only when she talked about her passion for acting that her sincere smile would appear on her face like a spring flower blooming. After finishing her meal, Kang Xingtong took the initiative to go into the kitchen to help clean up, but her heart was filled with entanglement and hesitation. She had been pondering whether or not to tell the other party about her intention to change companies, but after much deliberation, she finally decided to keep it a secret for the time being. She wanted to wait until she had made a clear decision before choosing the right time to inform the other party, so as not to worry him excessively. Meanwhile, Shi Fan immediately drove back to Star Han Company after sending Jiang Xingtong home. This time, he no longer needed to be briefed by the receptionist, but instead took the elevator directly to reach the top floor. Before entering the office, he first confirmed with Secretary Wang at the front desk whether Sitamore was in the office, and after receiving an affirmative reply, he walked towards Sitamore's office without hesitation. In the office, Sitamore was reading a report intently. When he heard the knock on the door, he did not look up and simply answered. However, when he noticed that someone walked in without saying anything, he couldn't help but feel puzzled, so he raised his head, only to realize that the person who came was Shi Fan. Seeing Shi Fan, Sitamore revealed a smile and asked jokingly, "Why did you come in without making a sound? Have you already met that little girl so soon?" He seemed to know Shi Fan's itinerary like the back of his hand and revealed a hint of flirtation between his words. "It's not because I see that you are too busy. I really can't bear to disturb you." Shi Fan flung the car keys in his hand, then leisurely sat opposite Sitamore. "Ha ha ha, well, counting you have a heart, counting you most considerate." Sitamore shook his head with a big smile and said, "What's the matter? Did you specifically come over to get the signing contract?" "No, it can't be so fast. Let's wait a little longer. We have to give people some time to think about it." Shi Fan quickly waved his hand. "Okay, who told us that Mr. Sure is so compassionate? Tell you the office has been packed out for you, just next door to me. You the Hall Company's second-in-command should be officially on the job." Sitamore looked at Shi Fan with a teasing face. Shi Fan sheepishly touched his nose with his hand. His eyes flickered a little and said, "Tomorrow I will bring my assistant over. The company's matters, you directly and he but on the line." When Sitamore heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and spit out without a good mood. "So you came to the company just for your little girl, You won't come if she's not here, right?" Shi Fan was so said, immediately some embarrassment, and quickly explained, Not like this. Brother Moore, your ability is so strong. I am afraid that I came to give you trouble, drag you back. He. Situmor obviously didn't believe his words, blanked him again, and then said in a serious tone, it's okay if you don't come to the company, but there's a jewelry dinner tomorrow night. You have to attend. For this so-called jewelry dinner, Shi Fan actually didn't care very much, thinking that it was just an ordinary banquet, but since it was requested by Situmor, he couldn't refuse, so he nodded casually and agreed. Chapter 25, Timofan being counted. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was the afternoon of the next day. There were only 3 hours left before the start of the dinner party, and the booked costumers and stylists had already arrived at Shi Fan's home, ready to give him an elaborate and handsome image that would turn over the whole scene. Today the whole day, Shi Fan did not step out of the door half a step, but chose to stay at home, sometimes playing games, sometimes swim in the pool, enjoying this leisurely time, this leisurely appearance. But let Situmor envy the teeth. That's right, just now, Situmor made a phone call. It sounded like he had just finished his busy work, but he was afraid that Shi Fan would run away, so he purposely called to give repeated instructions. He told Shi Fan that he would go directly from the company to the dinner party site, and asked Shi Fan to then go directly to the site to meet him. After confirming that Shi Fan would definitely attend, he hung up the phone with satisfaction. This action caused Shi Fan to roll his eyes, and even the stylist at the side was amused by the funny conversation between the two of them. The styling was done quite quickly, although the stylist's technique was very skillful, but when it came to Shi Fan's rather outstanding facial features, it could be said that it didn't leave the stylist much room for free play at all. With just a simple trimming of the eyebrows and a suitable hairstyle, Shi Fan was already handsome. Moreover, Shi Fan has always hated putting all kinds of cosmetics on his face. He always felt that his skin could not breathe, so the stylist also gave up the idea of putting foundation on his face. After curling his hair and spraying it with styling spray, he put on a straight suit and wore delicate cufflinks and a watch, which gave him a new look, making him look very formal and businesslike, very different from his usual casual style. Since tonight's occasion is very special, drinking at the dinner party is definitely something that is hard to avoid, so Shi Fan decided after careful consideration not to drive to the dinner party himself today, but to call Shi back in advance. Tonight he was going to bring Shi to participate in the banquet with him, considering that at the end of the banquet he would also rely on Shi to drive himself home, so Shi naturally could not drink. The car that he let Keith drive today was a Maybach Accelero, and compared to other types of sports cars, driving it to the banquet was obviously more in line with the atmosphere of the current scenario. After sitting down in the car, Shi Fan let Xiao Ying bring up his character information panel. Name, Shi Fan. Age, 23. Height, 186. Weight, 70 kilograms. Intelligence, 88. Physical value, 90. Face value, 90. Temperament, 84. Accompanying attributes, 0. Assets, balance of 10 billion. Riverside Cloud Lodge 1 Villa. 1 Koenigsegg Agera RS Supercar. 65% of the shares of Huaxia Bank. 30% of the shares of Star Han Entertainment. Maybach Accelero, worth 798 million yuan. Bugatti Veyron 16. 4, worth 5 million yuan. Koenigsegg 11, worth 100 million yuan. Eating Duke's Restaurant. The Submerged Dragon Yacht. That yacht was not a system reward, but was carefully shopped by Timothy, and the system rewarded him with all the balances in the past 2 days. Looking at the sky-high balance figures, Shi Fan felt unprecedentedly solid and at ease in his heart. This was that the heart does not panic when there is food at home. It wasn't long before they arrived at the dinner site. After parking the car properly, Shi Fan led Shi to enter the venue through the VIP channel. When they arrived at the entrance, they didn't even show their invitations. They just gave their names and were let in without any problems. I think Situmor had already greeted them beforehand. As for why they have to take the VIP channel, Shi Fan actually only just realized the situation. It turns out that tonight to participate in this activity is not only the business world of those Big Brother level characters. There are many heavy responsibility, shoulder mission to come to all kinds of celebrities, big players. These celebrities need to do their best to successfully sell the jewelry they are wearing at the dinner. After hearing this, Shi Fan nodded his head like he suddenly realized, indicating that he had understood. When he walked into the banquet hall, Shi Fan saw Situmor sitting in the center of the room, not because he was the most handsome or the most dazzling, but because his position was too conspicuous, facing the center of the stage. It was hard for people not to notice him. Seeing Shi Fan walking towards his side, Situmor hurriedly raised his hand and waved at him, at the same time not forgetting to introduce Shi Fan to the people around him. At first, when the surrounding people saw such a handsome Shi Fan, they mistakenly thought that he was a certain star artist that Situmor wanted to promote, but they never expected that this person in front of them was the second largest shareholder of Star Han Group. At that moment, All the people stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with Shi Fan and make self-introductions, while Shi Fan responded to everyone's greetings and salutations one by one with a smile on his face. After sitting down with difficulty, Shi Fan glared at Situ more fiercely, secretly thinking in his heart, so this guy called me over with ulterior motives. Situ more seemed to have sensed Shi Fan's gaze. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile, and provocatively raised his eyebrows at Shi Fan, as if to say, well, you can't escape, can you? Seeing this, Shi Fan could not help but feel a wave of helplessness and secretly screamed in his heart. Not long after, the entire banquet hall was suddenly plunged into darkness. All the light was swallowed up, leaving only that dazzling beam of light in the center of the stage, as striking as the brightest star in the night sky. Under this beam of light, a middle-aged male figure appeared at an unknown time, only to see him steadily pick up the microphone, gently cough, and then start the opening speech with a low and magnetic voice. Since Shi Fan was not familiar with the situation here, Situmor was worried that he would be confused, so he sidled over to him and softly introduced him. This gentleman on the stage is named Zhang Qi. He is the organizer of this jewelry dinner tonight, and also the owner of Jubilee Pavilion Jewelry Store. I can take you to meet him later. Upon hearing this, Shi Fan revealed a well-behaved smile and nodded to show that he understood. He secretly thought in his heart that since he had already come here, it would be better to make more friends rather than sitting alone with nothing to do. After all, since he had come here, gaining more connections would not be bad for him. Thus, Shi Fan decided to actively cooperate with Situmor's good intentions. Zhang Qi's words on the stage had just fallen, and thunderous applause rang out from the stage. As he slowly walked off the stage, a bright light suddenly lit up and focused on the center of the stage. Immediately afterward, a famous singer appeared in front of the crowd. Her melodious voice was as melodious as heavenly music, immersing the entire scene in a joyful atmosphere. Zhang Qi's sigh did not stay too long after getting off the stage, but walked straight towards the table where Shi Fan and the others were. As the organizer, he needed to greet these people one by one. Chapter 26. Zhang Qi, boss of the Treasure Pavilion. Welcome a few of you who have come to support Zhang Mao in his busy schedule. Before the people even reached the table, Zhang Qi shouted loudly and cheerfully, picking up his wine glass to greet the people at this table, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't hear him. We'll definitely be there for Boss Zhang's banquet. Yes, Boss Zhang is too polite. The crowd also echoed Zhang Qi's words and said a few words in response to the scene. Zhang Qi sat on the empty seat of this table, smiling broadly, looking very amiable, and chatted with them for a few moments, before putting down his wine glass, and scolded Situmor with a smile. Or not, this kid of yours, you don't even greet me when you see me? Although it was a reproach, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhang Qi's eyes carried a hint of doting and intimacy. Situmor hurriedly stood up and raised his wineglass to Zhang Qi. It's not because I saw Uncle Zhang talking to someone else that I didn't go forward. Don't be offended. His tone was relaxed and casual, as if there was a tacit understanding and familiarity between him and Zhang Qi. Hearing this, everyone present could sense that the two should be very familiar with each other in private. Zhang Qi smiled faintly and took a sip of his wine before flirting with Situmor. Okay, you're the most understanding. You have to give your Uncle Zhang more support today. Situmor smiled and nodded his head in response. Hey, why should I need Uncle Zhang to say that? I definitely have to support the show. It's not enough for me to show my support. I even brought the second largest shareholder of our company to show you support today. After saying that, he put down his wineglass and introduced Shi Fan beside him to Zhang Qi. Situmor had the intention to introduce him to his contacts, and Shi Fan naturally understood the good intention, so he hurriedly stood up and greeted Zhang Qi. Hello, Mr. Zhang, late generation Shi Fan. I have heard a lot about you. Zhang Qi had actually noticed this handsome young man sitting beside Situmor, but like everyone else, he mistakenly thought that he was just a certain star under Situmor's company. However, it was only after hearing Situmor's introduction at this moment that he was surprised to find out that this young man was actually also a senior leader of Starhan Company. What a loss of respect. So it's Mr. Sure, really young and promising. Zhang Qi laughed bashfully and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake with Shi Fan. This banquet today is really a hidden tiger and hidden dragon. I hope you have a pleasant night here. If there is anything you need help with afterward, feel free to come to me. Mr. Zhang will certainly do his best to help. Zhang Qi was a smart man. He saw through Situmor's intention behind this move and gave the other party face. However, before Shi Fan had time to respond, Situmor immediately threw down another sentence, as if he had thrown a heavy bomb into the surface of a calm lake, instantly causing an uproar. He looked at Zhang Qi with a smile on his face and said, Uncle Zhang, you must not underestimate our Shi Fan. Although he is young, he already possesses extraordinary achievements. For your information, not only is he an executive of Starhan Company, but he is also the chairman of the Huaxia Bank. When these words came out, Shi Fan's heart suddenly realized. So Situmor not only wanted to introduce himself to Zhang Qi, but also introduced Zhang Qi to him. In this way, it could be seen that the relationship between Zhang Qi and Situmor was quite close. Once Shi Fan's identity as the chairman of Huaxia Bank was revealed, it immediately stunned Zhang Qi and the bosses present. However, these old foxes who had been in the shopping mall for a long time quickly came back to their senses and did not show too much surprise on their faces. Zhang Qi was naturally aware of the situation, knowing that doing business would inevitably encounter financial constraints, especially when introducing new projects. It is even more inevitable to deal with the bank. Situmor mentioned Shi Fan's identity at this moment, the deep meaning of which is self-evident. Zhang Qi gratefully accepted this friendship, because as a Chinese, he knew the status of the Huaxia Bank in China very well. Really disrespectful. I didn't realize that Dongshi was so young and promising. It really makes me feel inferior and ashamed of myself. Zhang Qi smiled with emotion. While saying this, he hurriedly raised his wine glass, as if making amends to Shi Fan. I don't dare to be ashamed of you, Mr. Zhang. You are too kind. You are a successful person who started from nothing. You have always been a model for us to learn from and emulate. Shi Fan did not pretend to be modest or arrogant, but politely raised his glass to honor the other party. Afterwards, the two of them chatted for a while, exchanged each other's contact information, and agreed to have dinner together next time when they were free. After Zhang Qi turned around and walked towards the other tables, the rest of the people at the table started to talk to Shi Fan, and at the same time handed over their business cards. Hello Mr. Shi, I'm Triple X from XX Company. Hello Mr. Shi, I've heard a lot about you. This is my business card. Facing the business cards handed over by the crowd, Shi Fan just nodded slightly and answered them one by one. At this time, Shi, who was sitting on the side, started to play his role. Just see him move quickly to the crowd, handed over the business card one by one, put away, and then turned his head to distribute their own contact information to other people. On the other hand, Shi Fan, who had gotten away from the crowd, was enjoying a leisurely and pleasant conversation with Situmor as they savored a fine wine. Brother Moore, so you and Mr. Zhang Qi are old acquaintances, Shi Fan said with a smile. Yes, Uncle Zhang Qi and my father have been close friends for many years. He has watched me grow up. Situmor replied with a smile. After Situmor's explanation, Shi Fan then understood why he saw Zhang Qi and Situmor so familiar just now. It turned out that there was such a deep layer of affinity between them. Then the relationship between your two families must be very close, right? Shi Fan asked curiously. Well, you could say so. Our two families often traveled together and knew each other very well. Situmor nodded and continued. Actually, this kind of banquet is also another kind of socialization, a way to build up one's network. That's why I asked you to come by 1,000 times. When Shi Fan heard these words, a warm current could not help but well up in his heart, and at the same time, he felt very surprised and touched. He had never imagined that Situmor would be so concerned about himself and even take care of him like a real brother. Chapter 27, The Hero Saves the Beauty. Didn't we say jewelry dinner? Why don't we see any jewelry? And there should be a lot of stars. Those stars at the door are also missing? After staying for a while, Shi Fan felt a bit bored, so he turned his head to look at Situmor beside him and asked him a question. Hearing Shi Fan's question, Situmor calmly replied, Don't be anxious, just wait a little bit, it's about to start. Look, isn't the song on stage almost finished? When this song is finished, I guess it's almost time to start. As expected, just as Situmor said, the singer on the stage did not stay too long after finishing the last song, and directly turned around and walked off the stage. At the same time, the lighting of the entire venue also changed, no longer the soft light from before, but replaced with another kind of hazy light. Immediately afterward, the doors on both sides of the stage slowly opened, and a group of celebrities dressed in a variety of exquisite gowns came out in a line. As if they were on a runway show, they took elegant steps and began to present themselves around the tables where the various bigwigs were. Some of these stars had bright smiles, some were cold and noble, and some were handsome and charming. Each of them exuded a unique charm that made people not help but look at them. After Situmor explained in detail at the side, Shi Fan finally realized that this so-called runway show was not a traditional runway show. If someone in the audience has a crush on a star, they can even invite them to sit beside them, so that they can show them up close and personal. Seeing such a scene, Shi Fan couldn't help but frown and asked with concern, Are there any artists from our company in here? Situmor raised his eyebrows, a hint of disdain on his face as he replied, How could that be? Our company has always upheld the principle of democracy, and the ones who are willing to come to participate in this kind of activity are basically just artists from those third-rate companies. Shi Fan nodded in agreement after hearing this, but just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Without a doubt, it was none other than his sweetheart, Jiang Xingtong. It was too late to ponder why she was here, and once he thought that her appearance in this setting would most likely lead to subterfuge or something of the sort, Shi Fan's brows couldn't help but furrow once again. After seeing her being stopped by a fat-headed, greasy-faced man, the anger in his heart instantly spewed out, and no longer able to suppress his emotions, he stood up in a mischievous manner, and his long, slender legs took big strides as he walked straight towards that table. And to talk about why Jiang Xingtong appeared here, in fact, in the final analysis, she was still being pitted by her own agency and manager. When she arrived at the company this morning, she was informed that she had to attend a banquet in the evening, saying that her job was to participate in a jewelry display. However, when she arrived at the scene, the agent had a deeper meaning to urge her to sell a few more sets of jewelry out tonight. Otherwise the company will probably directly restrict her next work arrangements, not to mention allowing her to go out and take jobs. Jiang Xingtong's heart was as clear as a mirror. The agent's words were obviously directed at her private audition and her last appearance in that comedy movie. After this, she wanted to leave the party completely. After all, just this morning, she had just received the notice that she had passed the audition for the role of Xueqing. If the company really didn't allow her to take on jobs privately, then she would really be left without a source of income. Jiang Xingtong, who had successfully been pinched by her lifeblood, had no power of resistance at this point, and could only obediently follow the agent's arrangement to enter the venue. Listening to the agent's words in her ears that were full of innuendo, Jiang Xingtong's heart could not help but be flooded with a trace of bitterness and helplessness. Her mind couldn't help but conjure up Shi Fan's figure, recalling the words he had once said to her, "If you encounter any difficulties, you can always come to me." But could she really trust him? Jiang Xingtong had no answer in her heart. Before she could think of a result, Jiang Xingtong was pushed out of the door by her manager with force. She followed the others in stride somewhat bewilderedly, while feeling the strange up and down glances cast by the people around her. This feeling made Jiang Xingtong feel as if she had turned into a monkey locked in a cage for people to watch, and she was uncomfortable. When she walked to the front and was stopped by someone, Jiang Xingtong was still a little confused and did not react at all to what was happening. It was only when she looked clearly at the lewd gaze of the fat-headed middle-aged man in front of her, who had blocked her way, that Jiang Xingtong wanted to turn around and leave as if she had just woken up from a dream. However, the agent's previous threatening words lingered in her ears like a magic spell, causing her to stop in her tracks. Looking at the large, thick hand reaching out to her, Jiang Xingtong's heart was filled with despair and helplessness. Seeing that the greasy hand was about to pull her hand, Jiang Xingtong was startled in her heart when her arm was suddenly pulled backward by a force. She stumbled, thrillingly avoiding the clutches of the middle-aged man in front of her, her body involuntarily leaning back and eventually leaning against a solid body. Jiang Xingtong came back to her senses and realized that the person who saved her was none other than Shi Fan. Seeing him, it was as if she had found her backbone. No longer able to suppress the grievance and pain within her heart, her eyes reddened and tears welled up in her eyes. I don't know why. Once she saw Shi Fan, all her strength instantly collapsed, and the sorrow in her heart surged like a tide. Looking at the tearful and pitiful sweetheart in his arms, Shi Fan's heart ached. He glared fiercely at the greasy man with a cross-faced face. Then without hesitation, he pulled up Jiang Xingtong's hand and walked straight to his seat. The greasy man was originally full of joy and wanted to pull Jiang Xingtong's small hand, caca oil, but he was inexplicably snatched away and suffered Shi Fan's angry glare. He was instantly enraged and was about to lash out, but then he suddenly noticed that Shi Fan had walked to the prominent seat in the center and sat down. After realizing Shi Fan's extraordinary status, the middle-aged man's arrogance instantly went out. He could only helplessly wipe his nose and slink down. After bringing Jiang Xingtong back to his seat, Shi Fan still could not suppress the anger in his heart. He clenched his fists so hard that his joints turned white from the exertion. Ignoring the snickering gaze of Situmor beside him, he raised his hand and called for Shi and ordered, "Go find out the identity of that greasy man. I'll make this greasy man pay for his behavior." After instructing Timothy, Shi Fan took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. Then he raised his hand and pulled a tissue from the table, gently handing it to Jiang Xingtong. He did not immediately ask her about the reason she came here, but instead used a gentle voice to comfort her. "Don't be sad, I'm here." In fact, when being dragged by Shi Fan to sit here, Jiang Xingtong had gradually calmed herself down. At this moment, when she heard Shi Fan's instructions to Shi as well as felt his concerned gaze and words, a warm current surged through her heart, and at the same time, a trace of a different sentiment surged in the bottom of her heart. This feeling made her a bit overwhelmed, but she also felt extraordinarily warm and at ease. Chapter 28, The various bigwigs who are actively spending money. Actually, it wasn't hard to guess the reason why Jiang Xingtong would appear here. After all, Situmor had said before that most of these stars responsible for displaying the jewelry came from some unorthodox brokerage firms. From this, it was guessed that she was probably forced to come here by cheerful entertainment as well. Seeing that Jiang Xingtong's emotions gradually stabilized, Shi Fan softly confirmed, "Why are you here?" A trace of shyness appeared on Jiang Xingtong's face. She really didn't feel too good about letting Shi Fan see her in such a state of embarrassment. However, when she noticed Shi Fan's warm and caring gaze, the defenses in her heart gradually loosened and she couldn't help but tell him the whole story. Hearing that Jiang Xingtong's manager had threatened to hide her by means of threats and intimidation, Shi Fan's eyes instantly became incomparably sharp, shooting out like two streaks of lightning, and his tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, showing the anger and dissatisfaction in his heart. However, when he realized that Jiang Xingtong was by his side, he took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the emotions that were about to erupt. As if to divert Jiang Xingtong's attention, Shi Fan sat upright and introduced Situmor to her with a smile on his face. Situmor was silently observing all of this from the side, and he more intuitively sensed the extent of Shi Fan's concern for Jiang Xingtong. Therefore, when it was Shi Fan's turn to introduce himself, Situmor displayed a friendly and cordial attitude, smiled and nodded to Jiang Xingtong, and extended a sincere invitation to her in his capacity as the oldest president of Xinghan. Jiang Xingtong was surprised in her heart after hearing Shi Fan's introduction. She had never expected that this man, whom she had once met in person the night before the interview, would be the old president of Star Han Entertainment. A sense of nervousness and constraint instantly enveloped her entire body, but at the same time, she felt immensely honored and excited by this sudden invitation. She hurriedly greeted the other party respectfully and said that she would consider this rare opportunity very seriously. As a matter of fact, even without Situmor's invitation, at this moment, Jiang Xingtong's inner balance was already clearly leaning towards jumping ship to Star Han Entertainment. There were two key reasons for this. Firstly, she really didn't want to experience that kind of subterfuge-like encounter a second time. Secondly, it was Shi Fan himself. Although she could not clearly describe her feelings towards him, the anger he showed just now was definitely not a disguise, and this real and direct reaction gave her a great sense of security. Because of this, she was willing to choose to believe him. The rest of the people at the table had in fact been paying attention to this side of the table since Shi Fan stood up and pulled Jiang Xingtong over, and none of those present who were able to become a person in power were elite. And after they had taken in the situation of Shi Fan's trio, they immediately brightened up, and realized that this was an excellent opportunity to get close to Shi Fan. "Mr. Shi, I'd like to take the liberty of interrupting. My name is Tian Jianqing. I'm the boss of Zhongfu Real Estate. It's really a shame to say, yesterday I had a little disagreement with my daughter-in-law, so I thought that today I would take the opportunity of this dinner party to pick out a piece of jewelry to gift to her, so as to make her happy. I see that the necklace worn by the young lady beside you is quite nice. I wonder if you can favorably transfer it to Tian Mao." The first to speak was a middle-aged man with a slightly affluent figure sitting at the very edge of the table. Different from the disgusting greasy man before, this middle-aged man gave a rather honest impression. Listening to his accent seemed to come from the northeast region. However, anyone with a clear eye could easily realize that this man was not as honest and simple as he appeared to be, and could be distinguished from the words he spoke alone. Shi Fan raised his eyebrows, a little surprised, but also understand that this boss Tian is showing him goodwill. This person is a smart person. Although he did not say that he wants to buy the jewelry on the body of Jiang Xingtong, but this boss Tian sentence let him indirectly help him in front of Jiang Xingtong to brush up the goodwill, but also with him to get on the relationship. Shi Fan looked at this northeastern man in front of him, who had a simple and honest appearance but was actually quite intelligent, and couldn't help but feel a trace of goodwill in his heart. "Of course, I've always heard that northeastern men love their wives, and I didn't quite believe it before, but now that I've seen you, Boss Tian, I'm completely convinced," Shi Fan said with a smile. As soon as Boss Tian heard this, a bright smile immediately bloomed on his face. "Ha ha 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 ha, thank you for your praise, Mr. Shi. It's really a great honor for me to be recognized by a great person like you." At this moment, the other people at the table were secretly chagrined in their hearts. Tian Jianqing, the guy with a smile that hides a knife, had even climbed onto Shi Fan's thigh first. They all scrambled to tell Shi Fan that they also wanted to buy the dazzling jewelry that Jiang Xingtong was wearing. Shi Fan smiled and agreed, and turned his head to cast a meaningful look at Shi, imploring him to keep an eye on the people who were buying jewelry today. Then, he raised his eyebrows provocatively at Seymour, with an expression that seemed to say, "How's it going? I've helped your Uncle Zhang increase his income, right?" Looking at Shi Fan's smug look, Situmor couldn't help but feel a little amused as he shook his head, then raised his hand to greet a service staff and asked for a jewelry picture book. Since he had already promised Uncle Zhang that he would be more supportive before, it was naturally time for him to make a move and spend now. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Xingtong body originally wearing those jewelry will be all people to buy away. Jiang Xingtong was already scared by the warm attitude of the bigwigs on the table, but she knew very well in her heart that these bigwigs bought the jewelry on her body because they wanted to use this opportunity to please Shi Fan. This is not the first time that Shi Fan has come to his aid. At this moment, looking at the handsome and dashing man beside her, Jiang Xingtong can clearly feel her heart beating faster and faster, and her cheeks are also slightly hot. At the same time, Shi Fan, after seeing Jiang Xingtong's naked neck, ears and wrists, could not help but frown, picking up the jewelry album in front of Situmor, carefully selecting a whole new set of jewelry. After the service staff brought over the newly selected jewelry, Shi Fan gestured for the other party to credit the purchase to Jiang Xingtong's performance, and then picked up the necklace and turned around, gently helping Jiang Xingtong put it on. Chapter 29, Showing Your Feelings. Feeling Shi Fan's proximity, Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but blush and her heart began to race. She didn't realize that the jewelry was bought for herself and was only focusing on being shy. When she came back to her senses, she was surprised to find that Shi Fan had already helped her put on the necklace and earrings, and at that moment, Shi Fan was holding her left hand, preparing to slip the bracelet in. Jiang Xingtong suddenly realized that Shi Fan's actions were a bit too intimate. Her cheeks instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. She shyly pulled her hand back and lowered her head, not daring to meet Shi Fan's eyes. Shi Fan quietly looked at her, his heart filled with fondness. Her flushed face was like a blooming flower, radiating a charming charm. He couldn't help but twist his fingers as if he wanted to pinch her pink face, but was afraid of scaring this shy little girl. Throughout the banquet, Jiang Xingtong was so shy that she did not say another word to Shi Fan. Her eyes drifted towards Shi Fan from time to time, but her heart was as flustered as a deer in headlights. Obviously, Shi Fan's actions tonight had gradually made her realize his feelings for her. However, to her surprise, she seemed to have the same favorable feelings for him. Whenever she thought of this, Jiang Xingtong's face flushed more red and her heat continued to rise. After the banquet ended, Shi Fan did not let Jiang Xingtong leave. After he greeted Zhang Qi and Situmor, he brought her along to the backstage to retrieve her belongings. Under the gaze of Jiang Xingtong's manager, they left the scene together. Shi Fan had no interest in talking to a minor character like her manager. After Jiang Xingtong terminated her contract, Shi Fan planned to let Shi start from the root. Anyone who tripped her up would not be able to escape punishment. As soon as she got into the car, without Shi Fan bothering to give her instructions, Shi drove straight in the direction of Jiang Xingtong's house. Sitting in the car, Shi Fan saw that the little girl beside him still had her little head hung low, so he quickly raised the fender between him and the front row and turned to gingerly whisper to Jiang Xingtong, "I'm very sorry. There may be something that offended you today. Please accept my apology." Afraid that the little girl would misunderstand that she was a lightweight, Shi Fan hurriedly explained. The little girl slowly shook her head, and after a moment of silence, she finally raised her head and looked straight at Shi Fan, and said softly, "It should be me who thanks you for helping me again." Her large, bright eyes sparkled with light, as charming as the bright stars in the night sky. The corners of Shi Fan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a pleasant smile as he gently responded, "I really couldn't bear to see you suffer any wrongdoing, so that's why I lent a helping hand." Hearing such a frank and direct answer from him, Jiang Xingtong's face instantly turned red, and her body temperature, which had already dropped, seemed to have risen quite a bit all of a sudden. She turned her head away in some panic and pretended to look out the window, muttering under her breath, "So, do you like me?" The voice was so light that it was almost only audible to herself. However, Shi Fan's hearing was exceptionally sharp, and even a subtle sound could not escape his ears. He immediately caught her whisper and replied without hesitation, "That's right, I do like you. Ever since I watched the movie you starred in, I have been deeply impressed with you. When I saw you in person for the first time, that heartwarming feeling was even stronger, making me fall in love with you uncontrollably." His gaze was firm and sincere, as if it was able to penetrate her heart and convey endless deep feelings. Hearing Shi Fan admit it, Jiang Xingtong instantly turned back to look at Shi Fan, only to realize that at this moment, Shi Fan was very serious. His eyes were full of her, and the undisguised love in his eyes made her heart begin to beat faster as well. Then you invited me to jump ship that day was. Jiang Xingtong suddenly thought of something and hesitantly opened her mouth to ask. Her eyes revealed a hint of doubt and hesitation. Shi Fan took a deep breath, then looked earnestly into Jiang Xingtong's eyes and said softly, "No, actually, there are two reasons for inviting you to Star Han. The first reason is that after my observation and understanding of you, I believe that the development direction and philosophy of Huan Entertainment may not be in line with your career planning and personal development needs. I believe that in an environment that is more suitable for you, you will be able to better utilize your talents and realize your dreams." He paused and continued, "And the second reason is because I value your ability very much. I am deeply impressed by your performance at work, and I believe that your professionalism and innovative thinking will bring new vitality and opportunities to Starhan. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you can join Starhan." Hearing this, Jiang Xingtong's expression relaxed a little, but she still asked with some concern, But I'm not sure if I'm really suitable for Starhan. Shi Fan quickly waved his hand and said, regarding the matter of changing companies, you can absolutely consider it carefully before making a decision. There's no need to rush. Also, changing companies and liking you are two different things. They are not related. You don't need to be burdened. I just hope that you will give a second chance to me as well as to Xinghan and consider it. Shi Fan's respect for Jiang Xingtong was like a warm current surging through her heart, making her feel incredibly warm. Just as the two of them were talking happily, the vehicle slowly came to a stop, and Jiang Xingtong fixed her eyes on it, and it turned out that she had already arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. She bowed her head and pondered for a moment, then said softly, I will seriously consider it. Then, she silently opened the car door and prepared to leave. However, when Jiang Xingtong was about to step out of the car, Shi Fan noticed the thin gown she was wearing and couldn't help but feel a surge of concern in his heart. He quickly took off his suit jacket and draped it over Jiang Xingtong's shoulders without hesitation. Jiang Xingtong felt the body heat remaining on her jacket, and did not reject this kindness, but instead turned her head, gazed intently into Shi Fan's eyes, and once again solemnly stated, I'll seriously consider not only the company, but also, you. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze and time seemed to stand still. Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong's gazes met, and each could read a hint of deep meaning in the other's eyes. These brief but powerful words were like a bolt of lightning piercing through the night sky, adding another layer of confusing colors to the originally subtle relationship between them. Looking at the little girl's fading back until she disappeared in front of the neighborhood, Shi Fan's mind still reverberated with the words that Jiang Xingtong had just said. Just now, that little girl said the word consider. Is she really willing to give herself a chance? Thinking back on this, Shi Fan could not help but feel a surge of excitement and thrill. So, the little girl had the same good feelings for him. His heart began to beat faster, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Shi Fan took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner excitement. However, the attitude displayed by Jiang Xingtong gave him great encouragement and motivation. At this moment, thoughts were flying through his mind, with all sorts of ideas coming to him, and even the name of their future child had already been conceptualized. When the flap was slowly lowered, Shi saw his boss's blissful look. He felt speechless. He no longer had any expectations for Shi Fan, so he simply drove towards his home. Chapter 31st Date. Jiang Xingtong pushed the door open with a heavy heart, and the door shaft made a creaking sound, breaking the silence of the late night. She stepped into the dark entrance hall, her shoes rubbing against the floor with a slight sound. When she lifted her head, what met her eyes was a small, dim lamp lit in the living room, emitting a soft, warm glow. This was her mother's habit. Whenever Jiang Xingtong returned home late, her mother would always leave a lamp in the living room for her before she went to bed, like a silent guard waiting for her return. Memories flooded back. When I was a child, the same warm lamp was used, but it was left by my mom for my dad, who came home late. At that time, Dad was always busy at work, often working late into the night, and this lamp became a unique signal of their family, no matter how late. As long as you see this lamp, you know that someone is waiting, and there is a warm home to meet. Now that Dad has passed away, his photo hangs quietly on the wall, wearing a straight police uniform, and that kind smile seems to have traveled through time and space, warming every cold night. Jiang Xingtong stood quietly in the center of the living room, gazing at the lamp, endless thoughts welling up in her heart. The light spilled over her, forming a faint circle of light. Through that soft light, she seemed to see the figure of her father, the one who always gave her infinite love and support. His laughter, words of encouragement, everything floated so clearly in her mind. Tears gradually blurred her vision, but she clenched her teeth and forced herself not to let them slide down. This lamp is not only a symbol of light, but also a bond of deep emotion between family members. Even as the years passed, even as loved ones departed, this love still existed, transmitted through the light to every soul in need of warmth. Jiang Xingtong felt this peace and comfort, and realized that no matter how noisy the world is, there is always a light for her, and there is always a love that never dies. If Dad was still around, she would definitely not be in such a quagmire. Suddenly, a slight vibration broke the contemplation in her mind. She gently wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand before taking her cell phone out of her bag. When she saw that it was a Weibo message from Shi Fan, she couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in her heart. He asked with concern if she had arrived home safely, and politely expressed his concern about the shock she had suffered today. The care that flowed between these words made Jiang Xingtong's inner aggression slightly more comforted. She took a deep breath, reached out to turn off the lights in the living room, and turned around to return to her room. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she replied a message to Shi Fan, telling him that she had arrived home safe and sound and that everything was fine, asking him not to worry. Call me anytime if anything happens. I've arrived home too. Rest early. Good night. Jiang Xingtong gazed at the WeChat sent by Shi Fan, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, blooming into a faint smile. She quickly replied with a good night to him, Even though they hadn't spent much time together, Shi Fan had always given her a feeling of trustworthiness and reliance. And that feeling was exactly what she had longed for after her father's passing. Perhaps the fact that she was able to agree to consider him today was one of the major reasons. After taking a deep breath, she stopped thinking about those things, then hung up Shi Fan's suit neatly and turned towards the bathroom to wash up. When she turned on the light, she suddenly saw herself in the mirror still wearing the jewelry that Shi Fan had photographed earlier on her neck and ears, and realized in a flash what the problem was. OMG. It was so bad that it was extremely bad. She had actually forgotten to return these jewels to Shi Fan. She carefully removed the jewelry from her body and gently put it aside. Looking at it, she suddenly let out a light laugh. She remembered Shi Fan. This jewelry must be returned to him. It would be better to return it tomorrow in person. When the first rays of morning sunlight poured into the room through the curtains, Jiang Xingtong slowly opened her eyes. She stretched, feeling the warmth and vigor brought by the sun. A new day had begun. Getting up and washing up. Of course she didn't forget to send Shi Fan a wee letter asking him to meet today. Returning the jewelry was one aspect. On the other hand, she had already decided to formally agree to the invitation and jump ship to Star Han Entertainment. Another reason was that she wanted to see Shi Fan. Of course she would not admit it now. On the other hand, Shi Fan was currently immersed in dreamland. The events of yesterday had really made him overly excited. So much so that he had been dragging his feet until the latter part of the night before slowly falling asleep. However, as if there was a telepathic connection between his heart and mind, the very moment Jiang Xingtong's news came, Shi Fan unexpectedly woke up as well. He had a dream, and in his dream, he saw Jiang Xingtong sending him a message inviting him to have dinner together. And this dream directly caused him to wake up from his sleep with a joyful smile. He stretched out his arm and grabbed his cell phone from the bedside table, as if he wanted to verify if this wonderful dream would turn into reality. Immediately afterward, the alert box of a new message appeared on the screen, instantly dispersing all the remaining sleepyheads in Shi Fan's body without a trace. He half-heartedly clicked on the message box, and in the next moment, his eyes rolled up in disbelief. It really was a dream come true. The little girl had really asked him out for dinner, although she said that she asked him out because she had something to talk about. This was no longer important to Shi Fan. What was important was that the little girl took the initiative to ask him out. Wow! Shi Fan let out a strange cry that shocked the world. Then he rolled over and stood on the ground with a carp, and ran directly to the bathroom without even having time to put on his shoes. However, when he was halfway there, he suddenly realized that he had only focused on his excitement, and had actually forgotten to send a message back to the other party. So, he immediately turned around and jumped to the bedside, grabbed his cell phone and started replying to the message, and agreed with the other party on a meeting time. After making the arrangements, Shi Fan once again rushed into the bathroom like an arrow out of a string, and began to carefully dress himself in the mirror. On the other hand, after Kong Xingtong finished washing up, she didn't head to the restaurant to eat as usual, but instead uncharacteristically busied herself in the bathroom. She was putting on her makeup seriously. Standing in the corridor outside the bathroom, Zhang's mother gazed curiously at her daughter who was putting on makeup, her heart filled with doubt. She knew that her daughter was not very interested in makeup on weekdays. Facing her mother's suspicious gaze, Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but blush a little as she stammered to explain that it was because there was an event she needed to attend, and then hurried back to her room. It was at this time that Jiang Xingyan noticed her sister's flushed face, and was immediately surprised, blurting out, "Mom, did my sister have a boyfriend?" After hearing her son's words, Zhang's mother came to her senses, and upon careful consideration, there was indeed this possibility. After all, her daughter had already graduated from university and started working, so it would be normal for her to meet a boy of her choice. Thinking of this, Zhang's mother's heart could not help but be a little happy, but at the same time also accompanied by some worry. I wonder what kind of man my daughter likes in the end? Just at this moment, the door of the room was opened once again, only to see Jiang Xingtong, who had already changed into a beautiful dress and was holding a bag in her hands, walk out from inside the room. Her cheeks turned even redder, like ripe apples. When she saw the snickering gazes of her brother and mom, she hurriedly said goodbye to them, not even leaving a chance for the two of them to speak, and walked straight out of the house. Chapter 31 Formal Decision to Jump Ship. When he just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, he noticed from afar that a group of people had gathered at the entrance. They were staring out of the door and talking excitedly about something. Jiang Xingtong walked to the entrance of the neighborhood without knowing why, and at a glance, she saw a luxury sports car parked on the roadside not far away. In front of the car was a man wearing sunglasses, and when he saw her come out, he elegantly got up and waved his hand to her side. Hearing the instantly excited screams of the two young girls behind her, Jiang Xingtong helplessly held her forehead. She should have expected this situation to occur. Backtracking to this morning, she would never have agreed to let him pick her up. Seeing that Shi Fan was about to walk this way, she let out a soft sigh and finally took a step towards him. After sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Xingtong turned her head to look out the window, looking at the people whose faces were full of surprise. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Before long, the entire neighborhood would probably know that there was a handsome man personally driving a luxury sports car to pick her up today. Jiang Xingtong shook her head and decided not to think about these things anymore. She turned her head and was about to thank Shi Fan when she was suddenly stunned by the scene in front of her, only to see Shi Fan holding a large bouquet of brightly colored roses in his hands. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the bouquet of flowers, then raised her head again to look at Shi Fan, her face full of surprise and doubt. Shi Fan, who had been silently watching Jiang Xingtong, finally met her surprised gaze at this moment. He revealed a bright smile and said happily, "Good morning. I saw a florist on the road and thought that this bouquet of flowers was very beautiful, so I wanted to buy it and give it to you, hoping that it will bring you a good mood for the whole day." Saying this, Shi Fan slightly frowned, then explained, "Actually, I had wanted to stand outside waiting for you with the flowers in my hands, but there were just too many people around, and I was worried that people would talk nonsense about our relationship, so I didn't take the flowers out." Although she wanted to spit out, "You already made people misunderstand by driving this sports car to pick me up." But against Shi Fan's concerned expression, her heart was as sweet as if she had drunk honey, and she couldn't say a single word in retort, perhaps because of the roses, or perhaps because of shyness. In Shi Fan's eyes, at this moment her usually white as snow face, as if gently smeared with a layer of light rouge color, coupled with the fact that she today put on a delicate and elegant makeup, making her whole person looks more and more beautiful and touching. He gazed silently like this, and without realizing it, he was actually mesmerized. It was only when he saw Jiang Xingtong's face turning redder and redder under his gaze that he came back to his senses as if waking up from a dream, and apologized with his hands in a frenzy. Jiang Xingtong's cheeks were scarlet, her head slightly lowered, reaching out to receive the bouquet of flowers. Her voice softly said, "It's okay, let's go eat. I'm a little hungry." Shi Fan hurriedly nodded his head in response, and then started the car. Accompanied by a low rumbling sound, the car slowly drove out, leaving behind a group of people who were still pointing and talking. Jiang Xingtong didn't notice that just as she got into the car, Jiang's mother hurriedly jogged and appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood. It turned out that Jiang's mother had come to give her daughter a cell phone. She was tidying up the house when she suddenly realized that her daughter had left her cell phone at home. However, when she rushed to the entrance of the neighborhood, she was surprised to see her daughter getting into a luxury sports car. Due to the distance, Jiang's mom was not able to see the person driving the car, but from the bystanders' murmurs, she could hear that it seemed to be a young boy. Kang's mother couldn't help but frown as she silently listened to the discussions of the people around her, feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart. Eventually, she turned around and slowly walked in the direction of her home. Meanwhile, the two people who were unaware of all this had just arrived at their destination. Shi Fan brought Jiang Xingtong to a reputable breakfast store. This store was quite popular and the flavors were quite excellent. As a matter of fact, Shi Fan had already arranged everything in advance. He had specially instructed Shi to book a private room early in the morning so that they could comfortably enjoy their breakfast. Therefore, when they walked into the store, an enthusiastic waiter immediately came forward to lead them to the private room. Once they arrived at the private room, the two of them couldn't wait to start ordering. It was nearly 10 a.m., and they were already hungry. After ordering the food, the waiter gently closed the door of the private room and left. Only then did Jiang Xingtong carefully open the bag she had been holding all the way and handed it to Shi Fan. "This is the jewelry you auctioned off yesterday. I forgot to take it down when I left in a hurry yesterday, so I purposely brought it here for you today," Jiang Xingtong said softly. However, Shi Fan did not reach out to pick up that bag, but instead gently pushed it back to Jiang Xingtong, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "This was originally a gift bought for you. No need to return it." Despite some speculation in her heart, Jiang Xingtong's attitude remained firm and unusual. She once again passed the bag forward and said in a resolute tone, "I can't accept this generous gift without merit. If you insist on refusing to take it back, then I can only turn around and leave immediately." After saying this, she made a gesture to get up. Looking at her resolute gaze, Shi Fan sighed helplessly and finally chose to compromise. He slowly stretched out his hands to receive the bag, then gently put it aside, indicating that he had accepted the gift. However, at this moment, deep inside his heart, he was secretly calculating another thing, to pack up the room next to his own and transform it into an accessory room dedicated to storing the jewelry he purchased for her. In this way, every time he gave her precious jewelry in the future, he would be able to have an exclusive place to place it. Shi Fan's move to retrieve the jewelry seemed to have had an effect, and Jiang Xingtong's originally tense face gradually eased. However, she did not know that Shi Fan was preparing to give her a big surprise, a jewelry room just for her. After a slight hesitation, Jiang Xingtong finally summoned up the courage to speak. "I've thought it over carefully and decided to jump ship and go to Star Han Entertainment. It's just that, At the moment, I can't afford the fees I need to pay for breaching the contract. After speaking, she couldn't help but pinch the corner of her coat in some embarrassment, a hint of uneasiness and embarrassment showing in her eyes. Really? Great. Tell you that the atmosphere of Star Han Entertainment is very good, very democratic. You will definitely like it. Hearing her agree to change companies, Shi Fan was very happy. Don't worry about the breach of contract fee, give it to Star Han. After dinner I'll take you to visit Star Han and experience the company atmosphere. Since Shi Fan said that she didn't have to pay the breach of contract fee herself, she didn't want to. Shi Fan wouldn't lie to her, this she could be sure of. Hearing that she could also visit the company, Jiang Xingtong nodded her head repeatedly. The last time she was in a hurry about the audition, she really didn't look at the company carefully. Chapter 32. Being good to you is the most basic thing when you're together. After determining that he agreed to change his agency, Shi Fan immediately dialed Shi Ci's number and informed the other party that he needed to deal with Jiang Xingtong's termination of her contract with Huan Entertainment as soon as possible. Immediately afterward, he dialed assistant Wang's number and asked him to prepare the contract with Jiang Xingtong to be used later back at the company. By the time he hung up the phone, the meals had all been served on the table. During the meal, Shi Fan's thoughtfulness and care made Jiang Xingtong feel very shy and embarrassed. Although she did have a certain degree of affection for Shi Fan, she had not yet made it clear that she was willing to enter into a romantic relationship with him. However, at this moment, Shi Fan was acting so naturally to take care of her, which made her feel a bit overwhelmed. When breakfast was placed on the table, Shi Fan first mixed the noodles and brought them to her. Then he placed the peeled shrimp and eggs in front of her eyes. Even the wontons were carefully served in a small bowl and placed in her hand with a gentle instruction to wait until they had cooled down a bit before eating. Jiang Xingtong was being taken care of by Shi Fan in every possible way, and she felt a little strange in her heart, not quite at ease, and Shi Fan seemed to have read her mind as if he had gently laughed. Don't feel uncomfortable, and don't have any mental burdens. It's only natural that I want to be with you and treat you well, but to be honest, I haven't been in a relationship before, so I probably don't know much about how to pursue a girl. I'm only treating you according to my inner thoughts, so if some of my behavior makes you feel troubled or uncomfortable anymore, please be sure to tell me in time, he said gently. Some words with excessive sugar content made Jiang Xingtong's heart as sweet as if she had eaten honey, but at the same time, it also made her feel very surprised. A handsome boy like Shi Fan had never been in love before. Shi Fan keenly captured the surprise in Jiang Xingtong's eyes, but did not choose to open his mouth to explain. Firstly, he hadn't yet thought through how to tell her about his overnight wealth. Secondly, retaining some mystery could arouse her curiosity about himself. At this moment, Shi Fan's inner little scheme was already quietly online. When breakfast was about to be finished, Jiang Xingtong was worried that Shi Fan would still be the one to pay the bill first, so she planned to quietly settle the bill under the pretense of going to the restroom. However, when she touched her pocket, she suddenly realized that because of the morning, in order to avoid her family's questioning, she hurriedly changed clothes and grabbed her bag and ran out the door, leaving her phone on the dining table. Jiang Xingtong could not help but look sad and secretly chagrined in her heart. Shi Fan has already helped herself so much. This meal is still her appointment with the family to eat. The result is to check out and then say that their cell phone did not take? Oh my god. What to do? So embarrassing. Noticed that her face is a bit abnormal. Shi Fan's heart cannot help but tighten, and quickly asked with concern, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Or is there something else going on? Only to see that little girl lowered her head and muttered, sorry, I may not be able to treat you to dinner today. I seem to have left my cell phone at home. The money for this meal, can I trouble you to advance it for me first? When I get home, I will transfer it to you right away. Really very sorry. Hearing this, Shi Fan was first stunned, then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought to himself, this little girl is really cute as hell. Thus, he lightly laughed and replied, it's okay, there's no need to be in such a hurry. How about this? When you're free, you can treat me to a meal again. In fact, when the two of them went out to eat, they definitely wouldn't let her pay when the time came. But having such an excuse meant that they had another chance to meet and eat together. As expected, the little girl raised her head and looked at Shi Fan with bright eyes, then nodded vigorously, indicating that she accepted the offer. Today's Shi Fan quote, going out in the world, opportunities are given by themselves. On the way to the company, Shi Fan received a call from Shi Ci, who said that he had already docked with Cheerful Entertainment, and that Cheerful Entertainment had agreed to terminate the contract as soon as the liquidated damages were in place. In fact, he wasn't surprised at all. After all, he had heard director Gong say before that part of this company's income also depended on the artist's liquidated damages. Go on my account, pay the liquidated damages as soon as possible, then bring the termination contract to Star Han. I want to use it. After getting a reply from Shi Ci, Shi Fan directly hung up the phone and continued to drive to Star Han. The two communicated that Shi Fan did not carry Jiang Xingtong behind her back. So when she heard that the liquidated damages were going to Shi Fan's account, Jiang Xingtong was a little anxious. She had thought that it was Star Han's side that had stepped in to negotiate. Shi Fan, is it that Star Han doesn't agree to pay me the liquidated damages? If it doesn't agree, I won't change it. I don't need you to smuggle the account. Just as the red light in front of him, Shi Fan stopped the car, looked sideways at Jiang Xingtong's somewhat uneasy face, and smiled soothingly. It's not that Xinghan doesn't give, but I feel that such a company really has no need to exist, and going on my private accounts is also because I want to keep the evidence. Jiang Xingtong nodded with some sudden realization. So you want Huan Entertainment to go bankrupt? Watching Shi Fan nod affirmatively, she breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked with some skepticism, there isn't some other reason? She was still worried that Star Han didn't actually want to poach her into the company or pay the liquidated damages, but rather that Shi Fan was manipulating all of this behind the scenes in order to woo her. The green light came on, and Shi Fan looked straight ahead to start the car, and replied in a slightly serious tone, if I have to say there was some other reason, then there was. Jiang Xingtong instantly became nervous, but before she could pursue her question, she heard Shi Fan continue, it would be faster to handle it through my account, and I hope that you will be able to join Star Han as soon as possible, so that I can be a little more at ease, and I'll be able to see you every day. When he said the last sentence, his tone was slightly flirtatious, causing Jiang Xingtong to give him a blank look. When she heard him mention that he could only be at ease after he terminated his contract and joined Star Han, she realized that he was referring to what happened at the banquet last night, and for a moment, a wave of touched feelings couldn't help but well up in her heart. Chapter 33, Favorability soars to 70%. Star Han Entertainment's top floor office. Shi Fan took Jiang Xingtong in the elevator to the top floor and stepped into the office that belonged to him. This was the first time Shi Fan had set foot in this place, but he immediately felt a very different atmosphere from Sitamor's office next door. While Sitamor's office displayed a calm and atmospheric style, Shi Fan's room incorporated more elements favored by young people, making the entire office seem more lively and less solemn. Before Shi arrived, Assistant Wang gently knocked on the door and then walked inside, serving the two of them 2 steaming cups of tea before silently exiting the door, leaving them a space to be alone. Jiang Xingtong had never seen such a spacious and well-designed office before, and her heart was filled with curiosity. However, since she was in Shi Fan's office, she did not dare to walk around or look around freely, but instead sat on the sofa in a well-behaved manner and waited quietly. Inwardly, she also secretly admonished herself, what if there are any secrets, or internal company documents for her to see and be silenced? After hanging up his jacket, Shi Fan turned around and saw Jiang Xingtong sitting on the sofa at a glance. She sat in a schoolboy-like sitting posture. Shi Fan estimated that if she was given another table at this moment, this little girl would probably sit even straighter. Shi Fan secretly imagined this, and in the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud as he couldn't help himself. Hearing the laughter, Jiang Xingtong looked at Shi Fan suspiciously. Shi Fan quickly waved his hand, indicating that it was fine, and directly stepped forward to sit down opposite Jiang Xingtong. Don't be too formal, La. It's also my first time coming to this office and I don't particularly know the layout here. You can feel free to take a tour. After entering this office, Shi Fan clearly felt the intense curiosity shining in Jiang Xingtong's eyes, as if it was about to overflow. She was so full of spirit and vigor at this time, in stark contrast to the way she had become stoic after the vicissitudes of her previous life. Shi Fan secretly resolved to guard her in this life so that she would always maintain such vigor. Jiang Xingtong's face blossomed into a delighted smile when she heard Shi Fan say this, and she couldn't wait to get up, running towards the model wall on one side of the room with light footsteps. This wall caught her attention when she first entered this room. The wall was covered with small grids that were as transparent as crystal, densely covering the entire wall. Inside each small compartment was quietly placed an exquisite model of a car, and most of them were mind-blowing sports cars. Under the soft illumination of the white light strips, these models exuded a dazzling charm. Jiang Xingtong walked a little closer and scrutinized them. She was surprised to find that these models seemed to have been made by restoring real vehicles at a 1-to-1 scale. She recalled that when she was in college, one of her roommates was very fascinated by car models, and had once told her that models that could be reproduced 1-to-1 like this usually needed to be specially customized, and the price was even higher. Jiang Xingtong looked at several models one after another, and without exception, they were also realistically reproduced. Suddenly, as if she had realized something, she involuntarily took a few steps backward. With wide eyes, she stared at the wall, secretly estimating in her heart that there were at least thousands of compartments, and each of them held an elaborate model. An unspeakable shock and awe welled up in her heart, and the scene in front of her seemed to put her in the middle of a miniature automobile museum. What did this mean? Jiang Xingtong gulped, feeling as if her previous perception had been narrowed by something. Seeing this wall, she knew it was poverty. If this scene was to be seen by her roommate, she would have to go crazy in place. She didn't visit anymore. If she continued to visit, she was afraid that she would join the League of Rich Haters. Did you collect all these models? Back on the sofa, Jiang Xingtong took a sip of tea to stabilize her mind. No, this is what Brother Moore got. Seeing that I always drive a sports car, he thought I liked cars, so when he decorated this office he got a wall of toys. Shi Fan really didn't know that these were customized car models, thinking that they were the kind of car toys that kids play with when they're young, just a little more realistically made. Jiang Xingtong was shocked by the phrase toys. Well, it's her who doesn't deserve it. She should not have asked. Knock knock knock. A light and rhythmic knock on the door suddenly sounded. After Shi Fan answered softly, the door to the room slowly opened and a tall young man walked in holding a pile of documents. This person was none other than Shi Fan's assistant, Shi. Shi Fan smiled and introduced Jiang Xingtong. This is my assistant, Shi. This is MS. Jiang Xingtong Jiang. Shi placed the information in his hands neatly in front of Shi Fan, then straightened up and expressionlessly nodded slightly to Jiang Xingtong. Seeing this, Jiang Xingtong also hurriedly stood up from the sofa and greeted him slightly nervously, looking at Shi's consistently serious face, and then looking at Jiang Xingtong's obviously frightened and restrained appearance. Shi Fan could not help but helplessly shake his head, while waving his hand to indicate that the two of them should both sit down first. However, at this moment, a trace of unspeakable joy surged in Shi Fan's heart. Through comparison, he realized that Jiang Xingtong appeared more relaxed and at ease in front of herself than in front of other strangers, and even often revealed a cute demeanor that was easily shy. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Shi Fan silently recited these words in his heart, but he felt that victory seemed to be close at hand. After the two of them sat down one after another, Shi gently pushed up his glasses before speaking. Dong Shi, this document at the top is the relevant document regarding the termination of MS. Zhang's contract with Cheerful Entertainment. As soon as the money from our side arrived, the other party had already signed the contract, and now all that remains is your signature. MS. Jiang. Shi Fan picked up that contract and did not flip through it to check, because he had full trust in Shi's ability to do his job. He did not hesitate to raise his hand and hand the contract to Jiang Xingtong. Jiang Xingtong took the contract with a slightly trembling hand, and when she saw the 4 big words termination contract on the cover, an inexplicable feeling welled up in her heart. She didn't bother to carefully read the middle clause, but directly turned to the last page. Sure enough, in the signature area, Cheerful Entertainment had already signed their name, while the blank space on the other side was obviously reserved for her. The longed-for termination contract was in her hand. Her eyes gradually became hazy, and before the tears in her eyes fell, a signature pen came into her eyes, and she looked up to see Shi's gentle smiling face. Looking at him, Jiang Xingtong broke into a smile, took the pen, directly in the sign his name. Finally restored to free agency. Too late to sigh anything, Shi Fan handed over another document. Taking a look. Oh, signing contract. Jiang Xingtong blankly glanced at Shi Fan, and inwardly spat. What a capitalist. Ha! Shi Fan, who was suddenly blanked by Jiang Xingtong, had a questioning face. What's going on? Uncertainly looking at Shi also gave a blank look. Sure enough, the information was right. A woman is a changeable creature. The laborer, Jiang Xingtong, carefully read the signing contract from beginning to end with a puzzled look on her face, as if she couldn't be sure. She revisited the contract again. Ever since she had been cheated by Cheerful Entertainment last time, Jiang Xingtong had spent a lot of time and effort to brush up on her knowledge about the terms of the contract and delve deeper into the traps that might be hidden in it. However, after repeatedly reviewing this seemingly flawless contract with extremely favorable conditions, she did not find any factors that were unfavorable to her. Jiang Xingtong raised her head, her gaze landing on Shi Fan, and instantly came to a realization. Without a doubt, all of this must have been deliberately arranged by Shi Fan. Why did this person care so much about himself? He had actually silently done so many things for himself. A warm current surged in Jiang Xingtong's heart, and she couldn't help but secretly think, how could he be so good? At this moment, if there was a favor progress bar that could measure her inner feelings, then I'm afraid that number would have long since soared to over 70%. This sudden influx of emotions left her somewhat at a loss for words. Chapter 34, Zhang's mom's abnormality. Regardless, this good intention of his, Jiang Xingtong accepted it heartily. After signing the contract, a big stone in Shi Fan's heart finally fell to the ground. He raised his head, his eyes fell on the mountain of documents in front of him, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Looking at this situation, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to accompany Jiang Xingtong to stroll around the company together. Therefore, Shi Fan did not hesitate to ask Shi to call Assistant Wang to his office. Not long after, Assistant Wang hurriedly came. Shi Fan handed Assistant Wang the contract that Jiang Xingtong had just signed. and asked him to show Jiang Xingtong around the company, and also let her say hello to the other colleagues and get to know each other. Assistant Wang readily agreed. As a matter of fact, the first time he heard of the name Jiang Xingtong was from his own boss, Situ Moore. When he learned that this Jiang Xingtong was the girl pursued by the new general manager Shi, he knew in his heart, if nothing else, this girl would surely have a promising career in the future. He was secretly happy in his heart and felt that this was an opportunity to establish a good relationship with the other party. Thus, he smiled and greeted the other party, acting very friendly and cordial. Afterward, he led Jiang Xingtong out the door and went to visit the surroundings together. As he watched the two of them walk away, Shi Fan sighed helplessly before silently picking up the documents on his desk. He gave his full attention to his work as Timothy gave a detailed report. Back to Kang's mom's side. Ever since she came back from the neighborhood, Jiang Xingyan was keenly aware that something wasn't quite right with her, especially when he saw that his mother had brought back his elder sister's cell phone. Jiang Xingyan's heart thumped, guessing that his mother might not have caught up with his sister. However, what puzzled him was why his mom's face was so ugly. It was as if she was greatly disturbed. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Didn't catch up with big sister?" Jiang Xingyan looked at his mom's soulful appearance after returning from outside and hurriedly greeted her and asked, yes, your sister left fast. Mom didn't see anyone. Kang's mom replied absent-mindedly. Then as if she had lost her soul, she carelessly cleaned up. Looking at his mom's state, which was very wrong, Jiang Xingyan's heart was filled with worry. He knew that something must have happened, but his mom didn't seem to want to communicate with him. Jiang Xingyan stood helplessly, thinking about what to do next. Now that his eldest sister didn't have her cell phone with her, she couldn't get in touch with the outside world, and I'm afraid that the only one who could communicate with him and provide some clues was his second sister. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyan decided to give the second sister a call first. Hopefully, through his second sister, he would be able to find a solution to the problem. After thinking for a while, Jiang Xingyan finally decided to go back to the house to get his cell phone and dialed the phone number of his second sister, who was studying at the university in the city. When the phone was successfully answered, Jiang Xingyan immediately told her second sister in detail about her mother's abnormal condition in a low voice. After listening to Jiang Xingyan's description, her second sister said that she would return home immediately after her class this afternoon. Receiving this reply, the worry in Jiang Xingyan's heart was slightly alleviated. Originally, today was Saturday, and according to the original plan, Jiang Xingyan had already made an appointment with someone else and was going to go out after dinner. However, due to the unusual behavior of Jiang's mother, Jiang Xingyan finally changed his mind after much deliberation. He resolved not to step out of the house today, instead choosing to stay home to take care of his mom and wait for his second sister to return. It was because of this decision that Jiang Xingyan indirectly missed out on learning the real reason for Jiang's mom's ugly face. On Xinghan's side, there was a delay due to the need to open a video conference with the senior Chinese side halfway through the meeting. When Shi Fan finished signing the last document, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at Shi walking out of the door with the properly processed documents in his arms, Shi Fan only felt his body slightly stiff. He silently stretched out his body, moving his muscles and bones, soothing the muscles that were slightly tense due to keeping the same position for a long time. Immediately afterward, he turned his head and his gaze happened to land on top of the sofa, only to see Jiang Xingtong quietly curled up there, clutching a magazine in her hand, sleeping extraordinarily sweetly, as if sensing that there were no more voices talking around her. Jiang Xingtong's eyelids gently fluttered a few times. Her long eyelashes were like butterflies about to dance, full of spiritual beauty. Gradually, Jiang Xingtong slowly opened those slightly sleepy eyes. When she realized that she had accidentally fallen asleep in Shi Fan's office, a trace of shyness could not help but appear on her face. Out of instinctive reaction, her line of sight involuntarily glanced in the direction of her desk. As a result, the next moment, she met Shi Fan's doting eyes, causing Jiang Xingtong, who was not fully awake, to become giddy, as if she was about to drown in his gentle and accommodating gaze. Shi Fan was still looking at Jiang Xingtong's lovely appearance when she had just woken up from sleep, just like a little kitten. However, as soon as this little kitten saw herself, she seemed to become even more confused, so that one couldn't help but want to rub her into his arms just by looking at her. Shi Fan gently shook his head, smiled, and asked softly in a soft tone, Tong, have you had lunch? The little girl who came back to her senses, her cheeks blushed as she nodded her head. It was Assistant Wang who took me to the cafeteria to eat my meal, and also brought one for you and Assistant Shi. Where is Assistant Shi? Ah, he went to get busy. It's fine, he can take care of things himself la. Speaking of which, I really feel a little hungry. What kind of dishes are these? Shi Fan's eyes glanced at the insulated lunchbox placed on the coffee table, could not help but subconsciously touch his stomach, and then quickly stood up and walked to the sofa with a big stride, ready to feast and enjoy this beautiful meal. I wasn't quite sure which flavor of dishes you like. so I picked some of each type for you to try. Oh. Jiang Xingtong saw that Shi Fan was ready to start eating, so she hurriedly went forward to help open the lunchboxes one by one and arrange them neatly, and thoughtfully handed over a wet towel, signaling that he should wipe his hands clean before eating. At this moment the time sale has long been hungry chest to back. He took the wet towel, simply wiped his hands, cannot wait to wolf down. Because he was eating with too much dedication and concentration, he had unknowingly eaten nearly half of the meal that originally belonged to Shi as well. Jiang Xingtong hadn't paid special attention to the size of Shi Fan's meal before, but this was the first time she had witnessed Shi Fan eating so closely and intuitively, and she couldn't help but be deeply shocked and surprised inwardly. She said that the rich people eat very little? What is going on with Shi Fan? Is it because he is still growing his body? In fact, Shi Fan this time was deliberately showing his true meal size in front of Jiang Xingtong. The way Jiang Xingtong treated him today made him clearly realize that this little girl had a certain good feeling towards him. Then, he should also gradually let the little girl recognize her true self. Who would have thought that in the previous 2 meals, he had only eaten half full in order to keep Jiang Xingtong from being frightened. Eating together a few times was probably about to starve his abs out. Chapter 34, Jones Family's Worry 1. Shi Fan put down the chopsticks in his hands with satisfaction after sending the last juicy shrimp into his mouth. Just then, a cup of lukewarm water that had already cooled to a suitable temperature appeared at his hand. He raised his head, and his gaze happened to meet Jiang Xingtong's slightly reddened cheeks. Her voice was low, soft and gentle. Drink some water. You're eating so fast. Be careful of choking. Her concern was like a spring breeze on the face, causing a warm current to well up in Shi Fan's heart. Seeing that she did not show any abnormality because of the amount of food she ate, Shi Fan felt an inexplicable warmth welling up in his heart. He even felt that before he could even drink the cup of warm water, his entire body was already surrounded by this warmth. Okay, I will pay attention to slowing down my eating speed next time, Shi Fan replied with a smile and picked up the cup of water in his hand, taking a light sip. Then he asked with concern, how was the tour of the company just now? Everything still went well, right? He was looking forward to hearing her share her experience and feelings about the visit. As soon as he said this, Jiang Xingtong's eyes lit up. Smooth. It's so smooth. Assistant Wang is really a superb person. Not only did he take me on a floor-by-floor tour, but he also introduced me to a lot of wonderful people. Everyone was great to work with, and I even saw several popular celebrities who were simply beautiful and especially gentle and kind. If I hadn't forgotten to bring my cell phone today, I really wanted to take pictures with them. Just then, Jiang Xingtong suddenly realized that she had left her phone at home. The family must have been worried, because in this era where you hardly use cash when you go out, it's really hard to get around without a cell phone. But Jiang's mom didn't know about this and was now afraid that she was worried sick. So, Jiang Xingtong hurriedly said to Shi Fan, excuse me, can I trouble you to send me home? I forgot my cell phone, and I'm afraid my mom will be worried. Her tone was full of anxiety and earnestness, hoping that Shi Fan would understand and help her. For Jiang Xingtong's request, Shi Fan was naturally happy to do so. Perhaps even she herself did not realize that nowadays, the relationship between her and Shi Fan was becoming more and more intimate and familiar. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid she would have preferred to walk home, but would never have asked for such a favor. Without hesitation, Shi Fan grabbed his jacket and car keys and led Jiang Xingtong quickly out the door. He was keenly aware that Jiang Xingtong seemed to be a little anxious, so he sped all the way to the entrance of the neighborhood as fast as he could. However, this time the situation was different. Despite Jiang Xingtong's eagerness to return home, she did not rush back to the neighborhood as she did yesterday once she got out of the car, but after saying goodbye to Shi Fan, she quietly stood still and watched him drive away. That gentle gaze contained a trace of unspeakable emotion. She quietly gazed at Shi Fan's fading back, a trace of bewilderment and loss showing in her gaze. Although the time they spent together was not long, everything Shi Fan had given for her was deeply engraved in her heart. She knew that these were not for the purpose of pursuing her, but from a kind of sincere care, and care is the kind of heartfelt hope that she will not be wronged. Happy expression of emotion. This kind of not seeking return, only wish her well when the sale. People cannot help but be touched by it. However, in the face of such a wonderful her heart was also filled with confusion. She doesn't know how long this goodness can last, nor is she sure where this relationship will go if she agrees. Just as Jiang Xingtong turned around and prepared to embark on the road home with her confusion about the relationship, she suddenly realized that in the shade at the entrance of the neighborhood, her own sister, Jiang Xingyu, was standing there silently, her eyes revealing a complex look. Obviously, Jiang Xingyu had witnessed everything that had just happened. Jiang Xingtong sighed, then lifted her feet towards the door. Let's go home first. Okay. Jiang Xingyu responded softly and followed closely behind her sister as they walked towards home together. Right, sis, just now Xiao Ying called and told me that when she helped mom deliver your cell phone this morning, she noticed that Mom's face didn't look quite right. Do you know what's going on? Walking along, Jiang Xingyu suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Hearing her sister say this, Jiang Xingtong jolted to a halt and stared back at Jiang Xingyu closely, asking in surprise, what did you say? Mom gave me a cell phone this morning? Yes. Xiaoyan said that Mom saw you leave the house without your cell phone and was worried that something might happen to you, so she purposely ran to deliver your cell phone to you. But in the end, she didn't catch up with you. When she went back, her face became strange. Jiang Xingyu hurriedly stopped and explained in detail to her sister what Xiaoyan had just said to her on the phone. After hearing her sister's explanation, Jiang Xingtong could not help but feel a headache. She secretly pondered in her heart, guessing that the reason Xiaoyan said that her mom looked bad was probably because she saw herself getting into Shi Fan's car. She might have also heard the people around her talking about herself. Thinking about this, Jiang Xingtong's mood became heavier and heavier. Looking at her sister's expression, Jiang Xingyu didn't say anything else, but fell into deep thought. The scene she saw at the door kept coming back to her mind, the luxury sports car parked in front of the door, with a handsome young man sitting in the driver's seat, while her sister sat in the passenger seat with a smile on her face. Although she knew that her sister was definitely not the kind of gold-digging woman who coveted riches and loved vanity, when she witnessed all this with her own eyes, a trace of worry and doubt inevitably arose in her heart. After all, love in real life is often not as beautiful and innocent as a fairy tale, especially when faced with those rich young men from wealthy families and prominent backgrounds. It is easy to get caught up in the whirlpool of emotions and even get hurt. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu secretly resolved that after she went home and dealt with her mother's affairs, she must find a chance to have a good talk with her sister. She wanted to understand the real relationship between her sister and that young man, and remind her sister to keep a clear head on the issue of relationships, and not to be easily confused by the superficial prosperity. Chapter 35, John's family's worry too. The two sisters with their own thoughts returned home in silence, and when they pushed open the door, they saw at a glance that Jiang Xingyan was sitting in the living room. Hearing the noise, Jiang Xingyan turned his head, and when he saw that it was the two of them, he hurriedly tilted his head and gestured in the direction of the kitchen. Through the frosted glass, Kang's mother's figure could be vaguely seen busy in the kitchen, presumably preparing dinner. However, unlike previous days, even after hearing the sound of the door opening, Kang's mother did not come out of the kitchen to check on them and greet them as usual. Jiang Xingyan, on the other hand, looked a bit cautious as he lowered his voice and said to the two of them, ever since Mom came back, she's been silent, and her face looks horrible. After hearing Jiang Xingyan's words, Jiang Xingtong first calmed her younger siblings, then changed into slippers and walked straight towards the kitchen. Mom, my sister and I are back. Everyone is gathered today. You cook a few more dishes. Oh, I have good news to tell you. Jiang Xingtong washed her hands while speaking to Jiang's mom as if nothing had happened. She secretly decided in her heart, since both her mom and sister had already discovered Shi Fan's existence, she would have to explain herself. And since everyone just happened to be here now, why don't we just make everything clear at once? Hearing her daughter's voice, Jiang mother stopped the work she was doing in her hands and slowly raised her head, her gaze falling on Jiang Xingtong. Looking at the open and honest look on her eldest daughter's face, Jiang mother hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say anything, just nodded silently, then turned around and returned to the kitchen, taking out a few more fresh vegetables from the refrigerator. It didn't take long for the fragrant meal to be placed on the dining table. However, none of the four people on the table moved their chopsticks first. John's mom, who had remained silent all day, finally opened her mouth at this moment. When I went to deliver your cell phone in the morning, I saw you get into a luxury sports car. The extra words were not said by John's mother, but she frowned and looked at herself. Jiang Xingtong's heart realized that her mother was waiting for a reasonable explanation. Mom, it's not like what people outside say. The one who came to pick me up this morning is actually the boss of the company I'm currently working for, as well as my benefactor. Jiang Xingtong said softly after taking a deep breath. As soon as the words left her mouth, the originally tightly tensed face of John's mother instantly changed a lot, replaced by a face full of worry as she looked at her eldest daughter. At this moment, the Jiang family siblings at the dining table were also very surprised. In particular, Jiang Xingyan, who had always been straight-talking, couldn't hold back and was the first to ask, Sister, what exactly happened? Could it be that you were bullied outside? In the face of her brother's concerned inquiry and the gazes cast by her family, Jiang Xingtong silently nodded her head in acquiescence. Although she had long since decided not to mention the various things she had experienced at cheerful entertainment to her family, she knew very well in her heart that if she could not explain this matter clearly, she feared that it would lead to more unexplainable troubles in the future. More importantly, deep in her heart, she longed to let her family members know how much she was cared for by Shi Fan, and hoped that they would have a good impression of him. Immediately afterward, she told the Jiang family in detail about signing up for Huan Entertainment and suffering from Huan Entertainment's deception and suppression. As she watched the faces of the three members of the Jiang family become more and more ugly, Jiang Xingtong suddenly laughed out softly, and this laugh instantly drew puzzled glances from the three members. Sister, this is too much. That cheerfulness even bullied you like this. But how can you still laugh? The impatient Jiang Xingyan couldn't help but roar. Yeah, how is this company like this? It's too disgusting. Sis, can we sue them? In the face of the indignation of younger siblings, Jiang Xingtong's face still hangs a faint smile, softly explains, you guys don't rush off. First listen to me finish it. Actually, the person who came over to pick me up this morning is called Shi Fan. Originally, I had already missed the audition I mentioned to you yesterday, but thanks to Shi Fan's help, when I pleaded with the director to give me another chance, he not only stood up for me, but also took the initiative to extend an olive branch to me, saying that he was willing to take on my liquidated damages, and help me to smoothly terminate my contract with the original company. So yeah, I'm not smiling because I'm happy. When Jiang mother heard this, the look on her face did not become lighter, but instead was filled with worry. Even the other two also revealed worried looks as they looked at Jiang Xingtong. Tong, you child, why don't you discuss such an important matter with the family? Jiang's mother looked at Jiang Xingtong with heartache, distressed that she would rather find a way to solve things on her own than tell her family when she encountered them. Mom, I've grown into an adult. I can't rely on mom whenever something happens. Besides, everything is over now. I even visited and signed the contract with Xinghan today. This company is really very good. Just as good as Shi Fan. It's very democratic. Unlike those other companies that only seek to maximize profits. Tong, that Shi Fan you just mentioned. He's so good to you. Didn't he make any excessive demands from you? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang's mother finally felt that this man might have evil intentions towards her own daughter. Otherwise, how could that huge amount of liquidated damages have been paid so easily? Hearing Jiang's mother ask this question, Jiang Xingtong's originally calm and relaxed face suddenly turned a little scarlet. She slightly lowered her head, not daring to look directly into her mom's eyes that were filled with worry, and softly explained, well, actually, he is indeed pursuing me, but I haven't given him a clear answer yet. However, he really respects me very much and has also told me that his pursuit of me has absolutely nothing to do with work. What he sees in me is my own ability. That's why he chose to sign me. Jiang Xingtong secretly pondered in her heart, and after weighing the pros and cons, she eventually decided to conceal the generous conditions in the contract for the time being. After all, if she told her family this, they might think that the contract was too special, thus bringing unnecessary pressure on herself. Instead, it would be better to let the family members mistakenly think that Starhan treated every artist the same way, which might make it a little easier for everyone to accept. Thinking of this, Kang Xingtong couldn't help but secretly pray in her heart that everything would go on smoothly. Chapter 36, Gossipy Jiang Family Siblings. Jiang's mother was slightly relieved, but at the same time, she also noticed that whenever that person was mentioned, her own daughter's cheeks would blush. However, she didn't choose to continue talking to her daughter in depth. Just a moment ago, when she heard her daughter recount the suppression that cheerful entertainment had put on her, Mother Jiang already felt guilty in her heart. It was even if she hadn't noticed that her own daughter was being bullied. But today, she even listened to other people's words and doubted her own daughter. Jiang's mother felt that she should not be subjective to determine whether Shi Fan is a good or bad person. Have the opportunity to let her daughter brought back to see before making a conclusion? As for the outside world of those gossip, let them go with the wind. After thinking about this point, Jiang mother resumed her previous appearance, greeted everyone hurry to eat while hot, between the dinner table once again filled with the warm and harmonious atmosphere of the past. As night fell, Jiang Xingtong had just finished washing up and was about to rest when she suddenly heard a soft knocking sound coming from her room door. Jiang Xingtong gently opened the door to her room, only to see Jiang Xingyin and Jiang Xingyu standing straight by the door like two stars shining with curiosity. Their eyes that were filled with longing and anticipation seemed as if they wanted to see through her completely. In the face of this situation, Jiang Xingtong secretly grumbled in her heart, alas, these two brats, they must have run over to spy and join in the fun again. She shook her head hopelessly, then sidestepped to make way for the doorway, inviting the pair of siblings to enter the house. After receiving permission, Jiang Xingyin and Jiang Xingyu were as excited as two little birds, letting out joyful cries and rushing into the room like a whirlwind, darting straight towards their beds. When Jiang Xingtong closed the door to her room and turned around, she was surprised to find the two of them already sitting firmly on the bed and thoughtfully reserving a seat for her. Well, what questions do you guys want to ask me? Jiang Xingtong took a step towards the bed and sat down without hesitation. At this moment, after the two siblings glanced at each other in tacit understanding, Jiang Xingyu first spoke up and asked, Sister, I saw that boy. He looks very young and handsome. Could it be that he is the legendary second generation of the rich? This Jiang Xingtong really didn't know anything about it. She could only helplessly shake her head. Second sister, could it be that you saw someone? Then did you see what kind of sports car it was? Boys were indeed most concerned with cars. Jiang Xingyu similarly shook her head. I did see it, but didn't know exactly what kind of sports car it was. I just felt that it looked very expensive. Oh, I do know something about this one. It seems to be called the Koenigsegg 11. I overheard someone shouting that in the company parking lot earlier. These words came from Kong Xingtong's hearsay from the company parking lot. What? It's Koenigsegg 11. You didn't hear it wrong, did you, sister? The market value of this car today is close to $100 million. Ha! As soon as Jiang Xingyan's words fell, followed by the incomparably shocked cries of the two Jiang family sisters, Jiang Xingtong stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes. Full of disbelief, she had never imagined that Li Fan was so rich. What she especially remembered was that the vehicle she was driving home last night was not the one she was seeing at the moment, but there was no doubt that either one of them was worth a lot of money. After the initial shock, Jiang Xingtong remembered seeing the wall of model cars in Shi Fan's office during the day and the dazzling jewelry she had photographed yesterday, and described them to her siblings truthfully. As expected, these words once again triggered a gush of amazement from them. Sis, is he really good to you? Don't let him fool you. Jiang Xingyu looked at her sister with some concern. Jiang Xingtong smiled and touched her sister's head. Very good. Oh, if it's together, I'll bring him to you and you'll know. After tonight's incident, the Jiang family siblings had a deeper understanding and feeling of Shi Fan's perception of his strong financial power. They realized that the wealth that Shi Fan possessed was not just numerically huge, but might be reflected in the multiple aspects of strength, influence, and social status that he represented behind it. At the same time, Jiang Xingtong became somewhat uneasy inside. She begins to reflect on her relationship with Shi Fan and cannot help but wonder, can I really be a good match for such an excellent and wealthy man? This self-doubt gradually took over Jiang Xingtong's thoughts, making her feel confused and anxious. She knows that wealth and status are not the only criteria for measuring the suitability of a relationship, but faced with Shi Fan's amazing wealth, Jiang Xingtong can't help but feel an inferiority complex. She was worried that she would become a burden to Shi Fan, or that she would not be able to truly integrate into his life, and she was also afraid that the difference in their backgrounds would lead to a parting of the ways. All of these concerns came to the forefront of her mind and made Jiang Xingtong lie down for a very long time before she went to sleep. At the break of dawn on the second day, Jiang Xingtong woke up leisurely, but the poor quality of sleep made her feel a little tired. The moment she opened her eyes, Shi Fan's figure appeared in her mind, and she spent the whole night thinking about whether or not she should further develop a relationship with him, but was unable to find an answer. She was getting more and more agitated, and subconsciously rubbed her hair, trying to clear up this mess of thoughts. However, everything was in vain, so she could only let out a soft sigh, thinking that it was better to get up, wash up and fill up her stomach first. After all, today was the first day of work, and she must not be late. So, she quickly completed all the preparations, and was about to head to the restaurant to enjoy breakfast when she suddenly heard a familiar ringing of her cell phone. Picking up her cell phone, the screen displayed a message from Shi Fan. I have arrived at the entrance of your neighborhood. Come out when you're done packing. Remember to bring your cell phone. Seeing this message, Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but be stunned, not expecting that Shi Fan would personally come to pick up and drop off himself, and had already arrived in advance. Originally, she had planned to eat a delicious breakfast before going out, but now she was embarrassed to keep him waiting. Jiang Xingtong hurriedly grabbed her cell phone and bag, walked quickly through the living room, came to the dining room and picked up a small dumpling. Not having time to chew it, she held it in her mouth, and at the same time, quickly changed her shoes with both hands. She looked like she was in a hurry, as if there was something urgent waiting for her to take care of. John's mother had long noticed that her daughter's cell phone had received a message, and in her heart she couldn't help but speculate that it might be Shi Fan coming to meet her. She hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to open her mouth and proposed. He has helped you so many times. Shouldn't we find a suitable opportunity to invite him to our home for a meal to show our gratitude? Hearing her mother's words, Jiang Xingtong felt a little surprised. However, she also felt that what her mother said was not unreasonable, so she nodded her head readily and agreed. Okay, Mom, then I'll ask him later when he's free and then invite him over for dinner. Don't worry, if there's anything, just call me directly. Oh. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Xingtong couldn't wait to push open the door to her room and hurriedly ran outside. Arriving at the door of the neighborhood, unsurprisingly, what she saw in front of her was the same as yesterday, but the difference was that this time, Shi Fan was not outside the door. Jiang Xingtong noticed that a young boy was standing next to the luxurious sports car, skillfully utilizing the angle to take a picture with it. Witnessing this scene, she might not have understood it too well before last night, but after last night, she already knew that this car was worth a lot of money, and was by no means affordable to ordinary people, even if they poured their whole life's efforts into earning money. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to own it. She could understand the little boy's behavior. Chapter 37, Jiang Xingtong's Difference. Opening the car door. What met her eyes was Shi Fan's sunny and handsome face, his trademark bright smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. An imperceptible flash of complex emotion flashed through Jiang Xingtong's eyes, but it was quickly and skillfully concealed by her. She politely responded, "Good morning. I really appreciate you coming over to pick me up on purpose." Before the words left her mouth, Jiang Xingtong quickly lowered her gaze and moved sharply to get into the car and sit down. Shi Fan took in the subtle changes in Jiang Xingtong's eyes, and could not help but frown slightly, secretly wondering in his heart, just where did it go wrong? Obviously, when they parted last night, she was still full of joy. Why does she seem moody today? Tong Tong, do you have something on your mind? Did something happen? Shi Fan inquired with concern. No, it's nothing, it's probably just that I didn't rest well last night, Jiang Xingtong replied somewhat sheepishly, never daring to meet Shi Fan's eyes, picking up the cell phone on the side and pretending to be busy replying to messages. After waiting for a few moments, the car fell into a silence. Neither could she hear Shi Fan speak, nor did she see him start the car. Jiang Xingtong was puzzled, and was about to raise her head to check, but she suddenly felt that Shi Fan beside her slightly turned her body sideways, and came closer to herself. Shi Fan moved very quickly. Before Jiang Xingtong had time to make any reaction, she had already been wrapped tightly by Shi Fan with half of her body between his broad and warm embrace and the car seat. At this moment, the unique and charming scent of Shi Fan's body came overwhelmingly, so close that Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but blush and her heart felt like a deer in the headlights. She was bewildered, not understanding what exactly Shi Fan wanted to do. Her heart was full of apprehension, fearing that moving around would cause the other party's displeasure, so she could only curl up her body like a frightened deer, her face full of shyness. Suddenly, click, a light sound came, breaking this ambiguous atmosphere. Jiang Xingtong followed the sound to look, only to realize that it was actually his seatbelt was carefully fastened by Shi Fan. Oh, so he just wanted to help himself fasten the seatbelt. Ah, oops, why was he so shy just now? He was so shy. After Shi Fan returned to the driver's seat, he turned his head and saw that the little girl beside him had almost buried her entire face deep into her chest, as if she was eager to find a crack in the ground, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a light smile. He reached out his hand and gently, dotingly rubbed Jiang Xingtong's hair in a soothing gesture. Jiang Xingtong didn't react with disgust to such an intimate gesture from himself, so he thought it shouldn't be because he had done something that disgusted her. Then what exactly was the reason? Shi Fan could not help but speculate in his heart. Have you eaten? Shi Fan asked casually while skillfully starting the car. Hearing the laughter that Shi Fan let out, Jiang Xingtong was simply so ashamed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. In the face of his inquiry, she just hung her head down and gently shook it, indicating that she hadn't eaten breakfast yet. It was a good thing that Shi Fan had been paying attention to Jiang Xingtong. If not, he might have really missed this little girl's subtle reactions. However, Shi Fan did not continue to pursue the matter. In his heart, he knew very well that the little girl was shy at the moment, and if he probed further, he was afraid that she would blow up like a pissed-off kitten. Sighing helplessly, Shi Fan thought, who let himself like her? Then he could only spoil her. Since he had noticed that Jiang Xingtong seemed to be quite fond of the breakfast place he visited yesterday, Shi Fan did not choose another place, but drove directly to it. Ordering, serving, and eating, Jiang Xingtong still acted unusually, mainly in the way as if she was trying to distance herself from him. This made Shi Fan a little flustered. What happened? Just one night. How did she pull away? Shi Fan secretly pondered in his heart, and felt that it was better to get things straightened out, lest he be killed off somehow. So after finishing his meal, he didn't rush to leave, but stared closely at Jiang Xingtong and asked with a serious expression, Tong Tong, can you tell me exactly what happened? Did something bad happen? Faced with such a direct and sincere question from Shi Fan, Jiang Xingtong froze for a moment. She really did not know how to answer. To say it out loud? Should she tell him that she had already sensed the gap between them, and that she was incredibly confused and lacked confidence in whether or not this relationship could go further? It was difficult for Kong Xingtong to express her complex inner feelings in words, and at the same time, she was also unsure how to deal with the conflicting feelings of wanting to maintain a certain distance from him. However, whenever she thought of the possibility of losing him from now on, of not being able to see his doting smile, of not being able to hear him call her Tong Tong, her heart ached like a knife. At this very moment, Jiang Xingtong's heart surged with an unprecedented wave of emotions. She suddenly realized the original feelings for Shi Fan has long exceeded the simple good feelings. This feeling is like a flower blooming in the spring, fragrant, but also makes the heart feel timid. She squeezed her hands tightly, as if to draw some courage from that weak strength. Finally, an inner voice told her she couldn't run away any longer. Shi Fan, I stayed up all night last night thinking about our relationship. There's no doubt that right now you are very fond of me, and I have the same feelings for you. However, there is a huge gap between us, and it feels like I'm feeling very insecure. Shi Fan's mood seemed to have gone through a roller coaster of ups and downs. The moment he heard Jiang Xingtong say that she liked him, he froze completely, not even having time to feel the joy, only to be struck by her concern immediately afterward. An endless pain welled up in his heart. He had never expected that his display of wealth and status would bring such pressure on Jiang Xingtong, making her feel that there was an unbridgeable gap between them. Originally, he only wanted to prove to her that he was capable of protecting her and taking care of her. Jiang Xingtong had managed to muster up the courage to express her true inner thoughts, but in the face of Shi Fan's prolonged silence, the courage she had just built up instantly dissipated. At this moment, she felt incredibly lost and embarrassed. Chapter 38 Together. Does he really intend to give up on this? This terrifying thought just emerged from her mind, and it quickly flooded her entire body and mind like a drowning flood, and a wave of fear that could not be described in words swept over her in an instant, leaving her body freezing cold. Tears swirled uncontrollably in her eyes, as if they would roll down at any moment. Finally, the crystal-clear teardrops could no longer bear the weight and slid down her cheeks, dripping onto the back of her tightly clenched hands. And at this moment Shi Fan was in silence. In fact, it was not that he had nothing to say, but he was thinking hard about how to make the system reward money sound reasonable. Because of this, he did not notice the change in Jiang Xingtong's mood beside him. When he thought of a good speech, he looked up and saw that his beloved was already teary-eyed. This sudden change caught Shi Fan off guard and his mood changed all of a sudden. He stood up in a mischievous manner, with hurried footsteps, and rushed in an arrow step to Jiang Xingtong's side, who was placed across the table. Immediately afterward, he half squatted and tilted his head, gazing with concern at Jiang Xingtong's tear-stained face. Tong, Jiang Jian, please don't cry, okay? It's all my fault. I'm the one who made you feel unsure and unhappy. I'm really very sorry. It breaks my heart to see you sad like this. Please stop crying or I'll cry along with you. Shi Fan was so anxious that his speech became stuttered and incoherent. He squatted down and tried to comfort them somewhat handily. Hearing those last words of Shi Fan, Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but break into tears, but her emotions finally stabilized a little bit. Seeing this, Shi Fan quickly pulled out 2 pieces of tissue paper and gently wiped the tears from the face of the tearful beauty in front of him. Jiang Xingtong gazed at the usual gentle and elegant boss in front of her, who held the decision-making power of the company in his hands. At this moment, he appeared so alarmed by his own tears, and even crouched in front of himself without regard for his image, doing his best to coax himself. In this moment, she deeply felt the sincere and incomparable care and love of Shi Fan to herself. It turned out that he actually cared so sincerely about himself. Shi Fan looked at the Jiang Xingtong, who was crying in tears just now, but suddenly broke into a smile. His heart couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt, but at the same time, he was also glad that she didn't cry anymore. After all, he was really not good at coaxing people. Just as he was about to open his mouth and honestly express his true inner feelings, an unexpected scene happened. The next second, Shi Fan's entire body froze, as if he had been cast a spell of immobilization, generally unable to move. He couldn't believe that it was Jiang Xingtong who took the initiative to hold herself tightly. Shi Fan's eyes were as wide as bronze bells. His face was full of unbelief, as if he had seen the most strange and bizarre things in this world. He had never expected happiness to come too suddenly, and in an instant, he was so bewildered that he could only stand there like a statue, allowing Jiang Xingtong to hold himself tightly. Let's be together. Shi Fan, who had not yet regained his senses from the shock, suddenly heard the sound of Jiang Xingtong's soft words in his ears. These soft words fell on Shi Fan's ears but were as deafening as a bolt from the blue. Could all this be just an illusory dream? Time seemed to have frozen, and the surroundings were silent. Jiang Xingtong's heart was filled with suspicion as she slowly pulled her body away, wanting to find out what was going on. When she saw Shi Fan, she couldn't help but freeze. She only saw Shi Fan standing frozen like a wooden man, with a bewildered, unaware look on his face. Puff! Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but burst out laughing. This strong contrast was very amusing to her, and Shi Fan's incredulous expression was even more adorable. However, at the same time, she also deeply felt Shi Fan's importance and concern for herself, and this feeling made her feel incredibly relieved. Jiang Jian, pinch me, isn't this a dream? Shi Fan still seemed to be immersed in shock, unable to extricate himself. Jiang Xingtong smiled as she reached out her hand and gently pinched Shi Fan's cheek, not too forcefully, more like a gentle caress. She said, "No la, I really promised you, none of this is a dream." Shi Fan tightly held Jiang Xingtong's hand on his face and gently pressed it close to his ear, then gazed at Jiang Xingtong with a blazing gaze, a determined light shining in his eyes. At such a close distance, the two of them were facing each other with their 4 eyes. Shi Fan could no longer hold back the surging emotions within his heart, and he fiercely straightened his body and opened his arms to hug the person in front of him hard and tightly. "Thank you, I'm really so thankful that you can promise me, Jiang. From now on, I will definitely treat you with all my heart. Please do believe me. Jiang Xingtong was in a bit of a trance, not knowing whether she was real or an illusion. Just a moment ago when Shi Fan hugged himself tightly, she seemed to have glimpsed a glimmer of tears at the corner of his eyes. That tear light was fleeting, but it was deeply imprinted in the bottom of her heart. Shi Fan, who had stabilized his emotions back in his position, gazed intently at Jiang Xingtong across the room with focused eyes. Jiang, don't think too much. In fact, if it was the original me, you probably wouldn't even look at me. Shi Fan's voice carried a hint of bitterness, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a helpless smile. Jiang Xingtong keenly caught the change in Shi Fan's mood, and although she didn't understand it, she still reached out and gently held his hand, trying to comfort him with a warm touch. Sensing Jiang Xingtong's concern, Shi Fan backhanded her hand tightly and took a deep breath as if he was building up courage. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and recounted the troubling situation at his home when he was young. Each sentence was filled with heaviness and worry, making one unable to help but be moved. Jiang Xingtong's eyes widened, looking at the person in front of her with a face full of incredulity. She couldn't believe her ears. Shi Fan's original family would actually be like this. Before this, she had always thought that Shi Fan was an uncompromisingly rich second generation, living a luxurious and carefree life as if living in an ivory tower. However, the reality was just the opposite. Looking at the man in front of her, Jiang Xingtong was now very distressed by his young experience. Shi Fan took a deep breath and slowly said, "In fact, when I learned that my father owed a huge gambling debt that moment, my has been numb. Although at that time I was not short of this money, but he is not clear that I have developed. He can throw this huge amount of money owed to me, and run away alone. He is not my father anymore. Then how did you manage to achieve what you have now?" Jiang Xingtong's heart ached for the boy in front of him, but was puzzled. With the situation described by Shi Fan, the penniless child left home alone, it was hard to imagine that he would turn into the accomplished man he is today. He paused, a trace of emotion and nostalgia flashed in his eyes as he explained, "Because after I came out, I bumped into my master. Although he has already passed away, it was because of the arrangements and wishes he made during his lifetime that I have all this wealth today. It can be said that everything I have now stems from my master's gift back then, and most of these assets are also of an inherited nature." It had to be said that this heart-to-heart was successful. Not only did Jiang Xingtong agree to Shi Fan's pursuit, Shi Fan also took care of the source of the assets. Everyone was happy. Chapter 39, New Assistants Shi Feng and Shi Lan. The sun shone brightly, the clear sky was cloudless, and time rushed by. More than a month had passed since Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong established their romantic relationship. Unexpectedly, in this whole month, the two of them did not have other opportunities to see each other except for 2 dinners together. In fact, it is not that Shi Fan does not want to meet and date with Jiang Xingtong, but there is a reason for it. After Jiang Xingtong's audition for the drama directed by Gong, the drama began to prepare for the start of filming. As the plot involves court and harem elements, all the actors and actresses need to undergo a month-long etiquette training and related preparations. In the face of this hard-earned job opportunity, Jiang Xingtong is so devoted to it that she sometimes forgets about her new boyfriend. This made Shi Fan feel resentful, but there was nothing he could do about it. As a result, he transformed his inner grief and anger into motivation to work, and ran around all day long between Xinghan Entertainment and Huaxia Bank, as if he had become an uncompromising workaholic. The transformation of Shi Fan made Mr. Zhang of Huaxia Bank and Mr. Situmor of Xinghan Entertainment smile, and thought that Shi Fan had suddenly become a strong man. However, Shi Fan was destined to disappoint these two. Today, Gong's crew officially started filming, and the training class is over, so he can finally visit his girlfriend as a matter of course. So, how could Shi Fan go to the company again? So, he woke up early this morning, quickly finished his breakfast, and without any delay, he stepped out and went straight to his girlfriend's place, ready to pick her up and go to the movie set together. In the meantime, the company's affairs were naturally left in the hands of Timothy. It is especially worth mentioning that through this period of time, through the unremitting signing in and punching the clock, Shi Fan has now accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. Name, Shi Fan. Age, 23. Height, 186. Weight, 70 kilograms. Intelligence, 88. Physical value, 90. Face value, 90. Temperament, 84. Random attributes, 0. Assets, balance of $200 billion. 65% of the shares of Huaxia Bank. 30% of the shares of Star Han Entertainment. 1 Koenigsegg Agera RS Supercar. Maybach Accelero, worth $798 million. Bugatti Veyron 16. 4, worth $5 million. Koenigsegg 11, worth $100 million. Rolls-Royce Phantom, 14. $88 million. Ferrari LaFerrari Rafa, 30 million yuan. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, 7. 91 million yuan, Lamborghini Urus, 3. 5 million yuan, Aston Martin TDBX, 2. 56 million yuan, Bugatti Blackout, 130 million yuan, Lamborghini Poison, 90 million yuan, Barty's private jet, 75 million US dollars, the Food Gongzi restaurant, the submarine dragon yacht, Riverside Yunlu No. 1 villa, an apartment building in Qingfeng Yuan, and a chain of 5-star hotels Songbai. Not only that, Shi Fan also successfully signed 2 all-round assistants, a man and a woman. These 2 people are carefully set out by Shi Fan, the male assistant named Shi Feng, age 29. His main duty is to serve as Shi Fan's personal assistant. As his personal assets were growing, Shi was also getting busier and busier, making it difficult for him to be on call at all times, so Shi Feng took over. The female assistant was named Shi Lan, also aged 29. Shi Fan intended to send her to act as his girlfriend's manager, to be able to become her girlfriend's exclusive manager. After all, the entertainment industry is complicated, good and bad. Stay beside his girlfriend to arrange such a reliable person to feel more at ease. Moreover, as an all-round assistant, Shi Lan will be able to take good care of Jiang Xingtong. Today, due to the need to transport his girlfriend to the filming set, Shi Fan consciously did not choose too flashy and eye-catching sports car, but instructed Shi Lan to drive his Lamborghini Urus to go out. Now in the mind of this big young man of the Time family, the previous life would not even dare to think of luxury cars. Now it has been counted as a low-profile choice. But speaking of this, Shi Fan couldn't help but frown, revealing a hint of doubt. Little Win, how come all the recent sign-ups are cars? Hearing Shi Fan's question, the system Little Win hastily explained, reporting back to the host. This is something Little Win especially applied to the main system. According to our test data, male human beings of your age are most interested in pursuing all kinds of cool and luxurious cars. That's why Little Win went out of his way to get it. Is the host not satisfied? Along with the rising happiness index of Shi Fan, Xiao Ying himself also became more and more emotional. The once cold electronic synthesized voice had long disappeared, and was now replaced by a sweet and cute lowly voice. Ha ha, I don't dislike it. On the contrary, I like it very much. I really have to thank you, Little Win. It dawned on Shi Fan that these vehicles were actually carefully arranged by Little Win. Although her original intention may only be to enhance her happiness value, Shi Fan's heart was still quite touched. After all, cars had an irresistible charm for any boy. In his previous life, due to various limitations, he didn't have the energy to research into liking these kinds of things, but in this life, since he had enough resources and conditions, it was naturally difficult to resist this temptation, and he couldn't help but fall in love with them. Moreover, the things that one loves, of course, more is better. As long as the host likes it, it's good. Little Win's tone was relaxed and happy, as if she had accomplished an important task as happy and satisfied. On a sunny day, Jiang Xingtong stepped out of the neighborhood gate in a happy mood. Her light footsteps seemed to be stepping on top of the clouds, as she hadn't seen Shi Fan for a few days, and the thoughts of him in her heart were getting stronger and stronger. Even though they chatted via video every day, it was nowhere near as good as actually seeing each other. Jiang Xingtong looked around with anticipation, but did not find the familiar car. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Shi Fan hadn't arrived yet? Just as she was about to take out her cell phone to ask, suddenly, a car stopped steadily in front of her. The backseat window slowly rolled down, and what came into her eyes was none other than the boyfriend she had longed for. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Xingtong quickly opened the car door and threw herself into Shi Fan's warm embrace like a happy bird. Chapter 40, First time on the set. Shi Fan very naturally raised his arms so that his girlfriend could smoothly jump into his arms, followed by closing the car door and hugging Jiang Xingtong tightly. I miss you, Fan. Jiang Xingtong buried her head deep into Shi Fan's neck and muttered in a somewhat hushed voice. Hearing his beloved express her longing so bluntly, Shi Fan's heart was instantly filled with sweetness, and he couldn't help but reach out his hand to gently caress Jiang Xingtong's silky hair. I miss you so much too, Jiang. In the future, can we stop seeing each other at such a long interval? Only being able to see his girlfriend twice a month, such a day was nothing short of torture for Shi Fan, and he really couldn't endure this torment once more. Jiang Xingtong immediately straightened up at his words, her eyes narrowing slightly as she gazed at Shi Fan skeptically. Could it be that you won't allow me to go to the movie? Although deep down she did not want to part with Shi Fan for a long period of time, the reality was in front of her. Both of them had their own jobs, and thus, getting together more and more often became a problem that could not be avoided. She was worried that Shi Fan might ask her to give up what she loved because he was unhappy with the situation. Don't get me wrong, my dear. What I mean is that if you need to travel to a different place or work on a movie set, I can visit you regularly to keep you company. Seeing his girlfriend casting a strange gaze, Shi Fan hastily defended himself. Ahem, He was just making a truthful explanation and would never admit that it was actually due to fear of Kong Xingtong's sharp eyes. Too good. Fan, you're so sweet. After realizing that the truth was not as serious as she had feared, Jiang Xingtong immediately smiled happily and pampered her boyfriend in a soothing manner. Shi Fan greatly enjoyed his girlfriend pampering herself, but he didn't forget that they had important things to do. Cough. Jiang, come, let me introduce you. This is Shi Lan, the agent I hired especially for you. Oh, from now on, she will only be responsible for you alone. As for the nanny car and the team, I will not interfere too much. The company will naturally help you to arrange it, Shi Fan said. Only then did Jiang Xingtong realize that there were other people in the car, and instantly felt incredibly embarrassed. This damnable Shi Fan actually did not remind himself beforehand. The blame Shi Fan, we are both in the back seat. If there is no one in the front, who will drive? She was secretly annoyed, and pinched Shi Fan's arm hard as if she was annoyed. She quickly adjusted her state and greeted Shi Lan in a generous manner. Shi Lan responded equally politely and briefly introduced herself. In fact, before coming to meet with Jiang Xingtong, she already had a certain degree of understanding of this future mistress, so there was no need to go any further in depth. After a brief acquaintance, the two of them started the car and the three of them headed to the theater group together. The place where the movie set was located was a famous movie and television city in the area, and today, this place was especially bustling with people, because the opening ceremony and conference will be held here soon, and in the evening, there will be a long-awaited dinner party. There would be no real filming today, and the real filming would not begin until tomorrow. After arriving at the scene, what caught his eyes was the many staff members who were running around in a hurry. Shi Fan looked around, but did not see Director Gong, so he asked a staff member for some information, only to learn that Director Gong was in his exclusive caravan at the moment. Naturally, Shi Fan would not wait. He immediately led Jiang Xingtong and Shi Lan towards Director Gong's caravan. At this moment, Director Gong had just finished the arrangements for the opening ceremony, and had thought to take this opportunity to go back to his caravan to make some hot tea and relax for a while. Unexpectedly, when the tea was just ready, he heard a familiar voice coming from outside the car. Director Gong, what are you working on? Upon hearing this, Director Gong immediately distinguished that the person speaking was none other than his own young and promising young boss. Director Gong hurriedly put down the teacup in his hand and got up to go over to open the door. With a familiar smile on his face, he quickly opened the door and invited Shi Fan and the others into the house. Mr. Shi is here. I was just wondering why the magpies kept calling today. But it turns out that there are honored guests coming to visit. Please come inside. Xingtong is here too. When he saw Jiang Xingtong behind Shi Fan, Director Gong suddenly realized, and secretly muttered in his heart, no wonder this kid will personally come here. So he is accompanied by his girlfriend. For the two of them to fall in love with this matter. Director Gong's heart also clear. After all, when Jiang Xingtong to participate in the special training that time, Shi Fan did not less to find him trouble. A moment complained that the crew funds are tight. The food is too poor. His girlfriend are starving thin. A moment and urged him if he lacks money despite the open mouth, he can invest. Do not let his girlfriend suffer. That a heartache to death, but there is nothing you can do about it. Look, really made the director of the Gong cannot help but laugh and cry. Yo, what a coincidence. This is the tea that Director Gong just brewed, so you have to savor it. Shi Fan got into the car without any constraints and pulled Jiang Xingtong along with him to sit across from Director Gong. Immediately after, he casually picked up a cup and skillfully poured a cup of hot tea, then slowly and leisurely savored it, as if he was enjoying a feast. Jiang Xingtong, on the other hand, followed right behind him, obediently following beside Shi Fan. After sitting down, she politely greeted towards Director Gong. Good day, Director Gong. Her voice was soft and sweet, revealing a sense of humility and respect. Good. Who is this? Director Gong responded with a smile on his face, before noticing that there was another person behind the two of them and asked in confusion. Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is Jiang Zhang's manager, specially brought to introduce him, Shi Fan explained. Hello, my name is Shi Lan. I'm MS, Zhang's agent. Please teach me more in the future. Shi Lan followed Shi Fan's words and introduced herself in a generous manner. Hello. In the future, if there is anything in the crew, you can directly come to me, or it's okay to look for my assistant director. He's in charge of some trivial things, the one wearing the green vest outside. Surname Shi? Director Gong still smilingly replied, also enthusiastically pointing to the assistant director outside, indicating that if she has any unclear can go to ask their own assistant director, but in the heart can't help but secretly think. He heard from Situmor. The identity of the general manager of the time is extraordinary. Before I heard that there is a shrewd and strong assistant by his side, called Shi. At this moment there is another one, also called Shi Lan. This will be a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that both surnames are Shi? Shi Lan nodded, then got out of the car, went to find the assistant director to understand the situation of the crew and Jiang Xingtong's subsequent arrangements to go after her test. As a qualified agent needs to know the environment of their own artists, but also with the surrounding people to play a good relationship. As an all-around assistant, she said that this, a piece of cake. Chapter 41 Opening Ceremony. Crew Gathering. Since the crew had enough money, the opening ceremony was held in a huge manner. Before the ceremony started, every person who arrived at the scene would receive a big red packet to start the ceremony. The opening ceremony or starting time is also Gong director beforehand selected auspicious day. The ceremony officially began. Gong director first speech, then to everyone hair smoke, not cigarettes, but hair incense. Director and a group of creators first incense, and then the camera team, lighting team, props team and so on one by one worship. The last producers and creators on the stage to unveil the red cloth. Then the director took a group of creators went to the side of the temporary reception room. Open a simple press conference. The normal crew is not this link, but who let this play is led by the Starhan company, and by the director of the helm of the Gong. So although it has not yet begun to shoot, but the outside world is concerned about. Starhan temporarily added such a press conference. Shi Fan is not interested in these, so the whole process did not go out to join in the fun, but in the caravan of Director Gong to deal with the work. When Director Gong came back with Jiang Xingtong, it was nearly dusk. Shi Fan noticed a trace of tiredness on his girlfriend's face and hurriedly pulled her to sit beside him, as if he hadn't noticed Director Gong's presence at all. This action made Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but blush, threatening to gently pinch Shi Fan's arm. Regarding such a scene, Director Gong had long since seen it and sat down on his own, pouring himself a cup of water and passing to moisturize his slightly dry throat from talking to that group of over-enthusiastic journalists just now. Those journalists are really enthusiastic. I'm so thirsty from all the talking. Mr. Sure, in a while the crew will get together for dinner. As Starhan's old boss go show your face, Director Gong invited. Shi Fan nodded cheerfully. There were no other arrangements anyway, so there was no harm in going to the potluck. It was almost time, and Jiang Xingtong brought Shi Lan to the gathering place in advance. Although Shi Fan did not want to separate from Jiang Xingtong, he also understood that for Jiang Xingtong, who was new to acting, it would be more appropriate for her to arrive early for this kind of occasion, which was a kind of basic workplace etiquette. Thus, he could only see the two off first. You guys are planning not to hide it? Director Gong watched Jiang Xingtong leave and then couldn't hold back his inner curiosity as he opened his mouth to ask. In fact, as early as this morning when Shi Fan brought Jiang Xingtong to the set without any fear, Director Gong had this question, but did not find the right time at that time, and now that Jiang Xingtong had left he finally could not hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked. In the face of Director Gong's blunt question, Shi Fan nodded frankly. This is his and Jiang Xingtong's decision after careful consideration. After all, a few days ago, Shi Fan went to pick up Jiang Xingtong was a lot of people photographed. If Jiang Xingtong later fire, these photos were exposed. I am afraid that it will lead to a lot of trouble. Instead of being caught in a passive situation that would be difficult to clean up, it would be better to be honest and unapologetic from the beginning. Mr. Gong realized that this is a strategy to play a clear card. Although no star in the entertainment industry has ever done this before, he is personally quite optimistic about this couple. And not to mention Jiang Xingtong's own strength is enough. Alone on the back of the powerful resources and contacts, want to promote Jiang Xingtong on the top is as easy as a slap in the face. The location of this gathering was chosen in a 5-star hotel not far from the shooting site. The reason for choosing this place is not only because of its elegant environment and thoughtful service, but more importantly, today's guests are not limited to the cast and crew. There are also representatives of various investors present. Therefore, Mr. Gong had booked a whole floor of the banquet hall to ensure that it was spacious and comfortable enough. Jiang Xingtong arrived earlier. At this moment, there were only a few staff members and a few small supporting characters. They had seen Jiang Xingtong at the opening ceremony, knowing that she was playing an important role, so they didn't expect her to come so early, and couldn't help but look surprised, but still warmly greeted her. Jiang Xingtong also did not put on a show, but with a smile on her face, she greeted them enthusiastically. At the same time, Shi Lan was also not idle. After getting to know each other, she enthusiastically helped the staff with their work. For a while, the entire scene became extraordinarily warm and noisy, so cheerful. Undoubtedly, Jiang Xingtong's move of arriving early was indeed quite effective. This could be seen from the looks of the people present, who clearly had an excellent impression of this beautiful and courteous woman with no sense of distance. After all, in the face of such a charming woman, who would be disgusted? With the passage of time, the people who come more and more. This time period to the actress Jiang Xingtong almost all know. During the special training period are in the class together. See Jiang Xingtong also warmly greeted. learned that she has long been here, are a little surprised. After all, during the special training period, Jiang Xingtong's hard work seriously in the eyes of everyone. I did not expect to also be so modest. In this circle now such newcomers are not many. In this way, Jiang Xingtong successfully harvested another wave of favorability. After everyone had basically arrived, the only thing missing was the male and female leads, as well as the director and investor, who had yet to show up, since each desktop seat had its own name on it. After some mutual greetings, the crowd took their seats in order, waiting for the director and the others to arrive. The door slowly opened again, and Director Gong walked into the room with a steady pace, leading the male and female lead actors, as well as several men dressed in straight suits and dignified bearing. Without the slightest hesitation, they walked straight to the main table and sat down in turn. At this time, no one rushed up to greet them, for the simple reason that those men in suits were obviously representatives of the investors. On such a public occasion, if you are too hasty to take the initiative to get close to the director or the investor, it will inevitably attract gossip from the sidelines. At this moment, Meng Zibing, the lead actress of the drama who had just taken her seat at the main table, keenly noticed that there was still an empty seat beside Director Gong. Due to the restricted viewpoint, she couldn't see whose name was actually written on the seat plate, but a feeling of speculation couldn't help but well up in her heart. She subconsciously turned her head to glance at Han Ting beside her, and could tell that he seemed to have the same thought. Just a moment ago, when they were still waiting for Director Gong downstairs, they had witnessed Director Gong arriving at this place in a vehicle together with a young man. It was just that the man hurriedly picked up the phone as soon as he got out of the car, and did not enter the house, but let Director Gong take a step ahead to lead the two of them to meet the investor. If the position next to the director is really reserved for him, then his identity is really not simple. After all, the capitalist big brother are not arranged to sit next to the main seat. Chapter 42, Shi Fan's anger. As Director Gong's speech came to an end, a warm applause rang out and the gathering officially kicked off. However, everyone only started off by simply savoring a few bites of the dishes, and then some of the actors got up and walked towards the main table to toast the director and the management as a sign of respect. In such a social occasion, few people would really focus on enjoying the food, while more people were busy making friends with the powerful and expanding their network. Some of the funders even took the opportunity to exchange contact information with their favorite actors, so that they could further discuss the so-called cooperation in the future. As the representative of Hongqiang Real Estate's capital, Guan Samsung is familiar with such occasions. He often uses his status as an investor to recklessly get his hands on young and beautiful actresses, and unabashedly hints at some kind of illicit relationship. Sometimes, he would even directly invite the actresses to the hotel to discuss the details of the work under the pretext of discussing cooperation, but in reality, it was an evil intention. Before he came here today, Guan Samsung was very excited, because this kind of palace fighting theme work will certainly have many female actors, which undoubtedly provides him with more opportunities to select targets. So the moment he stepped into the room, he began to look around without moving, secretly looking for a suitable prey. However, since Director Gong valued acting skills, those who passed the audition were basically old people in the entertainment industry, and there were not many newcomers with good acting skills, not to mention those with outstanding looks. Just as he was disappointed, a silhouette slowly came, only to see Jiang Xingtong holding a wineglass, walking towards the side with a smile on her face. Seeing this, Guan Samsung's eyes immediately lit up. In fact, for this kind of socializing scene, Jiang Xingtong also disliked it very much in her heart, but it was often difficult to avoid. Besides, just now when Director Gong and the others came in, Shi Fan did not follow them. She wanted to quietly ask Director Gong where Shi Fan had gone. Thinking like this, so she put on her wineglass and came to the main table to make a toast. Coincidentally, the toast happened to stand beside Guan Samsung. When Director Gong saw Jiang Xingtong come over to make the toast, he hurriedly and enthusiastically introduced her to the people at the table, especially emphasizing Meng Zibing and Han Ting. Previously, due to scheduling reasons, these two stars did not participate in the special training course together with Jiang Xingtong and the others, but instead hired another teacher to teach them individually. Therefore, Jiang Xingtong had not met them before this. It was important to know that Meng Zibing was a popular movie queen and Han Ting was a popular movie star. If Jiang Xingtong was able to establish a good relationship with these two big names, it would undoubtedly be a huge help to the fledgling actress. Considering Shi Fan's relationship, Director Gong was naturally happy to match Jiang Xingtong with them and create more opportunities for her. Jiang Xingtong was smart and hurriedly greeted the two of them. Hello seniors, my name is Jiang Xingtong. I'll be playing the role of Shui Qing in this drama, so I'd like to ask you two seniors to take care of me. Meng Zibing and Han Ting had both read through the script and naturally knew the importance of Shui Qing's role, so they were quite surprised to see this newcomer in this role. However, as veterans in the acting industry, they were the best at the eight-sided and watertight style, Although they were surprised in their hearts, they responded to Jiang Xingtong with great enthusiasm on the surface. Just at this moment, only to hear a crunching sound, it turned out to be the wine glass held in Jiang Xingtong's hand was gently touched by someone. She looked down and realized that it was the man in a suit sitting next to her who was raising his glass to clink it with his own. This soft sound was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, instantly attracting the attention of all the people at the main table. And even Director Gong could not help but be stunned and frozen for a moment. Although Jiang Xingtong was a little surprised, but still quickly reacted. The corners of her mouth slightly raised to reveal a touch of light smile, nodding her head towards the 3 stars of Guan Xingtong in greeting. Since she had already clinked glasses, she obediently took a sip of the wine in her glass, seeing the pretty and graceful beauty standing smilingly looking at herself, and then gently tilting her head up. The swan-like long and white neck was revealed, and at this time the red wine in the cup was slowly moistening her bright red lips. This charming scene made Guan Samsung's gaze suddenly become hot. Director Gong caught all this in his eyes and couldn't help but frown slightly, secretly worrying in his heart that Jiang Xingtong would be bullied, so he hurriedly shouted, "Xingtong quickly come over here, I'm going to introduce you to someone." Jiang Xingtong naturally understood. She was well aware of Director Gong's good intentions, and at the same time, she also felt very uncomfortable with that strange look from Guan Samsung, so without hesitation, she turned around and walked towards Director Gong. However, before she could take a few steps, her wrist was suddenly grabbed firmly by a strong force, and then a large rough hand even stroked her delicate skin with abandon. "What's the hurry, Director Gong? This Ms. Jiang hasn't finished her toast yet." Guan Samsung didn't take Director Gong seriously. In his perception, as a representative of the management, he was the big man. This sudden situation scared Jiang Xingtong. She panicked and tried to pull out her wrist. While Director Gong was equally frightened by this shocking turn of events, he drew himself up straight and was ready to step forward to stop Guan Samsung's behavior. However, just before he could make a move, a figure sped like lightning and quickly pulled Jiang Xingtong behind himself. Immediately after, without hesitation, he kicked at Guan Samsung. The force was so strong that it sent Guan Samsung flying directly from the stool, falling heavily on the ground. All of this happened too fast, as if lightning and flint. It was not until they heard the loud noise that the people in the room turned their heads to look over as if they were waking up from a dream. The moment Director Gong saw Shi Fan appear, his heart thumped and he understood that today's matter might be a big deal. Shi Fan held Jiang Xingtong in his arms and patted her back soothingly. "Are you alright?" Shi Fan asked in a low voice, his voice revealing concern and anger. Like a frightened deer, Jiang Xingtong hid in Shi Fan's warm and broad embrace, trembling slightly, shaking her head, indicating that she was not in any serious trouble. Guan Xingtong climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and with a face full of anger, he pointed his finger at Shi Fan and cursed, "You kid is impatient with life. You really ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts. You actually dared to kick my old man." Shi Fan violently turned around. His originally warm and kind gaze instantly became as cold as ice, staring dead on at this guy in front of him who did not know how to die. He took a step and approached Guan Samsung step by step. Before Guan Samsung could issue provocative words again, he only saw Shi Fan directly kicking him to the ground again, and lifted his foot, ruthlessly stepping on the hand that he had just grabbed Jiang Xingtong with constant force, not caring about the gusts of wailing that Guan Samsung issued. The Gong director on the side finally came to his senses and hurriedly went forward to pull Shi Fan. Trying to stop this farce from continuing to deteriorate, Jiang Xingtong also quickly ran over, tightly pulling Shi Fan's arm, anxiously persuading, "Stop fighting, Shi Fan, quickly stop it. Shi Fan, I'm really fine." You quickly loosen the foot. At this time the other people also reacted, hurriedly pulled Guan Samsung away from Shi Fan's feet. Guan Samsung stood up and covered his injured hand, glared resentfully at Shi Fan, dropping a sentence full of threatening words, "You give me wait and see." Then he threw open the door and left. Chapter 43, The End of the Dinner Party. "Mr. Shi, calm down, sit on. Quickly bring Mr. Shi back to his seat. Come on everyone back to their seats. Continue. Don't waste this good food because of this little thing." Director Gong sighed and stiffly settled Shi Fan first, then turned back to greet the others. The crowd saw this scene, but also have to be very interested in one after another to cooperate. Some of these staff members are in the Starhan to see Shi Fan, know that he is the senior management of the Starhan. The other staff members and actors, although the heart is full of curiosity, but also very cooperative to return to their respective seats. After all, the big brother fights. These small cannon fodder they don't follow to join in the fun. Although Shi Fan had a bad face and looked very unhappy, he was obediently pulled by Jiang Xingtong to sit down at the main table. However, he did not let Jiang Xingtong leave, but instead, he smoothly yanked over a chair and put it next to himself, signaling her to sit down. Seeing this, Jiang Xingtong first glanced at Director Gong, and seeing that the other party nodded slightly at her, she did not push back and sat down. How is it? Did you get scared? Shi Fan looked at Jiang Xingtong, his eyes filled with worry and concern. Jiang Xingtong gently shook her head, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. Shi Fan, I'm okay, but that man, you hit him won't be okay, right? Shi Fan tenderly patted Jiang Xingtong's hand. A touch of comfort showed in his eyes as he said softly, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Jiang Xingtong looked at Shi Fan talking seriously without seeming to be telling lies, and the worry in her heart was slightly alleviated. Director Gong also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two settle down. He stood up and raised his glass. What happened just now is just a small episode. Don't let it affect our good mood. Come on, let's raise our glasses together, wishing us a smooth and pleasant cooperation. Cheers! The crowd responded by raising the glasses in their hands, and for a while, laughter rose and fell, and the atmosphere gradually returned to its previous warmth and cheerfulness. However, Jiang Xingtong noticed that Shi Fan's eyes never left the direction of the doorway, as if he was waiting for something. Shortly after, Shi Lan returned to the private room silently and came to Shi Fan's side. She lowered her head and whispered a few words in Shi Fan's ear, and only then did Shi Fan's face ease a little. Mr. Sure, it's been taken care of, Shi Lan said in a low voice. Shi Fan nodded and didn't say anything more. He turned his head to look at Jiang Xingtong. A trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. Don't worry about it, it's already fine. Jiang Xingtong looked at Shi Fan. A warm current surged in her heart. She knew that with him by her side, no matter what difficulty she encountered, she would not feel scared or helpless. Everyone present at the main table who had watched the entire process could not help but be extremely curious about Shi Fan's identity. In addition to Meng Zibing and Han Ting, the others present were all investors, and it was really rare to see direct beatings in person in the business world. Most people, even if they were unpleasant in their hearts, wouldn't have a fit in person, and almost always tripped behind their backs. However, Shi Fan was able to strike so blatantly on Director Gong's turf, and hadn't seen any displeasure from Director Gong, which made people couldn't help but be interested in his real identity. As for Meng Zibing and Han Ting, as insiders of the circle, they were concerned about more than just Shi Fan. Before the clash, they had already noticed Director Gong's defensive attitude towards Jiang Xingtong, and originally thought that this little girl had a special background, but after this clash just now, they realized that Director Gong seemed to value Shi Fan more. Jiang Xingtong looked like she was only in Shi Fan's good graces, even though she didn't know Shi Fan's exact identity. As the saying goes, more friends, more roads. This Jiang Xingtong seemed to need more care in the future. As for Guan Samsung, at this moment, no one remembered him at all. He was like a forgotten dust in the corner. No one asked. Perhaps, he was an insignificant presence in this farce. Afterwards, the dinner went smoothly, and Director Gong had originally planned to introduce his little boss Shi Fan to the others, but due to such an unpleasant incident, and looking at Shi Fan's face, he didn't bring up the topic again. No one was introduced, but it didn't affect the people's speculation about Shi Fan's identity. After the gathering was over, Shi Fan brought Jiang Xingtong to find Director Gong, and with a guilty look on his face, he sincerely apologized to him. Director Gong, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. Director Gong was aware of how serious he was about Jiang Xingtong, and it was no surprise that the two of them were definitely going to spend the rest of their lives hand in hand in the future. Imagine if his wife was molested by someone else. What man could not be angry? Therefore, Director Gong understood Shi Fan's feelings very well, so he quickly waved his hand and responded, Don't say that, Mr. There is no need for you to feel embarrassed. This matter happened too suddenly, and in my case, it also caused Xingtong to suffer. I am also very ashamed. Hearing Director Gong say this, Jiang Xingtong also hurriedly replied, Director Gong, you've already taken good care of me. I'm really very grateful to you. I'm really fine. Director Gong was relieved to see Jiang Xingtong's good behavior. Tell you what happened today has really scared you too. Next, I won't arrange any more scenes for you, so take a good rest for 3 days. Wait 3 days and then come back to continue filming. Jiang Xingtong completely did not anticipate that the director would suddenly give herself a 3-day vacation, and she was afraid that she would cause trouble for Director Gong, so she hurriedly wanted to open her mouth to refuse. However, before she could speak, Shi Fan quickly reached out and tugged her behind him. Thank you, Director Gong, let's change that person just now. He won't have that spare time soon. How much money is missing? Send it to my assistant. I will personally invest. In fact, after today's fuss, Director Gong had already made up his mind not to continue working with Guan Samsung. After all, unlike other directors in the circle, he not only had Star Han Entertainment behind him as a strong backing, he was also known for his good reputation and excellent ability. There was no worry at all that there were no investors willing to invest in the dramas he directed. Even if he lost Sam Quan as an investor, there were still plenty of other investors who would swoon over him. In addition, It was not a good thing that Sam Quan left, because Director Gong is most tired of those unseemly things in the crew. Don't underestimate these things, they are just like a time bomb, they can be detonated at any time, and implicate themselves. Therefore, for the casting criteria, Director Gong firstly emphasizes on whether the acting skills are excellent or not, and secondly, he will also consider how the actor's reputation is. However, when Mr. Auer just said he won't have that kind of time soon, did he mean what he thought he meant? If that's the case, then Guan Samsung's harsh words before he left would become a joke. Chapter 44 The eve of the appointment to meet the parents. After saying goodbye to Director Gong, Shi Fan took Jiang Xingtong back to the car. He softly instructed Shirlan to drive to Jiang Xingtong's home before falling into silence. Suddenly, Shi Fan stretched out his arms and hugged Jiang Xingtong tightly without saying a word. Jiang Xingtong felt that Shi Fan was like a big, depressed dog, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud at her own imagination. Hearing the laughter, Shi Fan let go of her, sighed deeply and said in a depressed manner, Jiang, since last time, I've been thinking that I must not let you suffer anymore, but it turns out that I still couldn't do it. How can you say that? Didn't you help me teach him a lesson? I'm really fine. I'll just be more careful next time. Jiang Xingtong hurriedly consoled. She felt very touched by the fact that Shi Fan didn't hesitate to stand up to protect her. Besides, with you by my side, I feel especially at ease. At this moment, Jiang Xingtong remembered the small gesture she had seen between Shirlan and Shi Fan earlier, so she skillfully changed the topic and asked curiously, by the way, what did Sister Lan go and busy herself with just now? I did notice your little gestures. She winked playfully, anticipating Shi Fan's answer. Not relieved, letting Shirlan go out and teach that guy a good lesson again. Shi Fan gently stroked Jiang Xingtong's hair while patiently explaining. However, he did not mention that he had also arranged for Shi Fan to investigate the company where Guan Samsung was working. He didn't ignore Guan Samsung's threatening words before he left. After all, it didn't matter to himself, but he was worried that Guan Samsung would go after Jiang Xingtong's trouble. Instead of waiting for the other party to retaliate, it would be better to take the initiative and make Guan Samsung become the grasshopper in the fall, no longer able to jump up. Hearing this, Jiang Xingtong looked at Shirlan sitting in the driver's seat in surprise, asking incredulously, Sister Lan, I didn't realize you could still fight? Shirlan returned with a soft tone, of course, I'm an extraordinary fighter. Today is indeed my negligence. In the future, as long as Mr. Shi is not around, I will personally guard your side to ensure your safety. If there are any abnormalities, you can just give me a wink to signal. No one expected what happened today. That said, Sister Lan, you're simply too cool, aren't you? The current you gives me a feeling of a martial arts master in deep hiding it. Jiang Xingtong rounded her eyes and described it in an exaggerated tone. This quirky little look made Shirlan laugh. Shi Fan looked at Jiang Xingtong's quirky little expression rare, but then he saw his girlfriend looking at other people with that kind of worshipful eyes, and to be honest, he was a bit jealous, even if the other person was a girl. He made a decisive decision to make a skillful effort to flip his girlfriend into his arms. Jiang, tomorrow you rest, the two of us go out to sea. I have always wanted to go fishing, but never could find the time to come. This time you can be sure to accompany Neo. Jiang Xingtong was comfortably nestled in her boyfriend's embrace. After hearing this she just wanted to nod her head and agree, but then suddenly remembered that before when the two were not yet together, John's mom had asked her to ask Shi Fan to come to her home for dinner, but due to the fact that the latter was really too busy, so she had not been able to make an appointment. Now that they were already together and had the time, she wanted to take this opportunity to bring Shi Fan home for a casual dinner, and at the same time, she could logically introduce him formally to her family. With this in mind, Jiang Xingtong no longer hesitated, but bluntly told Shi Fan about Zhang's mother's invitation and what she really thought in her heart. This proposal is really too sudden. Shi Fan did not have the slightest psychological preparation, although from time to pick up and drop off his girlfriend in front of the neighborhood. But after all, that is not the same thing as a formal visit. What if his girlfriend's family wasn't happy with him? Just thinking about it makes you feel very nervous. Seeing that Shi Fan didn't have any reaction, Jiang Xingtong simply turned around and straightened up, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Shi Fan, and slightly raised her eyebrows, meaninglessly asking, "Don't you want to go and meet my family?" Although the two of them have not been in love for too long, but for some reason, Shi Fan was extremely afraid of seeing Jiang Xingtong showing this kind of expression, so he quickly answered, "Of course I want to go. How can I not want to go? Just a little nervous." Hearing Shi Fan's answer, Jiang Xingtong smiled and patted him on the shoulder to show comfort, and gently and quietly introduced to him one by one the members of his own family, so that Shi Fan can be prepared for some psychological work in advance. The two of them are in the same boat, and the two of them are in the same boat, and the two of them are in the same boat, and the two of them are in the same boat, and the two of them are in the same boat, and the two of them are in the same boat. The two of them said goodbye to each other at the entrance of the neighborhood. Seeing that Shi Fan is taking tomorrow's meeting so seriously, Jiang Xingtong is also very happy, and she promised Shi Fan that she would accompany him to go out for a drive the day after tomorrow. Hearing Jiang Xingtong promise to accompany him, Shi Fan's face of reluctance instantly turned into a happy smile. Watching him smile as if the whole world is beautiful, Shi Lan on the side witnessed all this, secretly sighed in his heart, as Shi said, his boss was really eaten to death by Ms. Jiang. Back home, the night was already deep, but Shi Fan was not tired. He couldn't wait to drag Shi Fan to the study, ready to hold an urgent meeting to discuss the do's and don'ts of meeting his girlfriend's parents. As soon as he entered the study, Shi Fan immediately cut to the chase. Shi Fan, immediately utilize your big data capabilities to help me find out what kind of clothes it is easier to wear to make a good impression when meeting the parents. As a highly intelligent bionic human, Shi Fan was able to quickly obtain the required information without relying on any electronic devices. A moment later, he replied, "Okay, Mr. Sure. According to the big data analysis, dressing decently and more formally will be more popular." While the two of them were having a heated discussion, the thirsty butler Yang came out of the room to pour water, and was temporarily dragged into the meeting by Shi Fan. However, as a man who has already had a family with children, this time Yang Butler really helped Shi Fan. Heard that Shi Fan tomorrow to meet the parents, Yang Butler instantly bright, which he has the right to speak and then the water did not drink, enthusiastic to teach experience to Shi Fan. He said that Shi Fan was nodding repeatedly, looking at him as if he had found a savior, while Shi Fan was holding a notebook and was responsible for taking serious notes on the side. The three of them were busy in the study for nearly 3 hours, and after repeated discussions and careful selection, they finally determined the gifts to bring for tomorrow's home visit. As for the procurement of these gifts, Butler Yang lightly stated that it could be easily taken care of by just making a phone call. However, Shi Fan was still a little unsure in his heart, and he wanted to ask for more relevant details, but he was driven back to his room by Butler Yang on the grounds of taking an early rest and maintaining a good state of mind. Not only that, even Shi Fan was not able to escape from Butler Yang's repulsion and was sent back to his room together. After returning to his room, Shi Fan quickly finished washing up and lay down on the comfortable bed. At this moment, he was full of confidence in the upcoming trip to meet his parents. After all, just before returning to his room just now, Butler Yang quietly revealed to him a surefire technique that would definitely work. It made him instantly confident. Chapter 45 Meeting the Parents 1. The next morning, Shi Fan stood in front of the mirror early in the morning. He stared intently at himself in the mirror, meticulously tending to his hair, as if each strand was a carefully designed work of art. Then, he called Butler Yang over to help him, showing him one set of clothes after another, carefully scrutinizing and comparing each one, and even choosing a pair of shoes. He had to try on all the styles one by one and take a picture of it, then carefully comparing which pair was the most suitable with Butler Yang, trying to find the most perfect match. In this way, time passed by, and finally at 10 o'clock in the morning, after a lot of hand-holding and assistance from Butler Yang, Shi Fan was finally ready. He confidently drove his luxurious Rolls-Royce Cullinan out of his house. Following the principle of not being surprised by too many gifts, the trunk of the car was filled with meet and greet gifts for Jiang Xingtong's family. Before leaving, Butler Yang did not forget to remind him of the must-have tips he told him yesterday, so that he must memorize them. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingtong's family was also a busy scene. From early in the morning, the entire family had been working together to get busy and fully prepare for the upcoming meeting. After Jiang Xingtong returned home yesterday, she couldn't wait to tell Jiang's mom and Jiang Xingyan about Shi Fan's visit. At first, Kong mom didn't have much of a reaction as she continued to leisurely watch the TV. After all, the two of them were together and the family didn't know about it. Jiang mother thought to herself, Shi Fan helped Jiang Xingtong so much, calling him to her home. She would cook a few more dishes to show her appreciation, but she couldn't be too enthusiastic. After all, he was pursuing her own daughter, so if she was too enthusiastic and the two of them didn't end up getting it together, it would be too embarrassing. However, the next sentence of Jiang Xingtong made Jiang mother and Jiang Xingyan unable to sit still, only to hear Jiang Xingtong follow up with, Shi Fan came to visit our family as his boyfriend this time. We're already together. Hearing this news, Jiang mother and Jiang Xingyan were instantly nonplussed. Sis, you guys are together? When did this happen? Jiang Xingyan asked in surprise. Yes, you child, why didn't you tell us earlier? Jiang's mom chimed in. Jiang Xingtong originally felt that it wasn't a big deal, but she was made a little uncomfortable by such a strong reaction from her family. She defended, it's just the time before I went to my training class. And mom, didn't you say you were going to invite people over for dinner? It just so happened that Director Gong gave me a vacation, so I logically invited him over. You, an outsider and a future son-in-law coming to the house. Where's the difference then? Jiang's mother couldn't even look at the TV anymore, glancing up at the clock, seemingly pondering something in her heart, then shook her head, then found a pen and a notebook, and began to calculate what dishes she would prepare tomorrow to entertain her future son-in-law. Looking at her, if it wasn't for the fact that it was getting late, I'm afraid she would have immediately dashed out to purchase ingredients. Naturally, Jiang Xingyan would not be idle. He hurriedly dialed his second sister's phone to tell her the good news, and asked her to come home tomorrow to meet the future big sister husband, who had only been heard of, but not seen. During these days, Jiang Xingyan had often heard people in the neighborhood talk about Shi Fan and his elder sister, and although those words were full of acidity, from their descriptions, the future brother-in-law's looks were indeed quite outstanding. The second sister was the only one in their family who had seen it, but every time he asked his second sister about Shi Fan's appearance, she kept her mouth shut and refused to reveal half of it. Therefore, tomorrow he must personally see how handsome this legendary handsome man really is. Early in the morning, the sun had just risen, and Jiang Xingtong was still immersed in sweet dreams. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the living room, breaking the tranquility. She opened her eyes suspiciously and got out of bed to open the door to her room, only to see that Jiang's mother was standing in the center of the living room, directing Jiang Xingyan to busily clean the house. Seeing her come out, Jiang Xingyan looked at her sister with a sad face, as if she was complaining about her misfortune. Kang Xingtong couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy welling up in her heart as she looked at her brother's pitiful look. However, before she could say anything more, Jiang mother urged her, "You're awake, so hurry up and go change your clothes. Yes, remember to tidy up your room. I'm going to buy groceries first." After saying that, Kang mom carried a small bag and dashingly went out to buy groceries. After seeing her mom leave, Jiang Xingyan threw down the work in her hands as if she was relieved, ran to her big sister's side and started complaining. "Sis, you're finally awake. I originally only wanted to wake up early today to have a drink of water. Who knew that I would be caught by my mom as a laborer? A day off without sleep is simply incomplete. Sister, you have to compensate me." Jiang Xingtong sympathetically patted her own little brother's shoulder to show comfort. "Do you have time tomorrow? Shi Fan is planning to take me out to play on the sea. Why don't you come along too, and call your second sister? Just as compensation for you." Hearing this good news, Jiang Xingyan's eyes immediately lit up and excitedly replied, "Free, free, free, of course free. Thank you, sis." Now Jiang Xingyan's waist didn't hurt anymore, her legs weren't sore anymore, and her whole body was full of vigor as she cleaned up the house. Shi Fan drove all the way to the door of the neighborhood, slowly stepped on the brakes and brought the car to a steady stop. Along the way, the scenes he was about to face kept popping up in his mind, and his heart became more and more nervous. He gripped the steering wheel tightly. His palms have long been wet with sweat. Since it is not clear in which building his girlfriend's house is located, Shi Fan can only wait for his girlfriend to come out to meet him. Jiang Xingtong's home is located in an old neighborhood, but the internal roads of the neighborhood are spacious and accessible to cars. Ignoring the onlookers around them, at his girlfriend's instruction, the two quickly drove to the bottom of the house. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Xingyan had been quietly leaning on the window and looking down since his big sister went out to pick up someone. His family lived on the third floor, and his position happened to be directly opposite the driveway. When he saw a car that was obviously worth a lot of money drive into view, Jiang Xingyan immediately shouted out excitedly, "Second sister! Mom! Here they come! They're coming!" Kang's mother was busy preparing dishes in the kitchen and did not have the leisure time to respond to her son. Instead, Jiang Xingyu was attracted by her brother's shouts and curiously walked over to him. "Boy, this car isn't cheap." Jiang Xingyu marveled. "Let me check it out. Gosh, surprisingly, it's a Rolls-Royce Rolls-Royce Cullinan, priced at more than $7,900,000. Jiang Xingyan shouted out in surprise. What? 7,900,000 plus? The always calm Jiang Xingyu's mouth was wide open at this moment, almost able to fit into an egg. Jiang Xingyan rubbed his eyes incredulously, and then the two siblings carefully compared the vehicle information displayed on the cell phone and the luxury car parked downstairs in disbelief, and found that they were exactly the same. "Oh, my God, this future brother-in-law's handiwork is really extraordinary." Just as the siblings were still immersed in the shock of the luxury car, they suddenly heard their mother shouting from the kitchen, "They're about to come up. Don't dawdle, you two. Hurry over and help me pick these vegetables." The siblings hurriedly put down the cell phone in their hands and hurriedly ran into the kitchen to help. However, their minds had already flown to their soon-to-arrive brother-in-law, and they couldn't wait to see what this mysterious and wealthy man actually looked like. Unfortunately, before they could see the man get out of the car, they had already been urged to work by Jiang's mother. Chapter 46 Meeting Parents 2. On Shi Fan's side, after parking the car steadily downstairs, Jiang Xingtong unfastened her seatbelt and prepared to push open the car door to get out. However, just when she had already pushed the door halfway open, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. How come Shi Fan didn't move at all? Thus, Jiang Xingtong looked back in confusion, and at a glance, she saw that Shi Fan was gripping the steering wheel with both hands, his eyes staring woodenly ahead, seemingly completely oblivious to his movements. She softly shouted several times, but Shi Fan was still unresponsive. Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but start to get a little worried. She hurriedly sat back in her seat again, reached out and gently held Shi Fan's hand, asking with concern, "How are you? Are you too nervous?" Shi Fan returned to his senses, tightened his hand. A warm smile appeared on his face, and replied softly, "It's fine. I just thought about something a little bit. Don't worry, let's get off the car." After saying that, he took the lead and pushed open the car door and got out of the car, then walked to the rear of the car, opened the trunk and took out various items from it. Seeing this, Jiang Xingtong also hurriedly followed, and when she saw a trunk full of beautifully wrapped gifts, she couldn't help but feel very surprised. She didn't expect Shi Fan to bring so many things over. However, thinking about it from another angle, the fact that Shi Fan had brought so many gifts did not show that he attached great importance to this meeting. Thinking about this, Jiang Xingtong's heart was suddenly happy. Butler Yang, Shi Feng, hee. If it was according to Shi Fan's idea last night, I'm afraid that what you received was not a surprise but a shock. God knows what Shi Fan was thinking, even proposing a meeting gift of a suite for one person. You are a tycoon? Timofan, how is not it? Two people each take things toward the upstairs. Jiang Xingtong handheld 2 bottles of wine walked in front of the lead, when the sale hands carry full of things followed. In fact, it is not that Jiang Xingtong does not want to help share some, is really Shi Fan simply did not give her this opportunity. Hard to stuff her 2 bottles of wine, and then urged her to hurry to lead the way in front. Although this building does not have an elevator, the good thing is that it is only 3 floors, so it did not take long for them to arrive at their destination. When they reached the door, Jiang Xingtong was about to raise her hand to open the door, but she was suddenly stopped by Shi Fan behind her. She turned back with a puzzled heart, only to see that Shi Fan was first silent for a moment, and then asked with a serious face, "Which foot do you think is better for me to step into the door first?" Jiang Xingtong froze on the spot at the question, and only after a while did she come back to her senses and couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Originally, when she saw Shi Fan, she thought that the other party had acted quite calmly, and in her heart she was secretly relieved, thinking that he was no longer nervous, but she didn't realize that it was all an act. Although it was very funny, but seeing his nervous face is not right. Heart a little heartache. Relax, my family does not have so many rules. The family knows that you are good to me, will not dislike you. Shi Fan also knew that he was a little too nervous, so he took a few deep breaths, letting his emotions gradually calm down, and the whole person also felt more comfortable. Jiang Xingtong, seeing that Shi Fan had recovered, hurriedly opened the front door of her house and shouted, "Mom, Shi Fan has come to our house as a guest." When Shi Fan was about to enter the door, he was still constantly chanting in his mind the must-have tips that Butler Yang had instructed him to do. When the door opened, Jiang Mom greeted him with a smile and enthusiasm, followed closely behind by the 2 little tails, Jiang Xingyan and Jiang Xingyu. Mother Jiang was worthy of being a painter, exuding a unique artistic aura between her hands and feet, and she was extremely well maintained, with a pretty face, looking over with a smiling face, giving off a feeling of gentleness and tactfulness. When the 2 of them walked through the door, Jiang Mother looked as if she hadn't seen her own daughter, but instead focused all of her eyes on Shi Fan, her eyes full of smiles. "This must be Shi Fan, right? Welcome, welcome. I've often heard Tong Tong mention you, and today I finally meet you in person." He said he wanted to shake Shi Fan's hand enthusiastically, only to realize that his hands were full of bags, and when he looked at his daughter next to him, she only had 2 bottles of wine in her hand, and then he nodded at Jiang Xingtong through the air as if he was a bit unhappy. This child, to come just come, how to bring so many things Tong Tong you are also, how not to help more take see the people Shi Fan hand strangled, although he said so on his lips, but his heart is still quite happy. Shi Fan's attention is on the one hand, on the other hand is Shi Fan's care for his daughter. It is said that 100 years are as good as a sight. Before her daughter said that Shi Fan is so and so good to her, she is skeptical. After all, the little girl in love, how to look at each other is good. Until today saw this small detail with her own eyes, she finally is slightly put down her heart. "Hello auntie, I didn't know what you like when I first met you, so I prepared some more." As well as Xingyu's and Xingyi's, Shi Fan greeted his future mother-in-law with a big smile on his face. Obviously the other party's friendly attitude had obviously reduced the tension within him. "I'm the one who didn't let Xingtong take it. Auntie, that bottle of wine is easier to break, so I let Xingtong hold it alone." Seeing that his girlfriend was going to take the blame for him, Shi Fan naturally couldn't just sit back and watch, and quickly found an excuse to explain to Kang's mom. Jiang Mother didn't continue any further, She hurriedly waved to Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan to hurry over and help receive these things, and incidentally introduced both parties to each other instead. These two, they are Tong Tong's sister and brother. They are called Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan. I believe you should have heard Tong Tong mention them before, right? After hearing this, Shi Fan handed them the items in his hand, then nodded and said, well, I have indeed often heard Tong Tong mention them, especially Xingyu. It's really very powerful. Oh, the top student of the college entrance examination that year. Yeah, there's also Xingyan. I heard that his game playing skills are superb, simply fantastic. Hello, guys, my name is Shi Fan, the sail of sailboat. Hello, nice to meet you. Jiang Xingyu responded politely, her gaze falling on Shi Fan's face, and a trace of amazement could not help but well up in her heart. After seeing Shi Fan's appearance head-on this time, Jiang Xingyu truly appreciated how handsome he was. His features were as delicate as a carving, and every line was just right, making people's eyes light up. Jiang Xingyu secretly pondered that with this face, it was a surefire hit for his big sister who hid her face control attribute. There was no doubt that such a look would definitely make big sister's heart flutter. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingyan's reaction was completely different. Ever since the moment he saw Shi Fan's face, his mouth remained open as if he was stunned. It was only when he heard Shi Fan greet them that Jiang Xingyan woke up as if from a dream, hurriedly accepting what the other party handed to him and heartily exclaiming, Brother Fan, I've long heard that you're handsome, and when I see you today, you really live up to your reputation of being exceptionally handsome. Chapter 47, A Little Show of Hand. The meeting went unexpectedly smoothly, and the warm welcome from the Jiang family obviously gave Shi Fan great motivation and confidence. As soon as he stepped into the house, Shi Fan's handsome appearance, gentle temperament and humorous speech were like a fresh breeze, quickly conquering Zhang's mother and the other three. As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the happier she is, and Zhang's mother is no exception. At the moment, in her eyes, Shi Fan is good in every way. Now the young people in society are particularly hostile. In contrast, Shi Fan looks extraordinarily decent, courteous, and know how to care for others. Into the house in less than half an hour, the three members of the Jiang family and Shi Fan has been hot and heavy chatting up, completely with Shi Fan home with the other person behind the head. Seeing this, Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but pout, although she wanted to see Shi Fan having a good time with her own family. But we are just saying, just ignore her too. Who the hell is pro? Humph. While talking, time flew by. Jiang mother was chatting happily. She inadvertently saw the clock and suddenly realized that it was time for lunch. She hurriedly stood up and walked towards the kitchen, and turned back to say, Xiao Fan, you and the three siblings will continue to chat. Auntie will go and prepare the meal. Upon hearing this, Shi Fan also hurriedly followed suit and stood up, stopping Jiang mother. Auntie, it's better to let me do it, just so you can taste my cooking skills. Jiang mother how to agree to let Shi Fan cooking, but no way. Shi Fan clever tongue, persuade people to come to a hectic. When she came back to God, only to realize that she was already sitting on the sofa, and at this time Shi Fan has already tied the apron, in the kitchen busy, witnessed the whole process of the three siblings of the Jiang family, cannot help but have to Shi Fan thumbs up, secretly sighing in their hearts, really a man of God. It should be known that Jiang's mother always looks gentle, but in reality, she is a master of words, and once she starts to lose her temper, the low pressure that radiates from her body is really frightening. Who would have expected that this first time Shi Fan could so easily handle Jiang mother? However, Shi Fan did not look like he could cook, so Jiang mother looked at Jiang Xingtong in doubt, with a questioning look in her eyes. Even Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan also looked at their own sister curiously, wanting to get an answer from her to see if Shi Fan could cook or not. Seeing all of them looking at themselves, Jiang Xingtong also had a blank look on her face. She was likewise not sure if Shi Fan's cooking skill level was good or not. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Mother Jiang blankly glanced at her. Her heart was a little unsettled, so she got up and walked towards the kitchen. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she saw Shi Fan methodically busy in the kitchen. He skillfully chopped and stir-fried vegetables. Each action seemed very natural and smooth. Seeing his sharp knife work and skillful operation, John's mother's hanging heart finally fell a little. Xiao Fan, just look at your posture. This handicraft is certainly not bad. Ha ha, you can taste it later. With a smile on his face, Shi Fan responded with a smile on his lips, but the movements of his hands did not pause for a second. When the oil in the pot began to smoke slightly, he quickly poured the ingredients he had just cut into the pot, and in an instant, a tantalizing aroma filled the entire kitchen. The three siblings of the Jiang family were in the living room sniffing the gusts of tantalizing aroma coming from the kitchen, their eyes staring straight at Shi Fan's figure as he showed off his skills in the kitchen. Sis, you'll really be blessed with a mouthful of food from now on. Jiang Xingyan took a deep breath, reveling in the wonderful aroma in the air, rubbing his rumbling stomach while gushing out at his big sister. Yes, Sis, it's said that a man who can cook is the most attractive. Look at your boyfriend. Now I feel like he's practically radiating with light. Yay. The always reticent Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but open her mouth at this moment. Jiang Xingtong's mood at this moment was indeed very pleasant. She did not expect that Shi Fan would actually take the initiative to cook, and from the current situation, his cooking skills seemed to be quite good. Just as Jiang Xingyu had said, Shi Fan, who was busy frying vegetables in the kitchen at this very moment, was undoubtedly the most handsome being in her eyes. Whoa! He can also turn the spoon upside down with one hand. Even more handsome. Yay! Shi Fan's movements were quick, and before long, a table of mouth-watering delicacies with excellent colors and flavors was neatly placed on top of the table. The dishes emitted a tantalizing aroma, making people unable to stop their fingers from twitching and their appetites from just seeing them. Mother Jiang didn't prepare any alcohol. Instead, she poured all sorts of drinks on the table. After everyone had taken their seats, they all raised their glasses together to give a warm welcome to Shi Fan. Afterwards, everyone couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks, wanting to hurry up and taste whether these dishes that looked so tantalizing were really as delicious as they appeared. When the first mouthful of food entered their mouths, everyone's faces revealed expressions of amazement as they nodded their heads in praise. Even Jiang Xingtong looked at Shi Fan in amazement, a new light flickering in her eyes, as if she was reacquainting herself with the man in front of her. After lunch, the Jiang family members complimented Shi Fan's cooking skills, and as Shi Fan looked at the dishes on his plate that were almost devoured, a deep sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. He felt as if he had already integrated into this family and become one of them. At this moment, it was as if he was in the scene that had appeared countless times in his dreams, a family sitting around, enjoying an ordinary but cozy home-cooked meal. This feeling was so real, and something he had so longed to have. Jiang Xingtong keenly caught Shi Fan's abnormality. Her heart tightened. She could not help but tightly hold Shi Fan's hand under the table, although she did not know what was wrong with him. But she wanted to pass on some strength and comfort to the other party through this way. Shi Fan felt his girlfriend's concern. He turned his head sideways and met Jiang Xingtong's gaze. It was a pair of eyes filled with worry and concern, causing a warm current to well up in Shi Fan's heart. He gently smiled, using his smile to tell Jiang Xingtong that he was fine, and at the same time silently sighed in his heart that everything in front of him was as beautiful as a dream. At this moment, Shi Fan truly realized the happiness and satisfaction that life had brought him. Little win. Thank you. Thank you for allowing him to have such a warm love and a beautiful life. Chapter 48, Opening Gifts. Shi Fan stayed at the Jiang family for a while longer after lunch before proposing to say goodbye. Jiang mother held Shi Fan's hand and retained. Little Fan, stay a little longer. Stay here for dinner together in the evening, so that you can taste the dishes that Auntie cooks. Auntie, no, I still have something to do. I'll come back to visit you next time. Hearing Shi Fan say that he left because he had something to do, Jiang mother also no longer detained, smilingly said, good, since you have something to do, Auntie won't keep you. The next time you come you can say whatever you want to try Auntie's cooking. Xiao Fan, it's really very good. We all like you very much. Come back often. With Jiang mother's words, Shi Fan's heart was filled with gratitude and joy. He knew that this meeting had been a complete success. He knew that this meeting was a complete success. The sincerity technique taught by housekeeper Yang was indeed very reliable. After sending Shi Fan away, Jiang Xingyan couldn't wait to start opening the gifts that Shi Fan had brought. These gifts were carefully selected by butler Yang, Shi Feng and Shi Fan last night. Early in the morning, butler Yang had brought someone to carefully pack them, making them seem extraordinarily thoughtful. Let me see. This is actually labeled with whose gift it is. Jiang Xingyan was originally worried that she would be confused as to which gift was for whom, only to find that the package had been thoughtfully labeled. Mom, these 3 are yours, second sister. These 2 are yours. Wow, I have 2 too. So happy. Big sister, here's another one that belongs to you. Yo. Jiang Xingyan categorized the gifts one by one and handed them to each person with a big smile. Jiang Xingtong was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected to receive a gift herself at all. After several people received their share of the gift, they carefully unwrapped it. The gift that Jiang mother received was very striking, a set of exquisite emerald jewelry shining with a warm luster. Next to it was a set of high-grade skincare products and a box of precious bird's nest. This kid, why did he buy such an expensive gift? Although she liked it, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She really didn't anticipate that Shi Fan would bring such expensive gifts on his first visit. She secretly pondered that if she had known this, she should have asked Shi Fan to bring these things back. Mom, just accept it. For Shi Fan, being able to personally cook for everyone today is much more important than these gifts. Of course, Kang's mom understood that Shi Fan wasn't poor in money, and perhaps for him, preparing a sumptuous dinner was a more meaningful thing, although she was still more or less uncomfortable in her heart. Kang Mama eventually chose to compromise and nodded with a smile. indicating that she would no longer bother about this matter and waste Shi Fan's thoughts for nothing. The gift given to Jiang Xingyu was truly a sight to behold. It was one of the most popular and highly sought-after laptop computers at the moment. It was thin, light and portable with excellent performance. Whether it was for office or entertainment, it could easily cope with it. Matched with it was also a piece of Cartier's ladies' watch, which was exquisitely designed with exquisite craftsmanship, and every detail showed a sense of luxury and quality. This notebook my classmate showed me, with that super high face value. Once it was sold, it instantly killed a bunch of girls. I really didn't expect my gift would be this. Wow, this watch is also too good. Jiang Xingyu unwrapped the package with joy. Her face could not hide her excitement, even though she normally gave off a mature and steady feeling. In the end, she was just a young girl in her youthful years, and naturally loved these beautiful things. Sis, remember to help me thank Brother Fan properly. You'd better thank him in person. Tomorrow Shi Fan will take me out to the sea to play. I plan to bring Xiao Ying with me. Do you have anything scheduled for tomorrow? If there's nothing, why don't you come with us? Anyway, bringing one more person or one less person would be the same, so why don't we all just go and have fun together? Jiang Xingyu hadn't really been out to sea when she grew up. Before she had at most gone to the beach for a walk. Okay, I happen to be fine tomorrow. I must go together. Mom, do you want to join us? Jiang Xingtong extended an invitation to her mother. Jiang mother smiled as she looked at the group of children, gently shook her head and said, "You youngsters enjoy yourselves. I won't go and join in the fun, but you can't cause trouble for little Fan." Jiang Xingtong nodded her head and didn't persuade anymore. On the other hand, Jiang Xingyan's side had long been unable to hold back his inner excitement and quickly unwrapped the box. When he uncovered the lid, he was pleasantly surprised to find an alien M18 gamebook and a Breitling men's watch inside. This could be sent to his heart. He couldn't help but let out an excited cheer, and then couldn't wait to unpack the sales package of the products. Power on, he secretly chanted in his mind, his eyes glittering with anticipation. This laptop was expensive, and he had never even dared to think that he could own it before, but he had never thought that Brother Fan would understand him so well. At this moment, he declared that Brother Fan was his own brother from now on. It was just Jiang Xingtong's. Everyone was curious about what hers was. Her gift hadn't been opened yet. It was just a small and exquisite box. What kind of gift could Shi Fan give to his girlfriend? Sis, what is this? Jiang Xingyu asked curiously. Yeah, big sis, what can it hold that small? A ring? Jiang Xingyan, who was delving into the computer on the side, also came over and interjected. His eyes moved away from the screen and stared intently at the small black box in his sister's hand. Jiang Xingtong was equally perplexed. She muttered secretly, could it really be a ring? While thinking this, she carefully unwrapped the wrapping paper. As the outer layer of the package was gradually uncovered, a small black box with no markings was presented in front of everyone's eyes. Continuing to dismantle it with suspicion, when the box was actually opened, several people unanimously drew in a breath of cold air. It turns out that the front of these are appetizers, the main event in this. Inside the box quietly lying a white car key, which is also embellished with a string of pink letters. The most eye-catching is the glittering leaping horse pattern. In an instant, Jiang Xingyu's and Jiang Xingyan's eyes widened and their mouths opened into an O shape. Ferrari. Shi Fan gave his girlfriend a car. The crowd was stunned by Shi Fan's big gesture, and Jiang Xingyan instantly felt that the notebook in her hand did not smell good anymore. What a thought! At this moment, Jiang Xingtong's cell phone suddenly issued a ding sound. When she tapped the screen, she realized that it was actually a picture sent by Shi Fan. Taking a closer look, the picture showed an extremely cool sports car. Jiang Xingyan hurriedly looked it up, and it turned out to be a Ferrari F8. Only unlike the red exterior, the one sent by Shi Fan should be the one that Shi Fan had gotten someone to put on a car film, showing a pink and white gradient effect. Looking from the rear of the car, you can see the light pink color gradually transition to the front part of the car, while the front is a milky white, so well designed, so that the whole car exudes a distinctive charm. In looking at the price of $3.5 million, OMO. Chapter 49, Wanyu, Star Han Entertainment President Office Door. Shi Fan leisurely walked over from the elevator entrance, saw Assistant Wang stood up and greeted him. Shi Fan also nodded at him, and then did not use him to help. Directly raised his hand and knocked on the door, did not wait for the response inside, then directly pushed open the door and walked in. Shi Fan had originally planned to go home and change into comfortable clothes before heading out to the mall to buy the items needed for tomorrow's sea voyage, especially to pick a fishing rod that meets the mood. After all, sea fishing he can want to go for a long time. What kind of fishing not to mention? The equipment has to be too hard. However, when he just returned home, Situmor's phone call came over, said let him come to the company, did not explain the specific reason, just urged him to come as soon as possible, and hung up the phone. Alas, really laborious life. Under no choice but to quickly change his clothes, he hoofed it to the company to find Situmor. In the office, Situmor is focused on busy work. Knocking on the door sounded. As soon as I heard this knock on the door, I know that it is certainly not Assistant Wang. Counting the time, it should be Shi Fan. Unsurprisingly, the next second, the person who came didn't even wait for his reply and pushed the door in without hesitation. Brother Moore, busy with that? What's wrong? Suddenly called me here. Shi Fan slowly paced his steps with a relaxed and easygoing look on his face, walked to Situmor's front and sat down with a big grin. Situmor had long been accustomed to such a freewheeling attitude from him, and did not have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction or mind. Instead, he flirted with a hint of a teasing smile. Yo ho ho, you're really a busy man at this time. Duke, as the senior leader of our company, it's hard for me to see you in the company. Hearing this, Shi Fan just smiled faintly, leaning back and casually leaning on the back of the chair, fiddling with the car keys in his hands, appearing unconcerned. Then he raised his head to look at Situmor and asked in a relaxed tone, Brother Moore, just don't make fun of me. You specially called me here. There must be something important, right? Seeing this, Situmor no longer joked, but nodded seriously and said, there is indeed something. Someone asked me to save a game, saying that they want to meet you. Upon hearing that someone wanted to meet him, Shi Fan couldn't help but feel a little surprised and curious. He straightened up and asked suspiciously, who is it? What's the point of meeting me? While talking, Situmor closed the folder in his hand and then answered, well, it seems like he wants to invite you for a meal. You should have seen it before. It's the real estate developer who was the first to buy Miss John's jewelry at the last jewelry banquet. Tian Jianqing. For this person, Shi Fan did have some impression, mainly because of his unforgettable unique accent. The owner of Zhongfu Real Estate, right? I have some impression. Why would you suddenly remember to invite me to dinner? Shi Fan raised his eyebrows, his eyes revealing a hint of doubt. Seeing that Shi Fan didn't seem to realize, Situmor directly pointed out, don't pretend to be innocent there. Have you forgotten who you hit last night? Seeing that Shi Fan remembered, then Situmor continued, the boss of Hongqiang Real Estate, Guan Yu, and Tian Jianqing are from the same hometown, and the person you beat up yesterday happens to be the brother of the boss of Hongqiang Real Estate. It's probably because they traced it afterward and found out that it was you who did it, so they dragged boss Tian to find me to organize a bureau, wanting to make amends to you. As soon as Shi Fan talked about this, his face sank like water, and he said in a cold voice, the person who dared to molest me doesn't look at what kind of identity he has. Yesterday, he was still so arrogant, mouthing off to keep me waiting. The thought of Jiang Xingtong being aggrieved caused the anger in his heart to grow. Situmor also looked for Gongguan to understand the situation beforehand. Guan Samsung, this beating was not unjustly received. After all, picking up girls also need to open their eyes to see the other side of the background. Cannot be anything to provoke awe. It is assumed that Guan Yu learned through certain channels about the tragic end of that thug at the last jewelry banquet, understood that it was all thanks to you, and fearing to follow in his footsteps, decided to come to you first to make amends and apologize. The greasy man who attempted to make a move on Jiang Xingtong at the jewelry banquet. Originally Shi Fan only intended to punish him slightly, but after checking the investigation report provided by Lost Time, he was surprised to find out that this person's history of making a fortune was really not too clean, and adhering to the principle of getting rid of the evils of the society. Shi Fan directly sent him in. Hearing what Situmor said, Shi Fan slightly nodded, expressed his approval, but did not open his mouth to say more. Situmor saw that Shi Fan was not very interested, hurriedly said to Shi Fan, Guan Samsung is really not a thing, but his brother Guan Yu is a character. I quite admire him. He will be divided into 2 halves every year, half of which will be donated to charitable organizations, and even at his own expense to subsidize the children who cannot go to school due to poverty to complete their education. Not only that, we are not the only ones coming here today. There are several other bosses who will be attending together. Getting to know more people will be good for you. Shi Fan really did not expect Guan Sunqing to have such a brother. There is a huge difference between the two, especially when he heard that Guan Yu even self-funded students. He could not help but think of his own previous life, running around for tuition fees. His heart surged a deep touch. Finally, he nodded slightly and agreed. Since there was still some time before the meal, Shi Fan did not return to his office, but directly came to the sofa in Situmor's office to lie down, and then leisurely sent messages to his girlfriend. His relaxed look made Situmor envious. Alas, can't compare. Situmor sighed helplessly before burying his head in the sand and continuing to deal with his busy business. On this side of the sofa, Shi Fan also received feedback from his own girlfriend on the gift he gave her. Fan, thank you, but this is too expensive. Right, I'm already happy that you gave my family a gift. Seeing the message sent by Jiang Xingtong, Shi Fan whispered and laughed softly, secretly thinking in his heart, this silly girl. since the two of them have been together for so long, he really hasn't sent her any gifts. If other women received this gift, I'm afraid they would be happy to death. But this silly girl actually thought of rejecting it. So, Shi Fan hurriedly replied, "This is my first gift to you. Of course it must be in line with your temperament. How about it? The car's car coat was personally designed and customized by me. Do you like it?" Soon, Jiang Xingtong returned the message. Like, thank you Fan, love you oh. Looking at the words on the screen, the corners of Shi Fan's mouth unconsciously rose. His mood was extraordinarily pleasant. He knew that although the price of this gift was a little expensive for the current Jiang Xingtong, but as long as he could make her happy, everything was worth it. After all, the feelings between them were not something that could be measured with money. Chapter 50, Prince Tsung. Shi Fan's face was full of smiles, his eyes staring at the message sent by Jiang Xingtong in the chat box, as if he wanted to see through the screen. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something important and his fingers quickly tapped the keyboard on the screen. Tong AI, the car is at my house, so I'll take you to see it tomorrow when we return from the sea. Oh yeah, don't forget to bring your bathing suit tomorrow. This latter statement is the point. Imagining his girlfriend wearing a bathing suit and going out to the sea with himself, Shi Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. On the other side of the chat box, Kang Xingtong's cheeks instantly turned red when she saw Shi Fan reminding her to bring her swimsuit. Ugh, shameless, stinky Shi Fan. She was about to reply when she suddenly remembered that it seemed she hadn't told him that she was also bringing Kong Xingyu and Kong Xingyan on this trip. Geez, how come everyone mentioned it but Shi Fan was the only one who left it out? Jiang Xingtong pursed her lips with some small nervousness, her fingers trembling slightly, gently pressing the cell phone keypad and sending out a message. That, sail, it's not just the two of us. Oh, there's also Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan who will be coming along tomorrow. After the message was sent out, Jiang Xingtong's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. She tightly gripped her cell phone and somewhat nervously waited for Shi Fan's reply. However, the message from Shi Fan's side kept displaying inputting and did not send it over after a long time. Jiang Xingtong's heart gradually surged with a feeling of uneasiness. She began to think wildly, could it be because she brought her younger siblings out with him, making him angry? But her intention was just to make his relationship with his own family a little more harmonious. At this moment, the mood of Shi Fan at the other end could be described as ups and downs. Originally, he was looking forward to spending a romantic world of two with his beloved girlfriend, but who had thought that the date would turn into a family gathering with his sister-in-law and brother-in-law? This sudden change, as if a pot of cold water, instantly when the sail in the heart of the just lit the fire of enthusiasm extinguished. He hesitated again and again, typed and deleted and typed again, and finally accepted this reality helplessly. Okay, then can you go on a date with me alone the day after tomorrow? Jiang. When she saw this message sent over by Shi Fan, the worry in Jiang Xingtong's heart instantly dissipated, and was replaced by a full of sweetness and joy. Without hesitation, she replied, of course, Fan. After receiving Jiang Xingtong's affirmative reply, Shi Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite some mishaps in the plans for this date, at least they still had the day after tomorrow to be alone and enjoy the good time that belonged to the two of them. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a luxury car drove up in front of the Fuyun Hotel, and Shi Fan followed Situmor down from the car. Looking at this hotel in front of him, Shi Fan couldn't help but feel that there were some coincidences. The last time he had dinner with the senior management of the Huaxia Bank was also here. It seems that this hotel is very popular with business people. After getting out of the car, they only walked a few steps before they saw two middle-aged men welcoming them at the front door of the hotel. Shi Fan recognized one of them. That was Tian Jianqing, who they had met once before. As for the other middle-aged man, who was of medium height and looked a bit similar to Guan Samsung, he thought that he should be the boss of Hongqiang Real Estate. Guan Yu, boss Situ, Dong Shi, it's really great that we meet again. Ha ha ha. Although tonight's meal was initiated by Situmor, and Tian Jianqing and Guan Yu only came to the banquet as guests. But since this meeting was actually facilitated by Tian Jianqing, who asked Situmor to pull strings, the two of them didn't stay in the private room but came to the entrance of the hotel early and waited for the two of them to arrive. Seeing them come to greet them, Situmor also had a smile on his face and politely responded, Boss Tian, we are indeed quite destined to meet again so soon. This is Boss Guan, isn't it? Long time no see. Situmor looked towards Guan Yu and took the initiative to greet him. It was obvious that he felt good about Guan Yu. He was also worried that Shi Fan would not give Boss Guan face, so he purposely did so to avoid Guan Yu's embarrassment. Although Guan Yu had never met Situmor, he had heard of him for a long time and knew that the other party had already made a difference at a young age. What he didn't expect was that Situmor was so approachable, which was in stark contrast to his outward appearance. Hello there, Boss Situ. Really young and promising. After greeting Situmor, Guan Yu slightly hesitantly cast his gaze towards Shi Fan. his mind torn as to whether or not he should go up and greet him. After Sitomore's explanation of Guan Yu's character, Shi Fan's impression of Guan Yu had changed, and he had a favorable impression. One size did not fit all. He would not vent his dissatisfaction with Guan Samsung on Guan Yu. "Hello, Shi Fan. Nice to meet you." Guan Yu was surprised that Shi Fan was so friendly. After all, before coming here, Sitomore must have already revealed to Shi Fan the purpose of his visit today. After hearing that his brother had been beaten up last night, and knowing that the reason why Guan Samsung had been beaten up was not only because he had used the name of Hongxiang Real Estate to oppress others, but also because of his own evil deeds, Guan Yu was suddenly furious. Tian Jianqing was also a bit surprised. He did not expect Shi Fan to be so cooperative, and hurriedly greeted everyone upstairs. "Boss Situ, Dong Shi, let's go in and talk. Everyone is here upstairs. Let's go up first and talk while eating." Subsequently, the four of them stepped into the hotel together. When they reached the entrance of the box, Sitomore, as the initiator, took the first step and pushed open the door. The remaining three people also followed closely behind and entered the box. All the bosses have come. I'm really sorry, there was an emergency on the way out, and I was delayed for a while. Let you all wait for a long time." As soon as Sitomore entered the door, he loudly and slightly apologized to make amends. Shi Fan in the back listened to Sitomore talking nonsense with his eyes open in front of him. Clearly he was the one who said it was not good to go early. As soon as he entered the box, Shi Fan's eyes quickly swept over the people present. There were 4 people sitting in the box, 2 middle-aged people, a young girl and a young man. Shi Fan's mind kept recalling, although he did not recognize 3 of them, but by observing their mannerisms and dress, he could tell that these people were either rich or noble. However, among this group of people, only one person caught his attention, that was the young man sitting in the corner. For this person, Shi Fan knew his famous name. He was famous on the internet, frequently changing all kinds of Netflix girlfriends, because the teen was too arrogant, but was also jokingly called President Wang, Harmonic Wang Arrogant. This even once became a young man on the rich second generation of Synonymous. Whenever the term second generation rich is mentioned, the first thing that comes to mind is this man, Prince Tsung. Chapter 51, Guan Yu's Apology. "Boss Situ, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you." As soon as the crowd entered, a middle-aged man in a gray suit greeted them. He was of medium stature and wore a smile, appearing both cordial and unobtrusive. His voice revealed a kind of joy, as if Sitomore's arrival had added a few colors to the party. That's right, Boss Situ. This verbal apology of yours is not sincere enough. You'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups later to show your sincerity." Another middle-aged man also came up. He looked a bit similar to Prince Tsung, with a bit of flirting and teasing in his tone. As soon as his words fell, a burst of laughter rang out around him, and the atmosphere became light and pleasant. Definitely. Sitomore smiled and responded. He was well aware that this kind of occasion would inevitably lead to him being poured drinks for various reasons, but this was also a kind of human condition that could not be shrugged off. His words revealed a kind of calmness and composure, having long been accustomed to socializing on such occasions. Tian Jianqing and Guan Yu, who followed Sitomore, were obviously also acquainted with the people present, and after they greeted each other, they greeted everyone and sat down. As the initiator, Sitomore naturally sat on the main seat, and on his left-hand side sat the people in the original box in turn. The seating arrangement on the other side obviously surprised them. Apart from Tian Jianqing and Guan Yu, it was obvious that the others did not know Shi Fan's identity, so when they saw that Tian Jianqing and Guan Yu took the initiative to give the seat next to the main seat to Shi Fan while they themselves chose to sit at the end, they all speculated on the intentions of the two. Wang Jiansen also cast an inquiring glance at his own son, Prince Tsung. He knew that his son often went out and met a lot of people, so he might know the identity of this Shi Fan. However, to his surprise, Prince Tsung shook his head, stating that he did not know Shi Fan either. This made Wang Jianchen even more curious. He wanted to know who this character who made both Tian Jianqing and Guan Yu so respectful was. Even though the several people did not know Shi Fan, they could sense an extraordinary from the aura surrounding Shi Fan, that kind of calm and self-confident demeanor, as well as the noble and elegant revealed between the hands and feet. All highlights. This Shi Fan's identity must not be simple. Luckily, it didn't let the boss's presence speculate for too long, and Sitomore took the initiative to open his mouth to introduce the Shi Fan beside him. Come on, all the bosses, please allow me to introduce an important person to you all. It's the one sitting next to me. Not only is he the second shareholder of our Starhan Entertainment Company, but he is also the chairman of the Huaxia Bank. Shi Fan. After hearing Sitomore introduce himself, Shi Fan also cooperated and greeted everyone. Although he was young, his voice was calm and strong, revealing an aura that could not be underestimated. Hello bosses, I'm Shi Fan. First time meeting, please take care of me. the identity of Star Han Company's shareholder? Although it made the several bosses present feel a little surprised, what shocked them even more was that Shi Fan was actually also the chairman of the Huaxia Bank. This information was like a heavyweight bomb that set off considerable waves in the hearts of the crowd. The Huaxia Bank enjoyed a very high reputation and status in the industry and had a close relationship with the officials. Being able to serve as the chairman of such a bank was undoubtedly a great honor and achievement. The few people present were all veterans of the shopping mall. They knew the importance of dealing with the bank and understood the powerful strength behind the Huaxia Bank. It seemed that this Shi Fan's family was also a low-profile one with a deep heritage. This idea coincidentally surfaced in the minds of several people. After all, the Huaxia Bank has been famous for a long time, and there is no rumor that there is any change of heart. With the age of Shi Fan can serve as chairman of the board of directors, can only be inherited from the family? Shi Dong, it's really a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Jianxin, chairman of Wanmai Group. This is my son Prince Tsong. If I was slow just now, please forgive me. When the wine comes up later, we'll punish ourselves with 3 cups as an apology. It was still Wang Jianxin who reacted first and stood up to introduce himself and Prince Tsong, and was also smart enough to make amends. And the middle-aged man in a gray suit who was the first to greet them just now, also rushed to greet Shi Fan warmly. Right, Director Shi. Don't be offended if you've been slow just now. I am Su Tang, the chairman of Tang Technology. Over there is my daughter Su Ro. Let's take care of each other in the future. Shi Fan listened to Su Tang's self-introduction, then suddenly realized that these are the characters he has heard of. It was only because he usually did not pay much attention to Wang Jianxin and Su Tang that he did not recognize them at first glance. As for Su Ro, he really didn't know that Su Tang had a daughter. Shi Fan smiled and responded, "A few of you are overstating it. Where is the slackness? If you want to blame it, blame Brother Moore for not introducing them first." People said they were making amends, but Shi Fan could not really let them do so. He knew deep down that these were just words on the spot. Situmor was caught by Shi Fan as a shield. He was not angry. Instead he followed Shi Fan's words and said, "Blame me. It's my fault. I'll drink 2 more cups in a while to make amends to everyone." His tone was light and humorous, instantly easing the tense atmosphere on the floor. After this interruption, the atmosphere at the table obviously became much more familiar and relaxed. Everyone began to speak freely, joking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very cordial. Not long after, the dishes and wine were served one after another. There is a reason why Fuyun Hotel can be favored by so many people. Let's say that the dishes are varied and colorful. Some are tender and juicy, some are crispy and delicious, some are spicy and tempting, and each dish exudes a mouth-watering aroma that makes people salivate. However, in the face of so many delicacies, Guan Yu appeared a little distracted. He simply grabbed a few chopsticks of the dishes and then put them down. His mind was clearly not on the dinner table, but on the matter of Guan Samsung. This matter had yet to be dealt with, so he really did not have the heart to eat. Seeing that Shi Fan had almost eaten, Guan Yu took the opportunity to stand up, picking up his wine glass and facing Shi Fan, his face full of shame and apology, and his voice also appeared to be a bit low as he said, "Dong Shi, Mr. Guan is here to apologize to you. Regarding the matter of Guan Samsung, I only learned about it yesterday. It is really because I was not strict in my discipline, letting M.S. Jiang be frightened, and also causing trouble for Dong Shi." Guan Yu's face was full of shame. It was really because what his brother had done was too much, and now he was embarrassed to say anything when he asked for an apology from Shi Fan. However, he also understood that there had to be an explanation for this incident. Chapter 52, Getting to Know Prince Tsong. Su Ro, Wang Jianxin and the others did not know about this beforehand, and it was only when Guan Yu got up and made amends to Shi Fan that they realized that it seemed that something unpleasant had happened between Guan Yu's brother and Shi Fan. Although they were not sure of the details, they were able to hear from Guan Yu's words that it was Guan Yu's brother who had offended Shi Fan and a lady named Zhang. The table was quiet. All were watching Shi Fan's reaction. Even Situmor was not sure if Shi Fan could understand Guan Yu's brother. After all, it involved Jiang Xingtong. Shi Fan's care for her was not something that ordinary people could imagine. However, Situmor was also aware that he had brought Shi Fan here for Tian Jianqing's sake, which was already considered to be a mercy. Shi Fan did not care about other people's gaze, but put down his chopsticks. His body leaned back, his gaze calmly looked at Guan Yu, who was supposed to be a respected company boss, who bowed his head and apologized to himself because of his own brother's mistake, and opened his mouth to say, "How come it's you who apologized for your brother's matter?" Guan Yu sniffed and quickly explained, "I'm ashamed to say, it's true that I was usually negligent towards him, so much so that I didn't even know that he was bullying people outside under the company's banner. Still, thanks to Shi Dong's lesson yesterday, I went to the hospital to see him before I learned that he had done a lot of wrong things. I already called the police early this morning, and now he's at the police station, so I'm apologizing to you on his behalf." Guan Yu's words surprised everyone present. They had originally thought that Guan Yu had come to apologize to Shi Fan because he wanted to bail out Guan Samsung, but they had never expected him to actually send his brother to the police station on his own first. This kind of determination and boldness made Wang Jiansen and the others impressed with Guan Yu. Shi Fan's feeling towards Guan Yu is also getting better and better. Combined with the good deeds that Guan Yu has been insisting on doing as mentioned by Situmor before, Shi Fan doesn't mind to give him face. Besides, when Shi Lan taught him a lesson yesterday, he specially took care of Guan Sanqing's hand that was grasping Jiang Xingtong, coupled with the feet that he stepped on, with a full 10 force, Guan Sanqing's hand is definitely wasted. Forget about it. Since your brother has been punished, then let him be properly rehabilitated inside. Boss Guan's side can rest assured. One size does not fit all. Since Boss Guan doesn't know what Guan Samsung did, then you don't need to apologize here. I, Shi Fan, am not an unreasonable person. Guan Yu listened to Shi Fan's words. The big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He originally thought that Shi Fan would be angry with him because of his brother's matter, but he did not expect Shi Fan to be so generous and let him off easily. Guan Yu was so grateful that even though Shi Fan said he didn't need to apologize, he still drank 3 glasses of white wine in a row as a way to express his gratitude. The others at the table were all human beings. They naturally heard the meaning of Shi Fan's words and understood what had happened. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, the accompanying Tian Jianqing also breathed a sigh of relief for Guan Yu. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, he hurriedly smiled and changed the topic, hoping to lighten the atmosphere. Mr. Su, you are hiding quite deeply. Your daughter is so old before you bring her out for everyone to recognize. Tian Jianqing joked. Su Tang had originally brought his daughter out to let her get in touch with more people and expand her network, so when he heard Tian Jianqing's words, he was happy to reply. Ha ha, it's not that I've been busy with my studies before, but I just came back from abroad recently, so I rushed to bring her here to meet you uncles and uncles. Xiao Rou, come, meet your uncle Tian. Su Rou is a cheerful and outgoing girl. Before, because of the seriousness of the occasion, has not had the opportunity to speak. Now, hearing her father mention himself, she very smartly stood up, picking up the wine glass to toast to Tian Jianqing. Good day, Uncle Tian. Before, I have been hearing my father talk about your deeds. Today I finally see a real person. I toast you. After saying that, he was very quick to drink it all in one go. Then, Su Rou poured herself another full glass of wine. She stood up, swept her gaze openly across the whole table, and smiled as she opened her mouth to say, "Good day to all the bosses, everyone. I'm Su Rou. I've just returned from abroad, and I'll be officially joining my father's company next. In the future, I would like to ask for more guidance and more tolerance from all of you." After saying that, she tilted her head and drank the glass of wine in one gulp, showing her boldness. The other people on the table also gave face to take a sip to show their welcome to Su Rou. Wang Jiansen looked at Su Rou's generous self-introduction and couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. He turned his head, glanced at his own son, Prince Tsong, shook his head helplessly, and said softly to Su Tang, "This daughter of yours is really good. She's pretty, acts generously and decently, and understands things. Unlike that kid in my house, he just knows how to play all day long, and doesn't know how to help the family share the company's business." Seeing his own father comparing himself to other people's children, Wang Zitsong at the side secretly bristled. He wanted to go to the company and you won't let him. Su Tang heard Wang Jiansen praising his daughter. His heart was naturally happy. However, he still maintained a modest attitude and replied, "Mr. Wang is too kind. My daughter is still young and has a lot to learn. I'll have to ask all the bosses to take care of her in the future. His own just this one daughter surely is a million favorites. In the future their own company is also to be handed over to her hands. What makes him more gratified is that his own daughter is also competitive. All aspects are excellent. He is very assured that she will enter the company. Prince Tsong solved the case. Dad did not let me into the company. Is too ashamed of my ability not. Mr. Wang, too modest. Prince Tsong is recognized throughout the internet for his good character. I've heard of his great name a long time ago. He will definitely be a great help to your company in the future." Shi Fan praised smoothly from the side. These words from Shi Fan made Wang Jiansen's heart feel a lot more comfortable. After all, it was his own family's child. He could say that his own child was so and so bad. That was modesty. But if other people said that his own child was bad, that was another matter. Prince Tsong was also surprised by Shi Fan's praise. He did not expect Shi Fan to think so highly of himself, and the joy in his heart was hard to express. He hurriedly picked up his wineglass and respectfully toasted to Shi Fan. "Thanks for the praise from Dongshi. I'll toast to you." Seeing this, Shi Fan also smiled and raised his glass in response. "Just call me by my name. Your style of behavior is very much to my liking. You can contact more in the future." When Prince Tsong heard this, his heart was even more delighted. He smartly responded, and then chatted with Shi Fan. Su Ro also occasionally inserted 2 sentences, the 3 young people chatting quite happily. Wang Jiansen and Su Tang were also happy to see their own children befriending Shi Fan. After dinner, a few people and Shi Fan exchanged contact information. They went downstairs together ready to take the car home. At the entrance of the hotel, several luxury cars had already been waiting at the entrance. These cars were all top-of-the-line business cars, luxurious and grandiose. However, among these luxury cars, the most eye-catching was Shi Fan's car, a Bugatti Black Knight Sound. The streamlined design of the car's body, together with the unique black paint job, made it look both mysterious and noble. The car shimmered charmingly under the lights, as if it was a bright pearl. Prince Song and Su Ro were caught by this car as soon as they went out. They only came back to their senses after watching Shi Fan bid farewell to a few people and elegantly get into the car. Then the car slowly drove away. The two secretly decided in their hearts, not to mention, on the basis of this car, also have to make a good relationship with Shi Fan. Maybe there is a chance to borrow to drive a drive. Over the hand addiction. Chapter 53, Departing for the Harbor. Early the next morning, before the sunlight had completely dispelled the silence of the night, Shi Fan started the car early and drove alone to the neighborhood where Jiang Xingtong lived. When he was still some distance away from the entrance of the neighborhood, Shi Fan's line of sight had already caught the 3 figures on the side of the road. Jiang Xingyu was wearing white half-sleeves and denim shorts, revealing her long and straight legs, her feet stepping on a pair of sneakers, her ponytail tied up high, her youthful vigor overflowing, living like a campus goddess. Jiang Xingyan, on the other hand, was wearing a work suit, looking competent and sharp, with a warm and bright smile, exuding a positive little handsome atmosphere. However, Shi Fan felt that the most attractive one had to be his girlfriend, Jiang Xingtong, who was wearing an ankle-length spun dress, the hem of which gently swayed with the wind, as if she was a genie in the early morning. Her features were delicate and picturesque, her skin was as fair as jade, and the light makeup on her face added a bit more elegance and charm. As she stood there, she was like a bright pearl, radiating a charming light. Shi Fan looked at the 3 people in front of him and couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. Zhang's family members not only have outstanding looks, but also have different temperaments. Each of the 3 has their own charm. The 3 siblings standing on the side of the road is a beautiful scenery line, because today they had to bring along the 3 people and the equipment that Shi Feng had gone out to purchase yesterday. Shi Fan was still driving his eye-catching Rolls-Royce Cullinan today. Not only was the exterior of this luxury car gorgeous, but the interior facilities were also first class, enough to accommodate the 4 of them traveling together. Soon, the car steadily stopped in front of the 3. The car window slowly lowered, revealing Shi Fan's handsome face, and the sunlight sprinkled on his face, making him look even more heroic. He smiled faintly at the 3 of them, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. Seeing that the 3 people just brought a backpack, he didn't get off the car to help, and greeted a few people before signaling to get on the car. After the 3 people were seated, he started the car and drove in the direction of the harbor. At the same time, in the convenience store not far from the neighborhood, a middle-aged man was casually taking pictures of the surrounding scenery with his camera. When he unintentionally aimed the camera at Shi Fan's side of the limousine, he couldn't help but reveal a surprised smile. He didn't expect to see such an unexpected scene today when he was merely buying something random at a convenience store to debug his camera. He quickly pressed the shutter and fixed the scene in his camera. The car drove gently on the road, and the scenery outside the window quickly swept by in front of his eyes. Sitting in the passenger side, Jiang Xingtong was talking to Shi Fan in a low voice. Her voice was soft and pleasant to the ear, while Shi Fan listened intently, nodding in response from time to time. The 2 conversations were full of tacit understanding and pink air, while Jiang Xingyan in the back seat was filled with curiosity as he surveyed everything around him. He was filled with curiosity about this Rolls-Royce Cullinan, carefully studying the various facilities and details inside the car. He couldn't help but marvel. Brother Fan, this car is also too cool. The design and the feeling of sitting in it, it's so different. The Jiang Xingyu beside him couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. She gently patted Jiang Xingyan's head. Idiot, don't even look at how much this car costs. It's definitely not ordinary. When Shi Fan, who was driving, heard Jiang Xingyan's words, he slightly turned his head sideways and looked at them sitting in the back row in the rearview mirror. The corner of his mouth hooked into a gentle smile. He said softly, indeed, this car focuses more on comfort. It's not like a sports car where every design is geared towards the pursuit of extreme looks and speed. The topic of the sports car seemed to have touched Jiang Xingyan's excitement. His eyes immediately lit up as he looked at Shi Fan with anticipation. Brother Fan, where is the sports car you gave to my sister? Can you take me out for a ride in that car? I haven't been in a sports car yet. I really want to try that feeling. Shi Fan smiled and nodded his head in agreement. Yes, that car is parked at my house. I had planned to bring your sister back when I came back from the sea. Since you want to go for a ride, let's go together. Starjade can come along too. I have a few more sports cars, so you guys can pick anyone you want when the time comes. Since the date had already been disrupted, Shi Fan didn't mind delaying it for another night. Good, oh, then I'll come along, and second sister will experience it together as well. Jiang Xingyan cheered, then happily said to Jiang Xingyu next to him. Jiang Xingyu looked at her brother's excitement and shook her head helplessly, sighing in her heart that this younger brother really didn't know what politeness was. She sighed and then said to Shi Fan in the driver's seat, Brother Fan, I really like the gift you gave me yesterday. Thank you. At this time, Jiang Xingyan, who was in the middle of her excitement, also reacted and hurriedly continued. Yes, Brother Fan, the gift you gave me was fantastic. I've always wanted to buy that game book, but it's too expensive and I haven't been able to part with it. Thank you so much. Hearing that his carefully selected gift was loved and welcomed by everyone, Shi Fan's heart was also filled with joy and satisfaction. It really wasn't a waste of his efforts. Jiang Xingtong, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, inadvertently caught the look of joy on Shi Fan's face. That smile was like the rising sun, warm and brilliant, causing her mood to become pleasant as well. She couldn't help but open her mouth and conveyed her mother's thoughts to Shi Fan. Mom also likes your gift very much. She specially instructed me to tell you that she is very much looking forward to you coming to try her specialties the next time you are free. Jiang Xingtong's words revealed an indescribable warmth and joy, as if she was also infected by the rapport between Shi Fan and his family, and her heart was filled with happiness and anticipation. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly as she imagined Shi Fan's satisfied expression as he savored his mother's handiwork. When Shi Fan heard this, an even brighter smile appeared on his face as he replied without hesitation. Yes, when you have your next break, I must go and try Auntie's handiwork. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyan even more enthusiastically recommended his mother's specialty dishes to Shi Fan. Brother Fan, I'm telling you, my mom's sweet and sour pork chops are amazing. Next time you must try them. There's more. Her braised pork and steamed fish are also great. You'll love them. Shi Fan listened to Jiang Xingyan's introduction and responded from time to time. And just like that, you chatted with each other, making this journey, which might have seemed a bit long, become full of joy and warmth. Chapter 54, Submarine Yacht. The harbor. Parking the car, Shi Fan grabbed his equipment and led the Jiang family siblings towards the most prominent club at the harbor. Since buying the luxury yacht, Shi had chosen to store it at the Swift Boat Club, which not only provided professional maintenance and cleaning services, but also had good security measures, which also allowed Shi Fan to rest assured that Shi would store his beloved yacht here. As one of the leading yacht clubs in the city, the club has a wide range of services. In addition to docking and maintaining yachts, it also rented out yachts to the outside world, providing convenience to guests who wanted to experience the flavor of the sea. What's more, the club also provides the service of renting yacht butler team, so that guests can enjoy a full range of onboard services when they go out to sea, and enjoy the comfort and coziness to the fullest. Recently, Xia Jizhou, the person in charge of the Swift Boat Club, has been in a particularly good mood. This is mainly because he had the honor of receiving an order for the top-ranked private luxury yacht, the Submarine Dragon, last month. In the past month, the yacht's docking has not only brought the club considerable income from daily care fees, but also inadvertently enhanced the club's popularity and influence. Although the Submarine Dragon is not rented out, but there are still a lot of people come here, just to come to this car to take pictures, so that his club also followed a small fire. Yesterday, Xia Jizhou suddenly received a notice. Today the owner of the submerged dragon ship to use the yacht. He did not dare to have the slightest negligence, and immediately equipped the Submarine Dragon with the club's best butler team. In order to express their importance and respect to the owner of this mysterious boat, Xia Jizhou even stood at the entrance of the club early in the morning, waiting for the arrival of this god of fortune. At this time, Shi Fan and his party had already walked to the entrance of the club. They looked up and saw that the club was luxuriously decorated and magnificent. Jiang Xingyan looked at the scene in front of him and changed his usual energetic personality, looking a little nervous. He had never entered such a high-end place before, and his heart was inevitably a little apprehensive. On the other hand, Jiang Xingyu on the side appeared to be much more calm. She was not interested in the luxurious decoration and just stood quietly on the side. Shi Fan watched the reactions of the siblings and secretly laughed in his heart. He knew that it was Jiang Xingyan's first time coming to this kind of place, so it was normal for her to be a little nervous. So he gently patted Jiang Xingyan's shoulder and comforted. Don't be nervous, it's no big deal here. We're here to enjoy life today, not to suffer. When Jiang Xingyan heard Shi Fan's words, the tension in his heart eased a little. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Jiang Xingtong, on the other hand, maintained that calmness and serenity since the beginning. She was at peace wherever Shi Fan was. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Sure, the owner of the Subterranean Dragon? A man in his 30s dressed in casual clothes walked towards them with a smile on his face. Shi Fan sniffed and nodded. His eyes revealed a calmness and confidence. He did not look rushed because of the other party's warmth, but instead displayed an innate nobility. Seeing Shi Fan nodding his head in affirmation, although said Jizhou was a little surprised by Shi Fan's youth, he quickly returned to his enthusiastic smile. I am the head of the Swift Boat Club. My name is Xie Jizhou. I thank Boss Shi for being able to choose our swift boat, and I welcome all of you here, Xie Jizhou said, extending his hand to them in welcome. The yacht is already docked and the club has equipped you with the best team of butlers, ready to go at any time. Mr. Sure, may I ask you to board the boat now? Shi Fan listened to Xie Jizhou's arrangement. His heart couldn't help but feel satisfied with Xie Jizhou's thoughtfulness. Not bad, board the boat now. I want to see fish, so you guys communicate. You guys set the sailing route, Xie Jizhou hurriedly answered, then walked in front, leading Shi Fan and the others through the gorgeously decorated club, all the way to the harbor. At the harbor, large and small ships and yachts were neatly docked at the shore, like a huge fleet, looking particularly spectacular, and among these ships, the most eye-catching was the gold and silver color-coordinated yacht, the Subterranean Dragon. As a private yacht, the Submarine Dragon is not only huge in size, but also extremely luxurious in design, with a total length of about 20 meters and a width of about 6 meters. The hull has smooth lines and is full of modernity. The gold and silver color scheme highlights its dignity and extraordinary. Under the sunlight, the submarine seems to be covered with a layer of golden halo, so that people cannot take their eyes off. When choosing the yacht, Shi Fan was attracted by the appearance of Submarine Dragon. Not only did this yacht have a magnificent appearance, its performance was also extremely superior. The whole body was made of composite materials, which ensured strength and reduced weight, making it more stable and safer when sailing. Shi Fan fell in love with the Submarine Dragon at first sight and did not hesitate to let Shi make the payment and pocket the yacht. The Jiang family siblings were deeply shocked at the first sight of the Submarine Dragon. They didn't know much about yachts before, so the shock in their hearts when they saw such a luxurious and spectacular yacht could be imagined. They were even more excited when they learned that the yacht belonged to Shi Fan and that they were about to board it for a sea trip. Xie Jizhou was also secretly happy in his heart when he saw that the Jiang family siblings were so interested in the Submarine Dragon. He took the opportunity to introduce the various facilities and performance of the yacht to several people, explaining in great detail and vividly, causing Shi Fan to leave a good impression on him. As they approached the dock where the yacht was docked, a sudden burst of heated arguments came over. At the source of the sound, a young man was standing in front of the staff, blushing and arguing loudly. Behind him stood two flamboyantly dressed girls, apparently a group of people intending to go out for a cruise. The young man shouted angrily, "Why can't this yacht be rented? Can't I just pay for it? How much is not a problem?" His tone was full of dissatisfaction and eagerness, obviously feeling that being rejected in front of the girls was a great loss of face. The staff looked helpless and patiently explained, "Sir, I'm really sorry. This yacht is indeed privately owned and not for rent. You can take a look at our other yachts and have an equally good experience." However, the young man obviously did not accept this explanation, and he continued to pester. "It's all sailed out. Why can't it be rented? I'll pay double the cost all right." His voice grew louder and louder, drawing sideways glances from everyone around him. Just then, Xie Jizhou brought Shi Fan and the others over. He first politely escorted Shi Fan and the others onto the yacht that the young man was eyeing, then turned to face the several people and said with a calm face, "Hello, I am the head of the Swift Boat Club. May I ask this gentleman if you have chosen a suitable yacht?" The young man watched as Shi Fan and the others boarded the yacht smoothly, and became even more dissatisfied in his heart. With wide eyes, he yelled in dissatisfaction, "Didn't you say that this yacht is not for rent? Then how did these few people get up there? Is your club deliberately teasing people?" His voice was filled with questioning and anger, obviously extremely dissatisfied with the way the club handled the situation. Although Xie Jizhou was very enthusiastic in front of Shi Fan, this young man, obviously, was not qualified enough to be in a position to make him laugh with him. Therefore, Xie Jizhou's tone carried a hint of coldness, and could even be said to be a bit nonchalant as he said, "This yacht belongs to that gentleman, so of course, you can go up there, and if you don't want to choose it, then please also bother to leave on your own without getting in the way of the other people." These unforgiving words obviously did not put him in his eyes. The young man's face green a burst of red was very ugly. Cold snort, turned around and led the people to leave angrily. One of the girls who followed him out, however, was a little distracted, and glanced over to the yacht before leaving, her eyes revealing a sense of incredulity and doubt. That one just now was Jiang Xingyu? Chapter 55, Shi Fan who observes male virtue. The yacht, spacious and refined, featured 3 bedrooms, each decorated with both elegance and comfort, providing guests with a high-quality resting environment. In addition to the bedrooms, the yacht was also equipped with a modernized kitchen, which was fully equipped to cook a variety of delicious dishes. In addition, the most striking feature is the flybridge design on the top of the yacht. above the flybridge. The space is wide open and the view is excellent. There is a comfortable sofa area where people can sit and savor the freshness of the sea breeze while enjoying the distant sea view. And a corner of the flybridge is also carefully set up with a barbecue grill so that people can savor the delicious barbecue while enjoying their leisure time. Imagine sitting on the sofa of the flybridge in the afterglow of the setting sun, savoring the barbecue food and enjoying the sparkling sea, which is undoubtedly one of the great enjoyments of life. The electronic equipment on the yacht is also a highlight. All the equipment in the room, such as lighting, air conditioning, audio, etc., can be controlled by cell phone. This intelligent design not only facilitated the guests' use, but also enhanced the overall quality of the yacht. Seeing the Jiang family siblings visiting the yacht, Shi Fan signaled the driver that he could go out to sea. As the yacht slowly sailed away from the pier, Shi Fan came to the sofa area on the flybridge and sat down. He raised his hand to receive the juice handed over by the attendant sister and took a light sip. Feeling the slight bumps of the yacht on the sea, he raised his eyes to look at the distant sea. Blue sky, white clouds, blue waves, everything looked so beautiful. And the waitress lady at the back couldn't help but feel a little frustrated in her heart when she saw that Shi Fan hadn't even glanced at herself from beginning to end. She silently retracted the long slender white legs that she had just deliberately stretched out, originally thinking that with her own proud body and slender white legs, she would be able to successfully attract the attention of this rich and handsome man, and even catch him. But unexpectedly, he was so oblivious to himself, as if he didn't exist at all. Although she knew in her heart of hearts that her looks might not be as stunning as his girlfriend's, but it wasn't so bad to be so coldly ignored. She had seen many rich people, and as a waitress on a yacht, she had even seen a lot of ruinous scenes of play. But the Shi Fan in front of her made her feel a little surprised. Not only did he not show the slightest interest in her like other rich people, he didn't even give her a single glance. Feeling that the waitress hadn't left by her side, only then did Shi Fan turn his head and asked with a trace of a puzzled expression still on his face, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" His voice was gentle and low, full of magnetism, making people listen to him. Facing Shi Fan's handsome appearance up close and feeling his gentle tone caught this waitress lady a little off guard. Her cheeks flushed for a moment as she nervously replied, "Mr. Sure, may I ask what else I need to serve?" Although the uniformed, well-built, peach-colored lady was very attractive, Shi Fan rejected with an innocent and ignorant face, "I don't need any service. This trip to the sea is mainly to serve my girlfriends well." After saying that, he turned his head and continued to look at the sea, a look of refusal to communicate. As a man, how could Shi Fan not understand this waitress lady's hints? However, he had to act like he knew nothing about it and pull away from each other. After all, he didn't want to cause an unnecessary storm because of unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he could only pretend to be unaware of it and politely declined, silently enjoying the sea breeze and the lapping of the waves. Seeing that Shi Fan looked like she didn't want to talk, the waitress lady could only nod helplessly in response and then turned around to leave the place. Just shortly after she had left, the Jiang family siblings, who had already sensed that the yacht had started to move, also returned to the top of the deck, just in time to miss the waitress. Seeing this scene, Shi Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he was not bumped into. Then the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a doting smile, reaching out and gently pulling his own girlfriend's small hand, slowly pulling the person to sit beside him. "How is it? Do you still like it?" Shi Fan's gaze towards Jiang Xingtong was filled with doting. His mouth asked. His hands were not idle, playing with his girlfriend's small, soft and boneless hand, as if he was admiring a precious work of art. Jiang Xingtong was obviously very happy. Her face was overflowing with a bright smile and her eyes were glittering with excitement. She didn't notice the small movements of Shi Fan's hands, and just responded briskly, "Aha, it's the first time I've seen a yacht like this. It's really nice and cool." Jiang Xingtong liked it, and Shi Fan was obviously happy as well. He nodded slightly. "It's good if you like it. You can come anytime you want to play afterward," Jiang Xingtong sweetly answered. For her boyfriend, she never needed to be polite. The two of them snuggled together like this, chatting in low voices. Right at this moment, the waitress lady who had just left gracefully walked up again. In her hand was a tray with a few glasses of chilled drinks on it, looking refreshing and enticing. "Hello ladies and gentlemen. I'm the waitress Xiao Lin for this voyage. Here are the chilled drinks. Please enjoy," she said with a smile, her voice gentle and sweet. After saying that, she made an elegant bow and placed the drinks in front of everyone one by one. Her movements were smooth and natural, as if every detail had been carefully designed and measured. However, just as she turned around and prepared to leave, she couldn't help but cast another glance at Shi Fan. She had thought that the elegant gesture she had just made would be able to attract his attention, but she realized that he hadn't even glanced at her at all, but had been talking to his girlfriend in a low voice, the two of them looking so focused and engaged that it was as if the entire world was left with just the two of them, and everything around them had become a blur. and even the air was filled with the scent of a kind of pink bubbles. At that moment, the heel of her foot broke and she almost fell. Dare she say that her pretense of elegance just now was directed at a cow? And moreover, it wasn't that the cow didn't understand, but that it wasn't listening at all. She sighed softly, shook her head, turned around and left the deck. Forget it, it seems she missed this high-flying handsome Tim Fan. Nonsense, do I dare to listen? Not only the girlfriend, next to his future sister-in-law and great-uncle sitting, do not dare to listen a little. Chapter 56, The Sailing Underway. Jiang Xingyu reached out and picked up the drink in front of her and took a light sip. The waiter's little trick. She saw it from the beginning to the end and took it all in. She also wanted to see how Shi Fan would react in the face of this peach blossom who took the initiative to send her to the door. However, the result was out of her expectation. Shi Fan didn't seem to notice the waitress at all, and didn't even give a single glance. His entire mind was focused on her big sister, as if the entire world was left with just the two of them. Seeing that the waitress apparently also realized Shi Fan's neglect, she mistakenly broke her foot and almost fell. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xingyu finally couldn't help herself and snorted out a laugh. She thought that this scene was really funny, just like the proverb that said, "Winks thrown to the blind." Second sister, do you like it here too? Smiling so happily, Jiang Xingyan's voice interrupted Jiang Xingyu's thoughts. He had just been excitedly scurrying around with his cell phone, taking selfies non-stop. Seeing his second sister smiling so happily, he immediately ran over with his phone, wanting to take a picture with Jiang Xingyu. Second sister, good second sister, let's take a picture together. You haven't taken a picture with me. The scenery here is so good. Take a picture. Jiang Xingyu was not interested in taking pictures. What she wanted to do was to quietly feel the beautiful scenery and enjoy this immersive experience. However, unable to resist Jiang Xingyan's soft persuasion, she finally compromised and cooperated with her stupid brother to take 2 group photos. After taking pictures with his second sister, Jiang Xingyan's line of sight fell on the 2 people, Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong, who were talking about love on the side. He has always been a big talker, so he didn't have the slightest sense of being a light bulb, and walked over with a cheeky grin, sat his butt down in the middle of the 2 of them, and raised his phone to take a group photo. There was no need to think about it. The expressions of the 2 people in the photo were definitely dumbfounded. On the side, Jiang Xingyu was about to cry from her brother's stupidity. She shook her head helplessly, and moved to the side with the drink in her hand, fearing that she would be infected by her brother's stupidity. Jiang Xingtong looked at her brother who suddenly sat over and was also crying and laughing. She glanced at Shi Fan soothingly, as if telling him, "Don't mind it, my brother is just like that, silly and cute." Then, she was very cooperative and took many group photos with her brother, each one filled with joy and warmth. In the end, she also dragged Shi Fan and Jiang Xingyu to take a lot of quirky pictures. The driver that Xie Jizhou had found had excellent skills, and the yacht drove fast and steady. In no time, Shi Fan sensed that the yacht had stopped. Afterwards, the driver came over and respectfully said to Shi Fan, "Mr. Sure, there are often fish passing through this area of the sea, so if you want to see fish, you can start now." Shi Fan's long-awaited sea fishing could finally be realized, and after answering with alacrity, he greeted a few people who picked up their equipment and went down to the deck, ready for sea fishing. However, it was interesting that none of these few people actually had any real experience in sea fishing, even Shi Fan himself, who was rich in theoretical knowledge and had 0 practical experience. Therefore, they didn't intend to fumble around on their own, but instead asked the experienced driver to teach the Jiang family siblings how to fish. Shi Fan, on the other hand, came to the side and took out the fishing rod that Shi Fan had carefully purchased and carefully hooked on the bait. His mind recalled the steps he had previously learned to fling the rod. His hands did not stop moving. His waist exerted force. He reached out and flung. The fish hook drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell into the sea not far away, stirring up a ripple. Several people who were studying next to him were attracted by Shi Fan's handsome action of flinging the rod, holding the rod with one hand and flinging it lightly with the other. The action was smooth and dashing. At that instant, it was as if the whole world stood still. Only his handsome figure jumped in the eyes of the crowd. Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in her heart as she looked at his figure at this moment. Stars twinkled in her eyes, and she secretly thought to herself, "This is my boyfriend. He's really too handsome. I want to learn this. It's so handsome. Teach me, brother Fan." Jiang Xingyan was also eager to try at this moment. He also wanted to be like Shi Fan, to have that kind of handsome pole-flinging action. The fact that Shi Fan could throw the club so easily on his first try was due to the fact that his body had been modified by the system and his coordination was better. But he didn't dare to let Jiang Xingyan, a novice, blindly imitate. He might get hurt. Xiao Ying, beginner fishing still needs to start with the basic movements. Although this movement of mine is handsome, but it's not suitable for you to learn right now. If you get it wrong, you'll get hurt. Shi Fan set up the fishing rod on the stand and walked over to Jiang Xingyan ready to teach him some basic moves. Jiang Xingyan simply worshipped Shi Fan to death, naturally doing whatever he said and obediently learning. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was already noon. Since the place they chose really had a lot of fish, the several people had a good harvest. Everyone caught up a few fish. Among them, Shi Fan even caught up a grouper of nearly 100 pounds. The appearance of this big fish made everyone excited and happy as if they had caught it themselves. Jiang Xingyan was even excited to hold up the big fish for a photo, his face beaming with satisfaction and pride. After lunch, several people did not go back to their rooms to rest, but chose to chat on the sofa. Jiang Xingyan chirped like a lively bird and shared her daily anecdotes with Shi Fan, who listened patiently, nodding in agreement at times and letting out a hearty laugh at others. The two sisters of the Jiang family, on the other hand, were half leaning on the sofa, watching the two chatting and enjoying the cozy atmosphere. The waitress lady served them a few plates of exquisite snacks and reminded them with a smile, "Mr. Sure, look, there is also a sea motorcycle in the yacht. If you feel bored, you can go down to the sea to play around and experience the speed and fun of the sea motorcycle." When Shi Fan heard this, he immediately brightened up. Playing in the water is good. "Yeah, I can ride. I'll take you guys on a sea motorcycle," Shi Fan proposed with a smile, his voice filled with excitement and anticipation. Yeah, too cool, right? Brother Fan, you must take me for a few more laps. Let me feel the windy ride on the sea. Jiang Xingyan immediately responded to the proposal. Seeing everyone nodding their heads in agreement, Shi Fan smiled faintly, a deep light flashing in his eyes as he reminded meaningfully, "Everyone has brought swimsuits, right? We need to change into our swimsuits so that we can move around easily." After all, it was a trip to the sea, so naturally, all of them had brought such necessities as swimsuits. Thus, the group excitedly headed to the room to change into their swimsuits. Jiang Xingtong walked down the corridor leading to her room, her slightly reddened little face looking even more delicate under the light as she glared at Shi Fan. She suddenly remembered that Shi Fan had specifically instructed her to bring her swimsuit yesterday, and she couldn't help but feel a little shy in her heart. "Humph, stinking Shi Fan, colorful Shi Fan," Jiang Xingtong muttered in her heart, but her face couldn't help but flush with a shy blush. She was shy when she thought about how she was about to wear a swimsuit in front of Shi Fan. Chapter 57, Jiang Xingtong Shyness. Inside the room, Jiang Xingyu went to a room with Jiang Xingtong, and after rummaging through the swimsuit, Jiang Xingyu hugged it and went to the bathroom to change, while Jiang Xingtong sat on the edge of the bed, her hands cupping a pink swimsuit, her eyes revealing a few moments of hesitation and shyness. The style of this swimsuit was simple and generous, without any excessive decorations, but it looked exceptionally elegant. She took a deep breath, gathered enough courage to stand up, and began to slowly take off her clothes. With each piece she took off, her heartbeat accelerated by a few points, as if there was a small rabbit banging around in her chest. Finally, she changed into her swimsuit and stood in front of the mirror, looking at her slightly shy but expectant appearance. At this time, the bathroom door also opened. Wearing a one-piece swimsuit, Jiang Xingyu came out wrapped tightly. When she saw Jiang Xingtong's appearance as she changed into her bathing suit, she instantly lit up and exclaimed, "Sister, you look so good in a bathing suit." Humph, it was really cheap for Shi Fan. Kang Xingtong was a little embarrassed by the compliment and smiled shyly with her head down. The boys always changed their clothes very quickly, and after leaving the room without rushing the girls, Shi Fan directly took Jiang Xingyan to help lift the motorcycle. Halfway through lifting it, Shi Fan's sensitive hearing heard footsteps. He turned around to take a look, and his entire body was instantly stunned and frozen in place. Jiang Xingtong walked with light steps. Her tall and slim figure looked even more moving in the sunlight. The pink color of her swimsuit reflected her skin even more white and delicate, as if she could pinch out water. Noticing Shi Fan's eyes looking over, she gently lifted the broken hair around her ears, trying to hide the blush on her face. Jiang Xingyu was watching the two with an ant smile on her face at the back, and in her afterglow she caught a glimpse of her stupid brother straightening up, and seeing that he was about to interrupt the atmosphere between the two with his voice, she instantly felt her fists harden, and sidestepped and quietly circled around, rushing to cover Jiang Xingyi's mouth before he opened his mouth, and dragging him by the shoulders to the side of the utility room. The departure of the two siblings did not attract the attention of Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong in the slightest. Jiang Xingtong stepped to Shi Fan's side. Long time waiting. The voice was soft, but inexplicably carried a hint of shyness and anticipation. Shi Fan came back to his senses and said with a light smile, "Xingtong, you look really good in a swimsuit." His voice was so doting that it was as if the spring breeze was intoxicating. Jiang Xingtong's face turned even redder as she lowered her head and whispered, "You, don't talk nonsense." Looking at Jiang Xingtong's shy little appearance, Shi Fan's mood at this moment was really difficult to describe in words. He felt as if he was in a sea of flowers. surrounded by the scent of happiness. Shi Fan pulled her hand over and tightened his hand encouragingly. Go, I'll take you to play. Jiang Xingtong raised her head and looked at Shi Fan standing in front of the station, wearing a dark blue swimming trunks. The sunlight sprinkled on him, making him look even more handsome and dashing. The main thing was that the gentleness and pampering in his eyes seemed to be as deep and vast as the sea. Well, I want to be with you too. The two of them smiled at each other, as if all the shyness and nervousness had dissipated at this moment. Hand in hand, they walked towards the motorboat docked at the side, on the turquoise blue sea like a jewel. The sunlight sprinkled down like broken gold, and the wave light jumped in the breeze, glittering with a bright light. Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong sat on the motorboat, feeling the coolness of the sea breeze on their faces, bringing gusts of coolness, and both of their eyes flashed with excitement. Shi Fan was driving the motorboat, skillfully maneuvering the direction. His figure looked so upright in the sunlight, every movement looked so smooth and powerful. He tightly controlled the direction, letting the motorboat ride on the sea, drawing a beautiful arc. Jiang Xingtong sat in front of him, her hands firmly grasping the handle in front of her. Her body was tightly encircled by Shi Fan, and that sense of security made her feel incredibly solid. She listened to Shi Fan's steady heartbeat, which made her not scared at all, and experienced the joy brought by the motorboat with all her heart. Shi Fan, look at the seagulls over there. Jiang Xingtong suddenly pointed at a group of seagulls soaring freely in the distance, her eyes glittering with excitement. Shi Fan looked in the direction of her finger and saw a group of seagulls hovering over the sea. Their figures looked so light and free in the sunlight. Shi Fan smiled slightly. He turned the direction and drove towards the flock of seagulls. The motorboat accelerated on the sea, cutting through a long trail of water. The sea breeze whistled and blew through the ears of the two, bringing an unprecedented joy. Jiang Xingtong screamed with excitement. Shi Fan lowered his head to look at Jiang Xingtong. How does it feel? His voice was somewhat broken by the wind, but the care and love was not diminished in the slightest. It's so much fun, Jiang Xingtong said loudly, her laughter drifting in the sea breeze, as pleasant as silver bells. Seeing her happy appearance, Shi Fan's heart was filled with the satisfaction and joy of success. His greatest wish in this life was to keep Jiang Xingtong in such a happy and carefree manner. That was the look that Shi Fan wanted to see the most. Since there was only one motorboat, Shi Fan took his girlfriend for 2 laps before taking Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan for 2 more laps. By the time Shi Fan returned to the yacht again, the sky was already getting dark. The afterglow of the setting sun was sprinkled on the surface of the sea. The waves sparkled beautifully. Several people looked at the beautiful scenery and took pictures. Seeing that Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyin were still a little bit tired, Shi Fan immediately said that when they wanted to come and talk to him, they could do it any time. Jiang Xingtong lightly pushed him. You're also too spoiled for them. Shi Fan smiled and raised an eyebrow. Of course he had to be satisfied. This was her mother's family. Making a good relationship was the key. This was a point of common sense he still had. After Jiang Xingyan got the promise, she was happy. Her eyes turned. She took out her cell phone from her pocket, and started drumming something. Immediately, Shi Fan's cell phone sent out a string of beeps. Open it. It is a photo sent by Jiang Xingyan. The picture is full of him and Jiang Xingtong. They are sitting on the sofa chatting. There are eating jokes. More is the two riding a motorboat in the sea. The angle of the capture is very good, with the too high color value of the face. Each is a blockbuster. Shi Fan clicked the favorites one by one and nodded his head to Jiang Xingyan. This future brother-in-law can There are images he is really shooting Chapter 58 Transferring to Riverside Cloud Lodge. Back at the club, Shi Fan politely declined Xie Jizhou's invitation to have dinner. He took his party back to the car. Because they drank all the juice on the yacht, there was no need to worry about drunk driving. Shi Fan directly drove everyone in the direction of the villa. The night was gradually falling, and the lights inside the car softly sprinkled on everyone's face. While driving, Shi Fan said to Jiang Xingtong, Tong, you guys can just eat at my place in the evening. I've already had dinner prepared. Remember to tell Auntie about it. Jiang Xingtong turned her head and looked at the two siblings in the back seat. They looked a little drowsy at the moment, and she gently nodded her head, indicating her agreement with Shi Fan's proposal. Afterwards, she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Jiang's mother, telling her that she would be having dinner at Shi Fan's house tonight. At the same time, she also sent the photos she took today along with them to Kang's mom, receiving her approval and compliments on the photos. The car quickly drove into the Riverside Cloud Lodge neighborhood. Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but feel a little odd as she looked out the window at the rather designed and beautiful scenery. The architectural style here was unique, the greenery was lush, and every part of it revealed refinement and taste. She couldn't help but sigh. The original neighborhood can also be designed in this way. Really opened her eyes. The car slowly stopped at the entrance. Shi Fan got out to get something. Jiang Xingtong, on the other hand, turned around and woke up the two siblings who were sleeping. Obviously today's had a lot of fun and took a lot of energy. causing the two to be sleeping soundly right now. Two little lazy pigs, get up, we're at the place. Jiang Xingtong gently patted the two and saw them wake up before pushing the door to get out of the car. The sleepy-eyed Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan opened their eyes and saw themselves in the dark car. While outside the car, Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong were talking and laughing about something. With this scene, even Jiang Xingyan, who had a big personality, felt that right now he and his second sister, Jiang Xingyu, really seemed to be a bit redundant. Just like the lyrics sang, should be under the car, shouldn't be in the car, pushing the door and getting out of the car. What met his eyes was a piece of exquisite and unobtrusive design. Every detail revealed the owner's taste and intention. Jiang Xingyan and Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but marvel at it. Such a scene was indeed a brand new experience for them. Seeing the two of them coming down, Shi Fan smiled and handed the key in his hand to Butler Yang, who was standing at the side. He warmly greeted the few people as they entered, while introducing this butler to them. This is Butler Yang. You can directly look for him if you have any needs. Shi Fan pointed at Butler Yang and said, Butler Yang, this is my girlfriend, Jiang Xingtong, and these two behind her are her sister and brother, Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan. Butler Yang finally met the real person. He knew how much importance Shi Fan attached to Jiang Xingtong, so after receiving the key, he immediately greeted respectfully. Miss Jiang, young Master Jiang, how are you? I am the butler of the Riverside Cloud Lodge No. 1 Villa, Yang Ning. You guys can call me Butler Yang. My main job is to manage this villa, so if you guys need anything, feel free to order me. It was the first time that the Jiang family siblings had seen a role like a butler in real life, and for a moment, they were somewhat at a loss for words. Jiang Xingtong, as the eldest sister and even more so, Shi Fan's girlfriend, maintained her composure even though she was also uncomfortable in her heart. She secretly squeezed her hand and responded with a smile. Hello, Butler Yang. Nice to meet you for the first time. Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan also hurriedly followed their big sister's rhythm and greeted Butler Yang. Seeing this, Shi Fan touched his nose, wanting to ease the awkward atmosphere. He spoke, Butler Yang, is the meal ready? We're all hungry. When Butler Yang heard this, he hurriedly replied, it's already prepared, ready to start at any time. Shi Fan nodded and greeted several people to wash their hands. Then, he led everyone to the dining room. The dining room was decorated in a cozy and elegant manner. The oval table was filled with a dazzling array of exquisite meals. These dishes were beautifully presented, with just the right color combinations, which made people's appetites increase greatly. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, all kinds of ingredients were available. It was simply a table of delicacies. Shi Fan took a deep breath of the fragrance of the food in the air. The rich aroma came to his nose, making him unable to resist swallowing his saliva. He hurriedly greeted everyone to sit down, a warm smile on his face. Quickly, all sit down. Are you all hungry? Let go and eat. It's rare that Butler Yang prepares such a sumptuous meal. I'm still borrowing from you guys today to be able to eat so many dishes. Saying this, Shi Fan took the lead and pulled Jiang Xingtong's hand to sit on one side. Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan sat on the other side, and the four of them sat face to face, facing this table of food. Jiang Xingyan simply didn't know which one to eat first. He grabbed his chopsticks and swept his eyes around the table, hesitating to eat. Seeing this, Shi Fan gave Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyin one oil-boiled prawn each, signaling that they could start enjoying the meal. As for Jiang Xingtong, Shi Fan even did it himself, helping her peel off the shells of the prawns before putting the tender prawn meat into her bowl. This action made the two siblings on the opposite side of the table look dumbfounded, feeling that they were already a bit full even before they started eating. After playing all afternoon, everyone was indeed a bit hungry. After taking care of Jiang Xingtong, Shi Fan also began to enjoy the meal. Ever since his body was transformed, his meal size had become huge, which was the reason why Butler Yang had ordered to make a table full of dishes. When Shi Fan was around, he definitely wouldn't waste it. Last time when he was a guest at the Jiang family, Shi Fan didn't dare to eat openly because of his first visit, so this was the first time for Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan to see Shi Fan's real meal size, and to be honest, they were really shocked to see that Jiang Xingtong looked as if she had long been accustomed to it, and she was eating at her own pace, while she was also giving Shi Fan food from time to time, and her feeding gestures seemed natural and affectionate. Well, it's them who haven't seen it before. Watching Shi Fan eat so sweetly, an inexplicable desire to win surged in Jiang Xingyan's heart. He felt that as the son of the Jiang family, he must not lose to him in this aspect. Thus, he followed suit and began to eat in big gulps, as if he wanted to compete with Shi Fan. Watching the two of them eat with gusto, Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingtong were also infected and their appetites widened. Everyone ate and chatted while laughing. The result was that by the end of dinner, several people were too full to eat. Seeing this, Butler Yang hurriedly gave each person 2 anti-diet tablets and then kicked them out of the dining hall. It was really too propped up, so they didn't move. One person took a deck chair and paralyzed in the garden, enjoying the evening breeze. No, it seems like I forgot something important. However, Jiang Xingyan thought for half a day with his brain that seemed a bit sluggish from being full, but he could never remember what it was. Shaking his head, he decided not to think about it for now. After a while, just as several people were drifting off to sleep, Jiang Xingyan suddenly stood up with a carp. He finally remembered that important thing. I say, didn't we agree to go see the sports car before? How come we're almost forgetting about it now? Brother Fan, quickly take us to see it. Shi Fan stood up, stretched his muscles, then turned back and dragged Jiang Xingtong, who was on the side, up again. He smiled and said, let's go. Take you guys to see my kissing girlfriend's sports car. Jiang Xingtong was dragged up by Shi Fan and somewhat helplessly lightly punched him. This person doesn't have a straight face. Chapter 59 Time Sales Luxury Garage. The Riverside Cloud Lodge. No. One villa was its own garage, whose size rivaled that of the villa itself, and was located right underneath the villa. Shi Fan took Jiang Xingtong's hand and led several people to take the elevator and descend to the underground garage. As the elevator doors slowly opened, the lights of the garage lit up in response in turn, as if it was a salute to welcome the VIPs. As the entire garage lit up, the scene that unfolded in front of them made the Jiang family's siblings unable to help but stare in disbelief. From the elevator entrance, the entire garage parking space layout is exquisite, with the elevator entrance as the center. The left and right rows of parking spaces symmetrically distributed, like two dragons snaking around. On the left-hand side is the sports car area. Rows and rows of sports cars like proud lions. They quietly lie in the parking spaces. Some of them are brightly colored like fire, passionate and exuberant. Some of them are as deep as the night, mysterious and unpredictable. The curves of the car body are smooth, as if it is a gift of nature, and every detail is carefully carved by craftsmen. Under the reflection of the light, the body shimmers with a fascinating light, like the light of stars, adding a touch of mystery and luxury to this underground world. To the right, on the other hand, was a different scene. Closest to the exit were several low-profile nanny cars, which were not as flashy as sports cars, but revealed an air of practicality and stability. Further in, parked in turn are Maybach Accelero, Lamborghini Urus and other top luxury cars, which are not as ostentatious as sports cars, but exude the same irresistible charm. These cars are quietly parked there, as if waiting for the master's call. Two very different areas in this underground garage marvelously intersect together, forming a unique picture. The warmth and passion of the sports car area and the stability and practicality of the luxury car area mirrored each other. Jiang Xingyan couldn't help but marvel. This is really shocking. I've never seen so many luxury cars. This scene was afraid that even a TV drama couldn't produce such a luxurious scene. Even Jiang Xingyu, who was always known for her calmness and self-containment, showed a rare curiosity at this moment as she looked around as if she wanted to imprint this luxurious scene in her mind. Brother Fan, why are there a few nanny cars over there? And how do these cars look so ordinary in comparison to these? After Jiang Xingyan asked this, he instantly felt as if he had drifted. The cars that used to look quite expensive could now be evaluated as ordinary in his own mouth. However, Jiang Xingyan was also right. In so many valuable cars, mixing in a few slightly ordinary and identical nanny cars, it did seem a bit out of place. This can't be a special car for the nanny to buy groceries. Jiang Xingyu suddenly remembered the clip from the TV show and said with some suspicion. Seeing them all looking at him, Shi Fan nodded his head, although he admitted now that there was some suspicion of pretending. He couldn't lie. After all, this was indeed the car that was told to be bought for the nanny to buy groceries for sure. See, Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan now look at Shi Fan and no longer know how to express their feelings. Humph, this dog Dato. As for Jiang Xingtong, the shock to her heart was undoubtedly the greatest. It turned out that the luxury cars that ordinary people spent their entire lives chasing after, in the eyes of the truly rich, but seemed to be just insignificant embellishments. Perhaps, this garage was a microcosm of the world of luxury. She turned her head to look at Shi Fan beside her, and a complex emotion welled up in her heart. All along, it was Shi Fan who silently guarded her by her side, giving her strength and courage. But Jiang Xingtong didn't want to just accept his protection with peace of mind. She longed to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, to become his right hand beside him, to face the storms of the future together. This will become her goal to strive for. Shi Fan sensed Jiang Xingtong's gaze and mistakenly thought that she couldn't wait to see the sports car that was given to her. Smiling, he led her towards a car parked in the corner. That car was covered tightly by a black shade cloth, giving it a mysterious and solemn feeling. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyan also hurriedly pulled Jiang Xingyu to follow. The three of them gathered in front of the car, looking at the silhouette of the sports car covered by the black cloth, their hearts filled with anticipation. Tong, come, this is my first gift to you. Come and lift it yourself. Shi Fan brought her to the front of the car, lowered himself to pick up a corner of the black cloth and handed it over to Jiang Xingtong's hand, signaling her to personally unwrap it. Wait, how can we not record such an important moment? Jiang Xingyan hurriedly shouted, taking out her cell phone and finding a good angle to ensure that she could record this moment in its entirety. Waving his hand, he signaled, sister, set it off. I'll start recording. Hearing this, Jiang Xingtong smiled sweetly at Jiang Xingyan, excitement shining in her eyes. She withdrew a step to her side, while her arm was raised and she lifted the black cloth with force. As the black cloth fell, a pink and white gradient flowing sports car was presented in front of everyone's eyes, and the dazzling light seemed to light up the entire space. Although Jiang Xingtong had already admired this sports car in pictures before, but seeing the real thing with her own eyes at this moment, the shock and impact far exceeded her imagination. She stared unblinkingly at the sports car in front of her. Every detail seemed so exquisite and unique that she couldn't take her eyes off it. The smooth lines and cool appearance of the sports car all made her feel her heart pounding. She knew that this was not just a car, but also Shi Fan's deep affection for her, and a warm current surged in her heart, as if the whole world had become warm. Have you brought the keys? Do you want to drive it out for a round of experience? Shi Fan walked over to Jiang Xingtong's side, holding Jiang Xingtong's shoulder with one hand, and proposed. Jiang Xingtong came back to her senses, her eyes flashing with excitement. She nodded and replied in a low, somewhat petulant voice, I brought it, I want to try it out, but I haven't driven a sports car before. I'm a little scared. I'm here. Don't worry. Shi Fan patted her shoulder encouragingly. Jiang Xingtong nodded cheerfully, took out the car key and pressed the unlock button. The car's headlights then lit up, illuminating the entire body. She ran over like a cheerful bird, pulled open the door and sat in. Sitting in the driver's seat, she looked at the steering wheel and dashboard in front of her, which was very different from a normal car, and her heart was filled with anticipation. Shi Fan followed her footsteps to the passenger seat and sat down, began to patiently teach her the various operations of the car. He carefully explained the function of every button and switch, as well as the things to pay attention to when driving the sports car. Jiang Xingtong listened attentively and got the hang of it quickly. Because she could drive herself, plus her hands and feet were well coordinated, she quickly mastered the basic operations of the car. After getting started, it was clear that not getting on the road was no longer possible. Chapter 60, The Desireful Shi Fan. Fan, can you drive a lap with me? Jiang Xingtong looked at Shi Fan with a face full of anticipation, those bright eyes flashing with a desire to drive. Shi Fan looked at her. His heart was full of favor. How could he not satisfy her request? At that moment he nodded affirmatively and said softly, wait a moment. Afterwards, Shi Fan pushed open the car door and turned to Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan and said, in a moment, Butler Yang will send down the keys, so you guys can feel free to visit and see which car you want to sit in first. After you've chosen one, if I'm not back yet, you can ask Butler Yang to take you guys for a ride. I'll accompany Tong Tong out for a drive first. After he said those words, and without waiting for the two to reply, he sat back down and closed the car door. Under Shi Fan's guidance, the car let out a roar and quickly drove out of the parking space towards the exit. Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan, who stayed where they were, could only watch the distant car's ass messing up in the wind. They glanced at each other, and a feeling of helplessness welled up in their hearts. They were, probably, really redundant. Just then, the elevator doors slowly opened, and Butler Yang walked out holding a basket of car keys. Seeing the two frozen in place, he smiled and walked forward, saying, Miss Jiang, Mr. Jiang, the keys have been brought. You two see which car you want to drive? The two of them turned back and saw Butler Yang's amiable face, and immediately felt that the Butler Yang at this moment was like an angel, warming their hearts that were left behind, unlike those two men and women in the period of passionate love who only had each other in their eyes. On the other side, because she was just getting started, Jiang Xingtong was not traveling fast. Shi Fan, who was sitting on the co-pilot seat, kept encouraging her with a gentle tone on the side and praised her performance just now. Under Shi Fan's constant encouragement, Jiang Xingtong's confidence gradually increased. The first thing that happened was that Shi Fan saw a different side of Jiang Xingtong. She saw the car turn a corner into a relatively low traffic lane, and then Jiang Xingtong stepped on the gas without warning, and the car surged forward like an arrow out of a string. The sudden acceleration caught Shi Fan off guard, and his body involuntarily leaned back, feeling a strong sense of thrust. When he reacted, he realized that Jiang Xingtong had already finished changing lanes and successfully overtook a car. Shi Fan turned his head and looked at Jiang Xingtong in surprise. Sitting in the driver's seat, Jiang Xingtong had a smile at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were firmly fixed on the road in front of her, and her hands were constantly moving to overtake one car after another. Such a look she was like Shi Fan had never seen before, but it did not take long to run, and soon approached the city. Jiang Xingtong gradually slowed down the speed of the car. but her face is still overflowing with excitement. Seems to be immersed in it, cannot be extricated. Seeing this, Shi Fan couldn't help but laugh softly. Looks like, the next time we go for a drive, we'll have to go to the racing club's grounds to satisfy you. Hearing this, Jiang Xingtong let out a light hum and turned her head towards Shi Fan after parking the car on the side of the road, with a hint of semi-threatening meaning in her eyes as she asked, "What? Do you have a problem with my driving skills?" Shi Fan hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands, explaining, "No way. I'm just worried that you're not having enough fun." He didn't dare to have any ideas, but seeing that Jiang Xingtong liked cars so much, he planned to get an exclusive venue and buy her a few more cars, so that she could have fun. Going back, he would look for any newly launched cars recently. Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but laugh out softly. She genuinely liked the way Shi Fan treated her. Shi Fan would always support her unconditionally and respected every decision she made and the various ideas she came up with. Even when she encountered some difficult problems, Shi Fan would not blame or deny her, but would actively look for ways to solve the problems. With this alone, Shi Fan had surpassed many other men. She felt incredibly fortunate to be able to meet such a boy who treated her as a treasure and at the same time was able to give her a lot of positive energy. Jiang Xingtong just stared at Shi Fan without saying a word, but her eyes that were filled with love had already said it all. Shi Fan secretly cursed himself in his heart. It's all come to this. If he can still endure it, he's really not a man. The body slowly leaned forward. Looking at Jiang Xingtong's pink lips, Shi Fan involuntarily gulped. His eyes became a little confused. His heart began to speed up. As the distance between the two men became shorter and shorter, Jiang Xingtong's face gradually blushed, and she gently closed her eyes as if she was waiting for something. Immediately about to kiss, Shi Fan felt his heart beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. Suddenly, a crisp sound of knocking on glass rang out. Illusion. Shi Fan tried to calm himself down, ignoring it and continued to approach Jiang Xingtong's lips. Clang clang clang. That sound of knocking on glass however became louder and louder and was even accompanied by a person shouting, "Get off! Get out of the car!" Jiang Xingtong's body leaned back, her delicate face instantly becoming even more scarlet, as shy as a ripe apple. Turning her head to look, she only saw a traffic policeman in full uniform standing straight outside the car, holding a baton in his hand and tapping on the window glass. It was only that close. Shi Fan felt that the whole person is going to collapse. Originally close to the kiss was so hard to interrupt. Seeing that he couldn't kiss, he scratched his hair in annoyance, his eyes revealing the slightest hint of murderous aura, and with obvious dissatisfaction, he pushed the car door open with force. Coming down. Due to the dark-colored sticker film on the car windows, the traffic police did not notice everything that had just happened inside the car. He looked at Shi Fan, who stepped out of the car with a serious face and said in a businesslike manner, "You just exceeded the speed limit. Although there are not many vehicles on the road right now, you can't act so recklessly. Come on. The person in the driver's seat also come down and take a breathalyzer test." Jiang Xingtong also obediently pushed open the car door at this moment and came down. She carefully handed her documents to the traffic police and very cooperatively blew a breath. Due to what had happened earlier and her own behavior of driving over the speed limit, she felt very embarrassed, so as soon as she got out of the car, she kept her head down, not daring to look the traffic police in the eye. The traffic policeman was obviously very surprised that the person driving so aggressively was a little girl. After he carefully examined the car and found that there was no problem, his face became much better. "Alright, pay the fine. Thanks to being in the fast lane, speeding less than 20%, or else you'll get demerit points." Shi Fan looked at Jiang Xingtong like a reprimanded schoolboy and couldn't help but feel a little amused. He hurriedly walked up and admitted his mistake instead of Jiang Xingtong, saying that he would definitely pay attention to traffic safety in the future. The traffic police didn't chastise him too much and turned away after writing the ticket. Chapter 61. Preparing to go to a concert. Jiang Xingtong was relieved when she noticed the departure of the traffic police, but at the same time, she was a little embarrassed that she was ticketed for driving in front of Shi Fan for the first time. She hooked her head and glanced at the ground as if trying to hide her emotions. Then she threw down a sentence. "Go back and you drive. I'm not driving." Then like a nimble little rabbit, she ran to the passenger side in a flash and quickly sat in. Shi Fan caught a glimpse of Jiang Xingtong's reddish little face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, forming a curved arc. However, he didn't dare to laugh out loud, because he knew deep down that if he laughed out loud at this moment, his own girlfriend would definitely jump out of her skin. Shi Fan, who was very survivalist in this regard, immediately answered and got into the car to start the vehicle, driving towards the direction of Riverside Cloud Lodge. On the road, in order to let Jiang Xingtong recover as quickly as possible from the quail state she was in just now, she inquired, "Tong, where are we going to play tomorrow? Do you have any special ideas or places you want to go?" Jiang Xingtong was indeed diverted, and after contemplating for a while, she realized that she really didn't have any thoughts. After all, she had almost zero relationship experience, so she really couldn't think of any particularly good ideas. Well, I don't really seem to have any ideas yet. Fan, it's better for you to arrange it. In fact, regarding the matter of dating a girl, Shi Fan was likewise inexperienced. However, since his girlfriend had given this important task to him, he certainly couldn't say that he couldn't do it. Quickly calculating in his heart, suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Ah, there. As it turned out, Shi Fan remembered a tweet he saw while brushing the video today, and instantly brightened up. Little win. Help me contact Shi Feng and ask him to get 2 tickets for the infield of Shui Jiqian's concert tomorrow. In a position a little closer to the front, when Shi Fan had an idea in his heart, he hurriedly called up Little Win in his mind. Okay then, host, I'll go and relay it. Oh, just now, Shi Feng said to leave this matter to him. Promise to complete the task yo. Little Win immediately responded cheerfully. Shi Fan, who received an affirmative response, had a smile on his brow. Tong, I remember that you really like the singer Shui Jiqian, right? Although she didn't know why Shi Fan suddenly asked this question, Jiang Xingtong did like Shui Jiqian very much and could be said to be his loyal fan. Yes, of course I like him. I'm telling you, not only is he a good singer, he's also super funny in person. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Jiang Xingtong's tone instantly became cheerful when she talked about her idol, enthusiastically introducing Shui Jiqian's various merits to Shi Fan. It wasn't until the end that she finally realized that she seemed to have forgotten to ask Shi Fan the reason for asking this. Jiang Xingtong's praise of Shui Jiqian caused a small taste of snacking to rise in Shi Fan's heart. After all, his Tong had never complimented herself like this before. I just saw the news that it looks like he's having a concert tomorrow. Oh, how about we go and see it together? Shi Fan threw a heavy bomb to Jiang Xingtong in a very calm tone. Going to a concert? Tomorrow? Jiang Xingtong was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. This was too sudden. She just wanted to cheer, but suddenly thought that the tickets for tomorrow's concert had long been snapped up the day they went on sale. Fan, you can't see it, although I really want to go. The tickets for the concert have long been snatched up. Jiang Xingtong's tone was tinged with a bit of loss and regret as she sighed softly. As she spoke, the car steadily drove back to Riverside Cloud Lodge. Shi Fan skillfully maneuvered the vehicle and drove it into the garage with ease and precision. Only after stopping did he turn his head to look at Jiang Xingtong and said confidently, "Go if you want to. Don't worry about the ticket. Leave it to me." As soon as his words fell, he pushed open the car door and got out of the car with dashing movements, leaving behind only Jiang Xingtong, who was dumbstruck and starry-eyed by his firm and handsome words. However, Jiang Xingtong quickly came back to her senses and suddenly thought of an important question. That's not right. Wait, Fan, it's not just about the tickets. Oh, tomorrow's concert is being held in Xuyan. I heard that because of the concert, the tickets are all sold out. So how are we going to get there? Do we have to take the high-speed train to get there? As she spoke, she hurriedly got out of the car and quickly caught up with Shi Fan, continuing to pursue this headache-inducing travel arrangement issue. Entering the elevator, Shi Fan pressed the floor before looking at Jiang Xingtong, who was like a mother on top at his side, helplessly rubbing Jiang Xingtong's hair. Baby, we can't take the high-speed train. It will take more than 10 hours. It's too tiring. It's better to go by airplane. As soon as his words fell, he saw Jiang Xingtong open her mouth and seemingly want to say something. He quickly reached out and gently pinched his fingers, pinching her originally moist and attractive lips into a flat shape, successfully stopping the words she was about to say. Then, he gently soothed. Don't worry, my dear. We'll be traveling on a private jet. No need to purchase a ticket. Oh. Just as he finished speaking, the elevator door happened to open, and he loosened his fingers, then stepped out of the elevator in a dashing manner, leaving behind a handsome back. Wow, awesome. After waiting for 2 seconds, as expected, there then came Jiang Xingtong's incomparably excited cheers. It was obvious that Jiang Xingtong simply loved the schedule that she was going to see a concert tomorrow. Little Win, have Shi Feng make all the arrangements for tomorrow's trip. Shi Fan spoke up. Aha, okay host, I'll relay it to Shi Feng. Little Win responded. After circling around the living room, Shi Fan realized that there wasn't a single person and couldn't help but feel a little strange. He had purposely paid attention when he came up just now. The cars were all parked where they were and hadn't diminished, thinking that Jiang Xingyu, Jiang Xingyin, and housekeeper Yang were the ones who had already finished turning around and were in the living room. But I didn't expect that when he came up he didn't even see anyone, and the garden was empty. Couldn't it be that they had already gone back early? At this moment, Jiang Xingtong chased up from the back. She saw that Shi Fan seemed to be looking for something. Her heart couldn't help but rise a trace of doubt, so she opened her mouth and asked, Fan, what are you looking for? Shi Fan turned back with some surprise. He had thought that Jiang Xingtong was joking, but when he saw her blank expression, His heart could not help but surge with a feeling of helplessness. Dare I say that he had really forgotten Tong Tong, is there a possibility that I am looking for your sister and brother? Shi Fan sighed softly, his tone revealing some helplessness. Chapter 62 Driving a sports car to send Jiang Xingyu to school. Jiang Xingtong suddenly realized, she had just been feeling as if she had forgotten something but hadn't thought about it carefully, so it turned out that she had forgotten about the two of them. Jiang Xingtong immediately felt a wave of embarrassment. Shi Fan shook his head helplessly and laughed out softly. This girlfriend of his was really a bit confused. If she went out like this, I'm afraid that she would be sold by others and still help count the money. Compared to the image of that strong woman in her previous life, the current her was like a different person. Jiang Xingtong, if I didn't have you by my side, I'd be horribly strong. Little Win, help me check where Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan are? Shi Fan called out to System Little Win in his mind. Since the villa was too large, it would indeed be too time-consuming to look room by room, so it would be more efficient to directly ask Little Win to check. Hello, host. Little Win has already found it. Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyan are watching a movie in the theater hall right now, and Butler Yang is also there. Oh, okay, thanks Little Win. After Shi Fan learned the location of the two, he directly pulled Jiang Xingtong to the movie hall. As they approached the movie hall, a very intense sound of a car race indeed came over. What kind of sound is this? Could it be that the two of them are in there? Jiang Xingtong also heard the sound and opened her mouth to ask with great curiosity. Shi Fan explained in a low voice, this room is a home theater. Butler Yang came here to watch a movie after taking them for a ride. Jiang Xingtong's small mouth slightly opened in surprise. Home theater. So this is the configuration of the rich. She had really grown a lot since she met Shi Fan. As soon as the door was pushed open, the dimly lit room was illuminated by a huge screen on one side. Butler Yang and the three of them, Jiang Xingyu and Jiang Xingyin, were comfortably sitting on massage chairs watching a movie, while Jiang Xingyin was even holding a bucket of popcorn in his hand. Looking at what was playing above the screen, it was a foreign car racing movie that was recently in the preview stage. Originally thrilling, heart-racing images. At this moment in this huge screen, but also to amplify this sense of excitement several times, so that people have a sense of being in it. Seeing Shi Fan, two people came in. Jiang Xingyan hurriedly pressed the pause button. At the same time Shi Fan also turned on the lights in the room. Having just gotten used to the suddenly brighter light, Jiang Xingyan couldn't wait to rush over, pulling the two of them down and pressing them into their seats. Brother Fan, big sister, you guys are too slow. You're only coming back after we've finished driving around and watching the movie. Jiang Xingyan complained, and then said to Shi Fan with some excitement, Brother Fan, you're also too good. Just now Butler Yang took us to visit the villa. Wow, not only is there a swimming pool outside, but there's actually a fitness room inside. And the most surprising thing is that there's even a home theater. And inside there's also an upcoming movie. You can watch it in advance here. It's simply too great. Simply great. Shi Fan opened the button of the massage chair, comfortable to enjoy the service of the massage chair. Today's whole day's activity is really relatively large. Suddenly so I'll lie down. Also really feel a little tired. Today is already too late. Or you don't want to go back. There are guest rooms here. Say a word to auntie. You directly rest here is good. Tomorrow then go back is not too late. Shi Fan raised his hand to look at the time, then proposed. Jiang Xingyan naturally had no problem with this proposal. He immediately nodded his head in agreement. Then, he turned his head to look at his second sister with inquiring eyes, only to see her nod slightly, indicating that it was all acceptable. Finally, he looked at his eldest sister with anticipation again, as if waiting for her decision. Jiang Xingtong really couldn't do anything about the energetic Jiang Xingyan. Looking at him so full of anticipation, she really couldn't bear to reject him, thinking that it wouldn't be a problem if she didn't live in the same room as Shi Fan anyway, so she nodded and agreed. Jiang Xingyan immediately burst into cheers, cheerfully turned off the lights in the room, ordered the movie to play, and then also enthusiastically introduced Jiang Xingtong and Shi Fan. Brother Fan, this movie is super good. I just saw a super shocking clip that I was about to share with you guys. Excitement flickered in his gaze, as if he had discovered some rare treasure, and Shi Fan on the side couldn't help but nod his head in agreement. He had actually seen this movie, and the view was really good. Butler Yang, on the other hand, quietly exited without saying a word and proceeded to take care of several people's accommodations. The next day, consciousness gradually regained clarity. Jiang Xingtong covered her eyes with her hands while turning over, while feeling the comfort brought by the soft quilt covering her body. Wait, what's with this soft touch? Originally still sleepy-eyed, her eyes widened in an instant, and after scanning through this somewhat unfamiliar room around her, she then remembered that since she came back too late yesterday, the three of them, the siblings, had spent the night directly at Shi Fan's house. Fortunately it was just a false alarm. Jiang Xingtong patted her chest to slowly calm her heart that was almost about to jump out of her throat. Afterwards, she picked up her cell phone that was placed on the bedside and glanced at the time displayed on the screen. Surprisingly, it was already past 9 o'clock. While rubbing her crushed and messy hair, she got up from the bed and hurriedly went to wash up. Shi Fan on the same floor was up before dawn. He remembered that before he went to bed last night, Jiang Xingyu had casually mentioned that there was a morning class this morning. At that time, it was already late and housekeeper Yang had long since gone to sleep, so he didn't arrange it. So he decided to purposely get up early today and personally send her to class. Jiang Xingyu needed to return to school, so after carefully estimating the time it would take to get from Riverside Cloud Lodge to the school, she purposely woke up a bit earlier, and should be able to make it if she skipped breakfast and left directly. However, when she just walked to the living room, she met Shi Fan who was walking out from the kitchen. Jiang Xingyu was obviously a little surprised that Shi Fan woke up so early, and a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Shi Fan said very naturally, "I simply made some breakfast in the morning and put it in the kitchen, so you can go and eat it. Enjoy it slowly, there's no need to rush. I'll send you to school later." His tone was calm and gentle, as if this was nothing more than normal. He also didn't wait for Kong Xingyu to reply. Raising his hand and rubbing her head like he did to his little sister, he turned around and took the elevator upstairs. He had just fried something with the smell of oil on him. He had to change. Kong Xingyu stared blankly at his back as he left. Her heart was complicated. At this time she really understood what her big sister said about Shi Fan's thoughtfulness. Thinking this way, Jiang Xingyu suddenly laughed a little, put down her backpack, turned around and went to the kitchen. After breakfast, Shi Fan also came down. Because of the rush, Shi Fan drove the Bugatti Black Knight Sound sports car, thinking that it can be a little faster, but after all, it was the morning rush hour. The road was slightly blocked for a while. Jiang Xingyu glanced at the time. There are still 10 minutes of class. 10 minutes is obviously not enough to walk from the school entrance to the teaching building. Just when she thought she wouldn't be able to make it, she realized that Shi Fan didn't choose to put her at the entrance, but directly chose to drive into the school. And miraculously, the pole at the entrance actually lifted without having to get out of the car to register her application. You have to know that their school people can enter casually, but the car check is very strict. Little Win, with me here. There's nothing that can't be done. Xingyu, show me the way. Hearing Shi Fan's speaking voice, Jiang Xingyu snapped back to her senses and hurriedly showed him the way. The car was traveling at a low speed in the campus. Despite this, its dazzling outer body still caused an uproar in the academy. Students on the side of the road took out their cell phones to take pictures, and there were even those who chased after the car to videotape it. Chapter 63, The Sensation of High University. At the same time, High University's campus forums and various small groups instantly exploded as if they had been lit with dynamite. Obviously the arrival of the Bugatti Voice of the Night was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the early morning tranquility, bringing an unprecedented shock to the students in this school who were confused and ready to go to the morning 8. Through the car window, Jiang Xingyu looked at the students on both sides of the driveway who were crowding around, taking pictures, and videotaping, and a wave of helplessness welled up in her heart. At this moment, she even felt that it wasn't imperative for her to attend this class. Shi Fan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, naturally noticed the lively scene outside the car, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he flirted. "Xingyu, I think you're going to become a celebrity in the whole school after this morning." Hearing this, Jiang Xingyu rolled her eyes in dismay, secretly muttering in her heart, "This is not because of you? You still have the nerve to gloat here." However, Shi Fan didn't seem to notice her dissatisfaction and continued, "But then again, with an appearance like yours, I'm afraid Xingyu, you've already been a school flower." Shi Fan also went to college, so for these Yemeni Chang, a girl like Jiang Xingyu, who had a good look, a good figure, and most importantly a superb learner, would basically be named the school flower as soon as she entered the school. But about this matter, Jiang Xingyu herself didn't pay much attention to it. "It seems like someone did joke with me before, saying that I was the school flower." Joke? Not really. Shi Fan didn't believe that people were simply joking with her. After all, the Jiang family members' face values were all quite high, and the Jiang family siblings were even taken out to be proper school flower level and school grass level existences. "Xingyu, since you've already called me brother, then if you encounter anything in the future, you can just look for me directly. Don't be polite to me." As he spoke, Shi Fan skillfully turned the steering wheel and steadily parked the car under the school building, then turned his head and instructed Jiang Xingyu with a serious face. Hearing these words, Jiang Xingyu's face revealed some surprise and doubt as she looked at Shi Fan in confusion. "Why did you bring up this topic all of a sudden in a good time?" Seeing this, Shi Fan could only smile helplessly, thinking that this Jiang family's characteristic of sometimes being confused seemed to run in the family as well. "Seeing that you came down from this car, I'm afraid that there will be a lot of people disturbing you afterward. If any ungrateful ones mess with you, Don't be polite and contact me directly, Shi Fan patiently explained. The reason why Shi Fan said this was because he had once seen a girl break down and even choose to end her life because of some unfounded rumors, so he was very clear about what those rumors meant to contemporary college students. He hoped that Jiang Xingyu wouldn't be affected by these unwarranted rumors, but if misfortune did occur, he didn't want Jiang Xingyu to suffer alone and in silence. In reality, this was also a lack of consideration on Shi Fan's part. He only thought that driving Jiang Xingyu downstairs would allow her to arrive at her destination faster and avoid being late, but he completely failed to think about the fact that this might cause the surrounding students to crowd around and talk about it. He didn't realize this until he saw the students gathered around him. Kang Sung-ok finally understood what Shi Fan was trying to convey at this point. She froze slightly for a moment, then her eyebrows raised slightly and the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a guffawing smile like the blooming of spring flowers. Brother Fan, you have a lot of potential to be a father. After saying that, she pushed open the car door without hesitation, and her slender legs stepped out of the car, lightly walking towards the school building. What she didn't finish was that Shi Fan at this time gave her that sense of security from her father that had been missing all along. The phrase elder brother as father became incomparably real and profound in her heart at this moment. The car of Shi Fan was confused. What is the situation? How did she suddenly get involved with her father? Is this a hint that I can go further with her sister? I didn't realize that his future sister-in-law was more anxious about this than he was. Just like this, Shi Fan's thoughts gradually deviated from the truth, getting farther and farther away. Ahem. Shi Fan embarrassed lightly coughed, raised his hand to look at the time. 8:30. Have to go back. His dear girlfriend, the future child's mother should wake up. The old slave. Ah no, he had to go back and wait. The car turned, drove out of the campus. At this moment, the students who witnessed the whole process immediately exploded, especially when they saw Jiang Xingyu get down from the supercar. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. You guys, being sent to class so early, could it be that they were together all last night? Someone marveled. It's really unexpected. Usually looking so innocent, a good girl and good student, she actually silently made such a big commotion. Look at that sports car. I'm afraid it must be several $1 million. This can be a big money. Another person chimed in. Hey, you guys stop talking nonsense. Okay, see the person in the driver's seat? Maybe the one driving is a girl. A boy with glasses shouted out. He also witnessed the whole thing but inwardly convinced that his idol wouldn't be who they said he was. Of course we saw it. We didn't see the face, but the body was clearly a guy, and a great one at that. A girl next to her jumped out and retorted. She was deeply impressed by the scene she had just seen. So what if it's a guy? How do you know it's the kind of relationship you're talking about? People who are dark inside see everything as dirty. After the man with glasses had just disliked him back, he turned around and walked into the school building. Today was a class with the idol of his heart, so if he delayed any longer he would be late. However, his words did not have any substantial impact. The people around him were still full of curiosity as they exchanged words and talked. Needless to think, the main character was definitely Jiang Xingyu. Meanwhile, Shi Fan, who was on his way back, felt a little relieved about Jiang Xingyu. Little Win, please help me closely monitor the entire network, especially High University's campus network. Once you find any bad remarks about Jiang Xingyu, immediately delete them all. No problem, host, please don't worry and leave it to me. As long as these acts that the host asked it to do did not violate the laws and regulations of this world, Little Win would do its best to fulfill the host's needs. Right, the tickets for the concert. Has Shi Fan bought them yet? How is the itinerary arranged? Of course, everything has been arranged and the crew is on standby, ready to depart at any time. Chapter 64, Departure to the Concert. Shi Fan nodded and suddenly remembered something like, oops, almost forgot. I got up too early today. I haven't even had time to sign in yet. Little Win, quickly help me open today's sign-in. Okay, host, has signed in successfully. Oh, congratulations host, you have obtained a balance of $10 million as well as a heavenly voice skill card. When this skill card is used on a character, the character will have a heavenly voice. Skill card? Heavenly voice? Hearing the system's beep, a bad premonition surged in Shi Fan's heart. He was about to go to a concert, and the system happened to sign out such a thing at this time. To say that there was no connection between the two, not to mention that he didn't believe it. I'm afraid that even if Jesus himself descended, he wouldn't believe it. But things have been arranged. The itinerary has been unable to be changed. Shi Fan can only helplessly shake his head, secretly consoling himself. Take one step and see what happens. Afterward, he took a deep breath, fixed his mind, and continued to say to Little Win, Little Win, help me pull up my basic information. Soon, Little Win responded cheerfully, already pulled it up. Name, Shi Fan. Age, 23. Height, 186. Weight, 70 kilograms. Intelligence, 88. Physical value, 90. Face value, 90. Temperament, 84. Random attributes, 0. System increased skills, 2 foreign languages, of your choice, heavenly voice skill card. Assets, balance of 500 billion. 65% of the shares of Huaxia Bank. 30% of the shares of Star Han Entertainment. 1 Koenigsegg Agera RS Supercar. Maybach Accelero, worth 798 million yuan. Bugatti Veyron 16. 4, worth 5 million yuan. Koenigsegg 11, worth 100 million yuan. Rolls-Royce Phantom, 14. 88 million yuan. Ferrari LaFerrari Rafa, 30 million yuan. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, 7. 91 million yuan. Lamborghini Urus, 3. 5 million yuan. Aston Martin TDBX, 2. 56 million yuan. Bugatti Blackout, 130 million yuan. Lamborghini Poison, 90 million yuan. Barty's private jet, 75 million US dollars. The Food Gongzi restaurant. The submarine dragon yacht. Riverside Cloud Lodge No. 1 villa. An apartment building in Qingfeng Yuan. And a chain of 5-star hotels called Songbai. Looking at the back of a string of balances and assets, Shi Fan mood is very happy. They say that there is food in the pocket, heart not panic. Embodied in his body is very appropriate. Now he feels himself powerful, terrible. Newly added skills items. Or he signed yesterday to sign out. A moment did not think to choose what language. So put down. Did not expect to sign today, will sign a singing skills card. Will not be after the sign out what dance, performance and so on it. Don't This is not consistent with the identity of his hegemony Finally home. Shi Fan thought of going on a date with his girlfriend alone soon. So he walked out of the car humming a song in a rather pleasant mood. At this moment, Butler Yang walked towards him head on and said, Mr. Sure, Duke Jiang just left here not long ago and asked me to convey his gratitude to you before he left. Shi Fan nodded slightly, indicating that he knew, and then asked, did he leave on his own? Butler Yang was sweating in his heart. This question really made his heart flutter a bit. How would he dare to let a guest leave on his own, let alone a guest that you value? However, on the surface he still maintained a calm smile and replied, we have properly arranged for a vehicle to send Mr. Jiang to leave safely. Shi Fan seemed quite satisfied after hearing this and began to look left and right before opening his mouth to inquire, is Tong Tong still not up? Not yet. The door to her room has not been opened. She should still be resting. Housekeeper Yang answered, okay, breakfast is warm. Wait for her to get up and eat. In addition, go and invite a few more female massage technicians over. Remember, it must be a female technician, Shi Fan urged. After playing all day yesterday, and having to take a flight today, he was afraid that Jiang Xingtong would be tired. So he called the technicians to come to his door to relax and unwind her. Butler Yang turned around and went to make the arrangements. He had to admit that Shi Fan had done a pretty good job at caring for others. It was worth learning from him. When he got paid, he used his own pocket money to take his wife to a massage to relax as well. Shi Fan was planning to go upstairs to see if Jiang Xingtong had woken up yet, but just as he arrived at the elevator entrance, before he could press the button, the elevator door suddenly opened on its own, and the person who stepped out of it happened to be his girlfriend herself. Good morning Tong Tong, how did you sleep last night? Shi Fan had a bright smile on his face and took the initiative to walk up and hold his girlfriend's hand. To be able to meet up with one's beloved early in the morning was a wonderful feeling. Jiang Xingtong also responded to Shi Fan with a happy smile, and gently snuggled beside him, said in a slightly hoarse voice, I've already woken up. Last night I slept especially well. Fan, good morning. Witnessed the girlfriend that the delicate and lovely, incomparable attachment to their own appearance, when the sails of the heart instantly melted into a mess. Are you hungry? Breakfast has been warmed for you. Go eat some? Jiang Xingtong lazily nodded her head in agreement, then hung onto Shi Fan with her whole body relaxed, letting him lead her slowly in the direction of the restaurant. By the way, where are Xingyu and Xingyan? Why haven't I seen the two of them? It was only then that Jiang Xingtong finally remembered her younger siblings. Taking off the little person half hanging onto herself, she pressed her onto the chair next to the dining table and doted on her nose. Sent them away. They're not like some little lazybones who don't get up until this hour. Hearing this, Jiang Xingtong was not angry. Instead she smiled and began to pamper herself. The little lazybones are hungry. Fan, quickly go and help me bring breakfast. Shi Fan looked at her cute appearance, helplessly shook his head and smiled as he got up and walked towards the kitchen to help his girlfriend get breakfast. The two of them got tired of eating a hearty breakfast like this. The masseuse had already come to the house. Shi Fan then directly handed his girlfriend over to the technician, and then turned his head to contact that stylist from last time, asking him to bring over clothing suitable for today's occasion. It was also just now that he realized that Jiang Xingtong was still wearing the same outfit from yesterday. It wasn't that it was unattractive, but after all, today was the day she was going to the concert. so it was better to change into a new outfit, and it would be best to have the stylist put on a beautiful makeup again, so that it would be convenient to leave a photo with her idol. Just like that, Jiang Xingtong was massaged to the point that her whole body was loose and limber. Her body was light and she walked out, and was immediately surrounded by a team of stylists and pulled to do the styling. Her body had completely lost its autonomy, and she could only act like a puppet on strings at the mercy of others, allowing those professional stylists to perform various tricks and techniques on her body. After a lot of hustle and bustle, all the preparations were finally completed. When everything was quiet, Jiang Xingtong realized that the two of them were already sitting on the airplane. Looking at the time, it was exactly 12 noon. With the captain's command, the airplane took off on time and began to fly towards its destination, Suyen, and the purpose of this flight was precisely to travel to Shui Jiqian's concert site. Chapter 65, Shocked Passersby at the Airport. The luxurious and cozy cabin was as striking as a luxurious palace. When stepping into the cabin door, the first thing that caught one's eyes was the crew lounge, which was quietly situated to the side, ready to serve the guests at any time. Adjacent to the lounge is the spacious and bright kitchen, which exudes a tantalizing aroma and warmth. Continuing inside, you'll find a meeting and dining area that can accommodate up to 6 people at a time. Not only is it equipped with built-in TVs and top-of-the-line home theater equipment, but at the very end, there is a separate master's suite with an incredibly comfortable double bed and a luxurious shower room that makes you feel like you're in a 5-star hotel. But it's not just the hardware that makes this airplane so special. The software is also top-notch. The seats on board are new-age seats, which are designed for comfort, and the lighting system has an intelligent day/night pattern to ensure that passengers enjoy the best possible light at all times. In addition, in order to ensure the freshness and circulation of the air, a special air purification system has been installed, so that people can still breathe pure air during high-altitude flights. The hardware is complete, and the software is not bad either. The seats on the airplane are new-age seats, the lighting is day and night, and the air purification system is specially installed to ensure air circulation. Interested in viewing the entire airplane interior subtle layout, Jiang Xingtong gently took the stewardess handed over the fragrant tea, lowered his head and sipped lightly. Today, she was particularly beautiful, because the stylist knew that she would be going to the concert, and specially painted a makeup full of concert atmosphere for her. At this moment, Jiang Xingtong did not dare to eat or drink easily for fear of messing up her delicate makeup. Fan, how can you be so considerate? It's really fantastic. My boyfriend is simply the best. Jiang Xingtong was filled with joy as she complimented Shi Fan, who was sitting beside her. Her eyes shone with happiness and fulfillment, and her words revealed her endless love and dependence on Shi Fan. Shi Fan slowly put down the teacup in his hand, making a slight sound. He cleared his throat, his gaze fell on Jiang Xingtong, and he laughed softly. Tong, is it only verbal praise? As he spoke, he also secretly gave a wink to the air hostess beside him. The stewardess understood and nodded slightly before quietly returning to the lounge and gently pulling the curtains together. The corners of Jiang Xingtong's eyes rose slightly, a little starlight flickering in her eyes. Her lips puckered slightly, and she responded in an intimate tone. How could it be? There will definitely be a gift of praise. Only now can be too late. Wait for me to go back to prepare. Shi Fan's sideways head approached, his eyes slightly drunk, his voice low and mellow, as charming as a fine wine. He murmured in a low voice, it won't be too late. Before the words fell, the tip of his nose, which was slightly cooled by the air conditioning, lightly touched Jiang Xingtong's cheek, if at all, and in a moment, Shi Fan's warm breath surrounded her tightly like a tide. Immediately after, not waiting for her to react, a hot kiss fell without warning. The moment their lips touched, the two were like an electric current running through the body. An indescribable feeling surged to the heart. Soon Shi Fan is not satisfied with the gentle touch. Flexible pry open her white teeth, wantonly explore the strange space. Jiang Xingtong's heart was beating wildly at this time. Shy, and with Shi Fan's movements, she could no longer hold back and stifled a grunt. Shi Fan's movements violently stopped, secretly thinking in his heart, can't go on like this. If he continues he will not be able to control himself. He gently pulled away the distance between him and Jiang Xingtong, only to see Jiang Xingtong's face as crimson as the evening sun, her delicate body leaning weakly in his arms. The moment their eyes met, a strong love filled the air between them. Shi Fan once again gently pecked Jiang Xingtong's attractive red lips twice and patiently waited for her to recover before he slowly let go of her and smoothly arranged her hair that had been messed up just now. Jiang Xingtong came back to her senses, her face still flushed red, and snapped, you're so annoying, not at all immodest. This is not what I mean by a gift. Shi Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud and responded in a gentle tone. Yes, this is not a gift from you, but rather an extra reward that I'm asking for from you. Jiang Xingtong was amused by Shi Fan's words. You're the one who can be witty, but this girl is magnanimous, so I'll forgive you for now. Just like this, between jokes and laughter, the airplane flew smoothly all the way to the sky above Suyan Airport. Although Shuyan Airport wasn't as large as the airports of those international metropolises, it was still considered a medium-sized airport. After a civilian airliner successfully landed and stabilized, the cabin door slowly opened, and the passengers began to step out one after another, preparing to head to the ferry ride point. Just then, a surprised cry suddenly came from the crowd. "Look, there's a luxury car over there, surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Could it be that some important person is coming?" Following the sound, the crowd really found a few luxury cars parked not far away, and the most eye-catching of them all was the extended version of the business car, which could be seen to be of absolutely great value just from its appearance. For a while, everyone's eyes were attracted over, speculating about the identity and intentions of this mysterious person. Some said that it might be a certain tycoon or celebrity, while others thought that it might be a government official or business elite. Various speculations rose and fell, causing the originally calm airport to become lively. Could it be old Shui? Today is his concert. A Chen Yu shouted excitedly. No, Shui Jiqian arrived a long time ago, and last night, someone even photographed him going to Su Yan's famous restaurant, so it definitely won't be him. Just as the crowd was talking, all of a sudden, a boy shouted loudly, his voice full of excitement and disbelief. "My gosh, look, that airplane is so cool, could it be a private jet?" When the crowd heard this, they all raised their heads and looked into the sky, only to see an extremely luxurious airplane flying towards this tarmac. Wow, this luxurious car and bodyguards, couldn't it be that they are waiting for this airplane? Wow, this scene is really big. Just what kind of god is it? At this time, some smart ones had already started to pick up their cell phones to record the video. By this time, some smart people had already started to pick up their cell phones to record the video. As expected, after the airplane landed smoothly, after several curves and glides, it finally stopped steadily not far from the luxury car. Chapter 66, the concert begins. The gazes of the crowd were locked onto the young man who was still standing in front of the limousine just a moment ago, only to see him calmly straighten out the straightened suit on his body before striding forward. Just then, the ground crew on the ferry began to urge the passengers to hurry up and get on the bus. Everyone got on with reluctance, looking back frequently, eager to know who had caused the commotion. The cabin door slowly opened, and two pretty-faced and graceful flight attendants walked out first. Right away, people whispered excitedly, looking forward to the moment when the mystery would be revealed. However, the ferry started off without mercy. Despite pleas for the driver to wait a moment, he drove off with determination in order to avoid delaying the normal operation of the next flight. There was an outburst of lamentation from the car. At this point, the boy sitting in the back row who first spotted the plane didn't give up. He stretched his cell phone out the window of the car and did his best to stretch his arm far away, aiming at the direction of the plane to record a video. From the beginning to the end, he didn't stop recording, as if he was afraid of missing any wonderful moment. Because he was so focused on filming, he was completely unable to see what was on the screen of his cell phone, and wasn't even sure if he had managed to record it all. The car drove farther and farther away, until it completely disappeared from view, completely out of sight of the airport. The boy slowly retrieved his cell phone, and then couldn't wait to lower his head to check the video he had just recorded. After a while, he suddenly shouted in an excited voice, "Great, I actually recorded it." The camera switched to the other side. The cabin door slowly opened, and Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong walked down the gangway closely behind the flight attendant. Shi Fan walked towards them with a smile on his face. Shi Fan briefly introduced the two of them, and then the three of them got into the limousine together and drove away from the airport. Jiang Xingtong sat in the car and looked back through the window at the airplane that was still parked in the same spot. The beautiful stewardess on this luxurious airplane still maintained her elegant bow until the car in which several people were riding drifted away. "So, this is the rich ah." The car drove smoothly out of the airport, and Shi Fan began to report the schedule to the two. "Mr. Sure, we will next head to the hotel to check in. Currently there are still 3 hours before the concert starts. You can choose to enjoy a sumptuous meal at the hotel, then take a rest. We will drive to the concert site. The tickets are the front row. We have already done a good job of docking with the stadium officials yet. When the time comes, we will open an exclusive channel for you and MS Jiang, which will allow you and MS Jiang to enter the venue directly without having to wait. However, because the time is really too tight, we can only get 2 tickets, so only you two can go in. After the concert is over, there will also be a specialized person to bring you two out. I will be waiting in the car. The current itinerary is like this. Do you see any need to modify it, Mr. Sure?" Shi Fan finished reporting in a smooth tone and asked Shi Fan's opinion. Shi Fan nodded his head in approval after hearing this. "Well, no problem. No modifications are needed. So, we are flying back to High City tomorrow morning, right? Shi Fan responded calmly. That's right, Mr. Sure, considering that Ms. Jiang needs to return to the set tomorrow to continue filming. We have already communicated and coordinated with Director Gong. Director Gong purposely arranged for no scenes to be scheduled for Ms. Jiang in the morning, so as long as she can arrive before noon, she will be fine. Hearing this, Jiang Xingtong's heart was filled with admiration. She couldn't help but secretly sigh in her heart. Wow, so this is an assistant. It's really too awesome. Shi Fan didn't like the way Jiang Xingtong looked at other people adoringly, and couldn't help but reach out his hand, pulling her small hand in one hand and tugging it hard, successfully drawing her attention to himself. Well, yes, there's no problem with this trip, Shi Fan said to Shi Fan with a calm face. After receiving an affirmative reply, Shi Fan answered and turned to leave. Time turned to half an hour before the concert started. Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong slowly walked into the concert venue under the tight escort of a group of security guards and sat down on the exclusive seats that belonged to them. At this moment, the vast majority of the audience had already entered the venue and taken their seats, so Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong's slightly high-profile entrance immediately attracted the attention of some people. The two of them standing together was simply an excellent match of handsome man and beautiful woman, and the two of them exuded a distinctive aura, instantly becoming the center of attention and sparking a new round of heated discussions. Because of her special status as an actress, Kang Xingtong had been carefully entering the venue with her head down, avoiding being photographed by others as much as possible. To her, it was better to do more than less, and it was naturally better to keep a lower profile. However, Shi Fan was completely unconcerned. Let them take pictures. Anyway, if there were any negative comments or remarks, he could completely leave it to his little Win to handle. Taking advantage of the fact that the concert hadn't officially started yet, Jiang Xingtong hurriedly pulled Shi Fan to take a lot of group photos, and Shi Fan was also very resourceful in taking many beautiful single photos of his own family, which was out of Jiang Xingtong's expectation. These photos almost did not need any further retouching and could be posted directly. As the lights gradually dimmed, a huge screen slowly rose and began to play the exciting credits. Jiang Xingtong hurriedly put down the cell phone in her hand, and she tightly gripped the glow stick in her hand while pulling Shi Fan beside her with her other hand, her eyes full of excitement and anticipation as she gazed ahead. Since they were in a very forward position, they could vaguely see some figures swaying on the dim stage, which should be the backup dancers who had already ascended the stage. Immediately afterward, the lights were instantly lit up, and the familiar and touching music melody also sounded out immediately. In an instant, the audience and the entire stadium erupted into enthusiastic cheers together, like a surging wave of sound sweeping over them. Jiang Xingtong also happily cheered along with everyone else, her mood extraordinarily excited. Finally the singing part began. The main character of the concert, Shui Jiqian, also appeared on the stage, and his appearance once again triggered deafening shouts from the audience. This concert really opened the prelude. The songs were indeed excellent, and listening to them live and enjoying them through a player were two completely different feelings. However, after all, it was impossible to sing continuously, and each song was interspersed with some interesting and interactive sessions to make the whole concert more interesting and interactive. Watching the singer stop singing, start interacting with the audience, and offer to randomly select the audience to sing with him, the ominous feeling in Shi Fan's heart grew stronger. Chapter 67, Sure enough, I've been chosen as the lucky spectator. Friends, next will be our photography teacher randomly selecting a lucky audience member to come on stage and sing with me. Oh, as soon as Shui Jiqian's words fell, a burst of cheers came from the stage. Qian choose me suddenly. Near the side of the stage came a hissing cry, sounded like a big brother's voice, even a little broken. The people around them burst into laughter, and even Shui Jiqian, who was standing on the stage, was startled by the sudden shout, and he jerked his head back with a confused look on his face, and began to look down from the stage, trying to find the source of the sound. Quickly let me see what kind of demon it is, Shui Jiqian shouted excitedly as he held the microphone in his hand, while his other hand was shielded above his eyes in a gazing position. The origin of the matter and Shui Jiqian's exaggerated and hilarious reaction were all recorded by the video camera and directly placed on the big screen. As a result, the entire stadium erupted into bursts of laughter. Even Shi Fan was also amused by this sudden funny picture, and his original slightly uneasy mood was also relieved to a certain extent at this moment. It's just a matter of time. Since we've already come here, let's just let nature take its course. As for Jiang Xingtong, she was already laughing her head off. It was really too funny, and that was one of the reasons why she liked Shui Jiqian. After all, funny souls are one in a million. Not to mention the fact that the other party was also a talented singer with a sense of humor. Such a person was really rare. Just as everyone was relaxing, The mischievous cameraman suddenly focused the camera on a pair of men and women in the front row who possessed fairy-like facial features. Even on the big screen where the picture quality wasn't that clear, there was still no way to minimize these two people's face value. Shui Jiqian on the stage also saw the audience's reaction and realized that the cameraman had already finished selecting the audience. So he picked up the microphone and laughed and scolded. "Nuts! You didn't even notify me of the selection." With his exaggerated expressions and movements, the audience laughed once again. They loved to see Shui Jiqian being backstabbed by his own staff. It was one of the highlights of his concerts, and the content of each backstabbing was completely different. Alright, since the candidates have been finalized, come on, let's chat for a while before we get to the point. Since they were sitting in the front row, the distance wasn't too far, so Shui Jiqian simply walked directly to the front of the stage and started communicating with Jiang Xingtong and Shi Fan. "Wow, are you two a couple? I have to say, you two are really pretty." After getting closer, without the direct light, Shui Jiqian finally got a good look at the two of them and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Jiang Xingtong's excitement at seeing her idol up close was simply indescribable, so much so that she was a bit speechless with excitement. However, after all, it was her idol who had asked the question, so it would definitely be inappropriate if she did not answer. So she hastily reached out and tugged on Shi Fan's coat corner. When Shi Fan received his girlfriend's request for help, he didn't delay, and graciously took the microphone handed over by the staff, then opened his mouth and said, "Thank you for the compliment. We are indeed a couple." Shi Fan's voice came out through the stereo as if it had a kind of magic power, instantly triggering the enthusiasm of all the sound control people in the entire stadium, triggering a deafening scream. This voice was like heavenly music, intoxicating. Even Shui Jiqian couldn't help but froze over it, secretly marveling in his heart that this voice was just too overwhelming. In fact, this magnetic voice was the result of Shi Fan's timely application of the heavenly voice skill card when the camera selected the two of them. "Brother, your voice is really good. Could it be that you are a professional singer? Or a voiceover artist?" Shi Fan gently shook his head and replied, "No." Seeing Shi Fan's flat response, Shui Jiqian suddenly asked, "Brother, you should know that one of you needs to come up and sing, so should you sing, or should your girlfriend sing?" Hearing this somewhat provocative words, the audience also tensed up, perked up their ears to listen to Shi Fan's answer. After all, this is not a good answer. It is estimated that the young couple is going to quarrel, but they were obviously over-worried. Although Shi Fan had come to see the concert, he was not a fan of Shui Jiqian in the first place, so the opportunity to work with him, he could be on it or not. So instead of immediately responding, he lowered his head and his gaze fell on Jiang Xingtong, his eyes revealing a sense of inquiry, as if confirming whether she could do it or not. Jiang Xingtong also gradually calmed down at this time. Hearing these words, her face instantly blossomed into a bright smile. She pulled up Shi Fan's hand that was holding the microphone and softly said, "Hello old Shui. I'm a loyal fan of yours. I'm very happy to be able to meet you. My boyfriend is actually accompanying me, but if I'm going to sing on stage, it's more appropriate for him to do it. I'm really grateful for this rare opportunity to have the person I admire the most and the person I love the most work together on a collaboration." Shui Jiqian completely did not expect that it was Jiang Xingtong who took the initiative to allow Shi Fan to take the stage. And then hearing Jiang Xingtong refer to herself as the person she admired the most, she could not help but feel a wave of emotion welling up in her heart. "Wow, little sister, you're really good at it." Oh, Shui Jiqian made a face like Shishir holding her heart. "Well then, since the cute little sister has already sent out her boyfriend, let's ask the staff to invite this gentleman onto the stage." After saying that, the staff at the scene enthusiastically invited Shi Fan onto the stage. Shi Fan also did not shy away from the stage, calmly stood up, raised his hand to shake Jiang Xingtong's hand, and then followed the staff onto the stage, exchanged the songs sung, and after a little preparation, the music started. If someone is at the lighthouse, ruffling her hair, thoughts engraved on the walls and tiles, if feelings will struggle, no said jouissance, put the redeeming hand down, our love to this just right, our wanderings to this just right, while we have not yet arrived, the way I am sad no one will see, you do not care too much about the mark on my body. When Shi Fan's voice came out, everyone was confused. Even Shui Jiqian looked at Shi Fan in the center of the stage with a face full of astonishment. This wonderful voice, like heavenly music, one could not believe that it came from a mortal's mouth, and even goosebumps rose. Chapter 68 Sympathizing with the whole audience. The murmuring singing style was as if it was telling a deeply emotional story, making people feel the sweetness and pain, entanglement and reluctance of being in love. Each lyric was like a sharp sword, piercing straight through the heart and evoking the softest emotional resonance in people's innermost being. Coupled with Shi Fan's gentle voice, this empathy is maximized, immersing the listener in it and making them unable to extricate themselves. After the song was finished, the aftermath of the song lingered on and on. Shui Jiqian even forgot that he was one of those who had come to participate in the singing. He quietly stood by the side, listening to Shi Fan singing with all his concentration, completely mesmerized by this musical feast. After Shi Fan finished singing, he realized that there was silence around him and no one spoke. He turned his head to Shui Jiqian beside him and said jokingly, "I say, isn't this a chorus? Why are you just listening and not singing? If this continues, you'll have to make up a ticket, and it has to be the most expensive kind." Hearing these words from Shi Fan, Shui Jiqian finally came back to his senses. He revealed a hint of surprise and responded, No, brother. Seeing as I'm your girlfriend's favorite singer, let's not make up this ticket. Just be generous and don't be so petty." The conversation between the two was full of lightness and humor. The back and forth jokes made even the audience, who had just been immersed in Shi Fan's moving voice, burst into laughter. Breaking free from the heartbreaking whirlwind of emotions, even some of the people with more developed tear ducts who were easily moved to tears were wiping away the tears from the corners of their eyes at this moment, blossoming into bright smiles. Alright, let's use our warmest applause to express our heartfelt gratitude to this super handsome man for bringing such a wonderful and brilliant singing to everyone. At the same time, let's also thank this beautiful young lady for enduring her heartache and lending us her handsome boyfriend to enjoy. Accompanied by a humorous thank you speech that was uniquely Shui Jiqian's, Shi Fan smiled as he walked off the stage and returned to his seat, continuing to leisurely enjoy the next program. Jiang Xingtong, on the other hand, was filled with admiration for her boyfriend, her big, bright eyes staring intently at Shi Fan, secretly sighing in her heart. The fan who had just stood on the stage was simply handsome. Shi Fan accepted his girlfriend's eyes full of love and admiration with a breezy face. His eyes seemed to be staring at the stage, but in fact, the tail-named pride in his heart was almost up to the sky. No one noticed that there was an ordinary man sitting on the bleachers. His face was red with excitement, and he put down his cell phone, which he had been holding high in the air, in a frenzy. OMG. He had actually once again seen the pair of men and women who had been photographed at the airport traveling on a private jet. It was really unexpected that they came over on a private jet simply to watch this concert. These rich people are really capricious and presumptuous. Later on when he went back, he must upload this video to the internet, so that the majority of netizens can also open their eyes and learn more. High City, on the campus of High University. Jiang Xingyu was full of classes this morning, and since she was immersed in her studies, she didn't realize the curious gazes and occasional whispers thrown by the students around her. Still, it was only at noon, when she headed to the cafeteria to purchase lunch, that she gradually became aware of the strange looks from the people around her. They were looking at her either explicitly or implicitly, and even whispering about something in twos and threes. It was then that Jiang Xingyu suddenly remembered the incident in the morning that had caused a stir. At that time, Shi Fan had once reminded her that this incident might have a certain impact on her. However, at that time, she did not care about it, thinking that such an uninteresting matter would not be paid attention to at all. Unexpectedly, Shi Fan had made a prophecy, and what happened this morning had indeed become a hot topic of discussion. Jiang Xingyu really couldn't understand why someone would make such a boring move. Could it be that these people were all idle? But so be it if you're mobbed. No one is coming to trouble her. It's not like she'll be missing a piece of meat if she lets people look at her for a few moments. So let them be. After packing her meal, Jiang Xingyu ignored the curious and strange gazes of the people around her and returned to her dormitory. As soon as she entered the dormitory door, she was greeted by her roommate's 3 pairs of eyes glittering with the light of gossip. Jiang Xingyu raised her eyebrows, as if she had expected this scene. She took the initiative to break the silence before her roommates opened their mouths to ask questions and said, "No, that's my future brother-in-law." Cut. Seeing that there was no more fresh gossip to dig up, they turned around and returned to their respective positions to continue doing their own things. Kang Sung-yeol had already seen fit to return to his table and start enjoying his lunch. The concert had ended and it was already past 10 in the evening. As expected, just like Shi Feng said, the stadium staff escorted the entire event, taking the two of them, Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong, out of the stadium. When they got into the car, Jiang Xingtong was still immersed in the afterglow of the concert and couldn't extricate herself from it. She excitedly told Shi Fan about all the interesting things that happened during the concert. Although Shi Fan also watched the whole concert with her and even participated in the performance, she still couldn't help discussing with him. Shi Fan listened with interest and patiently responded to every word. In fact, Shi Fan himself was not a patient person. However, once it came to matters related to Jiang Xingtong, he became surprisingly patient and interested. Due to the late hour of the show, after arriving at the hotel, they did not stay too long, and each went back to their own rooms, washed up, and then rested early. The next morning, Jiang Xingtong, who was still asleep, was woken up by the ringing of her cell phone. Jiang Xingtong's eyes narrowed to a slit. Her hand fumbled around on the bed, and it took her a lot of effort to reach the noisy cell phone. And in a daze, she didn't see clearly who was calling. so she directly pressed the answer button. Sis, are you in Xiuyan right now? Are you with brother Fan? On the other end of the phone came Jiang Xingyan's trademark loud voice. This voice came down, and Jiang Xingtong's original drowsiness immediately ran away without a trace. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and responded with a bewildered face. Yes, how did you know? It's all spreading like crazy on the internet. The video of you guys at the concert, and the video at the airport, it's all over the internet. Jiang Xingyan said excitedly, by the way, that airplane is brother Fan's, right? It's so cool. The netizens are saying that it's a private airplane. What? When Jiang Xingtong heard this, her entire body instantly sobered up, sitting up from the bed in a mischievous manner. Not caring to say one more word to her brother, she hurriedly opened the webpage and started searching for relevant information. Sure enough, the internet was covered with footage of herself and Shi Fan on the big screen of the concert, videotaped from all angles. One of the hottest videos was of himself and Shi Fan coming out of the airplane, matching the video just before the beginning of the video. The luxury airplane whose appearance clearly distinguished itself from other airliners. The way it landed from the sky made one feel the screen full of luxury. Oneself is famous? Because of a boyfriend? To be honest, this kind of fame had never really occurred to Jiang Xingtong. Chapter 69, because of how it's on fire all over the internet. Meanwhile, in the next room, Shi Fan, who had already formed a biological clock, opened his eyes on time. After stretching, he sat up from the bed and went to the bathroom to pick up the toiletries equipped by the hotel and prepare to wash up. Standing in front of the washstand, Shi Fan turned on the faucet and stuck his hand under the stream of water. Feeling the cool temperature, he squeezed a bit of toothpaste and began to brush his teeth in earnest. As the toothbrush moved back and forth in his mouth, a fresh minty flavor filled the air. Little Win, turn on the check-in, Tim Fan said in a blur with foam in his mouth. As he washed and signed in, Time Fan looked at the mirror in front of him, scrutinizing himself in the mirror. As handsome and charming as ever. Here it comes, 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 here it comes. Congratulations to the host, has successfully signed the Aston Martin AMB001 Pro. You can choose your own delivery location. Little Win's cheerful voice rang in Shi Fan's mind. A locomotive? The types of the system's rewards were really diverse up. However, Little Win, why are you talking more and more? Following the trend now? When Shi Fan first heard Little Win say come on, come on, come on, he thought that the system was rewarding him with a small flying stick. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Oh yes, Little Win has been surfing the internet. Of course his way of speaking should also follow the trend. Speaking of which, host, in the early hours of yesterday morning, someone posted videos of you and MS Jiang interacting with each other at Xiuyan Airport and at the concert, which caused a large number of netizens to comment on it. And at the same time, there were also a lot of live viewers who also posted their own videos they recorded at the concert, which all featured you and MS Jiang. Hearing Xiao Wen say this, Shi Fan was also a bit surprised. He was mentally prepared for the concert video, but how come there were still people videotaping at the airport? Apparently Shi Fan had forgotten about the fact that they came over on a private jet. Are there bad reviews? Yes, but anything with excessive comments, Xiao Wen deleted them when they first appeared, so there aren't any malicious comments at the moment. Shi Fan nodded after hearing this, and just as he finished washing up, he turned around and went back inside, picked up his cell phone that was charging, and started to check out those videos that were hotly circulating on the internet. Opening Weibo, at a glance, the first few headlines on the hot search list were, Mysterious Godface couple surprisingly appears at Shui Jiqian's concert. Wow, this is how rich people travel. Shui Jiqian's shocking date. Dude, you're here to crash the party. Just by looking at these titles, one could guess that they must all have videos about him and Jiang Xingtong without a doubt. As expected, after clicking into them, they revealed that the main characters in the videos were none other than the two of them themselves. Some of these videos were taken from a distance, while others were taken from a close distance, so that their expressions and movements could be clearly seen. It has to be said, this blogger who was the first to post the videos was quite skillful in editing. And with the appropriate background music, the whole video instantly became high-end and upscale. Dang, 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 dang. Shi Fan was scrolling through the comments section with great interest, when suddenly a ringtone rang out, and the screen showed a call from Tong Tong Baby. That's right, the one who called in was the other main character in the video, MS Kong Xingtong. Hello, honey, good morning. As soon as the phone was connected, Shi Fan's gentle voice came out from the cell phone, as if it had magic power, instantly soothing Jiang Xingtong's originally apprehensive mood. Well, good morning, Fan. Actually, I don't feel too good. Hearing Jiang Xingtong say this, Shi Fan's heart couldn't help but tighten and asked somewhat anxiously, "What's wrong? Is it because you're not feeling well? Or have you encountered something troublesome?" However, he quickly realized that the reason why she said that was most likely because she had seen the online video. Is it because of the online video? If you don't like it, I can find someone special to take it down. Shi Fan hurriedly comforted. Even though he personally didn't care too much about the video, if Jiang Xingtong was affected and depressed because of it, then there would be no point in leaving the video behind. It was just that when he thought about the fact that his girlfriend didn't seem to like appearing in the public eye with him, he would be more or less depressed in his heart. It's not like that. Fan, I don't dislike it. I'm just a little apprehensive inside. I'm not quite sure if this will have an impact on Director Gong's play, and I'm also worried that it will bring a bad influence on you. As soon as she heard that it was not because of dislike, but out of concern for Director Gong as well as herself, Shi Fan's mood immediately brightened. Don't worry, Tong. I'm here on Director Gong's side, so if there are any problems, I'll be responsible for communicating and coordinating. As for me, you don't have to worry at all. I'm enjoying my time with you, and I'm also happy that more people are witnessing our relationship. Shi Fan finally said these words, obviously some foul, but obviously the effect was good. The original uneasiness in Jiang Xingtong's heart disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, and was replaced by a heart full of sweetness. Alright, just relax. Honey, leave everything else to me. Now all you have to do is hurry up and enjoy the food at the restaurant. I'll be waiting for you there. Shi Fan looked at the time and realized that it was already late. After eating, they would have to rush back to the sea city. Okay day. Then we'll see you later. Oh, I love you the most. Jiang Xingtong pleasurably pouted. I love you too. See you later. Shi Fan hung up the phone with a smile on his face, grabbed his things and turned out of the house. Sometimes a female friend who is too sweet is also a kind of trouble. A kind of happy trouble. Chapter 70, Entering the Group. Sea City Airport. Shi Fan walked at the front with his hands full of the specialties that Su Yan had brought, his pace steady and strong. Jiang Xingtong was walking behind him, holding Shi Fan's arm in a bird-like manner. Shi Fan's right hand was tightly carried by his girlfriend, Jiang Xingtong, while his left hand was holding his cell phone high up to his ear. Making a call. I thought you wouldn't call me. What? Is it a thought? Shi Fan turned on his cell phone after getting off the plane and was surprised to find a missed call on his phone, and a completely unknown number at that. He dialed back suspiciously, but the voice coming from the other end of the phone made him feel very unexpected. It turned out that the caller was Wang Hu, who had contacted Shi Fan before and asked him to repay the debt. After such a long time, Shi Fan originally thought that the invitation had been rejected by the other party, but did not expect to suddenly receive his phone call at this time. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but Shi Fan's expression froze for a while, and then his face became a bit cold. He said in a cold tone, okay, I know. He then hung up the phone, and Jiang Xingtong, who was on the side, keenly sensed Shi Fan's change in mood, and somewhat worriedly tugged on his arm, asking with concern, what's wrong? Did something happen? Shi Fan gently shook his head. He softly soothed, don't worry, it's a call from one of the employees that I tried to hire earlier, saying that he found something and needed me to confirm it. It's fine. After saying this, he also reached out his hand and tenderly stroked Jiang Xingtong's hair, as if he wanted to reassure her in this way. Seeing that Shi Fan's face was no longer abnormal, Jiang Xingtong nodded her head somewhat half-heartedly and did not inquire. However, she always felt that things weren't as simple as Shi Fan said, but since he didn't want to tell her, she would just pretend she didn't know. The one who came to pick up the airplane was none other than Shi Lan, Jiang Xingtong's manager. These recent days had been nothing short of leisurely for Shi Lan. Even the leisurely gesture once made Shi envious, and as Shi Fan's wealth continued to accumulate, he became busier and busier. Even though as a bionic human, Tokus did not need to sleep, such a high intensity and continuous work pattern was really not very friendly to the chip in his body. Hello, Sister Blue. It wasn't until she saw Shi Lan's figure that Jiang Xingtong suddenly remembered that she had an agent in existence. She hurriedly greeted Shi Lan. After all, she had had too much fun in the past few days, plus Shi Lan had not taken the initiative to contact her, so much so that she had completely put the matter behind her. Shi Lan nodded and responded, the next period of time is lined up with your scenes, so it's necessary for you to be on the set all the time. Jiang Xingtong nodded her head very obediently. She knew very well in her heart that if she wanted to achieve a certain level of success and development, she would have to put in the appropriate effort and practical actions to do so. Regarding the online video, did Director Gong say anything? Shi Fan asked. He called this morning and asked if we could enter the group as usual today, but didn't say much else. Shi Lan concentrated on driving the car while not forgetting to answer Shi Fan's question. Hearing this, Shi Fan nodded in recognition. Obviously, such a result made Jiang Xingtong completely let go of her heart. and she gave Shi Fan a bright and incomparable smile. It wasn't long before their group arrived at the theater set. Shi Fan led Jiang Xingtong at the front, while Shi Feng and Shi Lan followed closely behind carrying their belongings. Originally, when he saw someone approaching, a staff member went forward with an impatient face and was about to stop them. But when he saw clearly that the person was Shi Fan, the expression on his face immediately changed. He quickly changed into a fawning smile and greeted him, saying, "Good day, Mr. Sure, good day, Ms. Jiang. Director Gong is waiting for you inside. Why don't I take a few of you over?" Originally when the interview, there are part of the staff recognized the Starhan Company's second-in-command, after experiencing the dinner storm before the start, but also let the entire crew from top to bottom, whether it is the actors or miscellaneous logistics staff, all know this person Shi Fan. The so-called is notorious. Notorious not to be messed with. Not to be messed with where? Let's put it this way. The investor surnamed Guan who offended him last time is now remodeling inside. This matter is spread all over the circle. Shi Fan nodded slightly in greeting and said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, "Hello, then I'll be troubling you." Jiang Xingtong similarly wore a smile and readily accepted his offer. The friendly attitude of the two was beyond the crowd's expectations, and was a far cry from the previous gathering. The staff became more and more enthusiastic as they smiled and led the way towards the inner march, only to see a room decorated with classical flavor. A group of people surrounded by a semicircle gathered in front. Before they could see the people, they could already hear Director Gong's loud and thunderous scolding voice coming from the very front. "Here you have to show the helpless feeling of love but not being able to do anything. Not like a deep-rooted woman. This scene is completely unqualified. Start over again." The one leading the way shrunk his head at the sound, but still stood on his tiptoes to look towards the very front, turned his head to Shi Fan and the others and said, "Mr. Sure, you few wait for a moment. I'll go and inform Director Gong." "No, thank you let's wait, there's no rush." Jiang Xingtong quickly waved her hand and refused. She knew very well in her heart that Director Gong was definitely busy with his work at the moment, and it would be bad if the progress of the crew was delayed because of them. Director Gong indeed looked very busy, constantly directing the staff and actors on the set. The staff member did not respond immediately, but stole a glance at Shi Fan, seemingly observing his reaction. Seeing that Shi Fan did not express any objections, he hurriedly agreed and quickly found a few chairs and placed them beside Jiang Xingtong, Shi Fan and the others, asking them to sit down and wait. Kong Xingtong smiled and thanked the staff, then sat down with Shi Fan and the others. Although they still had to continue waiting, at least now that they had a seat, they could rest a little and study in the meantime. And Shi Fan was conversing with Little Win in his head at the moment. "Have you found out which media?" "Have found out? Oh, it's a company that specializes in breaking news about big melons in the entertainment circle, because the truthfulness of the news is very high, so there are a lot of fans." After this photo was released, the first time it was seen by a lot of people, even though I have suppressed the comments, but because of the limousine, there are still a lot of people who have retained this picture. Shi Fan frowned and pursued, "Can't it be deleted?" "No, if you delete it you need to hack into someone else's device. In this world, this is illegal behavior. Little Win is not allowed to do it, but Little Win can control the heat of this post, so that fewer people will see it." Shi Fan thought about it and replied, "Okay, let's control the heat first." Little Win obediently responded, "Good drop, host." Just now when Jiang Xingtong was talking to the staff, Little Win sought him out in his mind and said that a media outlet on the internet suddenly broke a picture of Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong standing next to a limousine at the entrance of a neighborhood and were talking. Looking at the time and place, it should be the day he went out to play with Jiang Xingyan and the others. He didn't expect to be photographed on it. There were originally 4 of them, but because of the angle of the shot, there were only the 2 of them in the picture. This company did have some strength. In so many days they had gotten to know the basics of Jiang Xingtong, and with the picture of himself driving a luxury car to pick her up, it was hard not to let people think in a bad way, because the previous video of going to the concert and taking a private jet had already spread out. If at this time people were to know that Jiang Xingtong came from an ordinary family, it would affect the netizens' impression of her, which was something Shi Fan didn't want to see. He had to think of a way to announce to the netizens that he and Jiang Xingtong were in a relationship, and still make it something that everyone could accept and understand. Chapter 71, Considering a Variety Show. Okay, first of all, the actors have worked hard. Rest for half an hour first, Road crew and field service. Move faster, Hurry up and set up the next scene. Finally arriving at the intermission time. The staff who had been waiting by the side saw this and hurriedly walked up to inform Director Gong of the news that Shi Fan's few people had already arrived at the scene. Director Gong nodded after hearing this and looked over in the direction of the staff member's finger, and indeed saw that Shi Fan's people were sitting over there. He turned his head and gave a few more instructions to the several assistant directors before lifting his leg and walking over in the direction where the several people were. Mr. Sure, I'm really sorry to keep you waiting. Xingtong is back too. Director Gong hadn't even reached him yet, but he already started to greet him warmly. Seeing that Director Gong is busy, I didn't dare to go over and disturb him. In fact, there's not much to do, but I just happened to pass by this side, and brought you some specialties from Shuyan to try. In addition, I'm also sending Tong Tong over to report to the theater. Shi Fan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Director Gong secretly muttered in his heart, humph, I think it's specifically to send someone over and bring me some specialties on the way, but he didn't say that on his lips. Ha 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 ha, that's really thankful to Mr. Sure, still remembering me all the time, to come all the way here and bring me specialties. It's really too thoughtful, which is like that brat Situ. Right, it just so happens that Xingtong is here. Go try on the costumes. Come. The assistant director takes Xingtong to the dressing room. By the way, talk about the afternoon scene. Director Gong waved his hand and called a middle-aged man in a dirt-colored vest, telling Jiang Xingtong to follow him. Jiang Xingtong stood up and followed him. At this time, Shi Fan passed a wink to Shi Lan, who understood and followed. Looking at Jiang Xingtong's back as she walked away, Shi Fan's gaze never moved away, his eyes revealing a faint apprehension. Only after a while did he shift his attention to Director Gong and spoke in a calm tone. Director Gong, as it happens, I would like to consult you about something. Hearing Shi Fan's inquiry, Director Gong didn't dare to be slow and responded in a hurry. What? Speak, Mr. Sure. Shi Fan frowned slightly and continued. Before, because Tong Tong hadn't caught fire yet, I hadn't defended myself against it, and now, because of the concert video as a trigger, more and more people are blowing up the photos of Tong Tong and I together before. I'm worried that these photos will bring her some negative impact, so I've had people temporarily put this down. However, this is only a stopgap measure after all, and can't solve the problem at the root. Director Gong, in your opinion, is there a better solution? After saying these words, Shi Fan turned his head to gaze at Director Gong, as if expecting him to give a satisfactory answer. Mr. Sure, do you mean to make a public announcement? Director Gong asked tentatively. Shi Fan gently shook his head, indicating that it was more than that. He explained, Tong Tong comes from an ordinary family, and now there are already media outlets that have unearthed her basic information. I don't want anyone to steer public opinion in the direction of her climbing up the ranks of the powerful and trying to marry into a wealthy family. Since I really don't know enough about this, I would like to ask if you have any good advice. It was then that Director Gong came to his senses, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered something. Previously, he had heard a friend within the circle mention that he wanted to prepare a husband and wife couple type variety show. This time, it was said that he intended to follow the trend of live broadcasting and create a brand new live broadcasting type variety show, rejecting any scripts and insider information and showing the most realistic side. The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was feasible, so he excitedly proposed to Shi Fan. Mr. Sure, I have thought of a way. I wonder if you would mind participating in the variety show? Shi Fan hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and asked with a puzzled look, are you talking about letting me and Tong Tong participate in a variety show together? Director Gong nodded affirmatively and said, this is a variety show in the couple category. Aren't you worried that the netizens will be prejudiced against Xingtong? Then let us show the truest side of you two through this program. Moreover, you should know that this program is conducted in a live broadcast format, so that completely rules out the possibility of scripted blackouts. Shi Fan had never thought about participating in a variety show before, but what Director Gong said was indeed very reasonable. He personally didn't care about being exposed to the public, and if live streaming could really work, he wouldn't even mind using this once and for all method. Then let me communicate with Tong Tong first, and when everything is finalized, I may need to trouble Director Gong to help introduce him, Shi Fan said sincerely. For his part, Director Gong smilingly waved his hand and responded, Mr. Sure, you are so polite. I am deeply honored to be able to help you. Shi Fan couldn't help but laugh at Director Gong's old boy-like demeanor. Ha ha ha, okay, I won't stay any longer. I've brought some specialties for you this time, so keep them. Then I'll leave first. Tong Tong will have to trouble you to take care of her. Good to know. After Director Gong answered these words, Shi Fan gave a slight nod to Director Gong, then turned around and walked towards the dressing room. Pushing open the door of the dressing room, he saw that two makeup artists were surrounding Jiang Xingtong to do her makeup and styling, while the assistant director who had just been there was communicating with her about the afternoon scene. Seeing this scene, Shi Fan decided not to mention the matter of the variety show for the time being so as not to disturb her. So, he simply said goodbye and then left the dressing room. It was better to wait until later, when she had time to talk about this. Chapter 72, Finding Shi Hongda. Immediately go and arrange the crew. Later on you and I will fly to Ijo City together. His girlfriend had already entered the crew and started working, and now he himself had finally cleared his mind and could take time out to deal with those annoying crap. Thinking back to the phone call he received this morning, Shi Fan's eyes gradually became icy cold. That man that he had hated for 2 lifetimes now finally had news. Okay, I'll go arrange it right away. Shi Fan immediately responded, and then he took out his cell phone to dock with the airport side. While at this moment, Shi Fan was leaning his back on the car seat, his eyes tightly closed, but all sorts of images kept flashing through his mind. There were already blurred memories of his mother's hard-working figure when he was young. There were also some of his own previous life in order to pay off the huge debt owed by this asshole. Working hard day and night, working hard to the death. Each memory made Shi Fan's mood more and more agitated. Originally, he thought that after this man escaped, his life would definitely not be easy, and he might even die in some unknown corner. However, what had never occurred to him was that he had lived such a dashingly comfortable and nourishingly cozy life. This could really make people unhappy. Shi Fan clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with anger. Mr. Sure, everything has been arranged. We can depart now. When we arrive at the airport, we can depart right away. After hanging up the phone, Shi Fan turned his head to report to him. Shi Fan nodded and simply said, "Let's go." His voice was cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. At this moment, he had the heart to kill in his heart. Ijo City, a city with picturesque scenery and pleasant surroundings. However, at the entrance of a certain tranquil neighborhood, a figure that was out of place with the surroundings appeared. A burly man with a strong body and a fierce face looked like he was not to be messed with. He was sitting in the convenience store across the street from the neighborhood, his eyes staring at the middle-aged man and woman who were walking into the neighborhood arm in arm and kissing each other. There was an intimidating aura emanating from his body, causing the people around him to make a detour, not daring to approach the area he was in. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the burly man's pocket. He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone, glanced at the screen, and realized that it was the same phone number he had called in the morning. He hurriedly pressed the answer button and nervously waited for the other party to speak. "Hello, General Manager Shi," Wang Hu said into the phone in a respectful tone. "Good, I'm staring at it." "Ah, already arrived? Good, I'll send you the location right away." After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone and sent the current location to the other party. Immediately afterward, he didn't dare to have the slightest delay, quickly walked out of the convenience store and came to the roadside to wait quietly. Not long after, a limousine sped from the distance and steadily stopped in front of Wang Hu. The car window slowly lowered, and Shi Fan's cold side face came into view. He looked at Wang Hu expressionlessly and indifferently opened his mouth to ask, "Get in the car. Know which building and which floors to go to." Wang Hu hurriedly nodded his head, then pulled open the car door and maneuvered sharply into the passenger seat. "No, I've been squatting on him for half a month. I know exactly where he lives," Wang Hu replied with confidence. Under Wang Hu's guidance, the sedan quickly drove into the neighborhood and finally stopped in front of a building. As soon as the car stopped, Shi Fan saw through the windshield the figure standing in front of the building, flirting with the woman beside him. Without Wang Hu's words, Shi Fan recognized that person, his father, Shi Hongda, originally in the memory of the blurred figure, but now once again clearly in front of the eyes. This person really did not change at all. The extreme imbalance in Shi Fan's heart became more and more intense, and the anger that had been suppressed for a long time along the way finally erupted completely at this moment. The pair of men and women who were laughing and joking in front of them, obviously also noticed this luxury car, have cast their eyes over. The corners of Shi Fan's mouth spread a cold smile, reached out and pushed open the door of the car, and then stepped down from the car, taking big steps toward his father. Shi Hongda was originally flirting with his girlfriend when he suddenly saw an unfamiliar luxury car parked not far from them. He had been living here for some time, and basically he had seen every family's vehicle, but this unfamiliar luxury car was the first time he had seen it, so he couldn't help but be curious and looked over there. Shi Hongda looked at the young man who came down from the back seat, and realized that the other party had been staring at him closely after he got out of the car, and walked towards the side. He carefully scrutinized the person's face. His heart couldn't help but thump. This face is a bit familiar. How to look more and more like his son Shi Fan. Shi Fan walked to the front of the Time Hongda, cold eyes staring at the middle-aged man. His heart was filled with indignation and dissatisfaction. The world is really unfair. Why can such a bastard live such a comfortable life? This was really too unfair. At the same time, the woman standing next to Shi Hongda seemed to have sensed something. She asked suspiciously, "Old-timer, do you guys know each other?" Hearing this, Shi Fan couldn't help but sneer. "Recognize? Of course I know each other. This ant, how could I not recognize my own father?" His tone was laced with sarcasm and contempt, causing the atmosphere around him to become unusually tense. Obviously, such a reply surprised that woman, and she turned her head to look at the man beside her with some consternation. At this moment, Shi Hongda still didn't seem to have returned to his senses, and naturally didn't notice the gaze of the woman beside him. Immediately afterward, the car door was opened once again, and Shi Feng, who was sitting on the driver's seat, as well as Wang Hu, who was on the passenger seat, got out of the car. For Shi Feng, Shi Hongda did not recognize, but one who he could not be more familiar with. At that moment, his face instantly became pale, turned around and wanted to escape, but was stopped by Shi Fan. Upstairs, Tianhong looked with disbelief at Shi Hongda, who was sitting on the sofa with his head lowered without saying a word. What he said is actually true. You couldn't pay your gambling debts, so you simply ran away and directly threw such a large and huge amount of money owed to a child who just graduated? Shi Hongda vainly dared not look her in the eye and just lowered his head, muttering an explanation in a voice even smaller than a mosquito's hum. I didn't say anything about letting him pay back the money. And since he's been gone for more than 10 years, who would have thought that those debt collectors would actually be able to find him? Tianhong never dreamed that when Hongda will actually say such irresponsible words. She was full of shocked look at the man in front of her, as if today is considered to be a real recognition of his true face. After freezing for a while, she came back to her senses from the shock, and then let out a cold laugh full of contempt and disdain. You immediately get out of my home and disappear in front of me immediately. Tianhong's tone was cold and determined, without the slightest room for discussion. When Shi Hongda heard these words, he immediately widened his eyes and raised his head to stare at Tianhong dead in the face, an expression of disbelief on his face, while his mouth was also yelling, "How dare you tell me to leave? If I go out now I will definitely be beaten to death by them. Are you so heartless?" The corner of Tianhong's mouth spread a disdainful smile as he sneered. "What does this have to do with me? Hurry up and get out of my way. What a blind eye to trust a scum like you." As soon as the words left her mouth, she mercilessly pushed hard and pushed Shi Hongda out of the door before slamming the door shut. Shi Hongda reluctantly tapped on the door a few times, but when he heard Tianhong shouting, "If you tap again, you'll call the police," he was stunned, and could only curse a few times before leaving unhappily. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi Fan and the others had just driven their vehicles out of the neighborhood. "Mr. Shi, why didn't you teach him a lesson just now? Instead, let him leave?" Wang Hu puzzled. Shi Fan silently gazed at the familiar street outside the car window and replied in a tone with a trace of unspeakable emotion. That would be too easy for him. Chapter 73, Shi Fan worshipping his mother. Izhou City, Shishan Mausoleum Cemetery. A black sedan drove towards the entrance and eventually came to a slow stop. Through the car window, one can see a peaceful and solemn mausoleum scene in the distance. Shi Fan sat in the car with an unusually heavy mood. He recalled that when he was a child, whenever he was wronged by that asshole father, he would always tearfully run to his mother to seek her warm embrace and comfort. This habit really hasn't changed at all. I'll go by myself. No need to follow. Shi Fan got out of the car alone with his things, holding a bouquet of brightly colored crocus flowers in his hands. With fond memories and strong thoughts of his mother, he walked step by step towards the interior of the mausoleum, as if sensing Shi Fan's inner grief. The originally clear sky gradually clouded over. Shi Fan followed the location in his memory and found exactly where his mother's tombstone was. After standing still, his eyes fell on the gentle smiling face on the tombstone. Just as he remembered, his eyes instantly moistened and tears blurred his vision. Hurting, both knees heavily kneeled on the ground. Voice choked and said, "Mom, Fan came to see you." At this moment, time seems to freeze. Everything around becomes quiet and solemn. Shi Fan silently gazed at the photo on the tombstone through his tears, as if he could feel his mother's presence. He gently stroked the tombstone, feeling the endless mother's love and warmth. Tears, like a flood that broke the dike, could no longer be restrained from rushing out of his eyes. Shi Fan could no longer endure the internal grievances and feelings of longing. The trembling hand slowly raised, tightly embraced the cold tombstone, let out a painful cry, for his mother and cry, for his own cry, but also for has not come to visit her and cry. In his last life, the number of times Shi Fan came to visit his mother was also very few. Before graduation, he always had it in his mind that he would wait until he had made a name for himself and then come to his mother. However, after graduation, he was busy every day racking his brains to make money to pay off his debts, and even before his death, he didn't come back here to see her one last time. Before his death, he even had a fleeting thought, if he didn't tell his mother and traveled directly to hell to look for her, how would she react? It was a pity that in his previous life, he was directly reborn before he could go and witness his mother's reaction. Shi Fan's crying gradually diminished and eventually turned into a soft whimper. He rested his forehead against the tombstone and silently wiped the tear stains at the corners of his eyes with his sleeves, then smiled and lifted his head, reading in broken words while organizing the stone altar and the offerings he had brought. Your son's life is no longer the same. Having been fortunate enough to receive a great chance to live a new life, and nowadays I have not only become a human being, but I have even succeeded in wooing the girl of my choice. As he spoke, he also took the time to take out his cell phone, flipping out a picture of Jiang Xingtong and holding it high to his chest. Look at this. This is your future daughter-in-law. How about it? Pretty right. Your son has a good eye. Right. To tell you the truth, it's not that she doesn't want to come see you, but I suddenly decided to come back and didn't have time to tell her, so you can't be unimpressed with her. She's a very nice girl. After placing the last offering, Shi Fan bowed his head in silence for a while, then looked up and gazed at his mom's picture, slowly saying, I found him, that bastard. I've been looking for 2 lifetimes, and I finally found him. Don't worry, I won't let him have a good time. I want to let him for the rest of his life. Will experience the suffering that the 2 of us have suffered? Otherwise it's hard to solve my heart's hate. You will support me, right, Mom? At this time, the sky had been completely covered by thick dark clouds, and a fine drizzle began to fall, gradually soaking Shi Fan's hair and clothes. Could this be Mom shedding tears for me? The corners of the eyes of the tears, mixed with the rain, fell down together. In this way, Shi Fan was like a statue, motionless in the rain, kneeling in front of the tombstone, as if time had stopped. His thoughts had long since drifted to a faraway place, recalling the little moments he had spent with his mother. The entire afternoon, he was immersed in his own world, accompanying his mother in the rain. It wasn't until late afternoon that Shi Fan slowly got up, and after saying goodbye to his mother, he returned to the car soaked to the skin. Seeing this, Shi Fan hurriedly handed him a dry towel and looked at him with concern. Wang Hu, on the other hand, held up the steaming hot ginger tea that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Shi Fan, hoping that it would drive away the coldness in his body. If it wasn't for the fact that when Shi Fan got out of the car he specifically instructed the 2 of them not to follow, the 2 of them would have followed him out of the car and given him an umbrella, which wouldn't have caused him to get soaked in the rain. Shi Fan expressionlessly took the towel and casually wiped his wet hair, then took the ginger tea and gently sipped it. That rich ginger flavor instantly spread in his mouth, warming his throat and dispelling the coldness in his body. However, despite his body gradually warming up, Shi Fan's heart remained heavy and cold. Wang Hu, find a trustworthy person, offer him a high salary, and ask him to help me find Shi Hongda. After you find him, first beat him up severely, then tell him that the debt is still unpaid and he must honestly work to pay it off. Remember, beat him up a few more times from time to time to loosen up his muscles, and keep an eye on him indefinitely so that he can work indefinitely. As Shi Fan said this, he pinched the cup in his hand hard, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness and determination. Hearing this, Wang Hu could not help but shiver. He secretly sighed. General Manager Shi's move was really ruthless. Alright, I will immediately go contact the right person. Wang Hu hurriedly responded. Shi Fan, go find a hotel and settle down first. We will rush back to High City first thing tomorrow morning. Shi Fan continued to instruct. Okay, I'll go make arrangements immediately. Shi Fan nodded his head in agreement. Night fell and the lights came on. Shi Fan had just finished showering in his hotel room and was about to order some food up when Jiang Xingtong's phone call suddenly came in. At this moment, his mood had gradually calmed down, and when he saw Jiang Xingtong's name displayed on the screen of his cell phone, the bright smile exclusive to the Jiang Xingtong brand unconsciously appeared on his face. Chapter 74, Preparing to record a variety show. What's wrong, Tong Tong? Did you miss me? Shi Fan looked at Jiang Xingtong in the video, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he opened his mouth to flirt. Jiang Xingtong had also just finished cleaning up at this time, wearing a loose pajamas, and was lying on the sofa of the hotel room holding up her cell phone to video with him. Her long, shiny black hair was slightly wet and casually draped at this time. Her face still had a trace of weariness, but her eyes revealed how much she missed Shi Fan. Yeah, miss you Fan. Without you there's no one to blow dry my hair. Jiang Xingtong pouted and said poutingly. When Shi Fan heard this, he immediately felt a little bit of tears and laughter, feeling that his role in her is a tool person for blow-drying hair. Want me? So you only want me to blow your hair? Shi Fan intentionally made a stern face and asked in a somewhat dangerous tone. He didn't want to be in his girlfriend's mouth, just a hair-blowing tool man role. Jiang Xingtong seemed to have sensed Shi Fan's dissatisfaction and quickly changed her tone. How could that be? I definitely miss you as a person, La. How could I not miss my handsome and sweet boyfriend? Hearing Jiang Xingtong's compliment, Shi Fan's mood instantly improved, but still said with a stiff upper lip, count yourself over. However, at this moment, Jiang Xingtong's attention was not completely on Shi Fan. She suddenly brought her cell phone closer and took a closer look at the screen, and asked with some suspicion in the middle of the day, aren't you at home? Why does this look so much like a hotel room? What are you doing? Shi Fan was slightly stunned, obviously a little unexpected. How did the topic so abruptly turn to this direction? He hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes, I'm not at home. I'm currently in Ijo City, my hometown. Jiang Xingtong was skeptical and asked, Why did you suddenly return to Ijo City? Ah, can't it be that it has something to do with that phone call this morning? Did something happen? So perceptive. Could this be the sixth sense unique to women? Shi Fan pondered a little and replied softly. Well then, this time I came back mainly to give my mom a grave, and at the same time deal with some trivial things over here. Don't have to worry, everything has been dealt with, and I'll go back tomorrow. As for his father's matter, Shi Fan chose to conceal it. He didn't really want Jiang Xingtong to know. He chose to take revenge on Shi Hongda. Jiang Xingtong sensed that Shi Fan had reservations, but did not continue to pursue the matter, instead following his words. Is it to sweep Auntie's grave? Why don't you bring me along? Auntie hasn't seen me yet. Shi Fan looked at his girlfriend's figure in the cell phone screen. His eyes filled with tenderness, smiled and said, I mentioned you to Mom, and also showed her the picture, telling her that next time I will bring her future daughter-in-law along to visit her. Hearing Shi Fan introduce her as her future daughter-in-law, Jiang Xingtong's face immediately blushed. She lowered her head and softly muttered, what a smooth talker. At this time, Shi Fan suddenly remembered that he hadn't told Jiang Xingtong about the variety show. He slapped his forehead and said, oh yeah, there's something that I wanted to tell you when I was on the set, but seeing that you were so busy, I didn't feel like bringing it up. It just so happens that you're free now, so I'll discuss it with you. Jiang Xingtong blinked and asked curiously, what is it? It's because more and more people on the internet are popping out pictures of the two of us together. I'm worried that it will negatively affect you. So I looked for Director Gong to discuss about putting on a husband and wife couple type of variety show, and I heard Director Gong say that there happens to be one that's suitable, that this variety show is a live broadcast style, and that it's mainly trying to present the daily life of celebrity couples and celebrity couples getting along with one another, and that it sounds pretty good. Is it another photo about the two of us that got blown out? Jiang Xingtong keenly realized that Shi Fan could never have suddenly brought up this idea for no reason. Indeed, I've already had it suppressed, but someone has already seen it. So in order to avoid any subsequent trouble, I think we can present the truest situation to the netizens in this way. Shi Fan explained seriously. Jiang Xingtong pondered for a moment and felt that this idea was indeed feasible. It could avoid some unnecessary trouble and also allow the audience to understand them better. However, she still had some concerns and said, well, this idea is acceptable, but I just don't know if my schedule can be arranged. After all, Director Gong's side of the filming is also very tight. Seeing that Jiang Xingtong did not object, Shi Fan quickly smiled and said, don't worry, I'll check with Director Gong about the exact time afterward. After all, this proposal was still Director Gong's idea, so there shouldn't be any problems. Jiang Xingtong happily nodded her head repeatedly in agreement. Then I'll thank Director Gong tomorrow and discuss the scene schedule with him in the meantime. After a few more days, the matters regarding the variety show were finally settled with the program group. Currently, they only needed to wait for the program group to finalize the last set of couple guests, and then they would be able to officially start the live broadcast. As of now, there were a total of 3 couples that had been confirmed to participate in the recording. One of the pairs was a highly respected acting couple, always known for their high emotional intelligence. The other pair was also from the industry, with the man being a well-known actor and the woman being a talented host, and the last pair was Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong, who were taking part as a couple. According to the program's initial planning, a total of 4 couples were to be invited to participate, but since the last pair was still under discussion and hadn't been finalized, the program's filming could only be put on hold for the time being. However, this was good, so Kang Xingtong was able to utilize this time to step up the filming of her scenes. Thankfully, her acting skills were superb and skillful, and she was able to pass almost every scene in one go without causing any trouble for the crew. Moreover, the main female lead, Meng Zibing, with whom she mainly acted, was also very understanding of her situation, and was very cooperative about switching the filming scenarios, so this side of the crew was progressing very smoothly. During the time when his girlfriend was busy, Shi Fan was not idle, running back and forth between the two companies, Star Han and Hua Xia. He brushed up his presence. After sensing that the workload was horrendously heavy, he resolutely drove Shi Fan to work with Shi Si, Situ Moore and Zhang Guodong, who had thought that Shi Fan could be based in the company, were once again disappointed. Shi Fan secretly muttered in his heart, work? That's absolutely impossible. Who would go to work every day when they have money? During this period, Shi Fan also took the time to go back to Ijo City. He witnessed the scene of Shi Hongda working hard under the hot sun, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but spread a cold smile. Looking at the difficult situation of Shi Hongda now, a huge stone in his heart is finally landed. Let Shi Hongda personally experience the hardships he endured in his previous life in order to pay off the debt for him. Time flies like a shuttle, and in the blink of an eye, we have entered the beginning of September. Tomorrow is the day of the opening of the variety show. At this moment, Shi Fan is driving to the crew, ready to pick up his girlfriend from work. After a month's time, Not only did the program team successfully finalize the last group of guests, even the shooting of Jiang Xingtong's scenes was almost completed. Speaking of this, Shi Fan really felt quite helpless. His girlfriend is really very desperate. 13 potential, afraid of their own recording variety show delayed the progress of the crew. Soft and hard to let the director of the gong moved her scenes to the front of the month. She is either in the filming, or in the filming of the road, even if he went to visit the class, but also to eat a few words can be said. This situation really makes Shi Fan depressed. Chapter 75, before the variety show. Bye bye, Xingtong, I'll see you when we change locations for the next shoot, Meng Zibing said with a smile on her face as she waved her hand. Bye, thank you, Sister Bing, for the trouble during this time. Jiang Xingtong responded happily as well. Meng Zibing waved her hand with a disgusted expression that she couldn't take it anymore. Go, 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 can't stand this the most. Hurry up and go. Your boyfriend is here to pick you up. Jiang Xingtong mischievously spat out her tongue and said in a petulant voice. Then I can really go. Don't miss me too much. Ha ha ha, go now. I don't miss you. I can still rest from the drama when you're gone. Meng Zibing appeared to be complaining, but actually had a smile on her brow. Jiang Xingtong walked forward and gave Meng Zibing a big hug. This time I'm really leaving. Traveling with your boyfriend at public expense. Enjoy yourself. Meng Zibing tenderly patted Jiang Xingtong's back. Jiang Xingtong nodded obediently and waved her hand to Meng Zibing before turning towards the supercar that had been parked on the side of the road for a while. On the other hand, her manager, Shi Lun, brought her luggage and drove the nanny car that the company had equipped for her directly back to Riverside Cloud Lodge, and for the next month, she would be able to take a break as Shi Fan accompanied Jiang Xingtong. Today, Shi Fan drove to the sports car as his Koenigsegg 11 limited edition supercar. Streamlined bodyline, smooth and natural, cool, and his handsome and dashing temperament fits perfectly. Sitting in the car, Shi Fan saw Jiang Xingtong coming this way from afar and opened the car door in advance. The existence of this Koenigsegg 11 was already eye-catching enough, and once the door was opened, it became the center of attention. As the unique revolving door slowly opened, it was like a bright scenery line was displayed in front of people's eyes, instantly triggering a burst of exclamations from the surrounding crowd. Some sharp-eyed people had already recognized Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong at a glance, the very couple that had recently caused a buzz on the internet. As a result, they all picked up their cell phones and took pictures of this scene, which were then quickly uploaded to the major social media platforms. There was no doubt that once these photos were released, they would once again spark another heated discussion among the majority of netizens. The reason why Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong would become the recent hotly discussed couple on the internet naturally could not be separated from Shi Fan's careful planning. As early as after the variety show's participation was confirmed, Shi Fan had an in-depth discussion with Director Gong and the director of Love Traveling Class. The first thing that needed to be done to make the program's effect the best was to raise the netizens' attention to the duo of Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong. In this way, if the netizens were not optimistic about their relationship, then by the time the program was officially aired, it would definitely create a strong contrasting effect. This kind of effect was commonly known as hitting the face. Therefore, Shi Fan did not let Xiao Ying to suppress the public opinion, and even behind the scenes, making the entire internet is now filled with photos of the two of them, and the discussion about their relationship is even more diverse, and no one can agree. One of the most crucial points that triggered such a hot debate was the remarks made by the rich second-generation Prince Song in a recent variety show. Originally, it was just a personal interview program for Prince Song, but perhaps the host wanted to create a topic of discussion, and at the end of the program, Prince Song was asked what he thought about the current rumors on the internet about the relationship between Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong. Prince Song froze for a moment when he heard the question, but quickly came back to his senses, and changed his previous idle and casual attitude, and answered with a serious look. I think that a relationship is something between the two parties involved, and has little to do with other factors. Therefore, I give them my blessing. Moreover, I heard that Ms. Kong is also a superb actress and I'm looking forward to enjoying her work on the big screen. The crew of this talk show also smelled a hint of something unusual, and without trimming, they aired Prince Song's remarks in their entirety. Once the program aired, the internet world instantly boiled over. As we all know, Prince Song has always been arrogant and domineering, treating the stars and actors in the entertainment circle without mercy, disliking one after another, and never seeming to show mercy to anyone. However, this time he took the unprecedented step of praising a celebrity and even sent his blessings to the couple that is not favored by most people. This move immediately sparked speculation and reverie among the netizens. Jiang Xingtong's family background has long been revealed to be that of an ordinary family. In contrast, the life of the male lead, Shi Fan, has been shrouded in mystery, which no one has been able to unravel. People only know that he is very rich, covered in designer labels, and his cars are even more luxurious than one. Just from the photos can feel his extraordinary, It seems that the identity of the leading man must be extraordinary. After the interview program aired, some netizens even purposely ran to Prince Tsun's vibe and left a message under. If you're threatened, just blink. This message quickly resonated with other netizens, who chimed in to express their confusion and curiosity about Prince Tsun's change in attitude. For a while, various speculations were rampant, while Prince Tsung himself did not make any response to this, making the whole incident more and more confusing. When Shi Fan learned of this matter, a crying expression appeared on his face, but deep down in his heart, he had to admit that Wang Zizong had indeed indirectly helped himself. So after that, he even specially invited Prince Tsong to have a meal to express his gratitude. After knowing that Prince Tsong wanted to drive his Bugatti Black Knight Sound, he was very quick to let Butler Yang drive the car to Prince Tsong's sports car club. The refreshing attitude instantly captured Prince Tsong, so much so that now that kid is the best in the world with him. Chapter 76, the first broadcast of variety art. On Jiang Xingtong's side, seeing that Shi Fan had thoughtfully opened all the car doors, she immediately couldn't wait to rush in. "Dear Fan, did you miss me?" she cried out with a heart full of joy. However, in stark contrast to Jiang Xingtong's excitement, Shi Fan's expression at the moment was slightly mournful. He silently closed the car door. His eyes locked onto Jiang Xingtong. "I want to. Why don't I want to? It's useless to think about it. A certain desperate 13 lady has already left her boyfriend behind and forgotten all about him." Hearing Shi Fan's words with complaints, Jiang Xingtong could not help but feel a pang of weakness. After all, during this period of time, she had indeed neglected Shi Fan because of her busy schedule. Facing Shi Fan's accusation, she touched her nose somewhat uncomfortably and quickly explained, "Not at all. I'm doing all this so that I can take care of things here as soon as possible, and then I can go to the variety show with you." At the mention of the variety show, Jiang Xingtong immediately regained her confidence and her voice became louder. "For the next month, we'll be together every day, happy or not." How could Shi Fan not hear that Kong Xingtong was deliberately changing the topic? But he also understood the reason why she was working so hard. Therefore, he just hummed softly, indicating that he would no longer care. While starting the car, Shi Fan replied to Jiang Xingtong's words, "Of course I'm happy. I've been looking forward to it. By the way, Auntie just called, saying that the food is almost ready, urging us to go back to our new home as soon as possible." Jiang Xingtong nodded. She hadn't been home for so long, she really wanted her mom's cooking. That's right, the two of them were now going to Jiang Xingtong's new home for dinner. During this period of time, because of the heat of the two's relationship, the original address of the Jiang family had been exposed. Considering the security issue, Shi Fan successfully convinced Jiang's mother to move out of her original residence, and then brought Jiang's mother from neighborhood to neighborhood to select a new residence. After some careful selection, they finally selected a neighborhood with complete security measures and a pleasant environment. Only Jiang's mother said nothing to agree with Shi Fan spend money to buy this house, and finally communicated with the owner of the house, temporarily rented, and the original house was not sold, blocked up, because she had already moved out and packed up. Jiang's mother organized a housewarming banquet, saying that she wanted to rush to have a full house today to add popularity to her new home, as well as to cheer up for the recording of the show that Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong will be participating in tomorrow. Jiang Xingtong is still the first time to come to this side of the new home. She looks around and when she sees the beautiful and pleasant surroundings, she can't help but remember that Jiang's mother once mentioned that Shi Fan had been busy with her for several days in a row, and was very attached to her. Her heart was suddenly moved. "Thank you, Fan. It's really a blessing for me to meet you." Shi Fan was originally slightly shy when he heard Jiang Xingtong thanking him, but immediately afterward, he heard her say that it was her good fortune to have met him. This made him both angry and amused, and he couldn't help but tease, Tong, meeting you is also my good fortune. Now that you're free you can watch more Douyin." Jiang Xingtong was a little confused and could only nod blankly. The newly chosen house had a good layout and good lighting, and since there was enough room to fill it up, Kang's mother had even purposely left herself a drawing room, because the last time I came to the house has not yet finished arranging, so this organized appearance, Shi Fan is also the first time to see. I have to say, Jiang mother's aesthetics is still very online. The whole house and her carefully arranged to look extraordinarily elegant. Above the wall hangs a few paintings by Jiang mother's own handwriting. Its artistic atmosphere can be described as straight pull full. "Xiao Fan, Tong, don't just look, come and eat." Jiang mother's soft voice drifted in, and Shi Fan hurriedly responded, "Okay, Auntie, we'll be right there." The table was filled with the usual cozy atmosphere, and Shi Fan enjoyed deeply immersing himself in this family atmosphere. After lunch was over, Shi Fan accompanied Jiang's family for a while and then excused himself and left. He still had to go back and prepare his traveling equipment for the following month. This trip was not a pleasure trip in the ordinary sense, but a full live broadcast, month-long endeavor. Moreover, it was a 24-hour live broadcast. and there would be no stops in between. So after Shi Fan left the Jiang family, he rushed back to pack his luggage. Not only did he have to organize his belongings, he also had to carefully prepare some gifts to thank the locals. On the other hand, since Jiang Xingtong was also a newcomer to the entertainment industry and had not had the opportunity to appear on this kind of variety show before, she could not help but feel a strong nervousness welling up in her heart about the unfamiliar other groups of guests and the many unknowns she was about to face. As night fell, lying in bed, Jiang Xingtong tossed and turned, making it difficult to sleep. After a few thoughts, she decided to dial Shi Fan's phone, and after some exchanges, she ended up listening to his comforting words. Her mood gradually calmed down, and finally slowly entered dreamland. This night, she slept extraordinarily sweet, until the next morning, the program team came to knock on the door. She woke up leisurely. The clock hand pointed to 8 o'clock sharp. At this moment, the program's filming crew had already arrived at the door of each guest's home on time. There were a total of 4 groups of guests participating in the program this time, including 2 couples, as well as 2 other couples. For the 2 couples, it is enough to arrange a group of followers and program staff. However, considering that the other 2 couples do not live together, the program team decided after careful consideration to first go to the ladies' home, and then go to meet their respective boyfriends. With the opening of the live camera, many netizens like a tidal wave into the various live rooms. Each pair of guests had their own live room. Thanks to the efforts made during this period of time, many curious netizens clicked into the live broadcast room belonging to Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong, and instantly, pop-ups came out like a waterfall, almost without stopping. The level of hilarity was no less than any other guest, and even better. Grab a front row seat. Here it comes. Finally the broadcast is on. Sit in rows of small benches, in order to gather around this hot couple. As a social animal, I skipped work for a day just to satisfy my curiosity. +1 above. Plus ID number. In the live broadcast room, the program staff gently knocked on the door twice, but there was no response from inside the room. They looked at each other in disbelief. Was the guest not in the room? Or was he sleeping too deeply and didn't hear the knocking sound? Just as the team was about to call the guest's phone to inquire about the situation, the door was slowly pushed open. The first thing that came into view was a sleepy and beautiful face, with those picturesque eyebrows and eyes, as if she was a genie that came out of a dream. Her skin is as delicate as snow, flawless, like sheep fat white jade crystal clear, wearing a set of slightly conservative pajamas. Although the style is simple, but it is difficult to hide its natural beauty temperament, only to see her open the door while still rubbing her eyes that had not yet fully opened. Her mouth muttered, "Hello, everyone, sorry I overslept." That soft, sticky voice that had just woken up from sleep carried a hint of lethargy and confusion. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were as if the pause button had been pressed, suddenly becoming empty. However, after just a moment, as if it was discussed beforehand, countless pop-ups surged like a tidal wave again, instantly flooding the entire screen. Ah, let me eat this good in the morning? I can't, my blood trough is empty. Where is this beautiful girl from? Mom, I'm in love. No, Mom, I'm in love. I go. Who can top this? What makes that kid with the surname Toki can have my goddess? Drop the keyboard. Chapter 77, The Imposing Cell Security Guard. At this time, the program team, who was facing Jiang Xingtong's beautiful face directly, also felt a little overwhelmed. The program staff stammered and replied, "No, it's fine, there's no rush. You can take your time to clean up first." Although the program staff said so, Kang Xingtong also knew deep down that she couldn't really keep them waiting there. After all, not to mention anything else, there were also the viewers in the live broadcast room to consider. So, she warmly invited, "Come on, you guys come in first. Everyone in the family has gone out. It's just me. You guys don't have to be formal. Make yourselves at home, haha." After she finished her instructions, Jiang Xingtong hurriedly ran into the room, quickly shut the door and cleaned herself up in a fiery hurry. The viewers in the live broadcast room witnessed and watched Jiang Xingtong's athletic and agile figure as well as her slightly adventurous nature throughout. Ha ha ha, no way. The goddess definitely practiced before. Upstairs is right. This is definitely the female version of Su Bingtian. Could it be that this is the realistic version of cute love without a brain? Ha ha ha, the daredevil is on the line. The door to the room slowly closed with a slight thud sound, and the cameraman couldn't capture Jiang Xingtong's figure anymore. Fortunately, the program's follow-up cameraman was very experienced. He keenly noticed that the interior of the room was very moody, so he quickly turned the camera to find the best angle and began to film the house's furnishings. As expected, the interior of the house once again aroused a burst of amazement from the audience of the live broadcast. Despite the absence of the main characters, the heat in the live broadcast room remained high. This made the director of Love Traveling Class couldn't help but smile with joy, the corners of his mouth rising madly. He couldn't even suppress it. It looked like it was even harder to suppress than AK. For the 4 groups of guests, it wasn't just Jiang Xingtong's live room that was hot. The live rooms of the other guests were also similarly getting a lot of attention. The other pair in the same couple group is also a prospective couple with a high online buzz. He Yu-jun, a second-generation rich man from a distinguished family, and Shi Yao, an international supermodel. When their romance was first revealed, it immediately triggered a sensation all over the internet. The good or bad relationship between the two has been the center of intense discussion among many netizens over the past few years. In sharp contrast to Jiang Xingtong's hand-wringing for the arrival of the program team, it is obvious that Shi Yao had prepared for it, only to see her open the door of her room in decent clothes. When she learned that she needed to bring her luggage to pick up her boyfriend, she did not say a word, launched the luggage that had already been organized properly, and walked out of the door with a sharp action, showing a kind of thunderous gesture. Looking at the other 2 pairs of guests in the couple's group, they both live in the same city, so it didn't take too much time. After picking up the people, they took their luggage and went straight to the destination hotel to enter the interview session first. On this side, Jiang Xingtong acted very quickly, relying on her naturally good skin texture and outstanding appearance. She hurriedly washed up, did a simple skin care, changed into a dress, and without even putting on makeup, she dragged her suitcase and set off on her journey. Sitting in the program's car, Kang Xingtong finally took a moment to catch her breath from the tense and busy morning that was like a war, and had some free time to say hello to the viewers in the live broadcast. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Xingtong and I'm an actress. I'm glad to be here to meet you all. I'm really sorry for being a bit rushed this morning and not being able to come and formally greet you all at the first opportunity, Jiang Xingtong said with apologies, and upon seeing Jiang Xingtong take the initiative to interact with the viewers, a steady stream of pop-ups came out on the screen. Good daughter, stop apologizing. We just love the most natural and real side. Oh, wow, is this really no makeup? I can't see any pores when I look closely. Oh my god, this is just like mom's good skin. So enviable. Where is the goddess going now? Why don't we see her boyfriend? She's probably on her way to find him right now. So the goddess also stays in bed. Did she stay up late last night? The pop-ups rolled on like a tidal wave, so fast that it was dizzying, which left Jiang Xingtong a bit bewildered. Fortunately, the backstage staff noticed this in time and adjusted the speed at which the pop-ups were scrolling, so she was able to see the questions posed by the netizens and responded to them one by one. That's right, La. I haven't had time to put on my makeup yet. Currently, I'm heading to Shi Fan's home. Oops, I almost forgot to mention that Shi Fan is my boyfriend. It's not because I'm bedridden, it's mainly because I'm recording a program today. I'm a little nervous. I didn't rest well last night, so I woke up a little late. Speaking here, Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but show a shy face, her slightly red cheeks even more delicate and attractive. This kind of beautiful and touching appearance instantly triggered the live broadcast of many netizens' warm reaction. From the pop-up screen's crazy brush screen as well as the rising viewing volume can be seen. Not long after, the car arrived at the gate of Riverside Cloud Lodge. Since it was an unfamiliar car, the security guard did not immediately release the program team to enter, but instead dialed the villa housekeeper's phone to verify if the situation was true. It was only after receiving confirmation that there was no mistake that they slowly raised the landing bar and let the car in, and even very thoughtfully sent a golf cart to lead the way in front. Holy, this neighborhood is really extraordinary. Ah, you guys see that security guard? That momentum. It feels like as long as the person on the phone denies a sentence, he can immediately pull out his dick and feed peanuts to the show's crew. Upstairs, I was so scared that I changed my pants after being swept away by him. Che, you're so timid. Unlike me, I just dropped my cell phone on the floor. Did anyone notice the name of the neighborhood? Does anyone know which neighborhood this is? This service is too thorough, right, and there are actually special people to lead the way. Have you all not noticed the surroundings? Are those things placed outside sure they aren't works of art? Putting them out there like that without any cover? It's certain that Shi Fan is definitely a rich man, but I wonder who's richer compared to the other group's guest. He Yu-jun. Chapter 78 Jewelry Room Exposure. Upstairs, now that I've doubled up on my cell phone and computer. As of right now, the gap can be too obvious. Although He Yajuan's address is also good, but compared to Shi Fan, it's really nothing. Obviously, Shi Fan is still better. After seeing this pop up, more and more people began to use multiple devices to crouch in the live broadcasts of the two couples at the same time, and then made all sorts of comparisons between their residences. Under the guidance of the security guards, the program team arrived in front of Villa Number 1 in no time. The level of luxury of this villa in front of them shocked both the program team and the audience in the live broadcast room. In contrast, Jiang Xingtong calmly pushed open the car door and walked towards the entrance of the villa with an air of commonplace. At the entrance, Butler Yang was already standing there early, waiting for a long time. Good morning, Miss Jiang. Butler Yang bent down respectfully and greeted Jiang Xingtong. Good morning, Butler Yang. We're here to pick up Shi Fan for departure. Where is he? Seeing that it wasn't Shi Fan who came out to greet him, Jiang Xingtong couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Butler Yang smiled as he pushed open the door, sidestepped and made a gesture of invitation to enter, signaling for a few people to enter the house. Mr. Shi is in the study. There are some matters that need to be dealt with temporarily. He specially ordered me to come out to greet him. Of course, you can take advantage of this time for the crew to visit in the villa, Butler Yang said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, the director's eyes lit up and hurriedly contacted Jiang Xingtong's followers, asking him to immediately film Shi Fan's villa. Obviously, the director had already captured the traffic code for Shi Fan's group. That was, how high profile. After receiving the director's instructions, the followers quickly gave a wink to Jiang Xingtong, signaling that she should oblige. Jiang Xingtong understood and nodded her head obediently, promising, okay, thank you Butler Yang. Immediately afterward, under the guidance of Butler Yang, the group took the entire live broadcast and began to visit this magnificent villa. Wow! Friends, take a look at the flowers in this garden. How come it feels like they're more expensive than me? Is there any connoisseur who can recognize the varieties of these flowers? I don't know. I've never even seen them before. These are definitely not ordinary flower varieties. Coming. I, as a senior person who has been engaged in florist for more than 20 years, can barely recognize a few species. The red one on the very side is Ecuadorian rose. The one placed on the ground next to it is ghost orchid. The white one in the middle is white empire. As for the value, you can search by yourselves. I can only say that these flowers are definitely the Rolls-Royce of flowers. I searched. Shocked me for a whole year. No, excessive. So expensive. Same search. Shocked local dogs for a lifetime. Swimming pool, family movie room, chess room, gym, etc. Ili Yen real name Envy. Wait, every room was introduced. How come this room next to the master bedroom wasn't introduced? Not only were the netizens curious, even Jiang Xingtong herself felt very puzzled. She also didn't understand why Butler Yang would directly skip this room. One must know that this was the room next door to the master bedroom. Could it be that there was some unknown secret hidden inside? For a while, all sorts of conspiracy theories were rampant, and netizens almost unanimously suspected that Shi Fan was hiding a golden house here. After all, the house closest to one's bedroom is likely to be the place that was once given to whoever lived there. In order to avoid more misunderstandings, Butler Yang could only return the same way and pushed open the door while explaining to Jiang Xingtong, Miss Jiang, this room is actually reserved exclusively for you by Mr. Shi. I originally thought of waiting for Mr. Shi to personally bring you here to visit, but I didn't expect that it would actually cause a misunderstanding. Now, you can go in and take a look. The moment the door of the room was pushed open, the scene in the room but left everyone present stunned. Even the netizens who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Wow! The spacious room was filled with a dazzling array of jewelry. These jewels were of different styles. All of them were exquisite and gorgeous, and they were obviously all designed for women. Under the bright lights, they shone with a brilliant light, as if illuminating the entire room. Jiang Xingtong's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at all of this, and her throat couldn't help but roll as she gulped. With a hint of uncertainty in her voice, she hesitantly asked, "Are these all for me?" Butler Yang stood aside, a gentle smile on his face, and gently nodded in the affirmative. Gosh, Jiang Xingtong felt like she was about to faint. How is this possible? So many precious jewels were actually prepared for her by Shi Fan? Not to mention Jiang Xingtong, even the viewers who were watching the live broadcast were boiling over. The pop-up screen instantly exploded, with various words of surprise and envy filling the screen. I'm going. Really? Script? Right. Didn't you say that this variety show shows reality? What's the situation now? Yeah, it's too ridiculous. It doesn't seem too much like a script. Leaning to the side there is a sapphire necklace named Dreamlian. It was the finale of the High City jewelry auction a few days ago, and it was said to have been pocketed by a veteran general manager surnamed Shi at a whopping price of $87 million. Heavens, a gemstone necklace of more than $80 million placed at the very edge. Then this center must not be worth a lot of money. Jiang Xingtong stood in the doorway, her eyes sweeping through the many jewels, and suddenly, she saw a familiar set of jewels. She was a little uncertain as she approached to take a closer look, and sure enough, she was right. It was the same set of jewelry that she had returned to Shi Fan last time. She originally thought that he would take it to give it away or place it randomly, but she never thought that he would quietly make a room dedicated to placing the jewelry for her. Just then, a magnetic voice came from outside the door. What's wrong? This is all here. Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Xingtong could no longer control her emotions. She turned around violently and flew at the visitor. Shi Fan was startled by Jiang Xingtong's sudden movements, but still caught her in a very boyfriend-like manner. Feeling the slow wetness on his chest, Shi Fan couldn't help but feel a strong sense of worry welling up in his heart, and changing from the calmness he had just shown, he hurriedly and anxiously asked, Tong Tong? What's wrong? Aggrieved? However, Jiang Xingtong only silently buried her head deep in his embrace. Not saying a word, Shi Fan raised his head and looked at Butler Yang with a cold and sharp gaze, his voice carrying obvious displeasure as he asked, What's going on? Feeling the immense pressure from Shi Fan's sharp line of sight, fine beads of sweat began to appear on Butler Yang's forehead. He bent down slightly and was about to open his mouth to explain. Jiang Xingtong then raised her head, her eyes filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Pouting fiercely, she said, Why are you being mean to Butler Yang? Fine, fine. I won't be mean. Just don't be mean. Shi Fan helplessly pacified Jiang Xingtong. Jiang Xingtong picked up Shi Fan's blouse and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, then turned around to face the camera and said, Fan, we're on the air right now, so hurry up and say hello to everyone. Shi Fan naturally obeyed his girlfriend's words, nodding his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, then spoke to the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Shi Fan, Jiang Xingtong's boyfriend. Chapter 79, Feeding dog food one after another. Ever since the camera suddenly broke into a top-notch handsome man in casual clothes with a super high face value, the viewers in the live broadcast room immediately had a hunch that this man might be Jiang Xingtong's boyfriend, Shi Fan. However, unexpectedly, even before the confirmation, the couple made the netizens eat a big wave of dog food. Shi Fan's domineering presidential demeanor instantly charmed the many little girls in the live broadcast room. Hello, hiccup, that, hiccup, sorry just ate a little too much dog food. Wow, this is simply the real version of the domineering president will send a house of jewelry, will also be angry for me the kind of bossy president. Upstairs, wake up a little bit, Mr. Bully is in love with Jiang Xingtong, that little demon, not our sisters. After listening to Jiang Xingtong's words and greeting, Shi Fan had not forgotten that Jiang Xingtong had just cried, so he gently asked, Tong Tong, what just happened? Can you tell me about it? Jiang Xingtong raised her head and met Shi Fan's worried eyes. She lowered her head in embarrassment, slightly reddened her face and muttered, It's really nothing. It's all your fault for making such a jewelry room without saying a word. It's really too surprising. I just got emotional for a moment, so I couldn't help but cry out. Hearing this answer, Shi Fan was relieved, but at the same time, he felt a little weepy. He was originally worried if something had gone wrong, but he didn't realize that he had shed tears because he was moved. He gently patted Jiang Xingtong's shoulder and said gently, Fine. It's all my fault for making Lord Tong Tong cry, but seeing that you like to be happy, little one is relieved. Jiang Xingtong raised her head and looked into Shi Fan's eyes. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a sweet smile. She pretended to be angry and said, Humph, I'll barely forgive you. The people around and the viewers in the live broadcast room, well, so playful right, all damn full. Dog food is still fed one after another. As he had to rush to Jin City to meet up with the other members, seeing that Jiang Xingtong was fine, Shi Fan immediately dashed upstairs to change the clothes that were soaked with Jiang Xingtong's tears, and then dragged the two huge suitcases that stood out to him onto the car. After Shi Fan sat down, Jiang Xingtong couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, Fan, what are you packing in these two big suitcases? Why did you bring so many things? Shi Fan thought for a moment and replied, One of the boxes is filled with daily necessities such as a change of clothes, shoes, a hair dryer, commonly used medicines, a portable kettle, and water cups, while the other box is filled with gifts for everyone. A whole box full of gifts? Jiang Xingtong pursued with a face full of astonishment. Shi Fan gently nodded his head in the affirmative and added, There are both gifts for the guests of the other groups as well as some small token of appreciation for the local residents we will be traveling to next. Wow, Fan, you've really thought too much about this, haven't you? But, I actually didn't prepare these at all. While praising Shi Fan profusely, Jiang Xingtong suddenly realized her own omission. The corners of Shi Fan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a doting smile. Gently reaching out his hand, he soothingly stroked Jiang Xingtong's hair and said gently, Don't worry, the gift will be delivered in both of our names. Hearing this, the worry on Jiang Xingtong's face instantly dissipated, replaced by a heart full of joy. Her eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon, and she smiled extraordinarily brightly. Just through this morning's observation, the netizens' speculation about the mode of getting along between Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong was completely turned upside down. There were so many pop-ups in the live broadcast room that it was dizzying. Who said before that Jiang Xingtong was evening out big money? Does it hurt to hit your face now? My goodness, are rich people now so good at taking care of people? Don't be so anxious. How long has it been? Just wait 2 more days and see. Maybe it will reveal the cracks. Right, rich and handsome, but also so considerate of the boyfriend. How can exist in real life? It's not like it's a plot in a novel. regarding the two's mode of getting along with each other. The views in the live broadcast room showed a clear polarization. Some netizens were dedicated to pursuing this pair of lovers and were fascinated by their sweet interactions, while others were skeptical and ready to take a magnifying glass to carefully look for any breaks in their relationship. However, but regardless of the purpose, the result brought about was that the number of viewers of Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong's live broadcast continued to climb, and their popularity was on fire. Soon, the car arrived at the airport. Because there was still some time before boarding, the director's team made a temporary decision to change the location of the interview to the waiting room. Their original plan was to negotiate with the airport to vacate an independent waiting lounge. However, since there was no prior negotiation with the airport, the program staff at the scene ended up returning without any success. Shi Fan had just poured a cup of hot milk for Jiang Xingtong when he noticed the staff not far away returning with a bad look on their faces. "Is there a communication problem?" Shi Fan said in one word, and the staff member had no choice but to nod and admit, due to the lack of prior communication, the airport is currently unable to vacate a free waiting room for the time being, and will need to wait for at least 3 hours before one can be vacated. The staff member had already felt that the interview was hopeless. He sighed in his heart and was about to report this frustrating situation to the director team. However, right at this moment, an unexpected twist happened. As Shi Fan spoke, "Wait a moment, I'll make a call." After saying this, he picked up his cell phone, got up and walked to the side, looking like he was on his way to call someone. The staff looked at Shi Fan's back in surprise, and a surge of hope surged in their hearts. Could it be that things still have a turnaround? Time passed minute by minute. The scene fell into a strange silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shi Fan, looking forward to whether or not Shi Fan would take care of this matter. And that staff was even more nervous to the extreme. He silently prayed that this call would bring good news. Chapter 80 Love Brain Shi Fan First Exposure. Not a moment later, Shi Fan hung up the phone and came back, said with a relaxed and calm face, "Wait a while, there will be airport staff to pick us up." The staff member just now was confused. "Can it be arranged?" Shi Fan nodded and explained, "I am their client, so naturally there is some preferential treatment." "Client? A client of the airport?" The staff nodded with a blank face, although he didn't understand what Shi Fan meant by client, but now that he was sure that the waiting lounge had been vacated, the interview could proceed smoothly. He wasn't the only one who didn't understand the situation. Even the netizens who watched the live broadcast in front of the screen were all asking questions on the pop-up screen frequently. Obviously everyone was equally confused. Airport customers? What a niche name. Aren't passengers all customers of the airport? Upstairs, have you forgotten that private airplane video on the internet earlier? What the male god means is that his plane is docked at this airport. There is a special parking cabin, and the airport will regularly inspect and maintain it. So it can't be the airport's customers, the big customers who can pay sky-high fees. Holy, that's how it is. Then this makes sense. No wonder the airport agreed so painfully. This is a proper fortune. The staff on the airport's side came very quickly. However, unexpectedly, the person who came was not an ordinary ground staff, but a middle-aged man. Judging from his clothing, this person should be a leading figure. He warmly greeted Shi Fan as soon as he saw him. "Mr. Shi, how are you? My name is Zhang, the general manager of HNA Airport. I've just been a bit slow, please bear with me." As expected, it's a leader, but what people didn't expect is that it's actually the general manager. The general manager personally came out to greet Ye. Shi Fan smiled and responded, "Ha ha, hello. In fact, in the end, it is us who have caused trouble for the airport. If it wasn't for the special circumstances and time constraints, we would have chosen to wait a little longer." General Manager Zhang heard Shi Fan mention time constraints and immediately understood, realizing that the other party was politely urging him to move faster. So he hurriedly said, "Where are your words coming from? Since time is running out, let me take you all to the new waiting room now." Shi Fan nodded slightly in agreement. Subsequently, the group was led by General Manager Zhang to a brand new waiting room. General Manager Zhang was very good at reading people's words and he knew that it was inconvenient to disturb them too much, so he gave a few simple explanations before politely excusing himself and leaving. The live broadcast viewers who had witnessed all of this, at this moment, were frantically swiping the screen in the live broadcast room, expressing their surprise and admiration. "Good boy, what is the identity of this time sale in the end? This rehearsal is also too big. I Lua Bean. This look is also too handsome. Wow, God, you handsome my face. Once again, what can Jiang Xingtong do?" The venue and personnel were all ready, and the interview session finally began officially. The program staff spoke from behind the camera. "So next, let's ask the two of you to formally introduce yourself to our live broadcast audience." Hearing this, the two of them nodded their heads, only to see Jiang Xingtong take the lead and say, "Hello everyone who is watching the live broadcast. I'm Jiang Xingtong, and I'm an actress by profession. I believe that many people know me not through my movie and television works, but because of those videos and photos of me and Sailor Fan circulating on the internet before, right? Seriously, to let you all know me in such a way is really something I didn't expect at all. Jiang Xingtong first made a very serious and formal self-introduction, followed by a very witty and humorous flirtation with herself. Her words instantly made the atmosphere of the scene light and happy, while Shi Fan's gaze was firmly fixed on Jiang Xingtong the entire time. Watching her quirky appearance, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he let out a light laugh. That laughter seemed to emanate from the bottom of his heart, carrying endless doting and tenderness. His eyes were filled with thick tenderness, like the warm sun in spring, warm and bright. Hello everyone, I'm Shi Fan, Jiang Xingtong's boyfriend. I'm an outsider, and originally didn't intend to appear in the public eye. However, I noticed that there are many speculations on the internet about the relationship between Tong Tong and I, so we decided to come forward and give all of you netizens a clear answer in the truest mode of getting along. When Shi Fan spoke, his voice was low and magnetic, so that people couldn't help but listen to him. Jiang Xingtong, on the other hand, looked at her boyfriend with a happy face and a joyful glint in her eyes. Hearing the approval, also nodded her head with a well-behaved face. Her appearance was adorable. Help! If things go on like this, after watching this couple's entire live broadcast, I might get diabetes. It's too sweet. They're really sincere then, responding to us in the most authentic way of getting along. Really love this couple. No, why do I feel like the male god is a love brain? Upstairs, you're not the first to think so. Ditto. Seeing that both of them had finished their introductions, the staff picked up the paper that had been prepared long ago with the questions asked by the netizens in the live broadcast room. The netizens are curious. What is your identity? Shi Fan? In the face of this question, Shi Fan had already been prepared in his mind, only to see that he looked calm, and opened his mouth unhurriedly to answer. Businessman. Such a succinct answer obviously made the staff member whole, and only after a short interval did he continue to ask, then may I ask, how did you two come together, and who pursued who first? Jiang Xingtong lowered her head and smothered a smile, while Shi Fan had a frank face. I pursued Tong Tong. As for how, of course it was by my face value. Jiang Xingtong turned her head and gave him a fierce blank look. How long have the two of you been together? More than 2 months. Jiang Xingtong answered obediently. After asking a few simple questions, the program team began to zoom in. What netizens are most curious about right now is that the two of you seem to have a lot of difference in your identities. So do you two have confidence in this romance? Hearing this question, Jiang Xingtong obviously froze for a moment, her eyes unconsciously drifting towards Shi Fan beside her, and as if Shi Fan had already anticipated this, he slightly sidestepped his head and happened to catch the line of sight that Jiang Xingtong threw at him. In the next second, without hesitation, he reached out his hand and tightly gripped Jiang Xingtong's slightly cold little hand, and turned his head to look directly at the camera with a firm and incomparable gaze. Very confident, Shi Fan's voice was calm and strong, as if it carried a reassuring strength. Tong Tong is the future partner I recognized at once. I'm very sure of that. I welcome everyone to come to the live broadcast room to supervise. If after watching the live broadcast there are still netizens who are skeptical about this, then it must be that I didn't do enough. I will review and improve on my own. Jiang Xingtong originally felt a little shy because of Shi Fan's phrase future partner, but when she heard his serious self-examination later, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this, the corners of Shi Fan's mouth also rose slightly, revealing a touch of doting smile. I'm equally confident too. Jiang Xingtong calmed down a bit and continued with a smile. This confidence largely stems from the seriousness with which Shi Fan treats his relationship. Of course, it's undeniable that the difference in status is indeed an objective problem, but I've been working hard to improve myself, hoping to catch up with him. Compared to this, however, I'm more willing to believe in fate and the attraction between each other, the so-called magnetic field, I guess. Speaking of this, her face glowed with happiness and her eyes were filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 81, Shi Fan's worth top 3 in the nation. After the interview, the staff all had a toothache expression. As for the reason why, don't ask. Ask his sweet toothache. After smoothly boarding the plane, Shi Fan and his group flew to Jin City together with the program team. On the other hand, He Yu-jun and Shi Yaoyao, who are also a couple, also finished their interviews and set off to Jin City, where they have their own heat, and the response to their live broadcasts is expectedly good. Surprisingly, He Yu-jun listens to Shi Yaoyao, and the interaction between the two couples-to-be is also very sweet. However, we can still clearly see that compared to Shi Fan's meticulous care for Jiang Xingtong, He Yajun sighed more is Shi Yao's care for him, especially in some aspects of common sense life. However, the netizens also accepted well. After all, He Yujun himself is a rich second generation. Lack of common sense is normal. Then look at the other two groups of couples who are already in the Golden City. They also just finished the interview. the mutual understanding and tacit understanding between veteran artists Chen Jianzhou and Yu Li, as well as the playful and sweet routine of actor Zhou Yu and host Meng Yu, have received a tidal wave of feedback from netizens, with the exception of a very few netizens who like to make snide remarks, the vast majority of whom have given positive reviews. In this regard, less than 3 hours after the start of the broadcast, the titled Love Traveling Class played a high-end game, rushed to the hot search, and indirectly attracted a wave of netizens. However, if you think about it, it is true that this kind of round-the-clock live broadcast mode, if those couples or couples with emotional problems, I'm afraid that they simply do not have the courage to come to participate in it. It wasn't long before Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong got off the plane and got into the vehicle prepared by the program team. However, right at this moment, the staff of the program team looked a bit apprehensive as he carefully said to Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong, "I'm very sorry, we've just been notified that the other pair of guests in the couple group, He Yujun and Shi Yao's plane has just landed, so we need to wait for a moment and wait for them to arrive before heading to the hotel together." In fact, the interior of this vehicle was quite spacious. It was a minibus. However, the reason why this staff member felt so apprehensive was mainly due to Shi Fan himself. Even though the attitude displayed by Shi Fan had been very gentle since the beginning, for some reason, his entire body exuded a powerful aura that could not be underestimated. This, coupled with the various rumors circulating in the entertainment circle about Guan Samsung's downfall ending, made him even more in awe of Shi Fan. Even the viewers who were watching the live broadcast were able to clearly feel the nervousness within this staff member. Aya, look at how scared this little brother is. Even his voice is starting to tremble when he speaks. And look at this lady, such a cute and playful girl, but that guy is saying he wants to eat people one by one. It's really scary. Humph, this damnable Shi Fan, really so annoying. Oh, all day long just know how to bully people. The two upstairs, you guys are very off. Good guy. This sudden kick of the gas pedal made me realize that this is not my kindergarten school bus. Cry. Obviously, the staff's worries were a bit redundant. In fact, Shi Fan was not the kind of person he thought would be difficult to socialize with. As long as he didn't touch his bottom line, he was actually quite easygoing. Well, that's fine. This is just enough to exchange and familiarize ourselves in advance. After all, we're going to be dealing with each other every day for the next month. Shi Fan nodded understandingly and said in a calm tone. However, compared to Shi Fan's calmness, Jiang Xingtong did not seem so calm. Faced with He Yajuan's identity as the son of a rich family as well as Shi Yao's background as an international supermodel, this undoubtedly brought her great psychological pressure, fearing that she would make a mistake somewhere and not get along well. Fan, I'm still a bit nervous. What should I do? Shi Fan comfortingly pulled over her hand and asked with concern, "Why are you so nervous?" Jiang Xingtong slightly lowered her head, lightly biting her lips, came close to Shi Fan's ear and lowered her voice to say softly, "Their identities can all be extraordinary. I'm really afraid that I won't get along with them." Although she said it quietly, Kang Xingtong had apparently forgotten an important detail. Mai was pinned to her collar. Even though it was far away from the camera, the sound was still able to be picked up. Goddess Kong is so cute. She's practically acting me out. Totally the voice of a social terrorist. That's right. If it were me, I would definitely be nervous too. I'm most afraid of greeting strangers and leaders. I'm torn to death in minutes. Shi Fan's eyes were filled with smiles as he raised his hand and gently pulled the broken hair on Jiang Xingtong's ear behind his ear. Then in a calm and indifferent tone, he said the most domineering words, Tong, you have to understand that with my worth and status, I can be ranked among the top 3 in the whole country. If you're not even afraid of me, how can you be afraid of anyone else? Jiang Xingtong stared blankly into Shi Fan's eyes, clearly shocked by his words that were arrogant to the extreme. Her lips moved slightly twice, unable to utter a single word for a long time. She was able to tell that Shi Fan was definitely not telling lies. Heavens, it had once again refreshed her knowledge of her own boyfriend's true strength. It was simply amazing, and the netizens who were watching the live broadcast at this moment had obviously heard the words as well. My gosh, is there anyone who can tell me if what he said is true or not? Top 3 in the country? It really shocked me to the core. By then, is Shi Fan's arrogance still an enviable fact? Right at this moment, a pop-up screen with golden fonts, bolded and enlarged in the live broadcast instantly attracted the attention of all the netizens. My brother Fan is so humble. Shi Fan said he was worth the top 3 in the country, and he called Shi Fan modest? Who was this person? Chapter 82, Getting to know He Yujun and Shi Yao for the first time. Just looking at the name, there were only 3 simple words, Prince Song, but next to the name, there was also a conspicuous and eye-catching official certification logo. It's really Prince Song himself. To be able to make such a character as Prince Song willingly call out a brother, and even when he claimed to be the top 3 in the country was said to be modest. So this Shi Fan is actually who the gods are? The topic of Shi Fan's true identity has reached the top of the hot search list in the blink of an eye. The first time I saw this, I was so happy that I was able to get a new nickname, Humble Brother. Jiang Xingtong, who was shocked by Shi Fan's remarks, has indeed lost her inner tension at this moment. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, what Shi Fan said seemed to make sense. After all, she is not asking anyone else to help her. Whether someone else has money or power has no relevance to her. More importantly, if she encounters anything, there is still Shi Fan to help her cover the bottom, so she actually has nothing to worry about. Therefore, Jiang Xingtong, who had already calmed down her mindset, didn't have the slightest bit of entanglement or hesitation when she saw He Yujun and Shi Yao boarding the car, but instead greeted them very warmly and openly. This generous attitude gave He Yujun and Shi Yao a favorable impression of her, and they responded to the Shi Fan duo with smiles. Although these two couples of similar age met for the first time, they seemed to be very much in tune with each other, and the atmosphere of chatting was very warm. You said one thing and I said another, chatting in a lively manner. When they arrived at the hotel, Jiang Xingtong and Shi Yao held hands and directly got off the car and walked towards the interior of the hotel without even looking back, leaving behind Shi Fan and He Yujun, who were looking at each other in dismay, as well as piles of luggage. It had to be said that friendship between girls did come so marvelously and suddenly. Ha ha ha, it's almost laughable, just leaving your boyfriend behind like that. Look at the expressions of the two of them. Really clueless mom opening the door for the clueless, clueless to the house. The degree of hilarity is 90%. The degree of pity for the two of them, 10%. What else could be done? We can only move there first. Fortunately, the hotel service staff moved quickly to push in the luggage cart. He Yujun unloaded one suitcase from the car with a sharp hand, while Shi Fan was responsible for arranging them neatly on the luggage cart. With a clear division of labor, the two of them finished organizing all the luggage and handed it over to the staff. Then, the two of them walked into the hotel together, ready to look for those two heartless women. Are you busy lately? Are you busy lately? Shi Fan used the Cantonese skill card he had just redeemed to chat with He Yujun. With Shi Fan's sudden Cantonese, it was obvious that He Yujun was a bit surprised, followed by happiness. Although he could also speak Mandarin, it was obviously not as smooth as Cantonese and English. It's alright, I'm not very busy. What are you doing? Okay, not very busy. How are you? I'm fine. Next, the two chatted briefly about work. As soon as work was involved, the two were like different people. Their expressions were focused and serious, and the atmosphere between them changed. Help! As soon as their girlfriend left, these two were like they were enchanted. Completely changed. So this is how rich boys chat together? It feels like it's instantly risen several levels. +1. Although the two spoke Cantonese, but I translated it. Really just a few exchanges. Very much benefited me. After translating the words, I put them below. I go. Just looking at the two of them chatting in a gesture, I feel unusual. After seeing the content, a bumpkin, can only sigh. This is the pattern. The more the two chatted, the more they chatted, and He Yujun left a very good impression on Shi Fan. Although Shi Fan was able to detect that He Yujun might have some shortcomings in his life, overall, he was quite nice and knowledgeable and thoughtful. He Yujun is also more and more curious about Shi Fan, secretly thinking in his heart, from all the signs, Shi Fan's identity is absolutely extraordinary, but he really has not heard of such a person since he was a child. Just as he was struggling to understand, Shi Fan coldly came up with a sentence. The school you attended abroad is MIT. Then do you recognize Su Ro? Hearing this name, He Yujun frowned slightly, trying to search for relevant information in his memory. A moment later, he nodded thoughtfully and said, well, I do recognize a girl who was an alumnus with me. I'm just not sure if it's the same person as the one you're talking about. I'm talking about Su Teng's daughter. As soon as the words fell, He Yujun couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of astonishment. One must know that in their circle, there weren't many people who dared to call out Su Teng's name directly. Tongue Technologies Mr. Su, He Yujun asked, only to see Shi Fan lightly responded. Yeah, I met her some time ago. His dad brought her out for a dinner party and introduced her to us by the way. Between the words, it was as if this was all a normal thing. The deep meaning contained in these words should not be underestimated. He Yujun secretly pondered in his heart, intending to contact Su Ro a little later and inquire about Shi Fan's true identity from the side. What the hell is going on here? Su Teng, could it be the one I've been guessing? Boy, God sure is so righteous, leading us to successfully break into the circle of the rich and powerful. It should be that Su Teng, the chairman of Teng Technology. Su Teng? No, he even has a daughter? My God, actually let me squat on such a big melon. Yeah. Just as the two of them were about to continue chatting away, Jiang Xingtong and Shi Yao, who had been waiting for the two of them for a long time without any results, turned back to look for the two of them. Why are you guys so slow? We've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Jiang Xingtong pouted her little mouth while waving her hand in the air, a slight look of displeasure and complaint on her face. Coming. this is coming. I've just been chatting for a while. When Shi Fan heard Jiang Xingtong's voice, his originally calm face instantly blossomed into a bright smile and quickly responded. At the same time, He Yujun also walked quickly to Shi Yao's side, gently pulling up her small hand with one hand, covering her mai with the other, his lips close to her ear, whispering something, although he couldn't hear the voice, but seeing Shi Yao's face slowly getting better, it should be coaxing words as well. The business atmosphere that was full of seriousness and high class just now, suddenly changed drastically at this moment, as if it was enchanted, instantly switched to a romantic and sweet pink love mode. This sudden transformation made many netizens who watched the live broadcast unanticipated, and they all left messages to spit out. What's going on? Is this all these two people have? Are these two sure they're not from Sichuan province or the northeast? Actually so afraid of their daughter-in-law? When the girlfriend makes a sound, the high and cold president instantly turns into a fawning store assistant. This can really make people speechless. These pop-ups emerged like a tidal wave, filling the entire screen for a while. Chapter 83, Funny Zhou Yu and Mengyu couple. After meeting up with the large group of the program, the 4 people from the couple group also met up with the 4 people from the couple group without any problems. Upon meeting Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong for the first time, the guests of the couple group were clearly stunned by the outstanding appearance of the lovers. Wow, these two are too good looking. As the host, Mengyu, who had a very cheerful and lively personality, was currently turning her head sideways to exclaim with Yuli, who was also from the couple's group beside her. Yeah, these two kids have outstanding looks. However, Shi Yao's pair is also very good. These kids are all very nice. They seem both well-behaved and polite. Yuli responded casually. It could be seen that as a veteran who had been in the entertainment industry for many years, Yuli didn't ignore He Yujun and Shi Yao while praising Shi Fan's pair. Although Mengyu didn't think about it that much, she didn't have any objections to Li's words and nodded her head approvingly. A few people briefly introduced each other and got to know each other. Just then, the program staff handed over a task card. Several people looked at each other. No one had the heart to take it, but in the end, it was the oldest and most respected veteran artist, Chen Jianzhou, who was the first to take the card and open it. All the participants of Love Traveling Class, you are about to embark on a journey about love. As participants in the same class, you are about to spend a month together, during which there is no separation and no rest. You will present to the netizens the most realistic mode of getting along between husband and wife as well as between couples. Are you guys ready? Ready! The other guests also cooperated and voiced out their assent. In order to make the atmosphere of the scene more enthusiastic, and at the same time allow the guests to interact and integrate better, the program team carefully planned a special game session. The game they chose this time is the most classic and popular tacit understanding test game, You Compare and I Guess. Before the start of the game, the team emphasized that the guests were expected to give their best and play at their best level. However, perhaps due to the fact that these guests did not have much experience in participating in variety shows, they did not seem to pay attention to this important tip. In stark contrast, those netizens who had been following the live broadcast had keenly captured this detail and set off a hot debate in the broadcast room. This program group is clearly trying to mess things up, but none of these guests actually reacted? Certified. These guys are all newbies in the world of variety arts yet. It's only Mengyu who might slightly understand the program group's routine, but with her kind of big-hearted personality, I'm afraid she's only slightly aware of it and can't think of using it on them. What the upstairs summarized is too insightful. Mengyu is a famously careless person. It's impossible for her to think of it. Ha ha ha. Right away this group of people will feel the sinister from the program team. No way. Looking forward to it more and more. Such discussions continued to heat up in the live broadcast room as netizens expressed their opinions and expectations. Just like that, the several people who knew nothing started the game. Since they had just met, a few people were still a bit restrained, so the oldest Chen Jianzhou and his wife Yuli decided to give a demonstration first. While his wife Yuli was in charge of gesticulating, her husband Chen Jianzhou was in charge of guessing. Their nearly 30 years of marriage is indeed no sham, and the couple showed an amazing understanding. Although not quite familiar with the rules of the game at first, they soon got the hang of it. Except for the initial 2 idioms which they failed to guess, the rest of the 8 idioms were easily guessed by them. The first battle was a success. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly warmed up. Next, it was the turn of another husband and wife team, Zhou Yu and Mengyu. Again, the wife, Mengyu, did the gesticulating and the husband, Zhou Yu, did the guessing. However, compared to the smooth coordination of the previous group, the performance of this group made the live broadcast audience and those present unable to hold back their laughter. It could be seen that Mengyu had a lot of ideas, a steady stream of whimsical thoughts, and was very expressive. But it was because of her overly rich imagination and expressiveness that caused Zhou Yu's thoughts to be taken away, bit by bit. For example, in the word flower in the song Good Flowers, Full Moon, Mengyu originally wanted to portray the flowers in full bloom through her abstract body language, and the word moon wanted to portray the moon in full bloom, but things didn't turn out as she had hoped. The word moon was intended to portray the fullness of the moon, but it was not what Zhou had hoped for, and in the end he mistakenly guessed that it was drawing a snake to add feet. The two cannot be said to be unrelated, but only irrelevant. At this moment, the crowd, who had already laughed their heads off, witnessed Zhou's dumbfounded expression the moment he saw the correct answer, coupled with his wife's disdainful demeanor that said you're hopeless, and finally couldn't hold it in, bursting into laughter. Jiang Xingtong was even more exaggerated, directly paralyzed in Shi Fan's arms. On the other hand, Meng Yao, who also had a very low laugh point, was laughing her ass off, covering her stomach with both hands, and chanting non-stop, "Goo, my stomach ah, it hurts so much to laugh." Who would have thought it? The original tough guy Zhou, who had a stalwart face and iron bones, would have such a marvelous chemical reaction after running into Mengyu, who had a lively and cheerful personality, and was unconventional. It was really interesting. At this moment, the pop-ups on the screen were even surging like a tidal wave, as if they were covered by a protective shield of haha fonts. The viewers left messages. Ha 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 ha. For this Zhou to be able to marry Mengyu, it's simply a blessing he's had in his 8 lifetimes. Look guys, nah, Mengyu actually dislikes Zhou. My god, I can't. I'm about to burst out laughing. Upstairs, what's the point of you laughing out your abs? My baby is laughing out. I can't do it. It's in the labor room. Wait for me for a while. I'm going to give birth to a baby first. Chapter 84, the program is inappropriate. Merit +1. Ha 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 ha. There's really no one else. Originally when I watched Battle Waves, I wanted to say that Zhou in real life must be a macho man. I didn't expect that. Directly taken by Mengyu. The result of this group was not very good. Out of 10 idioms, only 4 were correct. Finally, it was the couple's turn. Jun, this person playfulness is still relatively heavy. At the moment even more seem a little impatient, eager to try out. On the contrary, Shi Yao is much more stable. She did not move, secretly hold Jun's hand, signaling him to be modest. Naturally, Shi Fan also noticed the small movements between the two of them, but after all, he had 2 lifetimes of experience, and his mental age was much older than Jun's, so he looked at Jun as if he was his younger brother. After he and Jiang Xingtong exchanged a quick glance, he signaled Jun's side again, and Jiang Xingtong immediately nodded her head in understanding, indicating her agreement. Shi Fan was secretly delighted in his heart. The fact that Jiang Xingtong had so quickly comprehended his intentions made him feel very happy. His eyes were filled with tenderness and doting, gently stroking her hair, as if time had stood still at this moment. And this cozy scene happened to be captured by the camera and presented in real time in the live broadcast room. Do these two people pretend we don't exist? They're actually openly browbeating. Are they trying to let Jun and Shi Yao play first? That's so sweet. Shi Fan seems to be the youngest. Why does it give off the feeling of being the eldest? How do you guys know it's humility? Maybe they both want to try it first. Upstairs, do you have bad eyes? It was clearly Shi Fan who saw Jun wanting to play, and then he winked at Jiang Xingtong. Just take a look again and you'll know. And this side of the scene, Shi Fan slowly turned his head, a warm smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. His gaze fell on Jun, and he said softly, Jun, your group will come first. We still need to prepare a bit more on our side. Hearing these words, Jun turned his head to look at Shi Yao almost immediately, the frowning expression on his face as if he was telling Shi Yao, you see, we can start playing first, but I didn't initiate this. Shi Yao of course could tell that Shi Fan was being modest, so she expressed some helplessness in the face of her boyfriend's smug expression. Jun did seem a bit innocent in some ways. However, when she saw that Jun was still staring at her, seemingly waiting for her response, she could only nod to him responsively in the end. To Jun's eyes that blazed like a big dog's, Shi Yao said, can't refuse a little. However, she secretly made a mental note of Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong's kindness. In their group, Shi Yao guessed and Jun scratched. Jun was seen dancing and colorfully performing, his movements exaggerated and vivid, as if he was trying to put all his emotions into it. Shi Yao on the side was observing his every movement and expression intently. With Jun's imaginative and concrete performance, coupled with Shi Yao's cleverness, the two of them actually guessed 9 idioms correctly in one breath. The one idiom that was lost was really because of the lack of time, otherwise they would have definitely been able to guess it as well. What a pity. However, such an achievement was already very outstanding, and they were currently the group that had won the most out of the 3 groups. It was finally Shi Fan's and Jiang Xingtong's turn to play. The two decided that Shi Fan would compare and Jiang Xingtong would guess, as the group with super high face value. The interactive game between the two was obviously getting more attention. and just as the guests and viewers in the live broadcast room were focused on the two, the program group was inappropriate. The pre-prepared question board was taken down in full view of everyone. Then, as if by magic, they retook out a whole 10 brand new question boards from behind the crowd. Although the crowd hadn't had time to see what was written on the new question boards, the laughter coming from the program staff made Shi Fan keenly aware that there was definitely something going on here. As expected, when the first question board was lit up, the guests and Shi Fan could not help but draw a breath. Even the netizens who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. This program group is so bold. Aren't they afraid of being beaten? Shi Fan couldn't have offended the program group. Otherwise, how could they treat them like this? Ha ha ha. Take a look at Ginger's dumbfounded little expression. Ha ha ha. She's the only one who still doesn't know what's going on. This program group is really brave. To actually dare to provoke Shi Fan so openly is really admirable. Shi Fan took 2 steps forward with a suspicious face, and after scrutinizing it with wide eyes, he finally made sure that he didn't have blurred eyes. He was instantly exasperated and laughed, turning his head to look in the direction where the general director was, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Director Chui, you're going too far with this, aren't you? Chui Chi, the general director of Love's traveling class, was of medium stature, slightly blonde, and was a typical image of a middle-aged man. There was always a smile on his round face, giving off an amiable feeling. At this moment, when he heard Shi Fan's half-joking question, his expression did not change in the slightest, and he still responded smilingly, Mr. Sure, you are the investor of our program. Of course we have to give you some special treatment. As soon as the words fell, the people around him suddenly realized that the original program group was backed by the financial support of Mr. Shi Fan. Then the reason for his investment was not hard to guess. It must not be simply because he was bored and wanted to participate in the recording of the variety show, but in the end, it was still for the sake of his girlfriend Jiang Xingtong. To be honest, it was a bit sour. Fan, what's wrong? It's almost time. Why don't you start? Jiang Xingtong's entire body was in a state of confusion, completely unaware of what was going on. Shi Fan turned his head to look at the time and grunted, threateningly pointing at the general director's side through the air. Then he signaled the staff member holding up the sign, indicating that this idiom passed and asked them to switch to the next topic. However, upon seeing that next idiom, Shi Fan's entire body went numb. The staff standing on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing, while the guests sitting on the side couldn't hold back their laughter and burst out laughing. Not to mention the netizens who were watching the live broadcast, who were already popping up screens at this point. Shi Fan helplessly raised his hand and once again signaled the staff to change the title. As expected, the next idiom was still a very challenging hell-level puzzle. Shi Fan tried to gesture the answer at Jiang Xingtong's cute little expression of bewilderment, but before his girlfriend could guess the correct answer, he himself gave up first. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye the game time was over. Thanks to the show's blessings, the two of them didn't answer a single idiom, and Jiang Xingtong couldn't wait to run to Shi Fan's place to look at the question board. When she saw words like overrate yourself, no less than a tiny bit, and demons and monsters written on the board, Kong Xingtong couldn't help but stare at the director's team with wide eyes and a shocked face. Ha 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 ha, it's too overwhelming. I have a hunch that the program's big tricks haven't finished yet. Someone left a message in the pop-up screen. Upstairs, I feel the same way as you. This kid, Chui Chi, is really bad. Shi Fan is the program's financier. They've really caught one of their own making a fuss. The crew are all brave. Chapter 85 Gossip. Okay, after the tense and exciting game session just now, we have successfully ranked the order of the 4 groups of guests. The program team's voice rang out from the scene. First of all, the ones who won first place are Yu Jun and Shi Yao. Their performance was really outstanding. Next is Qin Jianzhou and Yu Li, who won second place. Zhou Yu and Meng Yu won third place, and the last group, somewhat regrettably, is Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong. Then, we will follow this ranking to determine tomorrow's residents. The first place is the best, in order backwards, and the last place is the worst residents. After hearing the program group's words, not to mention Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong themselves, even the other guests felt that this program group was too underpowered. Shi Fan looked at the depressed Kong Xingtong and gently patted her shoulder. It's okay, with the amount of money he invested in the program, even if the conditions of the residents were a little worse, it shouldn't be too bad. At this time, he didn't know that when he arrived at the residence tomorrow, he would be able to deeply realize how naive he was today. At this time, Shi Fan, who knew nothing about tomorrow, was sitting in front of a rectangular dining table with the other guests, preparing to enjoy the Jean City cuisine prepared by the program team. Soon, a large table of very Jean City specialty meals was brought up. These meals emitted a tantalizing aroma that made people salivate. Since Mr. and Mrs. Chen Jianzhou and Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Yu had originally settled in Jean City, they knew the city's cuisine like the back of their hand. While savoring the food on the table, they introduced the characteristics and uniqueness of each dish in detail to the other guests such as Shi Fan and the viewers in the live broadcast room. Wow, there are actually so many types of food in Jean City? I didn't even notice it before. Yes. Seeing them eat so well makes me want to immediately set out for Jean City and try it for myself. I am a local of Jean City, and only now do I realize that there is so much more to our cuisine here. It's a great experience. The program group is really enough. There is knowledge he is really teaching. The audience in the live broadcast room left messages of appreciation. Of course, doing a variety show was definitely more than simply eating and drinking. Therefore, when everyone was almost done eating, Meng Yu received a hint from the program's team, and she knew it was time to stir up conversation and gossip. She realized that even though Chen Jianzhou has been famous for a long time, surprisingly, off-screen he's not the kind of person who talks too much, the kind who, once he opens his mouth, hits the nail on the head. Moreover, when facing his other half, he changed his usual cold attitude and became extra considerate. As for his wife Yuli, she is a gentle and tranquil character. If you have in-depth contact with her, you will find that deep down she still carries a little bit of a young girl's heart. In most cases, it is only in front of Chen Jianzhou that she unconsciously reveals a small womanly gesture of being a birdie. Between the two of them, a unique atmosphere pervades. Although they didn't have too many words or actions that directly expressed their love, every move invariably revealed their deep love for each other. Meng Yu's topic of conversation also unfolded from this loving couple. I'm really curious, how did Mr. Chen and Mr. Yu meet in the first place? At this point, Zhou Yu also aptly stepped forward to help his wife. Yeah, you two have always been so low-key, and you didn't even officially announce it until after you got married and had children. Chen was of the chronic type, and then also not very comfortable sharing his privacy for everyone to hear. So while he had a polite smile on his face, his hands made an evasive gesture, pinching the dish in front of him. This contradictory behavior amused the others at the table. Yuli knew her husband's personality well and understood that he would not answer the question in this situation, so she explained in a gentle voice, "We met through a play, but it wasn't the two of us who played the lead roles, it was an emotional drama that he co-starred in with my best friend." At this statement, the guests in the audience could not help but be surprised. Their own BFF was actually acting in an emotional drama with their own husbands. Obviously, the netizens' reactions were equally overwhelming. My goodness, how can this work? What's the situation? Husband and bestie are making out, but in the end he's entering the marriage hall with himself? This melon is too big. I can't eat it. As if she had already understood the speculations of the others, Yuli laughed softly and then added, "Don't get the wrong idea. It's not that the two of them have any emotional entanglements. In fact, my husband plays the role of my best friend's older brother." Hearing this, everyone was relieved, almost scared to death, and thought we were about to hear a big show. And on the side of Chen Jianzhou, the corner of his mouth is a trace of doting smile, obviously for his wife's occasional mischievous fun, he has long been aware of. At this moment, the live broadcast also set off a wave of spitting sounds. Definitely on purpose. Definitely on purpose. Look at Chen Jianzhou's smile. It's obvious that he knows all about his wife's temperament. I really didn't expect the usually gentle and supple Yuli to have such a quirky side. Then what? How did the two of you meet? Shi Yao snapped with a curious face. Then it was when I went to visit my best friend's class and met, Yuli said with a smile. Wow, then it was love at first sight? And then they got together after that? Meng Yu shouted excitedly, as if she already knew the end of the story. However, upon hearing Meng Yu's words, Chen Jianzhou looked as if he had suddenly remembered something interesting, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he laughed out softly. He finally spoke. Love at first sight is definitely not the case. The first time we met, this lady was itching to rush straight up and beat me up. As his words fell, the entire atmosphere became somewhat subtle. The gazes of the crowd were focused on Yuli, as if they were all expecting her to give an explanation. Yuli's face instantly turned red. She glared at Chen Jianzhou with some embarrassment and snapped, "How can you even say this?" Chapter 86, The Mastermind Behind Hilarity's Bankruptcy. Huh? What happened? Jiang Xingtong asked with a face full of astonishment, as if she wanted to convey the doubts in her heart to everyone present. Her gaze swept over the crowd, realizing that everyone had similarly revealed expressions of surprise, clearly surprised by what Chen had said. Recalling the scene, Yuli couldn't help but have a hint of a smile on her face. When we first met, he was in a corner with my best friend, reprimanding my best friend with a stern face, scolding my best friend to the point of tears. Seeing this situation, my first reaction was that my bestie was being bullied, so I rushed over without hesitation. As a result, it was only after a burst of output that I was told that because it was my BFF who had been unable to get into the mood, my husband was reprimanding her and guiding her into the scene in order to help her at the time. Hearing this, Mengyu suddenly let out a poof of laughter and interjected. Wouldn't that be awkward? How did the two of you see eye to eye later on? Yuli tugged on Chen Jianzhou's shirt, signaling him to speak afterward. After Chen Jianzhou put down his chopsticks, he gently corrected his hat with his hand and said with some embarrassment, actually, it was me who took the initiative to pursue her. And at that time, when she suddenly rushed towards me, my whole body was confused, and I was even slightly pissed off. However, I later realized that the reason why she did so was purely because she misunderstood that I had bullied her best friend, and that's why she reacted so violently. At that moment, a different kind of emotion surged up in my heart. After all, in this circle it's undeniable that the vast majority of people will put their own interests first. A girl as frank and sincere as her, who is not pretentious, is really rare. Anyway, as of now, I've never met one. Then again, after a few days of observation and contact, I finally made up my mind I must firmly grasp this rare opportunity, and let this precious and incomparable girl stay by my side. Woohoo! Hearing this, a few other people couldn't help but cheer excitedly. This was too sweet, and the process of the two of them meeting each other was almost exactly like how it was played out in a TV show. Yeah, it was hard to finish gossiping about herself. Yuli also took the opportunity to ask about Mengyu and Zhouyu. And how did you two get the spark of love? Tell us about it. Mengyu took a deep breath and narrated. It was all because of a terrible car accident. At that time, I was driving on a viaduct, when suddenly, because a car in front of me broke down and suddenly stopped, the vehicle right behind me couldn't avoid it in time, and directly crashed into it. This collision triggered a chain reaction. More than a dozen cars collided one after another. The scene is very thrilling. The car in front of me wasn't spared either, but luckily, I stepped on the brakes in time and became the first vehicle to successfully stop. Mengyu's voice trembled slightly, as if she could still feel the tense atmosphere at that time. When I recovered a little from my panic, I saw a figure quickly get out of the car and run wildly towards the accident scene. I settled down and followed suit, getting out of the car and walking forward. As I got closer, I realized that due to the speed of the car in front of the collision had been severely deformed. Just then, I noticed that the figure was desperately trying to pry open the door of the car with a tool, seemingly wanting to free the people inside the car as quickly as possible. I remember freezing for a moment because it happened so suddenly and caught people off guard. I can't say exactly what kind of feeling I had at the time, but a voice deep inside told me that I must go and help that person alone. So, without hesitation, I turned around and picked up the first aid kit in the car and dashed toward the front. When recounting, Mengyu looked proud. Shi Fan was overwhelmed with emotion and praised heartily. You guys are really great. If other ordinary people were to face such a situation, most likely they would hide far away for fear of implicating themselves. But you guys have no choice but to lend a helping hand. He Yujun listened to Mengyu's narration, his face filled with reverence. He gazed at Brother Yu, who was sitting beside him, and asked curiously, Brother Yu, what kind of thoughts did you hold in your heart when you rushed up at that time? What force drove you to rush up there so unhesitatingly? It's a coincidence that at that time, I went to the Special Forces for special training because I had to prepare for the movie Battle Waves. At that time when it happened, I had just returned from the army, and after the car accident, thanks to my special training experience in the army, I reacted quickly to save people, and to save as many lives as possible. Meeting my wife for the first time really did give me a shock. The driver I was saving at the time had blood pouring out and was about to lose consciousness when suddenly a pair of hands holding gauze appeared in front of me. I turned my head and my eyes met hers. Whoops! The few listeners listening in were filled with excitement. Zhouyu and Mengyu's eyes met, and the atmosphere gradually became sweeter. However, right at this moment, it turned out that Mengyu suddenly lifted her hand and wrapped it around Zhouyu's shoulders, saying in an ironic manner, how about it? At that time, wasn't it that you were shocked by sister appearing like Ultraman and helping you out? As soon as he said this, the pink bubbles burst, while Zhouyu had a look of I'm sure it's like that. Put. Ha 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 ha. The others laughed out. Having always had an impression of Mengyu as a somewhat lively host, I didn't realize that the personality would be so big. Sure enough, it's worthy of being my moon. Ha ha ha. Destined to have nothing to do with romance. Romantic insulator. Fascinated. Fascinated. After the two pairs in the couple group had finished sharing, the eyes next turned to the two pairs in the couple group. Yujun first cleared his throat and opened his mouth. The process of how Yao Yao and I met. I've shared it with you all online before. The first time I saw her on TV, I recognized this person, and later, through my family, I formally met her, and after that, I pursued her fiercely, and then we got together. Shi Yao nodded in agreement. This group was quickly accounted for, and now Shi Fan and Jiang Xingtong were left. These two instantly became the center of attention again. Shi Fan gestured for Jiang Xingtong to come and say it. After all, the variety show had already been on for a day, and Jiang Xingtong hadn't had much time to show up and express herself. Jiang Xingtong felt Shi Fan's encouragement and knew in her heart that she wanted to befriend the other guests and make the netizens like her. It was impossible not to speak positively, so she began to tell. Fan is really nice. The first time we met, we saw my dilemma and spoke out to help me, and later, even learned about the situation of the company I was working for at the time, and helped me get out of that quagmire. Those present were all smart people. Naturally, hearing that the focus of these words was in the last sentence, Mengyu suddenly remembered something, opened her eyes brightly and asked, "The company you mentioned, Xingtong, is it the one that recently went bankrupt?" Jiang Xingtong glanced towards Shi Fan, who was beside her with a smile on her brow before nodding to her. Woohoo! This is such a huge amount of information. So this was done by Shi Fan.